Tanto Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Underworld, The Mysterious Origins of Civilization by Graham Hancock, narrated by Dennis Kleinman. Part 1. Initiation. 1. Relics. If you do not expect it, you will not find the unexpected, for it is hard to find and difficult. Heraclitus. 5 kilometers off the southeast coast of India, submerged at a depth of 23 meters beneath the murky, shark-infested waters of the Bay of Bengal, an ancient man-made structure sits on the bottom of the sea. The structure is U-shaped, like a huge horseshoe. Its periphery measures 85 meters, and its walls are about 1 meter thick and 2 meters high. The discovery was made by a team of marine archaeologists from India's National Institute of Oceanography, NIO, in March 1991, working offshore of the Tranquebar-Pumpuhar coast of Tamil Nadu, near Nagapattinam. Their equipment included side-scan sonar, which transmits an acoustic signal up to 1,000 meters wide and measures the strength of the returning echo. Towed behind a research vessel, side-scan sonar is capable of building accurate maps of seabed contours and of identifying any obvious anomalies such as shipwrecks. On 7 March 1991, a shipwreck at a depth of 19 meters was pinpointed by the sonar. It was investigated by divers on 8 and 9 March, who found many scattered objects, including lead ingots and iron cannon on the surrounding seabed. The official report of the project then states, "Till 1 p.m. on 9 March, the divers were working on the scattered objects. TCS Rao, who was carrying out sonar survey 5 kilometers opposite Chinnavanagiri, not far from the wreck, reported another object 40 by 10 meters having the shape of a ship recorded on sonograph. Sri Bandodkar was sent to the site designated PMR2, and he placed 2 marker buoys there. By 2 p.m., Manavi and Chinni dived, but as the buoys had drifted, the object could not be explored. A second side-scan sonar survey later in the afternoon refined the measurements, suggesting that the object was oval and measured 30 to 35 meters east to west and 10 meters north to south, with an apparent opening on one side. On 16 and 19 March, TCS Rao continued the survey and now reported. There are actually 3 objects, the central one being oval-shaped with an opening on the northern side. Its longer axis is 20 meters. There is a clay deposit on the eastern flank, beyond which another semicircular structure is seen. To the northwest of the central object, 1 or more oval-shaped objects are found. Finally, on 23 March 1991, 3 divers were able to go down, but only had sufficient air to study the central structure. The official report describes what they saw as follows. A horseshoe-shaped object, its height being 1 or 2 meters. A few stone blocks were found in the 1 meter wide arm. The distance between the 2 arms is 20 meters. Whether the object is a shrine or some other man-made structure, now at 23 meters depth, remains to be examined in the next field season. Deep can mean very old. In the event no work could be done at the site in the next season, but in 1993, the structure was examined again by the NIO's diver archaeologists, who took careful measurements and eventually reported their findings as follows. The structure of U-shape was located at a water depth of 23 meters, which is about 5 kilometers offshore. The total peripheral length of the object is 85 meters, while the distance between the 2 arms is 13 meters and the maximum height is 2 meters. The height of the eastern arm is greater than that of the western arm. The center of the object is covered with sediment, but some patches of rock were noticed. Hand fanning showed that the central part of the object is rocky at a depth of 10 to 15 centimeters. Divers observed growth of thick marine organism on the structure, but in some sections a few courses of masonry were noted. Since 1993, for want of funding, no further marine archaeology has been conducted along the Pumpuhar coast. and the general impression has been disseminated in archaeological literature that the NIO has not found any submerged structures there that are older than the 3rd century BC. This is certainly true of numerous structures that were excavated very near to the shore, usually in depths of less than 2 meters of water and often half exposed at low tide. But the U-shaped structure at 23 meters, more than 70 feet, is another matter altogether and cannot by any means be automatically assigned to the 3rd century BC. On the contrary, since we know that the sea level has been continuously rising during the last 19,000 years, common sense suggests that structures now submerged by 23 meters of water must be much older than structures in just 2 meters. Nobody has looked. In February 2000, I travelled to Bangalore to the home of the doyen of India's marine archaeologists, S.R. Rao, founder of the Marine Archaeology Centre at the NIO and the man who had led the Tranquebar Pumpahar survey. Rao is a distinguished, lean-faced man in his mid-70s with boundless energy and enthusiasm for his subject. After the pleasantries were over, I told him that I was intrigued by the U-shaped structure his team had found at Pumpahar. 23 meters is deep. Doesn't that mean that it could be very old? Correct, definitely, Rao replied. That is what we are also thinking. In fact, we took our ocean engineer also to see whether the structure had gone down as a result of erosion by the sea or by its own weight. I don't think that is the case, because it is a huge structure which has been built at that depth. At that time, the sea was further out. This was built when it was above water. Then does the sea rise so much within such a short period was the question, 23 meters just within 2,000 years or so. Maybe the sea level rise that covered this structure took place a lot earlier than that, I offered. Maybe it belongs to a much earlier period than the 2,000-year-old ruins of Pumpahar in the intertidal zone. There have been sea level rises that could have done something like this, but they took place a long time ago, at the end of the Ice Age. Correct. At that time it happened. You are correct. There were 3 large floods at the end of the Ice Age, and even the most recent of these takes us back 8,000 years. Is that a possible date for the U-shaped structure? We don't know, Rao replied, because you see, from whatever we have got, we are not able to decide its date at all. Why is that? Because amongst the samples we took, we found no organic materials that could be dated by carbon-14 and no pottery that could be dated by thermoluminescence or by type. We have only stone which cannot be dated in any meaningful sense. Except by one factor, which is that the structure is now under 23 meters of water. So the sea level rise itself can be helpful in indicating a date. Correct. I do know that for the Gulf of Kutch in northwestern India, an oceanographic study has been made, and the oceanographers themselves have said that at 10,000 BC, the sea level was 60 meters lower than it is today. If that is true there, it is also true here. Which raises the possibility that we may be looking at remnants of a previously unknown ancient culture. Ancient, definitely, Rao exclaimed. And in fact, where really was the origin of India's earliest known civilization, the Indus Valley civilization. Scholars guess, but nobody knows. The Indus Valley script itself is already a highly developed script when it first appears in the 3rd millennium BC. The early architecture is already developed. You've got brick structures, you've got drains, everything is planned and all that. So there must be something before that. Where is the evolutionary phase? We don't know. Dr. Rao was getting close to the real reason that I'd come to see him. Maybe the evidence of the evolutionary phase is underwater, I suggested. It's underwater? Quite possible. If so, then this underwater structure at Pumpahar could be incredibly important, simply because of its depth. 23 meters. 23 meters. That's right. Now, if we can rule out land subsidence, and further work must be done before we can rule that out, but if we can rule that out, and if it's an issue exclusively of sea level rise, then we have a discovery here that calls into question the accepted chronology of civilization. Rao pondered for a moment before replying. You see, some people, some traditions do say that there was a continent in the Indian Ocean a very long time ago, more than 10,000 years ago, that got submerged. Quite possible. You see, we are not doing thorough research. If we had taken more time and more funds and all that, perhaps we could find many more structures, not only that one, and then you could come to some kind of conclusion about the much earlier epoch. I told Rao that I was familiar with the South Indian traditions to which he was referring. These describe extensive lands, submerged about 11,000 years ago, that had once existed in the Indian Ocean to the south of the present Cape Comorin. The name of these lost lands was Kumari Kandam. At the time of their inundation, the traditions say, they had been the home of a high civilization that had even boasted an academy of advanced learning, where philosophy and literature were cultivated. It must have existed, Rao asserted. You can't rule that out at all, particularly, as I've said, since we have found this structure at 23-meter depth. I mean, we have photographed it. It is there. Anybody can go and see. I do not believe that it is an isolated structure. Further exploration is likely to reveal others round about, and then you can go deeper, you see, and you may get more important things. I asked if there had been any further attempts since 1993 to find underwater structures of southern India. No, Rao replied. Nobody has looked. Ken Shindo's story. In 1996, 4 years before my meeting with Rao, my book Fingerprints of the Gods became the #1 bestseller in Japan, a country that had fascinated me since childhood. The book's success gave me my first opportunity to travel there. I visited Japan twice that year to give a series of public lectures about the issues I'd explored in Fingerprints of the Gods. On the second visit, I was approached after a lecture by a photojournalist named Ken Shindo, who works for the influential Kyodo Sushing news agency. He showed me striking underwater pictures that he had taken of a bizarre terraced structure, apparently a man-made monument of some kind, lying at depths of up to 30 meters off the south coast of the Japanese island of Yonaguni. My central research and writing interest for years has been the possibility of a lost civilization destroyed in the cataclysmic global floods that brought the last ice age to an end. So I was immediately fascinated by Shindo's story. An underwater ruin here in Japan, I exclaimed. Is it definitely man-made? Shindo laughed. Some people say it's a freak of nature, but they haven't spent time on it like I have. I'm absolutely certain it's man-made. Does anyone know how old it is? Shindo told me that he had been working with Professor Masaki Kimura, a marine seismologist at the University of the Ryukyus, Okinawa, who had been studying Yonaguni's mysterious underwater structures since 1994. Kimura too was convinced it was man-made. His extensive surveys, sampling and measurement had shown that it had been hewn out of solid bedrock when the site was still above water. If sea level rise were the only factor to take into account, then provisional calculations would indicate a date of inundation of around 10,000 years ago. That's approximately 5,000 years older than the oldest known monumental buildings on Earth, the ziggurats of ancient Sumer in Mesopotamia. Davy Jones's locker. I knew that I had to learn to dive and talked my wife Santha into doing lessons with me when we were on a visit to Los Angeles. We took our PADI open water courses in the chill kelpy waters of Catalina Island in November 1996. My first reaction to diving was that it was a weird and scary experience, contrary to the laws of nature, and that I was unlikely to survive it. I was wrapped up like the Michelin Man in a full-body neoprene wetsuit, and there seemed to be a ludicrous amount of equipment strapped, velcroed, or clipped onto me. Let's start at the feet. Here the diver wears short rubber boots tucked inside the ankle cuffs of his wetsuit. The wetsuit works by taking in a thin layer of water between the skin and the suit. This is rapidly warmed to body temperature and remains warm for some time because the neoprene of the suit is an excellent insulator. Over the boots are strapped the diver's fins, without which he would be almost as clumsy and immobile submerged as he is on land with all his gear on, and would unnecessarily waste a great deal of energy thrashing about. Strapped to his calf, there should be a strong stainless steel knife with a sharp blade. This can be life-saving if you get caught up in a drifting fish net or some other equally uncompromising, usually man-made hazard. Around the diver's waist is a belt through which are threaded a number of lead weights to compensate for the natural buoyancy of the body and the additional buoyancy of the wetsuit. These days, I can often get away with 2 kilos, but inexperienced divers need a lot more. On my first dives back in 1996 and into the first half of 1997, I remember having to use 12 and in one case even 14 kilos, a horrendous load. Moving on up the body, the next item of equipment the diver wears is a partially inflatable sleeveless jacket called a buoyancy control device, BCD or just BC for short. The scuba tank, which provides the diver with air to breathe underwater, is strapped onto the back of the BC and typically comes in 10, 12 and 15-litre sizes. A mid-sized tank weighs more than 15 kilos and for most dives is filled with nothing other than normal air under enormous compression. This is delivered to the diver through 2 transformers which step down the pressure of the air to a level where it can be breathed easily. The first stage is mounted immediately on top of the tank and removes most of the pressure. From here, a rubber hose leads to the second stage or regulator, which is placed in the diver's mouth and provides air on demand. 3 other rubber hoses also emerge from the first stage. One of these connects to the BC, allowing the diver to power inflate it direct from the tank. One leads to a dangling instrument console, usually containing a compass and gauges that tell you how much air you have left and how deep you are. The last, called the octopus, is a spare second stage for use in emergencies, for example, to provide air to another diver whose own tank is empty. Sometimes divers wear a rubber hood, since heat loss from the unprotected head is very rapid. A glass-fronted mask, without which the human eye can only perceive blurred images underwater, covers the eyes and nose. The final major pieces of equipment are a small wrist computer, which can save your life by warning you if you are ascending too fast from depth, and a pair of gloves to keep your hands warm and prevent grazing or accidental contact with unpleasant marine organisms like fire coral. Wrapped up in all this stuff, with our total scuba experience at that time amounting to just 3.5 hours swimming pool dives each, Santha and I contemplated the waters of the Pacific with certain misgivings. To be honest, we were afraid. It looked deep and dark and dangerous down there, down amongst the waving streamers of kelp, down in Davy Jones's locker. But if we wanted to see that incredible underwater structure in Japan for ourselves, then we were going to have to do this. On our instructor's command, we jumped in and paddled out from shore. 4 days later, we were licensed, but definitely not yet experienced enough to dive at Yonaguni. A generous offer. I did not know when we would be able to organize a diving trip to Japan, but knew only that it would be expensive. Then a strange synchronicity occurred. Out of the blue, sometime in January 1997, I received a fax from an American company representing a Japanese businessman. The fax said that the businessman had read Fingerprints of the Gods and would like to invite Santha and me to fly first class to Yonaguni at his expense to explore the island and to dive at the monument. He would ensure our safety by sending a group of top-flight diving instructors with us from the Seamen's Club, a hotel and dive school on the neighboring island of Ishigaki. He would also provide us with a fully equipped dive boat and all other facilities. There were no strings attached to this generous offer, which we accepted. In March 1997, we flew from London to Tokyo and then via Okinawa to Yonaguni to do our first dives there. This was the beginning of a long-term friendship with the businessman whose privacy I protect, and of what began as an informal project to explore, document, and try to understand the sequence of ancient and highly anomalous structures that have been found underwater at Yonaguni and at other islands in southwest Japan. Yonaguni. The first anomalous structure that was discovered at Yonaguni lies below glowering cliffs of the southern shore of the island. Local divers call it Iseki Point, Monument Point. Into its south face, at a depth of about 18 meters, an area of terracing with conspicuous flat plains and right angles has been cut. Two huge parallel blocks weighing approximately 30 tons each and separated by a gap of less than 10 centimeters have been placed upright side by side at its northwest corner. In about 5 meters of water at the very top of the structure, there is a kidney-shaped pool, and nearby is a feature that many divers believe is a crude rock-carved image of a turtle. At the base of the monument, in 27 meters of water, there is a clearly defined stone-paved path oriented toward the east. If the diver follows this path, a relatively easy task, since there is often a strong west-to-east current here, he will come in a few hundred meters to the megalith, a rounded 2-ton boulder that seems to have been purposely placed on a carved ledge at the center of a huge stone platform. 2 kilometers west of Iseki Point is the palace. Here, an underwater passageway leads into the northern end of a spacious chamber with megalithic walls and ceiling. At the southern end of the chamber, the tall lintel doorway leads into a second smaller chamber beyond. At the end of that chamber is a vertical rock-hewn shaft that emerges outside on the roof of the palace. Nearby, a flat rock bears a pattern of strange, deep grooves. A little further east, there is a second megalithic passage roofed by a gigantic slab that fits snugly against the tops of the supporting walls. 2 kilometers to the east of Iseki Point is Tatagami Iwa, literally the standing god stone, a natural pinnacle of rugged black rock that soars up out of the ocean. At its base, 18 meters underwater, there is a horizontal tunnel barely wide enough to fit a diver that runs perfectly straight west to east and emerges amidst a scatter of large blocks with clean-cut edges. A 3-minute swim to the southeast brings the diver to what looks like an extensive ceremonial complex carved out of stone. Here at depths of 15 to 25 meters, there are massive rectilinear structures with sheer walls separated by wide avenues. At the center is the monument that local divers refer to as the Stone Stage. Into its south-facing corner, either man or nature has carved an image that looks to some like a gigantic anthropoid face with 2 clearly marked eyes. Karama. At Aka Island in the Karama Group, 40 kilometers west of Okinawa, local divers have been aware for some years of the existence of a series of underwater stone circles at depths of 30 meters. There are also associated rectilinear formations within the same general area that show some signs of having been cut and worked by human beings. Diving conditions at Karama are atrociously difficult, as indeed they are often at Yonaguni too. There is a killer current, but this drops away almost to nothing for approximately an hour between tides. Only in that lull is it possible to get any serious work done and to gain a perspective on the enigmatic structures without constantly having to fight against the sea. Karama's most spectacular feature is Center Circle, which has a diameter of approximately 20 meters and a maximum depth of 27 meters. Here, concentric rings of upright megaliths more than 3 meters tall have been hewn out of the bedrock surrounding a central menhir. A second similar circle, called Small Center Circle by local divers, stands immediately to the northeast. It is not noticeably smaller than the first. A little to the south is Stone Circle, which is made up of much smaller rounded stones. It has a huge diameter of about 150 meters. Within it are subsidiary stone circles, sometimes touching one another at their edges like the links of a chain. Aguni. Aguni Island, 60 kilometers north of Karama, has steep and forbidding cliffs. On the southwest side of the island, these cliffs overlook an area of turbulent water that local fishermen call the washing machine. The turbulence is caused by the presence of a seamount that ascends from much greater depths to form a small plateau only 4 meters under the surface. This plateau, perpetually swept by strong currents, contains a series of circular holes that look initially like well shafts. As they are lined with small blocks, there is little doubt that these shafts are man-made. The largest and deepest has a diameter of 3 meters and reaches a maximum depth below the summit of the seamount of about 10 meters. Others are typically 2 to 3 meters in diameter with a depth of less than 7 meters. A few are narrower and shallower. One has a small subsidiary chamber cut sideways into the wall of the main shaft. Chatham. The coastline around Okinawa has been the subject of intense development during the past half-century. 30 kilometers north of the capital, Naha, on the west coast of the island, is the popular resort area of Chatham. Here, less than a kilometer offshore, at depths of between 10 and 30 meters, is strewn a looming underwater fantasia of walls and battlements and step pyramids. Are these weird submerged structures natural or man-made? And if they are man-made, then when and by whom? One possibility suggested to me by local fishermen is that the structures could be artifacts of relatively recent military dredging. Certainly, several large U.S. Air Force bases are located very close to Chatham, and the site is constantly overflown by all kinds of American warplanes doing maneuvers. I still remain open to the possibility that dredging could have produced some of the features to be seen underwater. But against this, I've received a report from Akira Suzuki, a Japanese historical researcher who has carefully investigated both US and Japanese archives in Okinawa and has been unable to find any record of such operations in this area. The most striking of the Chatham structures is a wall with its base on the sandy bottom at a depth of 30 meters. It rises to a battlement with a sunken walkway about 10 meters above the seabed. At a certain point, the walkway is broken by a vertical U-shaped shaft cut through the entire height of the wall. To dive at Chatham is to be reminded of an episode in the Nihongi, one of Japan's most ancient texts, a chronicle of the earliest times. Here, in a long introductory section entitled The Age of the Gods, there is a passage that describes how a deity named Ho-Ho-Demi no Mikoto climbed into an upended waterproof basket and descended to the bottom of the sea. In this makeshift submarine, he found himself at a pleasant strand. Proceeding on his way, he suddenly arrived at the palace of the sea god. This palace was provided with battlements and turrets and had stately towers. No doubt the many curious things that the Nihongi has to say about the age of the gods may all be explained as mythology and imagination. Still, I find it curious in Japan, where there are so many underwater anomalies, that such a venerable ancient text contains a clear tradition of submerged structures that can only be visited by divers. 15,000 years. Between 1996 and 2000, while I increased my practical diving experience of Japan's underwater ruins, I several times got caught up in the virulent debate about their provenance. Some scholars and journalists think they are entirely natural or mostly natural. Robert Schoch of Boston University, for example. Others, such as Professor Kimura and Professor Teruaki Ishii of Tokyo University, remain convinced that they are man-made, but are uncertain as to their antiquity. In addition to sea level rise, complex factors such as possible land subsidence through volcanism, plastic flow, or isostatic rebound must be taken into account when determining the date of submergence of any given site. No early resolution of this debate can be expected, since we are dealing here as much with matters of opinion as with matters of generally agreed fact. Those who think the structures are natural are likely to go on thinking so no matter what the other side says, and vice versa. It looks like a stalemate. Yet there is a potentially fruitful line of inquiry capable of shedding light on this problem which neither side has yet considered. Whether they were flooded by rising sea levels or because of some form of land subsidence into the sea, quite possible in an area of great seismic instability like Japan, all the underwater ruins were above water at some point between 17,000 years ago, the end of the last glacial maximum, and 2,000 years ago, the latest date that anyone has suggested for their submergence. What happened in Japan during this 15,000-year period? Could it be that there is something concealed in the remote prehistory of these islands that would provide a context and perhaps even a completely rational explanation for the underwater ruins? Alexandria. During 1998 and 1999, the Egyptian Mediterranean city of Alexandria was much in the news. French archaeologists, led by the melodiously named Dr. Jean-Yves Empereur of the National Center for Scientific Research, had announced the discovery of submerged ruins complete with underwater columns, sphinxes, and granite statues. In the same location, they also claimed to have found the remains of the famed Pharos, or lighthouse, 135 meters tall and one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world that overlooked Alexandria's eastern harbor from the point where the fort of Mamluk Sultan Kate Bey now stands. Though it was thought to have been built in the early 3rd century BC, historical reports suggest that at least part of the giant lighthouse remained intact until 8 August AD 1303, when a tremendous earthquake struck the Egyptian coast. Researching my earlier books had given me little reason to go to Alexandria. During a decade of travels in Egypt, my focus had always been on the oldest sites, those going back to the 3rd millennium BC and perhaps further. Sites like Giza, the 3 pyramids and the Great Sphinx, Saqqara, where the remarkable pyramid texts are inscribed inside the tombs of 5th and 6th dynasty pharaohs, and Abydos, with 1st dynasty boat graves and the mysterious Assyrian. Since it was common knowledge that Alexandria had not existed until 332 BC, the date of its foundation by Alexander the Great, I had always felt that it was unlikely to hold much of interest to me. I was vaguely aware that it had been built upon the site of an earlier settlement named Rakotis or Rakot, but since this was usually described as an obscure fishing village, I never suspected for a moment that there might be significant traces of earlier monumental constructions in the area. None of the underwater discoveries that were made public at the end of the 1990s did anything to change my view. They too belong to what is called the Ptolemaic period of Egypt, named for the ruling dynasty, of which Cleopatra was the last monarch, established soon after Alexander's death by his general Ptolemy. I was at first intrigued to learn that inscriptions belonging to much earlier pharaohs had been found amongst the underwater ruins, the cartouche of Ramses II, 1290 to 1224 BC, on pink granite papyriform columns from Aswan, an obelisk of his father Seti, 1306 to 1290 BC, a sphinx from the time of Senuseret III, 1878 to 1841 BC, and numerous other artifacts and objects bearing ancient inscriptions. On good grounds, archaeologists do not regard such discoveries as evidence of any earlier monumental settlement in Alexandria, but rather of a well-known Ptolemaic habit of borrowing pieces of religious art and architecture from temples that had been built throughout Egypt by earlier pharaohs. Jean-Yves Empereur was very clear on this point. The numerous products of the pharaonic period, sphinxes, obelisks, and papyrus columns found underwater around Kate Bay, do not make any significant difference to what we already know about the history of Alexandria and its foundation by Alexander the Great. Diving with Empereur. A research trip to Alexandria was easy to talk myself out of, since what was known of its history was that it had no history before the end of the 4th century BC. There was obviously no good reason for me to go there. The ruins of the Pharos, of what looked like an extensive complex of buildings seaward of it, had not been submerged in the period I was interested in, the end of the last ice age, but between the 4th century BC and the 13th century AD, most probably as a result of what geologists call vertical tectonic subsidence, caused by earthquakes. Besides, there is a complicated permissions ordeal which one must undergo if one wishes to dive at Alexandria, involving the Ministry of Information, the Ministry of National Security, the Supreme Council of Antiquities, the police, customs, and the Navy. The whole process routinely takes a month. So I'd pretty much quashed the idea before it took shape, when I remembered that my good friend Robert Beauval was born in Alexandria and that several members of his large globe-trotting family were still living there. On a whim, I telephoned him. He lives just outside London, and asked him if he knew anything about Emperor and whether he thought it would be possible to fix up a day of unofficial diving with a French team. Rob is reputed to have worked miracles in Alexandria, even from as far away as England. I therefore wasn't too surprised when he called me back the next day and informed me that he had spoken to his great-aunt Fedora, who knew Emperor well. She in turn had put in a good word with the archaeologist. The upshot was that we would be allowed to dive at Kate Bay without formality, any time that suited us in the next few weeks. Sleep of years. On 30 September 1999, Santha and I, hefting our gear, met up with Robert at the gatehouse to Kate Bay Fort. He ushered us inside its medieval limestone walls, soothing the guard in Arabic, and led us to a yard where scuba tanks were laid out and a group of young archaeologists, the men muscular with stubbly chins, the women tanned and serious, were donning wetsuits and checking gear. Emperor, in his late 40s, was older than the rest of his team. He was wearing a tropical linen jacket and a Panama hat, and carrying a briefcase. "Excuse me," he now said as we shook hands, "but I have to rush off, so I won't be diving with you today." "No problem. I'm really very grateful to you for allowing us to do this at all at such short notice." Emperor shrugged. "My pleasure. I hope you enjoy yourselves." He introduced us to the other team members, then we shook hands again and he strode away. Because it's hard to take notes underwater, I normally document my dives on video. It was my intention to do so now, but as we were getting ready, I was told that this would not be permitted. Santha, likewise, was asked to leave her 3 Nikonos 5s behind. Apparently it was something to do with an exclusive deal that had been signed with the French photo agency Sigma. Robert protested vociferously on our behalf, and as a compromise, it was ultimately agreed that Santha could use her cameras, but that my video would not be allowed under any circumstances. Once that was settled, we were led down through a series of dank stone corridors with arrow slits overlooking the sea until we emerged at the edge of the island, long since connected to the mainland by a causeway on which Kate Bay stands. Here we put on our gear and tanks, jumped into the water with one of the archaeologists as our guide, and descended at once into a submarine wonderland less than a dozen meters below us. It may be the most beautiful ancient site I've ever had the privilege to explore. The visibility was poor, which added a kind of foggy glamour to the scene, and we had to crisscross the ruined field many times over 3 lengthy dives before I began to appreciate how vast and how heterogeneous it was. There were huge numbers of columns, some broken, some virtually intact, but all tumbled and fallen. There were Doric column bases surrounded by tumbled debris. Here and there, 1 or 2 courses of a wall could be seen rising up out of the murk. There were dozens of meter-wide hemispherical stones hollowed inside, of a type that I had never encountered before in Egypt. There were several small sphinxes, one broken jaggedly in half, and large segments of more than one granite obelisk seemed to have been tossed about like matchsticks. There were also quarried granite blocks scattered everywhere. Most were in the 2 to 3 square meter range, but some were much larger, 70 tons or more. A notable group of these behemoths, some a staggering 11 meters in length, lay in a line running southwest to northeast in the open waters just outside Kate Bay. When I researched the matter later, I learned that they were amongst the blocks that Emperor had identified as coming from the Pharos. Some of them are broken into 2 or even 3 pieces, which shows that they fell from quite a height. In view of the location, the ancient writers give for the lighthouse, and taking into consideration the technical difficulty of moving such large objects, it is probable that these are parts of the Pharos itself, which lie where they were flung by a particularly violent earthquake. There were exquisite moments when the sun broke through the clouds that lay over Alexandria that day and cast a beam of light down into some dark corner of the submerged ruins. Then the vanquished structures over which we were diving seemed to regather their former stature, like ghosts returning to flesh, before collapsing once again into their sleep of years. Treasure of the Sunken City. A few weeks later, I still hadn't been able to get the images of what I'd seen underwater off Kate Bay out of my mind, or quite rid myself of the feeling that I might have missed something important there. Without any particular objective, I began to buy books about Alexandria and to acquaint myself better with the story of its past. Visiting Amazon.com one evening in mid-October, I found that someone was offering a second-hand copy of Alexandria, a history and a guide written during the First World War and published in 1922 by the British novelist E.M. Forster. I bought it at once, for it is rumored to be a fount of wisdom. There I snapped up in quick succession The Library of Alexandria, Center of the Ancient World, edited by Roy McLeod, Life and Fate of the Ancient Library of Alexandria by Mustafa L. Abadi, Philo's Alexandria by Dorothy L. Sly, and The Vanished Library by Luciano Canfora. Oddly enough, Amazon's search engine couldn't immediately find me anything when I entered the keyword Pharos. While I was thinking about what to search for next, maybe 7 Wonders of the Ancient World, I called up Jean-Yves Emperor's name to see the complete list of his publications. I already owned his book Alexandria Rediscovered, which told the story of the underwater excavations at Kate Bay, but I hoped that he might have written other books about the region. He hadn't, and I found myself looking at Amazon's sparse sales page for Alexandria Rediscovered. There was one review from a reader in Phoenix, Arizona. He wrote that he wished no disrespect to Dr. Emperor. However, after 17 years as an archaeological diver in Egypt, he could not agree that Emperor's team had found the Pharos. What they had found was interesting, yes. Important, yes. But it was definitely not the Pharos. What was someone who'd worked for 17 years as an archaeological diver in Egypt now doing in Phoenix, Arizona? And what did he know or think he knew about the Pharos? My instincts told me that there could be a story here, and although the reviewer did not give his name, there was an email address. I sent him a message at once explaining my interest in the underwater ruins of Alexandria and asking him to elaborate on his views about the Pharos. The next day, 17 October, I received this reply. Mr. Graham, my name is Ashraf Bechai. I'm the former leader of the Maritime Museum underwater team, 1986 to 89. I'm also a former diving engineer of the Institute of Nautical Archaeology. You can find a little more about me on the Institute webpage. I will be glad to help you with any question you have. Sincerely, Ashraf Bechai, Phoenix, Arizona, USA. Attached was an extraordinary 23-page report titled Treasure of the Sunken City, The Truth About the Discovery of the Lighthouse. Ashraf Bechai's story. What came across in Ashraf Bechai's angry and impassioned report was a sense, above all else, of intellectual outrage. In his view, Jean-Yves Emperor and his team had been altogether too narrow-minded in their interpretation of what they had found underwater at Kate Bay. During the last 3 years, there have been many claims that the French marine archaeological team that has been working underwater in the area of Kate Bay Fort has found the remains of a great building, identified by French and Egyptian archaeologists as the remains of the Pharos lighthouse. But is it the Pharos? I don't see why we have to take it as they say without asking any questions. I don't see why we're expected to suspend our common sense just because this stuff is underwater and looks very spectacular on television. Bechai pointed out that if the Pharos had indeed been more than 100 meters tall, as all historical sources maintain, then it must have been a truly enormous building. The Great Pyramid of Giza, for example, which is 150 meters tall, with a base of more than 13 acres, weighs 6 million tons and consists of 2.5 million individual stone blocks. Since the building technology of the 4th century BC was, if anything, inferior to that of the 3rd millennium BC, it is therefore unlikely that the lighthouse, with a reported height of 135 meters, could have had a base area of less than 12 acres or a weight of much less than 5 million tons. Imagine how big the pile of stones that should remain from a building like that, suggested Bachai. Could this great amount of stone just disappear, vanish in the water? The truth is that this much stone would have created an island in the sea, and all the statues, sphinxes, and other ancient Egyptian artifacts that the French team have found, intermingled with the blocks, would have been buried forever under a great pile of rock. Even if one supposes, against the evidence, that a far superior building technology existed in Alexandrian times than in the times of the Great Pyramid, and even if one reduces the height of the Pharos from 135 meters to 100 meters, it is still extremely unlikely that it could have been built with less than 500,000 individual stone blocks, as against the pyramid's 2.5 million blocks. But let us reduce it still further, to just 100,000 blocks, or even 50,000. Yet Emperor writes, as soon as one puts one's head under the water around Cape Bay, one begins to feel dizzy at the sight of 3,000 or so architectural blocks which carpet the seabed. It was precisely this dizzying spectacle of only 3,000 blocks that bothered Bachai. If the ruins around Cape Bay were the remains of the lighthouse and associated structures, then 3,000 blocks was nowhere near enough. 3,000 blocks wouldn't even build a large temple, let alone a lighthouse 100 meters high. And many of the blocks in Emperor's survey are scattered very far from Cape Bay. Some are almost a kilometer away. There's even one 75-ton granite block half a kilometer out to sea and 1.5 kilometers distant from Cape Bay. Are we supposed to believe that the earthquake was powerful enough to throw a 75-ton block as far as that? Bachai also made another valid point. Ancient texts referring to the Pharos concurred that it had been built of blocks of white stone, limestone, which is plentiful available locally. Yet the underwater ruin field outside Cape Bay consists primarily of scattered granite blocks and other architectural elements, such as columns, also made out of granite, a much more intractable material that had to be brought to Alexandria from quarries almost 1,000 kilometers to the south. Whilst admitting that limestone does have a much faster rate of erosion than granite, Bachai did not believe that the vast amount of limestone that would have been required for the Pharos could possibly all have eroded away. He concluded, "What we have at this site are scattered artifacts from different ages, different designs of blocks, columns, and statues, not an indication of one, but an indication of many things." The giant blocks of Sidi Gaba. Before I was halfway through the report, I realized that it pinpointed paradoxes and anomalies that I had completely missed during my dives with the French team. No doubt Emperor would have had answers to all these questions, but at this stage, I had to admit that the questions themselves sounded reasonable. As I read on, I realized that Bachai was agitated about much more than just the problem of the Pharos. He wrote, "I've seen things underwater in Alexandria during the last 17 years that challenge all our knowledge of the history of this area." As an example, he reported how in 1984 he had gone spearfishing with some friends offshore of Sidi Gaba, a district along Alexandria's crowded Corniche, some 3 kilometers to the east of Cape Bay. We were about 2 kilometers from shore diving off a small boat. I remember that the visibility underwater was exceptionally good. We hadn't been expecting that because there'd been a storm a few days before which moved around a lot of the sand and silt on the bottom. Suddenly I saw hundreds of huge sandstone or limestone blocks laid out in 3 rows, each 2 courses high, that had been exposed on the seabed at a depth of about 6 to 8 meters. The blocks appeared to be of identical dimensions, 4 meters wide by 4 meters long by 2 meters high. They were stacked up on an underwater ridge of some sort because there was deeper water between them and the shore. All around there were hundreds more blocks of similar size that were heavily eroded or damaged or had fallen out of line. This group of blocks had been seen on and off by fishermen and divers over at least 25 years, and there is still no proper explanation for it. I've never been so lucky with the visibility there again, nor the same bottom conditions, and despite many subsequent attempts to relocate the site, I've so far failed to do so. Another interesting site, one that Bichai hadn't seen himself, was the so-called Knesset, an Arab word meaning church or temple. If you have lived in the wonderful city of Alexandria long enough and had connection with fishermen who do commercial net fishing, then you must have heard about Al-Knesset. Some say that it is out in the open sea about 1 kilometer to the north of Cape Bay, and that when an east wind blows and the waters are clear, you can sometimes see what look like the remains of a building underwater. Others claim it is much further north, perhaps as much as 5 kilometers out from shore. 3 different people told me very specifically that it is 5 kilometers north to northwest of Cape Bay. Before reaching it, the seabed slopes down to 40 meters, where the bottom is sandy with a few patches of rock. Then you pass an area of rocky pinnacles, some as much as 20 meters high, jutting out of another sandy bed. Then the bottom profile rises up sharply from 40 meters to just 18 meters in depth, creating a smooth-sided, flat-topped hill 5 kilometers from shore in the middle of nowhere. That is where they say the Knesset is. Mystery of the Sea. After I'd read Ashraf Bichai's report, I began to correspond with him about specific points by email, and in due course we agreed that we would dive together to try to relocate the Sidi Garba blocks and the Knesset during the summer of 2000. Although his home was now in Phoenix, Arizona, where he ran a business, he told me that he still returned to Alexandria for at least 3 months every year and would be happy to work with me there so long as I could extract the necessary permits from the authorities. There were other travels to do in the meantime. On one trip, I don't remember where, I took E.M. Forster's Alexandria, a history and a guide with me as airplane reading. In it, I was intrigued to learn that Forster had drawn attention to a report published in 1910 by the French archaeologist Gaston Jondet and entitled Les portes submergées de l'ancienne île de Pharos. According to Jondet, Forster said someone had built a series of huge megalithic walls and causeways some distance off the coast of Alexandria beyond the island of Pharos that were now submerged to a depth of up to 8 meters beneath the sea. The character of these constructions, he judged, was prehistoric. Summarizing reactions to the discovery, Forster wrote, "Theosophists with more zeal than probability have annexed it to the vanished civilization of Atlantis. M. Jondet inclines to the theory that it may be Minoan, built by the maritime power of Crete. If Egyptian in origin, perhaps the work of Ramses II, BC 1300, the construction gives no hint as to nationality or date. It cannot be as late as Alexander the Great, or we should have records. It is the oldest work in the district and also the most romantic for its antiquity is added to the mystery of the sea." I wondered how many archaeologists today shared Forster's view about the antiquity and romance of the prehistoric harbor. I knew for sure that Jean-Yves Empereur did not. His on-the-record opinion, in full accord with the mainstream scholarly view, was that before Alexander's arrival, the only inhabitants of the area must have been a few fishermen and perhaps also a garrison stationed here to guard the approaches to the delta. But if so, then who had built the much older and now submerged harbor, if it was indeed a harbor? And how did it fit in, if at all, with the megalithic blocks underwater at Sidi Garba, or the elusive Knesset that fishermen said appeared and disappeared beneath the sparkling waves? Now you see it, now you don't, like the Sea King's castle. Rumors of the deluge. Descriptions of a killer global flood that inundated the inhabited lands of the world turn up everywhere amongst the myths of antiquity. In many cases, these myths clearly hint that the deluge swept away an advanced civilization that had somehow angered the gods, sparing none but the unlettered and the uncultured, and obliging the survivors to begin again like children in complete ignorance of what happened in early times. Such stories turn up in Vedic India, in the pre-Columbian Americas, in ancient Egypt. They were told by the Sumerians, the Babylonians, the Greeks, the Arabs, and the Jews. They were repeated in China and Southeast Asia, in prehistoric Northern Europe, and across the Pacific. Almost universally, where truly ancient traditions have been preserved, even amongst mountain peoples and desert nomads, vivid descriptions have been passed down of global floods in which the majority of mankind perished. To take these myths seriously, and especially to countenance the possibility that they might be telling the truth, would be a risky posture for any modern scholar to adopt, inviting ridicule and rebuke from colleagues. The academic consensus today, and for a century, has been that the myths are either pure fantasy or the fantastic elaboration of local and limited deluges, caused, for example, by rivers overflowing or tidal waves. It has long been known, commented the illustrious anthropologist Sir J.G. Fraser in 1923, that legends of a great flood in which almost all men perished are widely diffused over the world. Stories of such tremendous cataclysms are almost certainly fabulous, but it is possible and indeed probable that under a mythical husk, many of them may hide a kernel of truth. That is, they may contain reminiscences of inundations which rarely overtook particular districts, but which in passing through the medium of popular tradition have been magnified into worldwide catastrophes. Unquestioningly following Fraser's lead, scholars to this day still persist in seeing flood stories as recollections, vastly distorted and exaggerated, of real local disasters. There is not one deluge legend, but rather a collection of traditions which are so diverse that they can be explained neither by one general catastrophe alone, nor by the dissemination of one local tradition alone. Flood traditions are nearly universal, mainly because floods in the plural are the most nearly universal of all geologic catastrophes. Not all mainstream academics toe this line, but amongst those who don't, it seems to have been generally agreed that almost any explanation, however harebrained, is more acceptable than a simple literal interpretation of the myth of a global flood. That is, that there actually was a global flood or floods. For example, this from Alan Dundas, professor of anthropology and folklore at the University of California, Berkeley, is regarded as a perfectly acceptable scholarly position on the problem. The myth is a metaphor, a cosmogenic projection of salient details of human birth, insofar as every infant is delivered from a flood of amniotic fluid. My guess is that such thinking will not much longer survive the steady accumulation of scientific evidence, which suggests that a series of gigantic cataclysms, exactly like those described in the flood myths, changed the face of the earth completely between 17,000 years ago and 8,000 years ago. At the beginning of this period of extraordinary climactic turbulence and extremes, fully evolved human beings of the modern type are thought to have been in existence for 100,000 years, long enough in theory for at least some of them to have evolved a high civilization. While much of the land they formerly lived on is now submerged beneath the sea, and as unfamiliar to archaeologists as the dark side of the moon, how certain can we really be that some of them did not? Dark Zone. SCUBA is the acronym for Self-Contained Underwater Breathing Apparatus, invented by the late Jacques Cousteau and Émile Gagnon in 1943. At first thought likely to be expensive and of use only to specialists, the technology rapidly entered the mass market, and today, scuba diving is the world's fastest-growing sport. Although it should be obvious, it is worth remembering that only since scuba diving was introduced has any kind of systematic marine archaeology become possible. Moreover, funds for this kind of research are limited, and the oceans are extremely large, constituting, in fact, more than 70% of the Earth's surface. Marine archaeologists have barely been able to begin the investigation of the millions upon millions of square kilometers of coastal shelf, inundated since the end of the last ice age. As a result, the underwater world continues to constitute a gaping dark zone in human knowledge. It is entirely possible that archaeological surprises and upsets await us there. Question: why has the first extensive evidence of large-scale prehistoric structures beneath the sea come from Japan? Answer: Japan has more scuba divers than any other country, and it follows that its coastal waters have been more thoroughly explored than those of any other country. Question: why have the main underwater structures in Japan all been found south of the 30th parallel? Answer: because most sport divers prefer warm water. There may be structures further north as well, which simply haven't been noticed yet because few divers are attracted to the cold or stormy seas in which they lie. India is the opposite of Japan. It has almost no leisure diving industry, just a couple of dive shops in the whole subcontinent. But it does have marine archaeologists like S.R. Rao, whose minds are open to extraordinary possibilities. Rao's work around Pumpahar was guided by ancient Tamil traditions that speak of the submergence of large masses of land off southern India thousands of years ago. And he himself admits that the U-shaped structure found at 23 meters is hard to explain within the orthodox framework of history. 11,000 years old or older. In August 2000, I took on a new research assistant, Sharif Sakar, who had just graduated in human sciences from Oxford University. One of the first tasks I gave him was to find me a top-flight academic in Britain who would be prepared to act as a kind of resident expert on sea level rise and who would be qualified to give an authoritative opinion on the date of submergence of almost any underwater structure in the world. Sharif came back to me with Dr. Glenn Milne, a specialist in glaciocystostasy and glaciation-induced sea level change at Durham University's Department of Geology. Milne and his colleagues have established a worldwide reputation predicting ancient sea level changes and the corresponding changes in the Earth's coastlines. Their predictions are based on a sophisticated computer model that has been under development since the 1970s and that takes into account many variables beyond changes caused solely by the melting of ice sheets. The technical term is eustacy. In October 2000, Sharif approached Milne on my behalf and asked him to calculate the latest date that the large U-shaped structure and other nearby structures off the coast of Pumpahar could have been submerged. Thursday, 12 October 2000, Sharif Sakar to Glenn Milne. Hi Glenn, hope everything's okay. Just a quick question. I've got a series of structures 5 kilometers off the southeast coast of India, Tamil Nadu region, probably roughly around 11 degrees north, 80 degrees east as a rough guess. The structures are 23 meters underwater, which is extremely deep. If we assume only eustatics, then the implication would be that the structures are older than around 7000 BC. But there is also isostatic subsidence to consider. What proportion of that 23 meters depth, as a rough off-the-record guess, could be explained away through subsidence? Does the depth of the structures still suggest great antiquity, even when isostatics are brought into the equation? Thursday, 12 October 2000. Glenn Milne to Sharif Sakar. Hi Sharif. I did a quick model run for that site and the predicted sea level curve shows that areas currently at 23 meters depth would have been submerged about 11,000 years before the present. This suggests that the structures you mentioned are 11,000 years old or older. No civilization known to history. Although I could not be certain of anything until I was able to dive on it myself, the early descriptions of the U-shaped structure by the NIO's marine archaeologists left little doubt that it was man-made. The stone blocks and courses of masonry that had been reported by all these experienced witnesses seemed to exclude any possibility that it could be natural or recent, or indeed anything other than the ruins of a very old stone building resting on bedrock constructed here before the ocean rose to cover it. Now, as I studied the email from Glenn Milne, I knew just how ancient the U-shaped structure really might be, at least 11,000 years old. That's 6,000 years older than the first monumental architecture of ancient Egypt or of ancient Sumer in Mesopotamia, traditionally thought of as the oldest civilizations of antiquity. Certainly, no civilization known to history existed in southern India or anywhere else 11,000 years ago. Yet the U-shaped structure off the Tranquebar Pumpahar coast invites us to consider the possibility that it was the work of a civilization that archaeologists have as yet failed to identify, one whose primary ruins could have been missed because they are submerged so deep beneath the sea. 2. The riddle of the antediluvian cities. And the Lord planted a garden eastward in Eden, and out of the ground made the Lord God to grow every tree that is pleasant to the sight, and good for food. And a river went out of Eden to water the garden. Genesis chapter 2, verses 8 to 10. I think we're going to get many surprises yet on land and under the sea. Thor Heyerdahl, June 2000. Millions of square kilometers of useful human habitat swallowed up by rising sea levels at the end of the Ice Age. Myths of an antediluvian civilization destroyed by global floods. Sightings and rumors of inexplicable submerged structures in many different parts of the world. Could there be a connection? In order to investigate this problem systematically, what I really needed was some method of correlating the facts about land loss at the end of the Ice Age with the localities suggested by the myths and with any eyewitness reports of anomalous underwater structures. I needed, in other words, something like an antediluvian Encarta, an electronic atlas of the world as it had looked before, during and after sea level rise that accompanied the end of the Ice Age. Ideally, I should be able to see, on demand, any coastline, any island, any expanse of ocean, as it had looked at millennium intervals throughout the entire period of the meltdown. Such a program, unfortunately, does not exist commercially, nor is information of the extremely specific kind I needed gathered together in any single work of reference. Detailed studies of scattered areas are available, but no comprehensive, time-factored global picture. Yet, as I was to discover, cutting-edge research into post-glacial sea level rise is underway at many universities, and the information necessary to create a useful and reasonably reliable antediluvian atlas does in fact exist, though not in published form. Glenn Milne and his colleagues at the Geology Department of Durham University are the leading UK specialists in the field, and from September 2000 onwards, it was they who came to my rescue. As noted in Chapter 1, the state-of-the-art computer model that they have developed calculates the relevant variables to the extent that they are known and produces printable screen images of any location at any epoch during the past 22,000 years. Since the model does not incorporate tectonic motion and not all its variables are known with great certainty, it is most accurate at predicting shoreline changes in tectonically inactive regions and over time intervals of several centuries or more. Beyond that, its predictions are useful as approximate guides. The processing is not instantaneous, and skilled man-hours are required to extract the required information from the program, location by location. So Glenn was kind beyond measure in cheerfully and helpfully preparing all the inundation maps that are used in the latter chapters of this book. But I had made forays into antediluvian geography before I met Glenn Milne. This was feasible wherever sufficiently detailed sea level data was accessible to build up a sense of how the inundation of a particular region had progressed over a period of several thousands of years. Thanks to the work of Kurt Lambeck, a geologist at the Research School of Earth Sciences of the Australian National University, such data has been on public record for the Persian Gulf since 1996. Lambeck's findings, which I was later able to confirm against Glenn Milne's modeling of the post-glacial shorelines of the Gulf, were of enormous interest to me because the Persian Gulf was the home of a mysterious and extraordinary ancient culture, the Sumerians. Their flood myths seem to form the archetype for the much later Noah story in the Old Testament, and they are regarded by archaeologists as the founders of the oldest high civilization in the world. Inundation data for the end of the last ice age has never before been thought likely to have a bearing, one way or another, on the problem of the origins of civilization, and has therefore never been used as an investigative tool by archaeologists interested in this problem. But since the relevant data was available for the Persian Gulf, I decided to try to find out what it might show. The 5 antediluvian cities of Sumer. Located immediately to the northwest of the present coastline of the Gulf, between the Euphrates and Tigris rivers, ancient Sumer flourished during the 4th and 3rd millennia BC, and the earliest surviving written version of the global flood myth was found during excavations of the Sumerian city of Nippur, located on the Euphrates, 200 kilometers south of the modern city of Baghdad. Inscribed on a tablet of baked clay, the Sumerian tradition is accepted by scholars as the source of the later Babylonian epic of Gilgamesh, which likewise speaks of a universal flood that destroyed mankind and also bears a close relationship to the much better-known flood account in the Old Testament. The Sumerian text is from a fragment, the lower third of what was once a 6-column tablet. And while it is clear that it belongs to a very ancient and widely dispersed family of flood traditions, it nevertheless remains in itself a unique and unduplicated document. Although scholars have been all eyes and ears for new Sumerian deluge tablets, not a single additional fragment has turned up in any museum, private collection, or excavation. What a rare and precious thing this little slab of baked mud is. And what a tale it has to tell. When I first read it, I was instantly intrigued, because it contains explicit references to the existence of 5 antediluvian cities, which we are informed was swallowed up by the waters of the flood. If such cities ever existed, then where should we expect to find their ruins today? The first 37 lines of the Sumerian tablet are missing, so we do not know how the story begins, but at the point where we enter it, the flood is still far in the future. We hear about the creation of human beings, animals, and plants. Then another break of 37 lines occurs, after which we find we have jumped forwards in time to an epoch of high civilization. We learn that in this epoch before the flood, kinship was lowered from heaven, a phrase that is eerily reminiscent of a similar sky-ground symbolism contained in ancient Egyptian scriptures such as the Pyramid texts, circa 2300 BC, the Book of What is in the Duat, circa 1400 BC, and the much later Hermetica, circa AD 300. Then comes the reference to the foundation of Sumer's antediluvian cities by an unnamed ruler or god. After the lofty crown and the throne of kinship had been lowered from heaven, he perfected the rites and the exalted divine laws, founded the 5 cities in pure places, called their names, apportioned them as cult centers. The first of these cities, Eridu, the second, Betabira, the third, Larak, the fourth, Sippar, the fifth, Shurupak. A flood will sweep over the cult centers. When we rejoin the narrative after a third 37-line lacuna, the scene has changed bewilderingly. Although the flood is still in the future, the foundation of the 5 antediluvian cities is now far in the past. It is apparent from the context that in the intervening period, the city's inhabitants have behaved in such a way as to incur divine displeasure, and that a convocation of the gods had been called to punish mankind with the terrible instrument of an earth-destroying flood. At the moment where we pick up the story again, a few of the gods are dissenting from this decision and expressing their unhappiness and dissatisfaction with it. Without preamble, a man called Zasudra is then introduced, the Sumerian archetype of the biblical patriarch Noah. The text describes him as a pious, God-fearing king and allows us to understand that one of the gods, unnamed, has taken pity on him. The god tells Zasudra, "Take my word, give ear to my instructions. A flood will sweep over the cult centers to destroy the seed of mankind. Is the decision the word of the assembly of gods?" A text break of 40 lines follows, which scholars deduce from the many later recensions of the same myth, must have continued with detailed instructions to Zasudra to build a giant boat and thus save himself from destruction. When the story resumes, the cataclysm has already begun. All the windstorms, exceedingly powerful, attacked as one. At the same time, the flood swept over the cult centers. For 7 days and 7 nights, the flood swept over the land, and the huge boat was tossed about by the windstorms on the great waters. Throughout the cataclysm, the skies remain dark. Then, on the 8th day, the sun breaks through the clouds, and the rains and raging storms cease. From the deck of his survival ship, Zasudra looks out over a world that has changed forever, and sacrifices an ox and a sheep to the sun god. An infuriating lacuna of 39 lines follows, presumably telling us about the place where Zasudra makes landfall and the steps that he takes thereafter. When we pick up the story again near the end of the text, we find him in the presence of the high gods of the Sumerian pantheon, An and Enlil, who have repented to their earlier decision to wipe mankind entirely from the face of the earth and are now so grateful to Zasudra for building his ark and surviving the flood that they decide to make him immortal. Life like a god they gave him, breath eternal like a god they brought down for him. Zasudra the king, the preserver of the name of vegetation and of the seed of mankind. The final 39 lines are missing. Picking and choosing. In his classic book, The Sumerians, the late Professor Samuel Noah Kramer, one of the great authorities on ancient Sumer, observes that there are tantalizing obscurities and uncertainties in this oldest surviving written version of the worldwide tradition of the flood. What there can be no doubt about at all, however, is that the tablet speaks of an urban civilization that existed before the flood somewhere in the Persian Gulf area, and provides us with the names of its sacred cities, Eridu, Batibira, Larak, Sippar, Shurupak. These cities, we are told quite specifically, were swallowed up in the deluge. Moreover, long after Sumerian civilization itself had ceased to exist, a rich tradition concerning the 5 cities, the antediluvian epoch and the flood, survived in Mesopotamia almost down to Christian times. Indeed, it is fair to say that the traditional history of this region, as it was told in antiquity, is very clearly divided into 2 different periods, before and after the flood, and that both periods were regarded by the peoples of the region as absolutely factual and real. It is only later scholars who have picked and chosen from the histories, accepting half of what they say as the basis for orthodox Sumerian chronology and rejecting the other half, concerning the antediluvian period, as myth and fantasy. Their logic is that there's no archaeological evidence for any high urban civilization in Sumer earlier than the 4th millennium BC, and indeed their digs have revealed none. Yet, as the cliché goes, absence of evidence is not necessarily to be taken as evidence of absence, and even Kramer obviously had his doubts. In the Sumerians, he recounts how, before 1952, archaeologists were unanimous in their opinion that Sumer had been uninhabited and uninhabitable marshland until about 4500 to 4000 BC. This figure was obtained by starting with 2500 BC, an approximate and reasonably assured date obtained by dead reckoning with the help of written documents. To this was added from 1500 to 2000 years, a span of time large enough to account for the stratigraphical accumulation of all the earlier cultural remains down to virgin soil that is right down to the beginning of human habitation in Sumer. But then, continues Kramer, two geologists, Lees and Falcon, published a paper which carried revolutionary implications for the date of Sumer's first settlement. They demonstrated that Sumer had ceased to be uninhabitable marshland long before 4500 to 4000 BC. Now that this was understood, it was not impossible that man had settled there considerably earlier than had been generally assumed. The reason traces of these earliest settlements in Sumer have not yet been unearthed, it was argued, may be because the land is sinking slowly at the same time that the water table has been rising. The very lowest level of cultural remains in Sumer may therefore now be underwater and may never have been reached by archaeologists, since they would have been misled by the higher water level into believing they had touched virgin soil. If that should prove to be true, Sumer's oldest cultural remains are still buried and untapped, and the date of Sumer's very first settlements may have to be pushed back a millennium or so. But why only a grudging millennium or so? Once we've admitted it is possible that archaeologists may never have reached the oldest layers of human habitation in Sumer, why should we assume that further digging might only push the horizon back by 1,000 years? Why not 5,000 years or 10,000 years? What is this worship of the recent that archaeologists indulge in? The reason I ask these questions with a certain amount of exasperation is that Kramer, whose work has influenced several generations of students, does not for a moment consider the possibility that Sumer's antediluvian traditions might be based on anything real at all. Indeed, he devotes only 3 pages of his book to the prehistory of this ancient land before giving 30 pages to the historic period, as though all of the former is nothing more than a preamble to the latter. I'm very struck by the extent to which Kramer relies on original Sumerian sources to build up his chronology of rulers, which begins, he says, with the first dynasty of Sumer, whose existence can be historically attested, the so-called First Dynasty of Kish, which according to the ancients themselves followed immediately upon the subsidence of the flood. The first ruler of Sumer, whose deeds are recorded, is a king by the name of Etana of Kish, who may have come to the throne quite early in the 3rd millennium BC. It is in precisely this way that every Sumerian text about the period after the flood is treated as grist to the mill by historians constructing chronologies, while every Sumerian text about the period before the flood is relegated to the realm of the mythologists. So little to go on. Kramer's recognition with the geologists Lees and Falcon that people could have settled in the fertile valley between the Tigris and Euphrates rivers much earlier than had been previously assumed has been entirely vindicated by subsequent discoveries of the traces of primitive agricultural villages dating back more than 8,000 years. But the clues that have come down to us from this remote period are scanty and often ambiguous. For example, with the tiny evidence base, are archaeologists absolutely certain that they could tell the difference between a small group of primitive farmers and a small group of shattered and demoralized survivors from an urban civilization destroyed in a terrible flood? Not a river flood, no matter how big, but a real marine flood, deep and wild and sweeping in over the land, carrying all before it like the one described in the story of Zasudra. Woolley's deluge. It is a river flood that has traditionally been suggested by scholars as the event described in the Zasudra text. This goes back to the excavations of the renowned British archaeologist Sir Leonard Woolley at the Sumerian city of Ur in 1922-29. Digging inspection trenches through thousands of years of habitation layers, he suddenly reached a layer of silt almost 3 meters deep, which he described as perfectly clean clay, uniform throughout, the texture of which showed that it had been laid there by water. The silt itself was void of habitation evidence, but there were further habitation layers below it that he dated to 3200 BC. Woolley declared that he had found the first concrete proof of the cataclysm described in the Zasudra story and the biblical flood of Noah, and added, "The discovery that there was a real deluge to which the Sumerian and the Hebrew stories of the flood alike go back does not, of course, prove any single detail in either of those stories. This deluge was not universal, but a local disaster confined to the lower valley of the Tigris and Euphrates, affecting an area perhaps 400 miles long and 100 miles across. But for the occupants of the valley, that was the whole world. Woolley may not have been right that the inhabitants of the Tigris-Euphrates River Valley thought of it as the whole world, but he needed to see them as geographically naive in order to explain why they had described his local disaster as a universal flood that threatened the survival of mankind as a whole. Neither was he necessarily right about the riverine nature of his silt layer. Other, more recent voices have suggested that it may have been laid down a few hundred years earlier than he suggested, and that the agency is more likely to have been a massive transgression of the sea, followed by a gradual retreat of the waters with deposition of silt, than the work of the Tigris and Euphrates. Rising seas. In the 1990s, Kurt Lambeck of the Australian National University carried out a detailed study of the Persian Gulf in order to map and simulate its paleo shorelines from 18,000 years ago, around the end of the last glacial maximum, right up to today. He calculates that the modern shoreline of the region was reached shortly before 6,000 years ago and exceeded as relative sea level rose 1 to 2 meters above its present level, inundating the low-lying areas of Lower Mesopotamia. This marine transgression, which occurred between approximately 6,000 and 5,500 years ago, flooded the coastal plains of Sumer and extended the northwestern shoreline of the Gulf to the doorsteps of Eridu and Ur, where the rising waters may have temporarily peaked as high as 3 meters above today's level before receding. Geneticist Dr. Stephen Oppenheimer, who has made a special study of floods and ancient migrations, suggests that this could have been the event that left behind the thick inundation deposit that Leonard Woolley excavated at Ur. Not a river flood at all, as Woolley had believed, but a marine flood. In his important book Eden in the East, Oppenheimer argues that what happened in the Gulf at this time, between approximately 6,000 and 5,500 years ago, 4,000 to 3,500 BC, was the local effect of a worldwide episode of rapid, relatively short-term flooding known as the Flandrian Transgression, which had a significant impact not only along the shores of the Gulf, but in many other parts of Asia as well. Noting that the destructive effect of the Flandrian Transgression in wiping out coastal archaeological sites up to about 5,500 years ago is now well recognized. He launches the interesting speculation that in the case of Sumer, Eridu may be the oldest coastal city not destroyed by the invading sea. In other words, it could have been the last old city to be built at the post-glacial high water point. Likewise, the distinguished Sumeriologist Georges Roux argues that between 6,000 and 5,000 years ago, the shoreline of the Gulf was approximately 1 or 2 meters above its present level, so that its northwestern coast lay in the vicinity of Ur and Eridu. Thereafter, gradual regression combined with silting from the rivers brought it to where it is now. Eridu. So I was back to the mystery of the antediluvian cities again, and how they could possibly have been swept over by the flood, as the Zasudra story claims, when Eridu had so obviously survived into historical times. In fact, as I was soon to learn, all the antediluvian cities had survived into historical times. None of them was presently underwater, and at least one of them, Eridu, appeared never to have been underwater. Between 1946 and 1949, Eridu's ruins, located in the south of Sumer near the Euphrates, a little to the north and west of the modern city of Basra, were thoroughly excavated by a team from the Iraqi Directorate of Antiquities led by Fuad Safar. The archaeologists paid particular attention to the temple of Enki, the Sumerian god of wisdom and Eridu's tutelary deity. Here they dug a deep trench through many different layers of construction and reconstruction from about 2500 BC, down until they finally reached the temple's very first building phase. Originally thought to have dated to about 4000 BC, itself an epoch of fabulous antiquity, the excavators kept finding older and older material. The central structure of the site is its principal ziggurat, step pyramid which was erected around 2030 BC by a Sumerian king named Amar-Sin. But it too turned out to stand on top of a series of earlier structures. Under one of its corners, the archaeologists unearthed the ruins of no less than 17 temples, built one above the other in proto-historic times. The lowest and earliest of these temples, levels 17 to 15, were small one-roomed buildings which contained altars, offering tables, and a fine quality pottery decorated with elaborate, often elegant geometric designs. Judging by the pottery, these earliest shrines of Eridu go back much further than 4000 BC and probably as far as 5000 BC, that is 7,000 years ago. That, says George Roux, makes Eridu one of the most ancient settlements in southern Iraq and a remarkable choice in the mythology as the oldest of the antediluvian cities. There therefore seems to be no dispute that there was a settlement of some sort here before the region was flooded by the Flandrian transgression around 5,500 years ago. Yet the excavations, which only stopped when the archaeologists reached virgin soil, yielded no trace of a flood. How could that be explained in an antediluvian city supposedly inundated not just by any old flood, but by the flood? And how was I to make sense of the fact that ancient Ur, less than 20 kilometers away and on slightly higher ground, was not even named in the flood tradition and yet did show evidence of a severe silt-bearing inundation? In 1992, Jules Zarens, a geologist at Southwest Missouri State University, suggested a possible solution to this problem. In a paper published in the Journal of the American Oriental Society, he showed that in spite of Eridu's location in a low-lying depression southwest of Ur, an 8-meter scarp of the Upper Fars Formation, the Hazim, runs well to the north and south, possibly blocking any marine infilling into the depression. Now I was better equipped to understand what Oppenheimer and Roux were getting at. Looking at a map of the valley of the Tigris and Euphrates rivers, I could easily see how the relatively small and temporary increase in sea level associated with the Flandrian transgression could have flooded low-lying areas of ancient Sumer, in fact up to about 180 kilometers inland in what are now Iran, Kuwait, and Iraq. This would have brought the northern shoreline of the Persian Gulf very close to Eridu, while quite conceivably carrying it just beyond Ur, thus leaving behind the flood deposit that Woolley had found. Shuruppak and Sippar. The archaeological results at the antediluvian city of Shuruppak, about 100 kilometers north of Eridu on the Euphrates River, also show evidence of a flood in the form of sizable deposits of waterborne clay and sand due to a major and prolonged inundation. Since Shuruppak was renowned as the birthplace of Zasudra, the Sumerian Noah who had preserved the seed of mankind, I thought at first that this might be a promising lead, but it fizzled out. The Shuruppak flood was securely dated to 4,900 years ago, probably 600 or 700 years later than the flood recorded at Ur, and was almost certainly riverine. Dedicated to the sun god Utu, Sippar is the furthest inland of all the antediluvian cities and plays a special role in the Sumerian flood story. In fragment 4a of the few scattered remnants of the once widely renowned history of the Babylonian priest Berossos, who wrote in the 3rd century BC but whose work is thought by scholars to convey authentic Sumerian traditions, Sippar is remembered as the place where the knowledge of the antediluvian race was hidden away before the flood and preserved for use by the survivors of mankind. The Noah figure in this version of the story is named Xisuthros instead of Zasudra. A god visits him in a dream, warns him that humanity is about to be destroyed in a terrible deluge, and orders him to build a huge boat of the usual dimensions in the usual way. So far, this is all very familiar, but then comes a feature not found in the other versions of the tradition. The god tells Xisuthros that he is to gather up a collection of precious tablets inscribed with sacred wisdom and to bury these in a safe place deep underground in Sippar, the city of the sun. These tablets contained all the knowledge that humans had been given by the gods, and Xisuthros was to preserve them so that those men and women who survived the flood would be able to relearn all that the gods had previously taught them. The story of the flood itself is then given, and of the journey of Xisuthros and his protégés in the ark. Immediately after they make landfall, Xisuthros steps down from the great ship, offers a sacrifice to the gods, and then vanishes, having been transported immediately to immortal life. Those who remained on board are now leaderless and confused until a voice is heard from the heavens telling them to sail the ship back towards Babylon and to seek out the city of Sippar, which will have survived the flood. They are to dig up the tablets that were buried there and turn them over to mankind. And those who had arrived in Babylonia dug up the tablets in the city of Sippar and brought them out. They built many cities and erected temples to the gods and renewed Babylon. An uncomfortable feeling. A quick inventory shows that we have so far identified 3 cities in the Persian Gulf area called Sippar, Shuruppak, and Eridu in the historical period, and 3 counterpart cities with exactly the same names which tradition says existed before the flood. We have Ur, very close to Eridu, which is not spoken of as an antediluvian city, but which clearly suffered a major episode of flooding that laid down almost 3 meters of silt around the middle of the 4th millennium BC. We have Shuruppak, which was also inundated not until about 700 years later. Meanwhile, Sippar, the northernmost and farthest from today's Gulf Coast of the 5 antediluvian cities, is named in the Berossos text as a place where it would have been practical for documents buried before the flood to be retrieved after the waters had subsided. The remaining 2 antediluvian cities of the Sumerian tradition, Batibira and Larak, have also been identified with archaeological sites in Iraq. However, as indeed is the case with Sippar, Shuruppak, and Eridu as well, these sites are not particularly large, splendid, or significant as one might expect of such sanctified ground. As William Hallow of Yale University comments, the cities in question are not outstanding in importance. They are distinguished, rather, for their antiquity. Since excavations at Eridu found the earliest occupation layers to have been laid down as much as 7,000 years ago, the city is indeed technically antediluvian by more than 1,000 years with respect to the Flandrian transgression, and the same is already known to be the case at Ur, where Woolley's excavators found habitation traces not only above the flood layer, but also below it. On the face of things, then, it seems reasonable to agree, and many scholars from Woolley onwards have agreed, that it was this flood at this time, or at any rate one of the frequent large-scale floods, both riverine and marine, to which the region was much prone in antiquity, that must have given rise to the Sumerian flood tradition. The new evidence revealing the extent of the flooding of southern Mesopotamia between approximately 4000 and 3500 BC, just on the edge of the historical period, should, if anything, have strengthened this hypothesis. So why didn't I feel comfortable with it? Heyerdahl on Sumer. The floods that had been archaeologically testified in the valley of the lower Euphrates and Tigris took place too soon after the date for the foundation of Eridu and the other antediluvian cities to fit in with the sense of grandeur and vast age that the traditions conveyed. When I looked again at the story of Sesudra, the story of the Babylonian flood hero Atrahasis, the Epic of Gilgamesh, the fragments of Berossos, and numerous other recensions and variants, I found that all of them set the antediluvian city building period in the frame of vast expanses of time, frequently running into tens of thousands and even hundreds of thousands of years. While I could understand why William Hallow felt that this chronology, measured in millennia, is obviously fantastic, I found his own proposed chronology equally absurd. Mesopotamian urbanism, he argued in the prestigious Journal of Cuneiform Studies, was only some 2 centuries old at the time of the flood. In June 2000, I met the explorer and adventurer Thor Heyerdahl, then 86 years old, at the excavation of a group of step pyramids on Tenerife in the Canary Islands. We spent the afternoon together under the blazing sun, exploring the site that he had brought to world attention. Heyerdahl was everything I expected him to be: impatient with protocol, a powerful presence with piercing blue eyes, endearing vanities, a bawdy sense of humor, and an open, inquiring, restless mind. His Tigris expedition in 1977, which had begun in the Persian Gulf and culminated in Djibouti in the Horn of Africa, had proved that the reed boats of ancient Mesopotamia were sufficiently seaworthy and technically advanced to make long-distance marine voyages. Evidence of transoceanic trade at the very beginning of Sumerian history suggested very strongly that they had indeed made such voyages as early as the 4th millennium BC, and perhaps even earlier. Moreover, wherever archaeologists excavate, they find amidst the ruins of Sumer's most ancient cities all the signs of a civilization that was already highly evolved, accomplished, and sophisticated when those cities were founded more than 5,500 years ago. "Now we know that man is more than 2 million years old," exclaimed Heyerdahl. "It would be very strange if our ancestors lived like primitive food collectors for all that time until suddenly they started in the Nile Valley, in Mesopotamia, and even in the Indus Valley to build a civilization at peak level pretty much at the same time." And there's a question I ask that I never get an answer to. The tombs from the first kingdom of Sumer are full of beautiful ornaments and treasures made of gold, silver, platinum, and semi-precious stones, things you don't find in Mesopotamia. All you find there is mud and water, good for planting, but not much else. How did they suddenly learn, in that one generation just about, where to go to find gold and all these other things? To do that, they must have known the geography of wide areas, and that takes time. So there must have been something before. I pointed out that the first dynasty of Sumer defined itself as the first dynasty after the flood. The historical Sumerians had always believed that their history was connected to an earlier episode of city building and civilized life that had begun many thousands of years in the past, and from which this deluge separated them. "We're coming to a controversial idea," I suggested, which is that the great civilizations of historical antiquity may have received some kind of legacy from an antediluvian culture, an idea orthodox archaeologists detest. "I know that," Heyerdahl replied, "but I mean they cannot give any answer to how the Sumerians 5,000 years ago know where to go and find these different kinds of raw material. They must have known the world. So, and I mean it, it is for me almost as fantastic as Erich von Däniken, who brought in people from space to say, as archaeologists do, oh no, they sat in Egypt and Mesopotamia and the Indus Valley, and they decided, bang, suddenly just like that, we're going to build pyramids, we're going to go and find gold, and we're going to do all this. It's ridiculous. I say it straight out. It could not be possible." The idea of a lost civilization drives archaeologists mad, and they seem to want to stop people thinking about it. Well, I understand why. Too many people have brought this up together with fairy tale stories, which has put the historians off, so that they simply never explore this kind of question. Yes, and this is a great pity, because I mean even the sunken Atlantis story, which they all dismiss, is interesting. Because why did the early Greeks write this story, and why did they get it from the Egyptians? And for that matter, why does every civilized and half-civilized nation in the world talk about the flood? Don't let us throw it away until we know that this is impossible. There has to be a possibility, and I think that we should look for it with the modern technical means we have. I think we are going to get many surprises yet on land and under the sea. No surprises what the archaeologists say about before. Heyerdahl had arrived at his misgivings about the orthodox chronology of Sumer because he felt that it did not allow time for the evolution and development of the advanced urban civilization that archaeologists now know had flourished there from the 4th millennium BC. There has to have been something before, he reminded me when we parted. Look for whatever was before. Of course, there had been something before, a well-worked-out stratigraphical sequence that traced the development of human civilization in Mesopotamia back through proto-history, before the early dynastic period, and thence into Neolithic, Mesolithic, and even Paleolithic epochs. A long, gradual, unsurprising process spread out over 30,000 years that Georges Roux sums up as from cave to farm and from village to city. At risk of grossly abbreviating the painstaking archaeological work that has gradually uncovered this sequence, here are a few of the main mileposts. Shonadar Cave in the Kurdish mountains of what is now northern Iraq, occupied by Neanderthal man circa 50,000 years ago to 46,000 years ago, occupied by anatomically modern Upper Paleolithic humans around 34,000 years ago, occupied by Mesolithic peoples around 11,000 years ago. Jarmo, also in northern Iraq, a Neolithic agricultural site which may perhaps date as early as 8,750 years ago. It has a 7-meter-high artificial mound resting on top of a very steep hill and is formed of 16 layers of superimposed habitations. Hassuna, again in northern Iraq, 35 kilometers south of Mosul. The first settlement here has the appearance of a more primitive Neolithic farming community living in huts or tents. Overlying this layer, archaeologists found 6 layers of houses, progressively larger and better built. Der Baghir, about 8,000 years ago, more sophisticated features found, including beautiful murals and floors made out of large clay slabs, carefully plastered with gypsum and frequently painted red. The Samara period, named after a widespread pottery style created by what Roux describes as a hitherto unsuspected culture which flourished in the middle Tigris Valley during the second half of the 6th millennium BC, that is, approximately 7,500 years ago. The geneticist Luca Cavalli-Sforza suggests that this date should be pushed back to about 8,000 years ago. There is evidence that this culture used irrigation techniques, grew large surpluses of wheat, barley, and linseed, and built spacious houses out of mud brick, later the favored method of construction in the cities and temples of historical Sumer. As well as Samara, several other proto-historical cultural phases have been identified in which elements of Sumer's future civilization can be witnessed taking shape in increasingly organized and recognizable forms. 2 of these phases stand out prominently in the archaeological record. The Ubaid period, roughly 7,200 to about 5,500 years ago, and including the first temple at Eridu, and the Uruk period, 6,000 years ago down to about 5,200 years ago, showing further developments in the evolution of temple architecture. The Uruk period, which some archaeologists prefer to see as a subdivision of the Ubaid, then merges fairly seamlessly into the early dynastic period of Sumer. All of these dates are of course approximate and are subject to processes of continuous revision and refinement by scholars. Nevertheless, they are thought likely to be accurate to within about 300 years. In general, the academics also agree that the direction of the flow of the urban lifestyle in Mesopotamia is from north to south, with the first village-style settlements and large houses established in the north before being seen in the south. However, and paradoxically, Sumerian civilization as a distinctive entity, the origins of which archaeologists now trace back at least as far as the Ubaid period, if not further, appears to be a phenomenon that had its origins in southern Mesopotamia. According to Georges Roux, during the 4th millennium BC, the cultural development already perceptible during the Ubaid period proceeded at a quicker pace, and the Sumerian civilization finally blossomed. This, however, took place only in the southern half of Iraq, the northern half following a different course and lagging behind in many respects. The word Sumerian is derived from Shumer, the ancient name of southern Iraq. Archaeologists believe that they have distinguished the presence of three distinct ethnic groups living in close contact in this region at the dawn of history around 5,000 years ago. These were the Sumerians, predominant in the extreme south from approximately Nippur near modern Diwania to the Gulf, the Semites, predominant in central Mesopotamia, the region called Akkad after 2400 BC, and a small diffuse minority of uncertain origin to which no definite label can be attached. Apparently, the only distinguishing features of these three groups are their languages. Otherwise, all of them had the same institutions, all of them shared the same way of life, the techniques, the artistic traditions, the religious beliefs, in a word, the civilization which had originated in the extreme south and is rightly attributed to the Sumerians. The Sumerian problem. With so much known about the evolution and development of the magnificent urban civilization of Sumer, it comes as a surprise to discover that there is such a thing as the Sumerian problem. I prefer to let the scholars speak for themselves. Who are these Sumerians? Do they represent a very ancient layer of population in prehistoric Mesopotamia, or did they come from some other country? And if so, when did they come and whence? This important point has been debated again and again, ever since the first relics of the Sumerian civilization were brought to light more than a century ago. The most recent discoveries, far from offering a solution, have made it even more difficult to answer. And there is a mystery about the Sumerian language. It can be read and studied because later civilizations, such as the Babylonians, kept archives of Sumerian texts and also helpfully translated them into their own languages. However, Sumerian has a distinct peculiarity. It is unrelated to any of the known language families of the world. So, although there is a real sense in which Sumer and its precocious urban culture fit in very nicely with long-term developmental trends in ancient Mesopotamia, as I believe the scholars have successfully demonstrated, there is also a sense in which the Sumerians are definitely a bit different, a bit special, and conspicuously attached to the south. I've been dealing with archaeologists long enough now to realize that they don't like myths or traditions very much. Can't weigh them, can't measure them, can't carbon date them. I was therefore not surprised to learn that they discounted what the Sumerians themselves had to say about their own origins. Sumerian literature presents us with a picture of a highly intelligent, industrious, argumentative, and deeply religious people, but offers no clue to its origins. Sumerian myths and legends are almost invariably drawn against a background of rivers and marshes, of reeds, tamarisks, and palm trees, a typical southern Iraqi background, as though the Sumerians had always lived in that country and there is nothing in them to indicate clearly an ancestral homeland different from Mesopotamia. But as we have seen, the Sumerians had very clear ideas about their own origins. In their myths and legends, they remembered a time before the flood when they had lived in 5 great cities, and they remembered a deluge so ferocious that it threatened the existence of all mankind. The 7 sages, what the Sumerians said about before. Sumerian myths and legends of the antediluvian world do much more than speak of the 5 cities. They also tell an extraordinary story of how their ancestors, who lived in the most ancient times, were visited by a brotherhood of semi-divine beings described as half men, half fish, who had been sent by the gods to teach the arts of civilization to mankind before the flood, and who had themselves emerged from the sea. The collective name by which these creatures were known was the 7 sages, and the name of their leader was Oannes. Each of them was paired as a counselor to an antediluvian king, and they were renowned for their wisdom in affairs of state and for their skills as architects, builders, and engineers. The priest Berossos compiled his history from the temple archives of Babylon, reputed to have contained public records that had been preserved for over 150,000 years. He had passed on to us a description of Oannes as a monster or a creature. However, what Berossos had to say, ridiculous though it may sound, is surely more suggestive of a man wearing some sort of fish costume. There is also a geographical anomaly in the text that may prove worthy of further consideration. There appeared from the Red Sea in an area bordering on Babylonia a frightening monster named Oannes. It had the whole body of a fish, but underneath and attached to the head of the fish there was another head, human, and joined to the tail of the fish, feet like those of a man, and it had a human voice. Its form has been preserved in sculpture to this day. This monster spent its days with men, never eating anything, but teaching men the skills necessary for writing and for doing mathematics and for all sorts of knowledge. How to build cities, found temples, and make laws. It taught men how to determine borders and divide land, also how to plant seeds and then to harvest their fruits and vegetables. In short, it taught men all those things conducive to a civilized life. Since that time, nothing further has been discovered. At the end of the day, this monster, Oannes, went back to the sea and spent the night. It was amphibious, able to live both on land and in the sea. Later, other monsters similar to Oannes appeared. Did they come from the east? In 1944, Benno Landsberger, one of the great Sumerian scholars of the 20th century, commented in an obscure essay that, in his opinion, the legend of the seven sages who, emerging from the sea, imparted all technical skills and all knowledge to the Babylonians may quite possibly have some historical basis. What he had in mind here was the Sumerian problem, that is, the as yet unanswered question, where did the Sumerians come from? Earlier than most archaeologists, he fully understood that the essential civilizing process on Mesopotamian soil must be ascribed to pre-Sumerian population. But at the same time, the Sumerians were distinctively different and much more advanced than their immediate neighbors in terms of the level of development of their intellectual and philosophical ideas. In the area of intellectual culture, he wrote, only the Sumerians possessed creative powers. In fact, they were so different in this respect that Landsberger was convinced they must have been migrants from somewhere else. He felt that only such a migration could account for the creation of the unique and idiosyncratic early dynastic culture, which is considered to be so specifically Sumerian and which in its later manifestations indeed represented the Sumerian essence in its purest state. In all probability, the Sumerians came from the east. Not only does the density of the settlement indicate a settling from south to north, but the absence of Sumerian elements in the mountain ranges north and east of Babylonia favors the thesis that the Sumerians came across the sea. In further support of his thesis, Landsberger pointed out that the island of Bahrain in the south of the Persian Gulf near Qatar possessed deities with authentic Sumerian names, such as the chief god Enzak and his spouse Mesilak. This circumstance supports an overseas origin for the Sumerians, since it is improbable that the island was colonized from southern Mesopotamia. Landsberger went on to speculate that the spark of Sumerian genius might have been imported from the Indus Valley civilization across the Arabian Sea to the east, an interesting idea in itself. However, because he was writing in the 1940s, he did not have access to modern knowledge about the astonishing changes that took place in the Persian Gulf at the end of the last ice age. He was thus unable to consider a far more radical possibility that the new science has revealed. Explosive implications. Kurt Lambeck's work on the Persian Gulf initially drew my attention because it spoke of a marine flooding incident, the Flandrian transgression between about 6,000 and 5,500 years ago, that temporarily shifted the northern coast of the Gulf more than 150 kilometers inland and made Ur and Eridu beachfront property. Lambeck's study was published in 1996 in the Earth and Planetary Science Letters, a specialist geological journal that probably does not cross the desks of a great many archaeologists. He had focused on the period from 18,000 years ago, around the peak of the last glaciation, until today, and had taken into account all the key variables, including the response of the Earth to glacial unloading of the distant ice sheets and to the meltwater loading of the Gulf itself and the adjacent ocean. Models for these glacio-isostatic effects have been compared with observations of sea level change, and paleo-shoreline reconstructions of the Gulf have been made. Now, as I looked more closely into Lambeck's research, I realized that it could have unexplored and potentially explosive implications for the prehistory of Sumer. From the peak of the glaciation until about 14,000 years BP, years before the present, the Gulf is free of marine influence out to the edge of the Beerben Shelf. By 14,000 year BP, the Strait of Hormuz had opened up as a narrow waterway, and by about 12,500 years ago, the marine incursion into the central basin had started. The western basin flooded about 1,000 years later. Momentary standstills may have occurred during the Gulf flooding phase at about 11,300 and 10,500 year BP. In other words, the whole of the Persian Gulf, in fact to a point well beyond the Strait of Hormuz, in what is now the Gulf of Oman, was dry land between 18,000 and 14,000 years ago. Only then did the sea begin to transgress into the Gulf itself, first as a narrow waterway, later as a recurrent cycle of powerful short-lived floods, each followed by a partial recession of the floodwaters, then a standstill, then renewed flooding at irregular intervals. I knew from my first encounter with Lambeck's research that the present shoreline of the Gulf had been reached and then temporarily exceeded around 5,500 years ago during the Flandrian transgression. But what I had not immediately understood was the extraordinary geological drama that had unfolded between 14,000 years ago when the Gulf first began to flood and 7,000 years ago when the city-state of Eridu was established at the northwestern end of the Gulf, and along with it, the way of life that would soon flower as Sumerian civilization. The floor of the Gulf. Lambeck himself was convinced that there must be some connection between the flooding of the Gulf and the Sumerian problem. The early record is incomplete and numerous questions have been raised. Who were the Sumerians? Where did they come from? When did they arrive? Did they arrive from a mountainous region beyond Iraq, or did they arrive by sea? Were they descendants from earlier Neolithic settlers in the region, from the Ubaid culture at 4500 to 3500 BC, or from even earlier Eridu culture at about 5000 BC. Archaeologists often refer to the Eridu culture as Ubaid I, that is, the earliest stage of the Ubaid culture. Whatever directions the search for answers to such questions may take, a significant element in the puzzle must be the evolution of the physical environment of the Gulf itself. The last observation sounded particularly relevant to my concerns. However, Lambeck went on to qualify it by suggesting that the only epoch that historians and archaeologists really need to pay attention to is the latter period of the flooding of the Gulf and the subsequent flooding of the low-lying delta region, the Flandrian transgression, when sea level rose perhaps a few meters above its present level between 6,000 and 3,000 year BP. If archaeologists were interested in the earlier period, between 18,000 years ago down to as recently as 7,000 years ago, when a large part of the Gulf floor was still dry land, then they should focus on its role as a corridor of migration, a natural route for people moving westwards from east of Iran. Is this the route traveled by the ancestors of the Sumerians? What Lambeck did not do anywhere in his paper was invite consideration of another possibility, even though it is suggested by some of his own data. This is the possibility that the dry floor of the Gulf could itself have been a place of permanent settlement at some point during the 11,000 years between 18,000 and 7,000 years ago. If it was, then why shouldn't an urban culture have evolved here, just as the myths of the antediluvian cities suggest? After all, Orthodox archaeology has already accepted the existence of very ancient cities elsewhere in the Middle East, such as Katel Hayek in Turkey, at least 8,500 years old, Jericho in Palestine, more than 10,000 years old, and indeed Eridu in Mesopotamia, where, as we have heard, the oldest shrines are thought to be about 7,000 years old. Knowing the inundation history of the Gulf as well as we do now, therefore we cannot rule out the possibility that the ruins of the cities that are literally antediluvian could be concealed beneath its increasingly polluted, industrialized and militarized waters. A river ran through it. During the period from the last glacial maximum until about 10,000 years ago, the Ice Age world was generally colder and more arid than it is today, with average temperatures depressed by several degrees even in tropical and equatorial zones. However, these conditions are likely to have been much less severe within the microregion of the antediluvian Gulf, essentially a large, well-protected low-lying valley. Its notable feature, which undoubtedly would have been a magnet for life of all sorts, including human beings, was that the Tigris and the Euphrates flowed through it, united as a single mighty river. The river's course seems to have run along the northern side of the valley, and at different periods appears to have passed through as many as 3 large freshwater lakes in the Gulf's western and central and eastern basins. It exited the Gulf through the narrows now known as the Strait of Hormuz and formed its delta on the Beerben Shelf to the east. The delta was relatively small for such a large river, which suggests to scientists that it must have dumped most of its load of fertile alluvial silt in and around the shores of the lakes that it filled along the way. Over thousands of years, this would have created areas of great natural fertility within the valley where agriculture, if practiced, might have been extremely productive. For a while things could only get better, and despite the remorseless advance of the sea after the Strait of Hormuz was breached 14,000 years ago, conditions in the rest of the Gulf may for a long while have remained extremely pleasant. I was particularly interested to learn of a comprehensive study done in 1988 by the COMAP group, which showed that the Indian monsoon system penetrated into the southern and eastern portions of Southwest Asia during the period from 12,000 to 9,000 years ago, and then retreated. The implication was that throughout this period, the Gulf, along with other parts of Southwest Asia, would have enjoyed both winter rains and in some areas also summer rains or ephemeral summer storms. This rainfall would have increased grazing opportunities, particularly in semi-arid areas, but would have had little effect on the growth of winter cereals that formed a principal base of early agriculture. A protected valley, a great river, lakes, fertile soils, bountiful rainfall, the paleoclimatological literature left me with a distinct impression that the Gulf around 10,000 or 12,000 years ago could have been a very unusual place. Indeed, a secret garden blessed with an ideal climate, offering nearly optimum conditions for the emergence of a civilization. A sea change. What changed everything was the sea. As Lembeck tells it, by 14,000 year BP, the Hormuz Strait had opened up as a narrow waterway, and the flooding of the lowlands to the west begins first with the flooding of the eastern basin by marine water soon after 13,000 BP. Marine influence is first experienced in the central basin before about 12,500 BP. The western basin lake remains free from marine incursion until about 11,500 BP. The northern part of the Gulf remains dry at this time, as does a vast area south of the Paleo Gulf, although this plain contains numerous shallow topographic depressions. Until about 11,000 BP, the northern part of the Persian Gulf floor would have been a relatively flat but narrow plain, hemmed in between the Paleo Gulf and the southern foothills of the Zagros Mountains, forming the present coastline. As the sea level rises, the Gulf continues to expand and the marine influence spreads into the northern region. By about 10,000 BP, the northeast margin of the Gulf has approached its present position in several localities, particularly east of about 52 degrees longitude. Much of the southern part of the Gulf remains exposed until about 8,000 BP, and areas such as the Great Pearl Bank are not submerged until shortly after this time. I've deliberately chosen not to summarize Lambeck's blow-by-blow account of the flooding of the Gulf, but to let him speak for himself. He does not dramatize or interpret his data, but presents it neutrally, without speculation, as a good scientist should. I am not a scientist, but I have a different approach. What I see here is first and foremost a mystery, the mystery of Sumerian origins, the Sumerian problem, as archaeologists like to call it. When I look closely, I find that not only do we not know where the Sumerians came from, but also that their language is unique in the world, apparently unrelated to any other known language. Closer up still, and I learn that the Sumerians preserved traditions of a terrible flood that had nearly obliterated mankind from the earth, and that had inundated the 5 antediluvian cities of their ancestral homeland. There had been survivors in a great ship who had been carried by the floodwaters to another land and had settled there in order to renew the ruined earth, replenish the seed of mankind, and preserve the ancient wisdom and the worship of the gods. For this reason, those who later traced their line and religion from these survivors always remembered history as being divided into 2 periods, before and after the flood, and recorded the dynasties of their rulers in exactly the same way, with a list of the historical kings preceded by the list of the antediluvian kings, the latter reigning for a very long period. I review the archaeological literature for rational explanations of the Sumerian flood tradition and find that most of the experts agree it must have been rooted in some kind of historical truth. They point to the temporary inundation of Ur around 5,500 years ago, either by gigantic river floods or by the marine incursion known as the Flandrian transgression. But when I look further and try to match up the details of the flood tradition to the archaeological facts, I find that nothing really fits. Nevertheless, there are strange resonances between the evidence and the myths. For example, we've heard that Eridu, always named as the first and oldest of the antediluvian cities, was never flooded. Yet the archaeological evidence does make it a strong contender with its 7,000-year-old shrines to the water god Enki for the title of oldest Sumerian city. Conversely, Ur, which is not mentioned in the flood tradition at all, was most definitely flooded around 5,500 years ago. Shuruppak, which is named as one of the antediluvian cities, was likewise flooded, but not until 700 years later. So, for me, the theory that connects the Sumerian flood tradition with whatever event it was that flooded Ur is a dog that don't hunt. I would honestly sooner conclude that the Sumerians had made the whole thing up than agree that they were so geographically ignorant and historically naive that they were incapable of distinguishing between a universal flood capable of wiping out humanity and a local flood, however large. Since we respect them so highly in other departments, as the builders of the world's first schools, for example, the inventors of the world's first bicameral Congress, the compilers of the world's first law codes, etc., shouldn't we also respect the Sumerians' own evaluation of the Great Deluge that they say swallowed up the cities of their ancestors so long ago in the past? A new hypothesis. Then I come across Kurt Lambeck's data. What it tells me is that the floor of the Persian Gulf was entirely exposed until as recently as 14,000 years ago, that between 12,000 and 9,000 years ago, it would have been a veritable Garden of Eden, and that, despite continuous flooding, large areas of the Gulf floor remained above the waves until somewhere between 8,000 and 7,000 years ago. Since these included the Great Pearl Bank between modern Dubai and Qatar near Bahrain, I find it difficult to believe it is a coincidence that deities with authentic Sumerian names were worshipped in ancient Bahrain, or that the first definite evidence of an identifiably Sumerian presence in Iraq is at Eridu, around 7,000 years ago, so soon after the Great Pearl Bank was inundated. In short, although I stress again that I'm no scientist, I believe that Kurt Lambeck's data is strong enough to justify an entirely new hypothesis on the subject of the Sumerian problem. I think it's time to consider seriously the possibility that the true story of Sumerian origins may have proved so elusive because it is veiled beneath the waters of the Persian Gulf. In that case, Eridu and the other 4 antediluvian cities of Mesopotamia might well bear the same relationship to the original antediluvian cities of the Gulf floor as Halifax, Nova Scotia bears to Halifax, England, or as Perth, Australia bears to Perth, Scotland. They could, in other words, have been named in memory of other older cities somewhere else. Normal, well-testified behavior by migrants of almost all cultures in every epoch. Moreover, in this case, we are not even required to imagine that the migration came from very far away, but merely from the flooded lowlands of the Gulf towards the nearest higher and productive ground that was blessed by the same Tigris-Euphrates river system as the floor of the Gulf had once been. At this point, I find that the hypothesis and the existing archaeological evidence begin to converge nicely. Yes, it seems to be true that Eridu stands out as one of the earliest nascent cities of Sumer. Yes, the date of submersion of the Great Pearl Bank coincides quite closely with the date of foundation of the first shrines to Enki at Eridu. And yes, the Sumerians did have distinctive memories of an advanced antediluvian culture that had been destroyed by a great flood. But still, the flooding of the Gulf was a long-term event, wasn't it? Spread out over more than 6,000 years. Surely something that gradual, that predictable, is no more likely than the localized flooding around Ur 5,500 years ago to have inspired the Sumerian tradition of the sudden world-destroying flood that threatened the survival of mankind. Before I attempted to test my Sumerian hypothesis further by trying to set up a proper diving expedition in the Gulf, written authorization required in triplicate from Saddam Hussein, the US Navy, the CIA, Texaco, the President of Iran, the King of Saudi Arabia, and the Emirs of Kuwait, Bahrain, Qatar, Sharjah, Abu Dhabi, and Dubai. I decided that I had to learn more about the behavior of the world's oceans in the key 7,000-year period from roughly 14,000 to 7,000 years ago. I knew already that this had been the peak period of the meltdown of the last ice age. I knew already that it had been a period of great turbulence and instability. It was therefore by no means impossible that something had happened at the global level during these millennia that could have projected a true cataclysmic flood into the sheltered valley of the Gulf. In fact, as I was to discover, it could have happened more than once. 3. Meltdown. Athenian. Do you consider that there is any truth in the ancient tales? Clinias. What tales? Athenian. That the world of men has often been destroyed by floods, in such a way that only a small portion of the human race survived. Clinias. Everyone would regard such accounts as perfectly credible. Plato, Laws, Volume 1, Book 3. It is clear that the Beverly Lake drumlins must have been submerged in the formative flow. Minimum depths of about 20 meters were required. On a helicopter traverse across the north shore of Georgian Bay, a single field of bedrock erosional marks was noted that had a width of at least 50 kilometers. These drumlins and erosional marks indicate meltwater floods that were competent to remove the largest boulders. Flow widths equal to the widths of drumlin and erosional mark fields were in the range of 60 to 150 kilometers. Volumes of water required to sustain such floods would have been of the order of 1 million cubic kilometers, equivalent to a rise of several meters in sea level over a matter of weeks. John Shaw, Professor of Earth Sciences, University of Alberta. As recently as 20,000 years ago, North America had an array of large animals to rival the spectacular wildlife of modern Africa. Mammoths bigger than African elephants, as well as smaller, pointy-toothed mastodons, ranged from Alaska to Central America. Herds of horses and camels roamed the grasslands, while ground sloths the size of oxen lived in the forests, and bear-sized beavers built dams in the streams. By about 10,000 years ago, all of these animals, and others such as American lions, cheetahs, saber-toothed cats, and giant bears, were gone. Some 70 North American species disappeared, 3/4 of them large mammals. Why? Washington Post, 21 November 2001. If you study the literature and talk to the experts on the last ice age, you will find that there are wide differences of opinion over such fundamental matters as the main sequence of events, the chronology and consequences of these events, and even the terminology used to describe them. The very idea of the last ice age is poorly defined and is used differently by different authorities. For some, it refers to the period from roughly 125,000 years ago, when the ice caps of the Northern Hemisphere began their most recent advance, down to about 21,000 years ago, when they reached their maximum extent, LGM, the last glacial maximum, and then began to melt. Even here, though, there seems to be variation in the scientific literature, as I've seen the LGM dated as early as 25,000 years ago and as late as 18,000 years ago. Another school of semantics takes a longer view, pointing out that the last ice age was merely the most recent surge in a boom and bust cycle of glaciations and deglaciations going back some 2.6 million years. To them, it is this longer cycle that is the ice age, and it is not the last ice age, because we are still in it. They point out that the process of deglaciation after 17,000 years ago was extremely rapid, being largely over within 10,000 years, but not far beyond the norms set by previous deglaciations. Likewise, the relatively congenial conditions that we have enjoyed during the 7,000 years since then are perhaps a little better than those in some previous interglacials, but not spectacularly so. Although I am not concerned in this inquiry with epochs millions of years in the past, I note in passing how curiously the fortunes of the creature called man seem to be intertwined with the long chronology of the Ice Age. The traces of our earliest upright walking ancestors of the genus Homo first began to appear in the fossil record about 2.6 million years ago, when the great cycle of the current Ice Age began. Another coincidence occurs approximately 125,000 years ago, the onset of the most recent surge of the ice sheets. It is at about this time, or a little after, that the earliest remains of possible anatomically modern humans are found. The earliest undisputed remains of anatomically modern humans are much more recent, perhaps 40,000 years ago. This is around the same time that the first traces of classic European cave art begin to appear, already mature and fully formed in such locations as the Chauvet Cave in France. The earliest undisputed remains of large-scale permanent settlements with monumental stone architecture are found around 10,000 years ago. Jericho, for example, which stands in the Jordan Valley in Palestine. Other impressive sites include Katel Hayek in Turkey, dating to perhaps 8,500 years ago. The whole idea of permanent settlement, however, does not seem to take very wide root until after about 7,500 years ago. This is the time when the world's climate begins to stabilize again after 10,000 years of unbelievable turbulence, melting ice, and rising sea levels. The same chronology, more or less, and the same loose correlation to the end of the last glaciation applies to the accepted scientific models of the spread of agriculture. But does it? Or is it possible that important parts of the story of our past could have been veiled from us by the upheavals of the glacial cycle? Although I know that it was just the most recent of many glaciations, I use the term the last ice age to refer to the latest glacial expansion between 125,000 and 17,000 years ago. When I use the term last glacial maximum, LGM, I refer not to a specific moment, but to a period of approximately 5,000 years, between 22,000 years and 17,000 years ago, during which the ice sheets remained at or near their maximum extent. There was some melting and sea level rise after around 19,000 years ago, but the volume was relatively small and there was little impact on coastlines. What may truly be described as the epoch of the meltdown began immediately afterwards, say 16,500 years ago, with the massive ice sheet wasting and associated sea level rise complete by 7,000 years ago. Before the flood. Imagine the world before the flood. 17,000 years ago, at the end of the last glacial maximum, most of northern Europe and North America were buried under ice several kilometers thick. So much water was tied up in these continental ice caps that global sea level was between 115 and 120 meters lower than it is today. The antediluvian world, therefore, looked very different from the world we are familiar with. A land bridge joined Alaska and Siberia across what is now the Bering Strait. It was possible to walk from southern England to northern France across the dry valley that would later become the English Channel. Many more islands were exposed in the Mediterranean than are visible today, and existing islands were much larger. Malta, for example, was certainly joined onto Sicily. Corsica and Sardinia formed a single huge island. Further east, we have already seen that the whole of the Persian Gulf, as far as the Strait of Hormuz, was dry 17,000 years ago, but for its great alluvium-rich river and its life-giving lakes. Further east still, India's coastlines were much more extensive at the end of the last ice age than they are today, and the shape of the subcontinent was strikingly different. Sri Lanka was joined to the mainland, and south of Sri Lanka, sprawling across the equator, the Maldive Islands were far larger than they are today. Around modern Malaysia, Indonesia, and the Philippines, and stretching as far north as Japan, lay the endless plains of Sunderland, a fully fledged antediluvian continent. It was submerged very rapidly sometime between 14,000 and 11,000 years ago. Up until about 12,000 years ago, the three main islands of Japan formed a continuous landmass. In the southern seas lay the gigantic Ice Age continent of Sahul, formed out of the united land masses of Australia, Tasmania, and New Guinea. Across the Pacific, the thousands of small remote islands of today were integrated into much larger archipelagos 17,000 years ago. In the western Atlantic, in the same epoch, the Grand Bahama Banks, now shallowly submerged, formed a huge plateau 120 meters above sea level, and all of the Florida, Yucatan, and Nicaragua shelves were exposed. In short, the habitable land masses that modern civilizations have inherited from the meltdown of the last ice age only began to take their present form in the 10 millennia between 17,000 and 7,000 years ago. Before that, areas that are densely populated today, Chicago, New York, Manchester, Amsterdam, Hamburg, Berlin, Moscow, in fact most of North America and Northern Europe, were absolutely uninhabitable due to the fact that they were covered by ice caps several kilometers thick. Conversely, many areas that are uninhabitable today, on account of being on the bottom of the sea or in the middle of hostile deserts such as the Sahara, which bloomed for about 4,000 years at the end of the last ice age, were once and relatively recently desirable places to live that were capable of supporting dense populations. Geologists calculate that nearly 5% of the Earth's surface, an area of around 25 million square kilometers or 10 million square miles, has been swallowed by rising sea levels since the end of the Ice Age. That is roughly equivalent to the combined areas of the United States, 9.6 million square kilometers, and the whole of South America, 17 million square kilometers. It is an area almost 3 times as large as Canada and much larger than China and Europe combined. What adds greatly to the significance of these lost lands of the last ice age is not only their enormous area, but also, because they were coastal and in predominantly warm latitudes, that they would have been among the very best lands available to humanity anywhere in the world at that time. Moreover, although they represent 5% of the Earth's surface today, it was worth reminding ourselves that humanity during the Ice Age was denied useful access to much of Northern Europe and North America because of the ice sheets. So the 25 million square kilometers that were lost to the rising seas add up to a great deal more than 5% of the Earth's useful and habitable land space at that time. Now, imagine if you were to discover a hidden secret. The entire orthodox account of world prehistory as it is presented in the classroom, at university, through books, and in the media has been created by archaeologists with no reference whatsoever to China and Europe, or to South America and the landmass of the USA. Having missed out entirely such large areas from their excavations and research, wouldn't you feel that their conclusions about world prehistory and the story of the origins of civilization were likely to be, to say the least, flawed? Well, it is a similar story with the 25 million square kilometers lost at the end of the Ice Age. Marine archaeologists have barely even begun a systematic survey for possible submerged sites on these flooded lands. Most would regard it as a waste of time even to look. In consequence, whether in Australia or Europe, the Middle East, India, or Southeast Asia, the enormous implications of the changes in land use and rising sea levels between 17,000 and 7,000 years ago do not appear ever to have been seriously considered by historians and archaeologists seeking the origins of civilization. A case history: the drowned 3 million square kilometers of Sahul. Let's look more closely at what happened to Sahul, also known as Greater Australia, between approximately 17,000 and 7,000 years ago. Much of the story has been unraveled by the work of Jim Allen, an archaeologist at Australia's La Trobe University, and Peter Kershaw from the Department of Geography and Environmental Science at Monash University, Melbourne. Until the end of the last glacial maximum 17,000 years ago, and probably for several thousand years afterwards, New Guinea was fully integrated with the Australian continent across the Torres Strait and the Arafura Sea. Tasmania was fully integrated in the south, the Bass Strait then being dry land, and the other smaller now offshore islands were also incorporated. In total, Allen and Kershaw estimate that Sahul of 17,000 years ago extended from almost exactly the equator to nearly 44 degrees south, and from 112 degrees east to 154 degrees east. Then came the meltdown. Between circa 16,000 BP and 7,000 BP, Greater Australia was reduced in area by more than 3 million square kilometers, an area much larger than Mexico. 3 major land masses existed where previously there had been one. Coastal sites were either submerged or preserved on islands, while sites of the former arid interior became coastal. In places, the post-glacial marine transgression reduced the width of the coastal plain by up to several hundred kilometers, thus presumably drowning many terminal Pleistocene sites in the process. And how much else? There are, after all, a number of discontinuities and mysteries in the human story in Australia, not least the venerable antiquity of its first settlers, thought to date back as far as 50,000 years. Though there is no archaeological evidence whatsoever that a high civilization in the technical, material, or urban senses ever flourished here before the modern era, there are certain aspects of Aboriginal culture that are frankly puzzling and do not fit in. These include evidence of sophisticated astronomical ideas from a very early date, and the use of an astronomical terminology that is also found in other very distant regions of the world. Thanks to the research of the Russian prehistorian Boris Frolov, for example, we must now ask ourselves whether it is a coincidence that indigenous tribal peoples as far afield as North America, Siberia, and Australia all called the Pleiades star group the Seven Sisters. Frolov's own view is that coincidence is not a satisfactory explanation, and that only an extremely ancient shared heritage can account for this and many other thought-provoking parallels that he has uncovered. But if Frolov is right, as the Cambridge anthropologist Richard Rudgley observes in his groundbreaking Lost Civilizations of the Stone Age, then the implication is, a tradition of communicable knowledge of the heavens that has existed for over 40,000 years, since a time roughly coinciding with the beginning of the Upper Paleolithic. This is something that is extremely awkward for most widely accepted views of the history of knowledge and science. In short, it is far, far too early for most people to accept. Of course, it is true that archaeologists excavating Australian terrestrial sites have not turned up any evidence there of the kind of social infrastructure that would normally be associated with the spread of a global astronomical tradition. But with more than 3 million square kilometers of Greater Australia submerged between 16,000 and 17,000 years ago, and almost entirely unexplored by archaeologists, who can be sure what yet might be found? Floods and civilization. Were the post-glacial floods really floods at all? It doesn't take a mathematical genius to work out that 120 meters of sea level rise spread out over 10,000 years amounts to an average of not much more than a meter a century. Inconvenient, certainly, but surely not enough to submerge and sweep away all traces of a great civilization. Surely not enough to inspire the global myth of the flood, so often accompanied, as it was in Sumer, by the unshakable conviction that the gods had resolved to obliterate mankind. In previous books, I've discussed the cycle of the ice ages. Over the past 2.6 million years, this cycle shows strong correlations with the slowly changing obliquity and precession of the Earth's axis and the varying degree of eccentricity of its orbit around the Sun. Some scientists feel that these large-scale astronomical influences are sufficient on their own to explain the recurrent glaciations and deglaciations of our planet. Others feel that trigger factors must also be involved: extreme episodes of volcanism, asteroidal or cometary impacts, a realignment of the Earth's crust or mantle, and so on and so forth. Irrespective of the cause, however, there is no dispute about the biggest consequence of the meltdown of the last ice age. Sea level is now 120 meters higher than it was 17,000 years ago. This, by any standards, represents a dramatic change in the distribution of habitats for human settlement and should, one might expect, be a matter of great interest to archaeologists. When I began to research this subject, I was therefore surprised to learn that this is not at all the case. Only an infinitesimal amount of marine archaeology has been done along continental shelves, infinitesimal in relation to the total area of land submerged worldwide. Of the marine archaeology that has been done, the largest part has been focused upon the discovery and excavation of shipwrecks and of sites submerged in historical times. With the exception of Robert Ballard's exciting underwater survey of the Black Sea for the National Geographic Society, which got underway in 2000 and has been oriented directly towards an investigation of a colossal incursion of the Mediterranean through the Bosporus Narrows 7,500 years ago, marine archaeology has simply not concerned itself with the possibility that the post-glacial floods might in any way be connected to the problem of the rise of civilizations. I'm aware that there is a new mood of political correctness amongst archaeologists and a willingness to accept and state publicly that the peoples of the Stone Age were neither ignorant savages nor lowbrow cavemen, although one need only spend a moment glancing at the transcendental art of Lascaux to realize that. But still, it seems to me true to say that the great majority of archaeologists see no particular trend or connection that obviously links the Paleolithic way of life, 17,000 or even 12,000 years ago, to the urban way of life that first appears at Jericho, Catalhayak, and a handful of other sites between 10,000 and 7,000 years ago. This is why, although they are certainly more open than they were before to the spirituality and high artistic culture of the ancients, archaeologists, almost without exception, do still assume that the population of the Earth was at a uniformly hunter-gatherer level of social and economic development 17,000 years ago, and still about 7,000 years away from founding the first cities. They therefore have no particular reason to be interested in the fact that millions of square kilometers of continental shelf were flooded in the intervening years, changing the face of the habitable Earth completely. If, on the other hand, the level of development of different cultures in that period was not uniform, as is the case in the world today, and if one or several cultures had concentrated along the ancient seashores or in any other areas which might have been rapidly and cataclysmically inundated, then it is possible that the post-glacial floods could have had enormous significance for the story of civilization. Moreover, the rise in sea level of 120 meters over those 10,000 years between 17,000 and 7,000 years ago is large enough to have engulfed entire cities forever and either demolished or covered up with millennial deposits of silt and muck, all evidence of their former existence. If the waves rose slowly, such hypothetical cities would have been pounded for centuries in the high-energy intertidal zone, which makes short work even of granite structures. But if the sea level rise was due to some cataclysmic surge, then walls of water would have borne down and crushed beyond recognition much that stood in their path. Many things happening at once. It is hard to know where to begin to tell the story of the meltdown of the last ice age, because it is really many different stories woven together into a single fabric. Part of it concerns large-scale climate flips, sudden radical thaws and equally radical freezes, volcanism on a planetary scale, earthquakes of unparalleled ferocity, and mass extinctions of animal species. Part of it, which I've already touched on, is the huge loss of habitable land, of low-lying coastal plains and fertile river deltas that occurred as the sea level rose, a lost continent scattered around the world like the pieces of a jigsaw puzzle with a combined land area of 25 million square kilometers. Part of it concerns the speed and the sheer magnitude of the post-glacial flooding. Part of it is the need to understand the processes that led the Earth into this devastating cycle of inundations. Part of it is a complexity. Yes, global sea level did rise by 120 meters between 17,000 and 7,000 years ago. No, this eustatic rise, that is, pertaining to sea level alone, has not been uniformly reflected in changing shorelines through time. Thus, in some parts of the world, sea level relative to ancient shorelines has remained quite stable for millennia. In yet others, submersion may be shallower than expected from eustatic changes. Such variations can be caused by local land subsidence or land rise following earthquakes or volcanic activity. However, a much more potent and extensive agent of changing land levels is known to geologists as isostasy. Kicking the gel-filled football. The Earth's surface, which seems solid beneath our feet, can yield and deform when subjected to sufficiently large pressures. It behaves a bit like a football that has been loosely filled with a thick, heavy gel. Pressure at one point on the gel-filled ball will result in an indentation in that area, displacement of the fluid mass within, and a corresponding rise in a roughly circular area surrounding the indentation. Geologists call this process isostasy, and it plays an important role not only during ice ages, but also for thousands of years after all the ice has melted away. The reason it does so is that the vast weight of the ice caps is sufficient to force down the Earth's crust into great basin-like depressions beneath them. When the ice melts, that pressure is suddenly removed, and the floors of the basins begin to rebound. They will, if sufficient time is allowed, rise again to their original levels. At the LGM 17,000 years ago, the ice caps over large parts of North America and Northern Europe were between 2 and 4 kilometers thick and applied loads of thousands of billions of tons to the continental land masses on which they had formed. Thomas Crowley and Gerald North, both oceanographers at Texas A&M University, observed that North America's Laurentide ice sheet extended from the Rocky Mountains to the Atlantic shore and from the Arctic Ocean southward to about the present positions of the Missouri and Ohio rivers. In Europe, the Fennoscandian ice sheet reached northern Germany and the Netherlands. The weight of the massive ice sheets depressed the crust by as much as 700 to 800 meters, resulting in gravity anomalies that are still detectable. On average, it has been found that 100 meters of ice loading depresses continental crust by 27 meters. But this is only part of the story. The water of the world's oceans also has weight. Indeed, it is denser than ice. Thus, 100 meters of water loading depresses the seabed beneath it by 30 meters. Since all the ice formed on land during the last ice age was made out of water extracted from the sea, it follows that while the crust was pressed down beneath the continents, it actually rose up beneath the oceans as the water burden above it lightened. Conversely, after all the ice had melted and returned to the oceans as water, the burden on the seabed would have again increased. R.C.L. Wilson, professor of earth sciences at Britain's Open University, calculates that a layer of water 165 meters deep was subtracted from the oceans to make the great ice caps of the last glaciation. This, however, only produced a net drop in relative sea level of around 115 meters between the onset of glaciation, 125,000 years ago, and the onset of LGM, 104,000 years later. The reason for the discrepancy being that reduced water loading in the oceans during the Ice Age allowed the seabed to rise by 50 meters through the process of isostatic compensation. Let's stop for a moment and take another look at the seesaw system swing by swing. 1. 125,000 years ago, the most recent glacial surge begins, turning a worldwide layer of ocean 165 meters deep into ice caps thousands of meters high, piled up for the most part in North America, Greenland, Northern Europe, South America, and the Himalayas. 2. The maximum extent of ice formation is reached 21,000 years ago and largely maintained until 17,000 years ago. By this time, the continental crust beneath the big ice caps had been depressed into huge basins nearly a kilometer deep. 3. Simultaneously, as the ice burden on the land increases, the water burden on the seabed decreases. By the last glacial maximum, this had allowed the ocean floor around the world to rise by 50 meters. 4. Soon after the LGM, the ice begins to melt and to flow back as water to the oceans, a process that is substantially over within 10,000 years. 5. Since a layer of water 165 meters deep was taken out of the oceans to begin with to make up the ice caps, it follows that a layer of water 165 meters deep is returned to the oceans with a complete melting of the ice sheets. 6. Professor Wilson observes that the rate at which the crust and mantle respond to loading and unloading is much slower than the buildup or melting of ice caps. This is why areas that were buried beneath several kilometers of ice 18,000 years ago are still rising today, thousands of years after the ice sheet melted away. 7. It also follows that the average 50-meter rebound of the ocean floor between 125,000 and 17,000 years ago would take thousands of years to be forced down again by isostatic subsidence to its original level. 8. Measured at a warm point in a long interglacial and after 17,000 years of isostatic subsidence, today's sea level is probably quite close to the final balance in the equation of rising seas and sinking seabeds. But there must have been many times during the meltdown of the Ice Age when the speed of the former far outstripped any compensating effects of the latter. Is it not possible, perhaps even probable, that this combination of a higher sea floor than today's and rapid influxes of meltwater from the decaying ice caps could have produced relative temporary rises in sea level much greater than the average annual rate projected over the full period of the meltdown? Seesaw. Examples of segments of continental crust that continue to rise through isostatic rebound since the removal of the ice sheets include the highlands of Scotland, where the ice cap that once covered most of Britain was at its thickest. The floor of the Gulf of Bothnia in what is now the Baltic Sea, reported to be rising at a rate of a meter per century. large parts of the coast and mainland of Sweden, Denmark and Norway, the northeast coast of Canada, and parts of southern Chile. Complicating the picture is the fact that around each zone of post-glacial rebound, there lies what geologists call a peripheral zone of submergence, which is always larger than the zone of rebound. Thus, while it is not uncommon to find such phenomena as raised beaches in the highlands of Scotland, demonstrating graphically that areas that were once at sea level and formed an ancient coastline have now been lifted well above it, other areas of the British Isles are visibly sinking into the sea. This is because the downward pressure of the Fennoscandian ice sheet on the northern European continental crust at the LGM was transformed by the mechanism of isostatic compensation into a huge forebulge several hundred kilometers beyond the ice margin, literally as though one end of a seesaw had been forced down, pushing the other end up. As the ice melted, the weight that was holding the end of the seesaw down was released, allowing it to rise again and causing the other end, the forebulge, to fall. This is exactly what is happening in the English Channel today, which we've heard was entirely dry at the LGM. The Isle of Wight stood on the forebulge of the Fennoscandian ice sheet forced upwards by isostatic compensation. Then, when the ice sheet melted, the dynamics of isostasy again came into play, and the forebulge began to subside, taking the Isle of Wight and much of southern England down with it. Isostatic Atlantis. An ingenious theory of the lost land of Atlantis, the first that I am aware of, that is explicitly based on the relationship between isostasy and rising sea levels, was put forward in the late 1990s by Vyacheslav Kudryavtsev, a member of the Russian Geographical Society of the Russian Academy of Sciences. It is well known that the story of Atlantis was set in writing in the 4th century BC by the Greek philosopher Plato in his dialogues Critias and Timaeus. But before that, Plato tells us it had been an oral tradition passed down within his family from his ancestor Solon, the revered Athenian lawmaker. Solon had been told it during a visit that he made to Egypt at around 600 BC. His informant, in turn, had been an elderly Egyptian priest at the temple of Sais in the Delta, who said that he had drawn the information from written records, then more than 8,000 years old, lodged in the temple's archives. There are 4 essential ingredients in Plato's story. Atlantis was a relatively advanced, well-organized and prosperous civilization. It flourished and was destroyed 9,000 years before Solon's time. In other words, approximately 11,600 years before our time. It was located on a large island opposite the Pillars of Hercules, presumed to be the modern Straits of Gibraltar. Its destruction was the result of a global cataclysm. There were earthquakes and floods of extraordinary violence, and in a single dreadful day and night, the island of Atlantis was swallowed up by the sea and vanished. There have been 1,000 theories about the location of lost Atlantis, moving it around in time according to individual researchers' whims, and placing it everywhere from the mid-Atlantic ridge to Indonesia and from the Andes Mountains to Crete. What Kudryavtsev is suggesting is just another theory. Nevertheless, it has the great merit of requiring no liberties to be taken with Plato's text, either in respect of the location of Atlantis beyond the Straits of Gibraltar in the Atlantic Ocean, or of the date of its submergence, 11,600 years ago. Kudryavtsev's location is an area known to fishermen as the Little Sole Bank, situated on a vast underwater plateau called the Celtic Shelf, 200 kilometers to the southwest of the British Isles and Ireland. Although the shallowest part of Little Sole Bank is now 57 meters beneath the waves, and thus might be expected to have been about 60 meters above sea level just before the end of the last ice age, Kudryavtsev's research shows that it and a large area of the surrounding shelf may have been tilted dramatically upwards during the last build-up to the last glacial maximum by the seesaw effect of isostatic forces emanating from the continental ice mass. In brief, his theory is that there is an unusually rapid collapse of the forebulge in this area around 11,600 years ago, coinciding with a ferocious episode of ice melting and global flooding, the sudden inundation of Atlantis described by Plato. In my opinion, states Kudryavtsev, the most serious argument in favor of the assumption that Atlantis was not invented by Plato is that the time when it vanished, as indicated by Plato, about 11,600 years ago, and the circumstances of its vanishing described by him, the sinking into the deep of the sea, coincide with the findings of modern science about the end of the last ice age and the substantial rise of the level of the world ocean that accompanied it. 3 global superfloods. Anyone who has read the Timaeus and Critias carefully knows that what Plato describes in his account of the destruction of Atlantis is indeed a global flood that took place approximately 11,600 years ago and that swallowed up huge land masses as far apart as the eastern Mediterranean and the Atlantic Ocean. I would have thought that a first line of approach for scholars investigating Plato's claims would be to find out whether anything on this scale might actually have happened in the world 11,600 years ago. So far as I can discover, however, not a single historian or prehistorian has ever made the effort to do so, although many of them have put forward theories, usually widely applauded by their peers, locating Atlantis anywhere but in the Atlantic, where Plato says it was, and any time within the epoch of recorded history, rather than considering the prehistoric date of 9600 BC given by Plato. One of the ludicrous but positively peer-reviewed claims put forward to divert the debate endlessly into trivia is that Plato meant 9,000 months before Solon's time, not 9,000 years, when he spoke of the submergence of Atlantis. In my experience, historians and archaeologists will go through Houdini-like contortions of reason and common sense rather than consider the possibility that their paradigm of prehistory might be wrong. So I'm not surprised that they have never attempted to investigate at face value the Atlantis tradition of a devastating global flood 11,600 years ago. However, there are scholars trained in other disciplines and not hobbled by the same preconceptions who are more open to the possibility that the flood tradition in general and the Atlantis story specifically might be rooted in the real events of the meltdown of the last ice age. This view has been entertained positively by the late Cesar Emiliani, for example, former professor in the Department of Geological Sciences at the University of Miami, one of the pioneers of the isotopic analysis of deep-sea sediments as a way to study the Earth's past climates. Moreover, Emiliani's fieldwork in the Gulf of Mexico has produced striking evidence of cataclysmic global flooding between 12,000 and 11,000 years ago. Robert Schoch, professor in the Department of Geology at Boston University, observes that there was also a dramatic warming of the Earth's climate in the same period, the pre-boreal, and that overall there is a stunning lineup in time between the sudden warming of 9645 BC, Emiliani's scenario of a massive freshwater flood pouring into the Gulf of Mexico, and the date Plato ascribed to the sinking of Atlantis. Whatever the accuracy of specific details, this curious coincidence points to the effect sudden climatic changes can have, and no doubt have had, on civilization. Science writer Paul Laviolette likewise argues that there may be much truth to the many flood cataclysm stories that have been handed down to modern times in virtually every culture of the world. In particular, the 9600 BC date that Plato's Timaeus gives for the time of the deluge happens to fall at the beginning of the pre-boreal at the time of the upsurge of meltwater discharge. Before rejecting the possibility of a lost civilization of the last ice age, therefore, I urge historians and archaeologists to take a close look at the mass of data that now exists about the sequence of cataclysmic floods that swept the Earth between 17,000 and 7,000 years ago. Yet this, too, is a contentious area of debate. For while scientists now agree on the approximate figure of 120 meters for sea level rise during the 10,000 years of post-glacial flooding, many do not accept that these were floods at all, and certainly not in the cataclysmic sense. Averaging the rise over the time span as we did earlier, they see a fairly gradual and distinctly non-cataclysmic process in the range of a meter a century. This remains the majority view. But since Emiliani's findings first began to undermine it in the 1970s, there's been more and more research to show how very cataclysmic the meltdown of the Ice Age could in fact have been. In brief, what is being suggested is that during the long span of the meltdown, in addition to countless episodes of smaller-scale flooding, there were 3 global superfloods which have been dated within the following approximate time bands: 15,000 to 14,000 years ago, 12,000 to 11,000 years ago, and 8,000 to 7,000 years ago. I found that estimates of these dates vary by more than 1,000 years either way, depending upon which authority you consult, but the general point is clear enough. There now exists a strong case that nearly half the total meltwater release at the end of the last ice age was concentrated into these 3 relatively short episodes, creating conditions of concentrated damage after long periods of stability. Precisely the combination of circumstances and bad luck that could have led ultimately to the destruction of an antediluvian culture. Professor Emiliani's ice dams. Cesare Emiliani made many original contributions to scientific understanding of the meltdown of the last ice age. He was also the first to work out the precise mechanism behind the characteristic rhythm of this 10,000-year period. Millennia of slow melting and gradual sea level rises interrupted, apparently randomly, by much shorter episodes of extremely severe global flooding and rapid destructive oceanic transgressions. During the last ice age, ice reached its maximum extension 20,000 years ago. Deglaciation started almost immediately and progressed rapidly. Sometimes ice meltwater would pile up behind an ice dam, and when the dam collapsed, a huge flow would follow. One such great flood occurred in the American Northwest 13,500 years ago, when an ice dam holding back about 2,000 cubic kilometers of ice meltwater, Lake Missoula, collapsed. A huge mass of muddy water and debris rushed across the area into the Columbia River, cutting broad channels called coulees and forming the so-called channeled scabland. As a result of the flood that formed the scabland, the sea level rose very rapidly, from -100 to -80 meters, vis-à-vis today's level. By 12,000 years ago, more than 50% of the ice had returned to the ocean and the sea level had risen to -60 meters. At that point, other giant floods occurred, down the Mississippi River Valley into the Gulf of Mexico and down the Siberian River valleys into the Arctic Ocean. The Mississippi flood carried pebbles, which are now confined to the upper reaches of the Missouri-Mississippi system, all the way down to the Delta. Sea level rose very rapidly from -60 meters to -40 meters. The key phrase that caught my attention when I first read this passage was ice dam. It was very simple, and yet it explained so much. Averaged out over 10,000 years, it was true that the total global sea level rise of 120 meters at the end of the last ice age only amounted to a little more than a meter a century. But what Emiliani is now suggesting was the intriguing possibility that enormous quantities of glacial meltwater could have been detained for thousands of years behind ice dams on continental Europe and continental North America, and then released into the open ocean all at once. The ice caps that formerly covered these areas were up to 4 kilometers thick, as we've heard, and larger than present-day Antarctica in both cases. Emiliani reminds us how the weight of the ice on the land surface below created bowl-shaped depressions about 1 kilometer deep. Heat from the interior of the Earth was trapped under the ice sheets, the bottom ice melted, and great freshwater lakes formed. Twice in North America and western Siberia, these lakes busted through the ice margins and created huge floods. Sea level rose abruptly around 13,000 years ago, and again 11,000 years ago, and then more slowly as the residual ice continued melting. Some have hypothesized that these prehistoric floods generated the flood legends common to many civilizations. Professor Shaw's abrupt steps. John Shaw, professor of earth sciences at the University of Alberta, is one of the world's leading experts on the last ice age and on its catastrophic meltdown. The author of an impressive list of peer-reviewed scientific papers, his research is at the forefront of inquiry in this field and is focused on the reasons for the superfloods. This is the graphic account that he gave us. The big ice sheets that covered Canada, most of Scandinavia, and much of northern Russia, instead of them being pure ice and rock, it seems that at a late stage there was rock at the bottom and then a subglacial lake or reservoir of water, then the ice. And it's possible that when warming occurred, the top of the ice started to melt and the ablation zone and the subglacial water got bigger and bigger and bigger. And yet, for good reason, the ice sheet seals around the edges. And then one time, the big system on top connects. It's a little bit like a toilet bowl. You sort of open the valve and the water comes surging through. In Canada on one occasion, the water literally came spewing out all over, except to the east of the Hudson Strait, because there was a big ice barrier there. So it came out southwards and through the St. Lawrence, through the Finger Lakes, down through the Red River, South Winnipeg and the Winnipeg Lakes, and out through parts of Saskatchewan and out over the Milk River, which is the continental divide south of Alberta. The Milk River water flowed north to the Arctic, to the east of the Hudson Bay, south to the Gulf of Mexico. And a huge amount of water went north into the Arctic Ocean. So you were suddenly introducing a vast amount of water to the oceans. And the duration of the flows was probably measured in weeks. And the kind of flow that we're talking about, just for a small filament in Alberta, would have been 10 million cubic meters per second that would drain Lake Ontario in about 4 days. And sea level would have risen instantly, and somewhere in the region of 10 meters. This is about 15,000 years ago, when there were people living in many places. And the sea level would have suddenly risen, and if you had lived by the seashore collecting jellyfish or something like that, and your house was suddenly underwater, you'd notice it. I imagine that it had quite an impression on the oral tradition and myths. So the big event came from under the ice about 15,000 years ago. And then about 11,000 years ago, there was a big lake in the southern part of the ice sheet called Lake Agassiz that covered a big part of Canada. There was an equally big lake called the Baltic Ice Lake in Scandinavia. And then recent evidence suggests that there were big lakes across northern Asia and the north of the Soviet Union. These lakes were dammed by ice and tended to drain very suddenly. And as a result, you get a similar effect, with a sudden rise in sea level. And then last of all, about 8,000 years ago, there was the last lake in North America associated with the Laurentide ice sheet, which is called Lake Ojibwe, and it lay just south of the Hudson Strait. And that lake drained catastrophically. So originally it was thought that the rise of sea level was steady at the end of the Ice Age, but now we're able to see that it rose abruptly in steps. Floods, volcanoes, earthquakes. Professor Shaw's abrupt steps were arguably the most traumatic experiences of global cataclysm that our species has ever undergone. To those alive then, the end of the last ice age with its sudden global floods must have seemed like the end of the world. Continental plates were shifting upwards, relieved of the weight of the ice they'd supported for 100,000 years. Huge earthquakes and outbreaks of volcanism accompanied this extensive crustal rebalancing. The earth would have rung like a bell, with tremendous sounds and vibrations. The sky would have been heavy with volcanic dust and black bituminous rain. And at the same time, the oceans were remorselessly, apparently unstoppably rising. One of the geoclimatological mysteries of the last ice age is that the period of the meltdown, roughly from 17,000 to 7,000 years ago, was also a period of dramatically enhanced volcanic activity. A paper published in Nature in October 1997 draws particular attention to what at first sight seems like a bizarre correlation between the rate of global sea level change and the frequency of explosive volcanism in the Mediterranean area, with a distinct episode of enhanced volcanic activity registered in the geological and paleoclimatological records between 17,000 and 6,000 years ago. In areas where active volcanism and glaciation coincide, the correlation between the events can be explained by the effect of changing ice volumes on crustal stress. In contrast, the effect of ice sheet volume changes on unglaciated volcanic areas remains problematical. Several authors have proposed that meltwater loading and unloading could influence volcanic activity at sites distant from areas of ice accumulation through the global redistribution of water, although this hypothesis has never been tested. The international team of scholars behind the Nature article counted tephra layers in deep sea cores from the bottom of the Mediterranean. Tephra is a general term for solid matter ejected during volcanic eruptions, and conclude that the frequency of tephra-producing events and, by proxy, notable explosive eruptions at Mediterranean volcanoes can be related to rapid variations in sea level change. In particular, we draw attention to the quiescent phase, centered at 22,000 years ago and corresponding to the last low sea level stand, and to the most intense period of tephra layer formation between 15,000 and 8,000 years ago, which accompanied the very rapid rise in post-glacial sea levels. The authors think that the existence of a single causal link between the rate of sea level change and the level of explosive activity is unlikely, and point out that the unique response of individual volcanoes to large changes in sea levels requires detailed study of each eruption record. Where this has been done, however, the level of explosive eruptions is seen to fall to a marked low between 22,000 years ago and 15,000 years ago, coincident with the last low sea level stand. I find it intriguing that the end of a 7,000-year period of volcanic quiescence 15,000 years ago and the beginning of the period of violent eruptions both overlap with the first of John Shaw's global superfloods. Likewise, the end of the period of enhanced volcanic activity around 8,000 years ago follows Shaw's third and last superflood. Addressing this point, the scientists writing in Nature argue for broad-scale influences operating, for example, through stress changes in continental margins at island arcs. These may promote the ascent of fresh batches of magma into volcanoes, while increased levels of regional seismicity related to load distribution may play a role in destabilizing already weakened volcanoes. On a global scale, the number of volcanoes susceptible to the above-mentioned effects is large. Current spatial distributions of active volcanoes show that 57% form islands or occupy coastal sites, while a further 38% are located within 250 kilometers from a coastline. Assuming a similar distribution for around 1,500 volcanoes active during the last ice age, then 14,000 are likely to have been subject to the most direct effects of rapid sea level change. Furthermore, the rapidity of these sea level changes, and consequently their potential to trigger responses in active volcanic structures, are only now becoming apparent. Despite its author's caution about identifying a single cause, the evidence set out in the Nature paper does suggest that the Earth's own isostatic rebalancing process, sparked off by the sudden meltdown of the ice sheets and rapidly rising sea levels at the end of the last ice age, must have been what awakened the volcanoes. The implication is that isostatic adjustment does not always proceed at a constant, steady rate. Otherwise, volcanism would presumably be constant as well, but must at times involve large, rapid shifts transmitting shockwaves through the Earth's crust, powerful enough to set the volcanoes raging around the globe. It is precisely a shift of this speed and magnitude that Kudryavtsev envisages with his hypothesized overnight collapse of the Celtic shelf on the forebulge of the Fennoscandian ice sheet 11,600 years ago. Moreover, researchers have found evidence that the meltdown of the same ice sheet also unleashed tremendous forces during other periods of rapid worldwide flooding. At the same time of Shaw's third great flood around 8,000 years ago, for example, the stresses and earthquakes became so severe that immense waves were formed in the ground. One of these, in northern Sweden, is 150 kilometers long and 10 meters high, and has been described as a rock tsunami that can only have been caused by earthquakes of unbelievable magnitude. Descent of Hell. Snaking across a bleak landscape, Sweden's Parvi, wave in the ground, as it is known locally, is a remarkable and somewhat disturbing feature, exactly resembling a 3-story high tsunami made of solid rock caught forever in freeze frame as it rears up just before breaking. The most remarkable and disturbing thing about it, however, is that this part of northern Sweden is a zone of extremely low seismicity and stands on what geologists define as a stable continental region, SCR, of the tectonic plate. There should be no reason for catastrophic earthquakes ever to happen in an SCR. Yet the evidence unambiguously demonstrates that a catastrophic earthquake, indeed the largest earthquake ever known within the stable continental regions, did throw up the Parvi. Studies over the last 2 decades show that it formed suddenly by earthquake faulting in the late glacial to early post-glacial times of the Great Fennoscandian ice sheet, approximately 8,000 to 8,500 years ago, suggesting a genetic relationship between the two. The precise nature of this relationship and the true magnitude of post-glacial faults, PGFs, such as the Parvi, have been studied by Ronald Arvidsson of the Seismological Department of Uppsala University. He has shown that such faults, of which there are a whole series in northern Sweden, frequently cut as far as 40 kilometers deep into the Earth's crust. All were caused by different gigantic earthquakes, and all these earthquakes occurred within the same 1,000-year period between 9,000 and 8,000 years ago. Arvidsson's widely agreed estimate is that the Parvi quake measured 8.2 on the Richter scale. Another scholar, Arch C. Johnson of the Center for Earthquake Research at the University of Memphis, points out that quakes of this magnitude only occur today along the edges of tectonic plates. The force that formed the Parvi ground wave must therefore have been enormous. The Fennoscandian PGFs are a remarkable consequence of rapid crustal unloading as the ice sheets of the last ice age melted. The Parvi and other PGFs represent the faults of induced earthquakes, events that would not have happened without externally imposed conditions. Johnson then goes on to note that, although induced seismicity is known today, the post-glacial earthquakes are easily the largest known examples of this class. Surface quarrying can generate earthquakes from 2 to 4 on the Richter scale. Deep mining and deep well waste disposal, 5 to 6 events, and large hydro reservoirs, mid-6 events. Excluding PGFs, there are no earthquakes exceeding 7 confidently considered induced. The earthquake magnitude seems to scale with the agent of change of crustal stresses. Great ice sheets can induce great earthquakes. Now, a characteristic of the Richter scale, not widely understood by those who live outside earthquake zones, is that it is calibrated so that each increase of 1 unit represents a 10-fold increase in the magnitude of the quake. So a 2 is 10 times bigger than a 1, a 3 is 10 times bigger than a 2, a 4 is 10 times bigger than a 3, and so on. The earthquake that hit Kobe in Japan on 17 January 1995, killing more than 5,000 people in 20 seconds, measured 7.2. With a Richter scale value of 8.2, the Parvi quake was 10 times bigger than Kobe. The largest earthquakes ever recorded on the scale, rare events in subduction zones under oceans or between continental plates, have not exceeded the value of 9. The clear implication of Arvidsson's and Johnston's research, therefore, is that crustal rebound and isostatic rebalancing did at times take place very rapidly as the ice caps melted down into cascading floods, rapidly enough to trigger extremely violent earthquakes and sudden massive faulting, penetrating to hitherto unheard-of depths of 40 kilometers and radiating laterally for up to 160 kilometers. Writing up his findings in Science magazine, Arvidsson concludes, "I interpret the earthquakes as signs of a progressive rapid rise of the land from the center of post-glacial rebound to the outer reaches of the ice sheet. More than 9,000 years ago, a nearly isostatic equilibrium was reached due to the depression of the lithosphere by the ice. After a quick removal of the ice sheet, a non-isostatic condition caused compressional stresses within the crust which triggered the earthquakes. Since the Parvi is only one of the many giant post-glacial faults associated with the collapse of the Fennoscandian ice sheet, what Arvidsson is really talking about, I think, is the descent of hell in northern Europe for a reign of 1,000 years centered on 8,000 years ago." As we follow his evidence, we must envisage extraordinary scenes of geological turmoil in which continuous deep tremors vibrate all the way through the Baltic shield crust and the earth repeatedly roils, fractures, rears up and collapses, seemingly about to tear itself apart. While this is happening, the ancient ice cap over Fennoscandia is in a state of runaway meltdown, close now to the point of total collapse, and huge chunks of decaying ice the size of islands are falling into the sea, generating cataclysmic displacement waves. The ice cap over North America is behaving in much the same way. And let's not forget that the Earth by this time, 8,000 years ago, has already suffered the consequences of 7,000 years of intense volcanism, 7,000 years of rising sea levels, and sudden and unpredictable marine floods, 7,000 years of continental shelves, land bridges and islands vanishing beneath the waves, and 7,000 years of spectacular climatic instability. Indeed, the paleoclimatological record testifies to all of the following and much more between 15,000 and 8,000 years ago. Cold oceans, high winds, mountains of dust in the atmosphere, and wildly unpredictable temperature shifts. To give an example of the latter, Romuald Schild of the Polish Academy of Sciences cites an abrupt warming that took place in the northern Atlantic at around 12,700 years ago, stopped and equally abruptly went into reverse 10,800 years ago, when there was a sudden 800-year plunge to almost full glacial temperatures, then turned again to another episode of abrupt warming about 10,000 years ago. Robert Schoch reports that the bulk of the first warming, approximately 27 degrees Fahrenheit, a massive increase, occurred after 11,700 years ago. Remarkably, the ice core data suggests that half of the temperature change in the neighborhood of 14 degrees Fahrenheit occurred in less than 15 years, centering around 9645 BC. That's a bigger temperature increase and faster than the scariest doomsday scenario about global warming in the 21st century. It also happens to coincide almost exactly with Plato's date of around 11,600 years ago for the sinking of Atlantis, when, the listener will recall, there were earthquakes and floods of extraordinary violence, and in a single dreadful day and night, the island of Atlantis was swallowed up by the sea and vanished. You remember only one deluge. I'm not trying to find Atlantis, or not even to guess where it might have been located, if it ever existed at all, since it is well known that such inquiries lead to madness. I prefer to treat it like any other archaic flood account, whether in the form of myth or purporting to be history, and to consider it solely in terms of its general level of plausibility, a task made easier by its unusual detail and precision. What it tells me at that level is at least the following. 1. A devastating global flood occurred around 11,600 years ago. This is interesting The date coincides with the second of John Shaw superfloods and with Cesar Emiliani's data from the Gulf of Mexico. 2. The flood was accompanied by enormous earthquakes. This is plausible because of the close correlation between huge earthquakes, enhanced volcanism, rapid ice melting, and fast post-glacial flooding. 3. The island of Atlantis was swallowed up by the sea and vanished in a day and a night. We have seen how isostatic rebalancing sometimes occurred very rapidly and cataclysmically at the end of the last ice age, and how it is theoretically possible that intense isostatic subsidence in a suitably weakened area of the Earth's crust could have brought about just such a sudden collapse as Plato describes. There is one further element of the story that also resonates with scientific evidence, and this is that the flood that destroyed Atlantis 11,600 years ago was but one of many floods. Remember that the source of the Atlantis tradition is supposed to have been an ancient Egyptian priest in conversation with Plato's ancestor Solon. Here's how Plato reports the exchange in Timaeus. Egyptian priest: "O Solon, Solon, you Greeks are all children, and there's no such thing as an old Greek." Solon: "What do you mean by that?" Egyptian priest: "You are all young in mind. You have no belief rooted in old tradition and no knowledge hoary with age. And the reason is this: with you and others, writing and the other necessities of civilization have only just been developed when the periodic scourge of the deluge descends and spares none but the unlettered and the uncultured, so that you have to begin again like children in complete ignorance of what happened in early times. You remember only one deluge, though there have been many." As a general synopsis, I have to say that the priest's comments fit reasonably well with the 3 global superfloods and countless lesser deluges that we now know did occur at approximately 15,000, 11,000, and 8,000 years ago. Moreover, his placing of the Atlantis flood anywhere in this period, the only period in the last 125,000 years when there actually were floods of the kind described, is, if you stop to think about it, quite an achievement in itself. An aggressive little bugger from Yorkshire. We've heard that it was Cesar Emiliani who first drew serious attention to the possibility of post-glacial superfloods. In his paper published in Science magazine in 1975, he and a group of colleagues presented startling evidence from deep-sea cores from the northeastern part of the Gulf of Mexico. The evidence revealed a 2.4% isotopic anomaly between 12,000 and 11,000 years ago, which the authors correctly interpreted as having been caused by the occurrence of major flooding of ice meltwater into the Gulf of Mexico, centering at about 11,600 years before the present. At the time, Emiliani's ideas were not well received. As Isaac Asimov was later to comment, the suggestion was largely ignored because it was difficult to imagine the ice melting that fast. But in 1989, John Shaw made a suggestion as to just how such floods might come about. I thought that I had already fully understood Professor Shaw's catastrophic scenario of how the 3 great deluges were caused by sudden releases into the world ocean of pent-up meltwater from behind ice dams. But as I looked more closely at his research, and at the transcript of the lengthy interview he had given us in February 1999, I began to realize that his story had hidden complexities and that the cataclysms he described could have been far more severe than I had initially supposed. For it was not just a matter of very rapidly rising seas submerging and washing away low-lying coastal areas, although there was an immense amount of that, but also of the true character and extent of the runoff floods on land, as the ice caps melted down and the glacial lakes burst their ice barriers. Shaw's interest in this problem does not begin with floods, but with drumlins. Drumlin, elliptical streamlined hill composed of till, unstratified glacial deposit consisting of boulder clay and rock fragments of various kinds deposited beneath moving glacial ice. Drumlins commonly found in clusters with their long axes roughly parallel to the direction of the ice movement. They slope steeply in the direction from which the glacier came and gently in the direction in which it moved. They vary in height from 6 to 60 meters and in length up to several miles. Drumlin fields may contain as many as 10,000 drumlins. One of the largest fields is in the northwestern plains of Canada. Based at the University of Alberta, Professor Shaw has Canada's drumlins at his doorstep, at least in a manner of speaking, so it's not surprising as a geologist that he should have views about them. But the reactions that his views have elicited amongst other geologists are harder to understand. When I go to conferences, people yell at me, people get angry, and they yell and scream and are constantly bringing in diversions because they don't want the story to be told. And being an aggressive little bugger from Yorkshire anyway, I tend to fight back. At a recent conference in Sweden, a senior quaternary geologist instructed Shaw, "Don't bring your ideas here." So I looked at him and grinned, and next day gave the paper. And then it was rejected and not published in the conference proceedings, so I put it on the net, and that's where it is now. If I were a young assistant professor, I wouldn't be kept and I wouldn't have published either, and people would say my ideas were balmy. What, might one ask, is all the fuss about? It seems hard to believe that geologists could come close to excommunicating such a senior and widely respected colleague as Professor Shaw, simply for expressing an original scientific opinion on the matter of elliptical, streamlined hills. I mean, who cares? In fact, we should care, says Shaw, because the drumlins and other hummocky landforms strewn across Canada are evidence of continental floods of biblical proportions, floods of water in some cases hundreds of meters high that roared out from beneath the ice caps during the last deglaciation, destroying or mangling everything in their path. Shaw explicitly suggests that many elements of the universal myth of the deluge may be explained by such floods pouring down off the land, intimately linked as they were to the episodes of sudden and ferocious sea level rise that took place between 15,000 and 8,000 years ago. Slow and gentle, or fast and furious. Although there is no single explanation for the formation of drumlins to which all geologists subscribe, most see them as the result of a relatively slow subglacial process involving first the lodgement of a huge mass of till on the bedrock beneath the glacier and subsequently its molding into the classic streamlined hill shape by the flow of the ice itself. Such gradualistic theories have dominated the earth sciences and archaeology since the end of the 19th century, creating an exceptionally difficult environment in both disciplines for the exploration of alternative hypotheses requiring any kind of sudden change or catastrophic agency. Because John Shaw's theory requires both, it was inevitable that it would face stern opposition. Nevertheless, he has stuck to his guns since first putting his ideas forward in the 1980s and has gradually seen a convergence of evidence building up in his favor, including subglacial landforms, surface water isotopic composition of the Gulf of Mexico, and the sedimentology of cores from the Gulf. At risk of reducing a massively documented and complex argument to statements of ludicrous simplicity, I think it is fair to say that Shaw himself does not claim to have found any definitive all-inclusive explanation for the formation of drumlins, but believes them to be features that are caused in different ways by different kinds of cataclysmic floods and not, as has traditionally been thought, by ice molding. For example, on the evidence of form and structure, his interpretation of the Livingston Lake drumlins in northern Saskatchewan is that they are infills of inverted erosional marks scoured on the ice bed by subglacial meltwater. In other words, forget about the old notions of lodgement and molding that generations of geologists have had hardwired into their logic circuits. Consider the possibility instead that the end of the Ice Age was much less genteel, as indeed we already know that it was in almost every other measurable characteristic that we have encountered, and that the vast drumlin fields at Livingston Lake were created by apocalyptic meltwater floods. This is precisely Shaw's scenario, and he believes that subglacial landforms, that is, the drumlins themselves, are his most powerful evidence. When I first looked at drumlins, this is how it all started for me really. I thought, they look just like erosional forms on the seabed, which are negative forms of course, but these ones are positive. How can that be? Then the idea came to me. Okay, if you erode upwards into the ice and then fill in the cavities with sediment, that's what you would get. And so we went and dug holes and found out that sediment corresponded to filling in from below, and very catastrophically. In brief, Shaw's argument is that at certain stages during the collapse of the Laurentide ice sheet, between 15,000 and 8,000 years ago, parts of the slowly moving ice mass, more than 3 kilometers thick and weighing as much as a giant mountain range, must have rested not on bedrock, but on a deep layer of meltwater moving at high speed and under enormous pressure. These turbulent flows would have carried with them tremendous volumes of sediment ranging from finely grained clays to huge stones and boulders, and it is easy to see how a cavity eroded into the base of the ice mass, where it rested on the running water, would quickly have become filled up and densely packed with sediment forced in from below. The result, like any object created in a mold, would have taken on the characteristic shape of the mold, which in the case of this kind of erosion is streamlined, elliptical and hill-shaped, and might then have been sealed within the ice and carried further by it until it was ultimately released by generalized melting. Take a few thousand such objects of varying sizes, dump them in northern Saskatchewan, and you have the Livingston Lake drumlin field. Shaw believes that other drumlin fields in Canada have been created in a different way, again involving glacial meltwater rather than ice, but this time as a direct erosional agent on bedrock or depositional landforms. Drumlins around Peterborough and Trenton, Ontario, are mainly erosional. Their internal stratigraphy is relatively undisturbed. Drumlins in Ireland contain complex glaciogenic sequences. The form of these Irish drumlins is almost entirely erosional. Returning again to his notion of powerful floods running under immense pressure at the base of the ice sheets, Shaw draws attention to the drumlins of Beverly Lake Field in Canada's Northwest Territory, which he suggests was sculpted by these floods, and to erosional marks, also caused by floodwater, in the bedrock near Kingston, Ontario. Concerning the depth of the flow, it is clear that the Beverly Lake drumlins must have been submerged in the formative flow. Minimum depths of about 20 meters were required. Erosion marks in the bedrock in the Kingston area, Ontario, indicate subglacial meltwater flows that have widths of more than 60 kilometers. Spectacular erosional marks along the north shore of Georgian Bay, Ontario, also indicate broad subglacial meltwater flows. On a helicopter traverse along the north shore of Georgian Bay, a single field of bedrock erosional marks was noted that had a width of at least 50 kilometers. These drumlins and erosional marks indicate meltwater floods that were competent to remove the largest boulders. Flow widths equal to the widths of drumlin and erosional mark fields were in the range of 60 to 150 kilometers. I think it is worth re-emphasizing Shaw's figures and their implications. He's talking about turbulent, energetic floods 20 meters deep, flowing in vortices at high speed and pressure under the main ice sheets across fronts up to 160 kilometers wide. Only floods on such a scale and of such violence could have sculpted the drumlin fields and hummocky terrain and tortured pitted scablands of Canada and the United States, and carved out other remarkable features such as the extremely large through valleys, including these containing the Finger Lakes that lie to the south of drumlin fields in northern New York State. Volumes of water required to sustain such floods, observes Shaw, would have been of the order of 1 million cubic kilometers, equivalent to a rise of several meters in sea level over a matter of weeks. Drowned coral and floating ice. Of course, when water flows under ice, severing its connection to bedrock, the ice begins to move. Surge is the technical term. Subglacial meltwater sheets with thicknesses of several tens of meters occurred over vast areas of the Laurentide ice sheet. The decoupling of glaciers from their beds as a consequence of increased water pressure is used increasingly to explain their rates of sliding. The scale of this process implied here is much larger than that considered for modern glaciers. Nevertheless, the effects should be similar. In short, the glacier is expected to surge. There is indeed compelling evidence of a series of massive glacial surges at the end of the last ice age. These correlate with meltwater pulses and peaks of sea level rise, recorded, for example, in drowned reefs of Acropora palmata from the Caribbean Atlantic region near the island of Barbados. Acropora is an efficient tracker of rising sea level because it is a light-loving coral that dies at depths greater than about 10 meters. The Barbados reefs were drowned 3 times at the end of the last ice age, at approximately 14,000, 11,000, and 8,000 years ago, and so suddenly and deeply on each occasion that they now form 3 distinct steps, one for each flooding peak, rather than having crept towards shallower waters as would have been the case with more gradual sea level rises. Shaw and his colleague Paul Blanchon at the University of Alberta conclude in a 1995 paper in Geology that the reef data confirm 3 catastrophic meter-scale sea level rises during deglaciation. By converting radiocarbon-dated marine and ice sheet events to a sidereal chronology, we show that the timing of these catastrophic rises is coincident with ice sheet collapse, ocean atmosphere reorganization, and large-scale releases of meltwater. There is also evidence that a cataclysmic feedback mechanism may have been at work between even relatively small eustatic sea level rises due to meltwater alone and much larger and more sudden events caused by the destabilization of entire ice sheets extending over continental shelves. Indeed, in an article in Nature, geologists D.R. Lindstrom and D.R. Makail go so far as to identify ice sheet mechanics as a controlling factor in meltwater production. They then make the very radical and original suggestion that sudden and significant changes in sea level due to the floating of formerly grounded ice sheets and attendant ice dome drawdown might have accompanied the meltwater pulses, and these jumps in sea level might not have been recorded in the reef accretion data. Thus, a logical mechanism exists by which sea level may have risen faster and to higher levels than represented by the reef accretion histories at Barbados. In other words, global floods that already appear to have been extremely sudden and severe on the basis of the coral reef data alone, and each drowning event required a minimum instantaneous sea level rise of 5 meters before it would take effect, may temporarily have been several magnitudes more severe than the coral reef record shows. Shaw and Blanchon suggest that a global eustatic hike in sea level of between just 0.2 and 0.4 of a meter in a period of a few weeks would have been sufficient to free grounded ice and stimulate further ice sheet wasting, additionally elevating sea level on the order of 5 to 10 meters or more. Armadas of icebergs. Induced by sudden sea level rises, such sudden wasting at the sea margins of the ice sheets would have manifested in equally sudden launchings of fleets of gigantic icebergs. In 1988, the German oceanographer Hartmut Heinrich was the first to come up with the firm geological evidence for such a cataclysmic iceberg carving process during the last ice age. By examining deep-sea drill cores sampled at various points across the North Atlantic, he demonstrated the existence of widely dispersed layers of ice-rafted detritus, millions of tons of rocks and rocky debris that had once stood on land, that had been clawed up by the ice sheets, and that had ultimately been carried out to sea frozen into huge icebergs. As they melted, they released rock debris that was dropped into the fine-grained sediments of the ocean floor. Much of this ice-rafted debris consisted of limestones similar to those exposed over large areas of eastern Canada today. The Heinrich layers, as they have become known, extend 3,000 kilometers across the North Atlantic, almost reaching Ireland. The Heinrich layers record at least 6 separate discharges of stupendous flotillas of icebergs into the North Atlantic discharges that are now known obviously enough as Heinrich events, and that are thought to have unfolded in concentrated bursts of activity that may in each case have lasted less than a century. Because of the progressive thickening of the Heinrich layers towards the western side of the Atlantic and the continuation of this trend into the Labrador Sea in the direction of Hudson Bay, it is obvious to geologists that much of the floating ice was sourced from the Laurentide ice sheet. However, other debris has been found intermingled in some Heinrich layers that could only have come from separate ice sheets covering not only Canada, but Greenland, Iceland, the British Isles, and Scandinavia. Likewise, research into southern hemisphere ice caps in the Andes and New Zealand shows that these too grew and then collapsed synchronously with the ice rafting pulses recorded in the North Atlantic. The implication, admits Professor R.C.L. Wilson of Britain's Open University, is that some global rather than regional forcing of climate change must have been at work. With this reminder of the interconnectedness of all the great ice sheets of the last glaciation and the broad similarities of all their biographies, let's take a closer look at one of them. What happened to it also happened to a very similar degree to all of the others. Its apocalypse is therefore the end of the Ice Age in Canada. Laurentide. Thomas Crowley and Gerald North, oceanographers at Texas A&M University, described the melting of the great ice sheets at the end of the last Ice Age as one of the most rapid and extreme examples of climate change recorded in the geologic record. As we have seen, most of the changes were concentrated into a period of just 7,000 years, between 15,000 and 8,000 years ago. Like the other ice sheets, the Laurentide did not really go into meltdown until after 15,000 years ago, and like the others, it experienced three primary episodes of collapse, correlating closely with Professor Shaw's three global superfloods at approximately 15,000, 11,000, and 8,000 years ago. It is known that an immense meltwater reservoir in the Laurentide ice sheet was catastrophically released between 15,000 and 14,000 years ago. The volume of water discharged produced regional scale fields of drumlins, giant flutings, and extensive tracts of scoured bedrock. Such large amounts of meltwater could potentially destabilize ice sheets grounded below sea level. The period between 13,000 years ago to about 10,000 years ago saw recurrent outburst flooding from a series of glacial lakes and lake complexes in the Laurentide, notably Glacial Lake Agassiz, which periodically emptied into the Gulf of Mexico via the Minnesota Spillway and the Mississippi Drainage Basin. The listener will recall Emialani's evidence for a peak flooding event of Laurentide meltwater into the Gulf at around 11,600 years ago. Within 1,000 years of that date, Glacial Lake Missoula in Montana in the western United States also underwent one of its periodic outbursts, sending what Crowley and North calculate to have been a wall of water 600 meters high onto the Columbia Plateau of eastern Washington. Another series of large outburst floods occurred around 9,400 years ago. According to Charles Fletcher and Clark Sherman of the Department of Geology and Geophysics at the University of Hawaii, each event added an estimated 4,000 cubic kilometers of water to the world ocean. By 8,400 years ago, yet more calamitous melting had allowed Lake Agassiz to merge with its formerly separate and almost equally massive eastern neighbor, Lake Ojibwe. This confluence created a titanic inland sea with a surface area of more than 700,000 square kilometers, poised behind an ice dam over Hudson Bay at elevations of between 450 and 600 meters above sea level. At some point between 8,400 and 8,000 years ago, the dam broke, and the almost unimaginable mass of water burst through and emptied almost instantaneously into the North Atlantic. The breakout occurred into the Hudson Bay lowland, lowering lake level by at least 250 meters and resulting in a total discharge of between 75,000 and 150,000 cubic kilometers, possibly the single largest flood of the Quaternary period. This outburst may have single-handedly raised global sea level by 0.5 meter or so. But this is a good place to remind ourselves that the spiraling decay and collapse of the Laurentide ice sheet was not an isolated event, but was part of a global pattern and feedback system, and that floods of almost equal magnitude poured in tandem off the Fennoscandian ice sheet on the other side of the Atlantic Ocean. This is why, at around the same time as the collapse of the Laurentide, the northeastern side of Britain, close to the Fennoscandian margins, also experienced severe flooding. Here there was a very rapid rise in sea level which submerged an area in the North Sea the size of modern Britain. Most of this 100,000 square mile British Atlantis, not to be confused with Kudryavtsev's suggested site of Atlantis on the Celtic shelf, was there in 8000 BC and gone by 6500 BC. By then, only a 140-mile-long, 5,000 square mile island, where the Dogger Bank is now, survived. The separate meltwater floods originating in different ice caps would, of course, have mingled in the world ocean and multiplied their effects by floating and breaking up grounded ice on the continental shelves. Stephen Oppenheimer calculates that the ice flushed out through the Hudson Strait from what had once been the center of the Laurentide ice dome between 8,400 and 8,000 years ago may have been as much as 1.6 kilometers thick and a third the size of Canada. Such statistics beggar the imagination and require common sense to rebel against what is still very much the establishment view, namely that the sea level rises at the end of the last ice age, though large overall, were too small on a year-by-year basis to have caused cataclysmic flooding, and thus to have inspired global flood myths or to be of any relevance at all to traditions of lost civilizations and antediluvian cities. Although very few historians are presently taking any interest, the geological and oceanographic evidence has begun to turn against this gradualist and uniformitarian view of the meltdown, and there are more and more reasons to suspect that the world of men, as Plato's Athenian comments in the passage from the Laws quoted at the beginning of this chapter, might indeed have often been destroyed by floods in such a way that only a small portion of the human race survived. Entering the realm of the unknown. At any of the three nodes of peak flooding around 15,000, 11,000, and 8,000 years ago, the convergence of evidence suggests very fast global sea level hikes of the order of 5 to 10 meters, and sometimes far more, in each case complicated and exacerbated by induced ice sheet breakup and other factors. In particular, as we have seen, experts believe there may have been several temporary rises in sea level during these periods, caused by the sudden floating of vast masses of ice that far exceeded the margins recorded in the oceanographic record. Moreover, rising sea levels, bringing floods from sea to land, are only part of the story of the end of the last ice age. Of at least equal, perhaps greater importance, are the terrible walls of water hundreds of meters high that again and again rolled out from the monstrous ice domes, and thence over low-lying land and from land to sea, where ice dams ruptured and glacial lakes spilled, or when pressurized subglacial meltwater burst from under the ice sheet. We know that relatively minor sea level rises could set off major ice sheet breakups, and it has been suggested by Stephen Oppenheimer that the tremendous earthquakes caused by isostatic rebalancing at the end of the Ice Age could have stirred up mountain-topping superwaves in the northern regions of the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans. Other than Oppenheimer's own investigations, however, my impression is that while many brilliant individual scientists have studied individual post-glacial phenomena in great depth, very little has yet been done to investigate all these phenomena together as part of a complex system, or to consider the effects on the Earth and its human population of multiple interacting cataclysms. Floods, lands subsiding into the sea, earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, all occurring at the same time. We are entering the realm of the unknown here, because science has only recently begun to consider the end of the last ice age as a cataclysm at all, and the evidence is still coming in about just how devastating and extensive that cataclysm might have been. Nevertheless, some observations that I believe deserve special attention have been made by the researcher Paul Laviolette in his 1997 book, Earth Under Fire. 1. At peak moments of the meltdown, any hypothetical civilizations living around the edges of partially enclosed seas that served as drainage areas for the great ice sheets could have suffered disproportionately large and rapid changes in sea level. In a sophisticated and original argument, Laviolette draws particular attention to the Mediterranean. Glacial meltwater from the nearby European ice sheets would have entered the Mediterranean much more rapidly than it could escape through the Straits of Gibraltar, and as a result, the temporary rise in Mediterranean sea level would have been much greater than in the surrounding oceans. Such meltwater surges could have temporarily raised the Mediterranean by some 60 meters, flooding all coastal civilizations. 2. Mega avalanches of rock and ice must have repeatedly thundered into the world's oceans during the epoch of the meltdown because of the effects of isostasy on continental margins and the breakaway collapse of the gigantic ice sheets. From an example in recent history, we know how severe avalanche-induced floods can be. In July 1958, in Alaska's Lituya Bay, 40 million cubic meters of ice and rock weighing 90 million tons avalanched from the glaciated slopes of the Fairweather Range and fell 900 meters into one of the bay's inlets. The resulting wave roared inland up the bay's steep opposite shore for a distance of more than a kilometer at a speed of 200 kilometers per hour and destroyed 10 square kilometers of forests to a height of 540 meters. What then would have been the effects of the fall into the North Atlantic of a sheet of ice a third the size of Canada? 3. The phenomenon of outburst floods from catastrophically released glacial lakes, already understood to have had apocalyptic regional scale effects, may have been far more severe than previously thought. Ponds and lakes on a glacier's surface, as well as natural caverns within the glacier, are known to store large quantities of glacial meltwater. From time to time, the contents of such reservoirs can discharge suddenly to create potentially destructive floods called glacier bursts or glacier floods. During periods of intense climatic warming, the Earth's ice sheets were melting extremely rapidly, with most of the melting taking place on their upper surfaces. Consequently, large quantities of meltwater would have collected on the ice sheet's surface to form numerous superglacial lakes perched at elevations of up to 3.5 kilometers. In cases where the impounded waters were restrained by ice jams and where mounting pressures caused these jams to give way, large floods of glacial meltwater would have poured out over the ice sheet's surface. As one such glacier burst swept forward, gradually descending the ice sheet's surface, it would have incorporated any ponded meltwater that lay in its path, triggering these superglacial lakes to discharge their contents and add to its size. Through the snowballing effect, a single initial glacier burst would have progressively grown in size and kinetic energy during the course of its downhill journey, eventually becoming of mountainous proportions. The so-called continental glacier wave would have produced catastrophic floods unlike anything seen on our planet today. Waves of greater height travel faster. Accordingly, as a glacier wave proceeded across an ice sheet to lower altitudes, gaining in height and kinetic energy, it would have accelerated to higher speeds. By the time it had journeyed thousands of kilometers to the edge of the ice sheet, it could have attained heights of 600 meters or more, a cross-sectional breadth as much as 40 kilometers, and a forward speed of several hundred kilometers per hour. Such a wave could have extended thousands of kilometers along the ice sheet. Glacier waves issuing from the surface of ice sheets in North America, Europe, Siberia, and South America would have had sufficient kinetic energy to travel thousands of kilometers over land to devastate regions far removed from the ice sheet's boundary. A Upon entering the ocean, the wave would have continued forward as a tsunami to cause considerable damage on the shores of distant continents. Because of its immense energy, a glacier wave tsunami would be far more destructive than any tidal wave observed in modern times. Yesterday. There is much that we do not know about what happened to the Earth and to mankind between 17,000 and 7,000 years ago. And though science has made great strides towards a full understanding of that epoch, there is much that we may never know. Yet it is to this precise period of unrecorded prehistoric darkness, set amidst epiclimactic and environmental turmoil, that archaeologists trace the origins of civilization. The first settlements, the first signs of structured hierarchical communities, the domestication of plants, the invention of agriculture, building with bricks and stone, etc. In other words, the whole suite of economic and social attributes that set mankind on the road to science and reason and the technological achievements of the modern world. Proper history doesn't begin until after 5,000 years ago, when we have written records to go on, and thus the basis to build up a reasonably accurate picture of past events, although even then there are huge gaps. Before 5,000 years ago, in the absence of written records, all we have to light up our collective yesterdays are the conjectures of archaeologists based upon their interpretations of extremely scanty material evidence elevated from tiny areas of archaeological sites that have become more and more scarce the further we go back in time. And almost all of these sites, of course, are on land. Thus far, the contribution of marine archaeology to the debate has been risible. So this is the flimsy, hopelessly incomplete, and wholly inadequate basis on which we rest our understanding of the unwritten past and passively accept, as though we are drugged or senseless, that there is no mystery in it. Part 2. India 1. 4. Forgotten cities, ancient texts, and an Indian Atlantis. The lasting gift bequeathed by the Aryans to the conquered peoples was neither material culture nor a superior physique, but a more excellent language and the mentality it generated. At the same time, the fact that the first Aryans were Nordics was not without importance. The physical qualities of that stock did enable them, by bare fact of superior strength, to conquer even more advanced peoples and so to impose their language on areas from which their bodily type was almost completely vanished. This is the truth underlying the panegyrics of the Germanists. The Nordics' superiority in physique fitted them to be the vehicles of a superior language. Ver Gordon Child, Professor of Prehistoric Archaeology, University of Edinburgh, 1926. In the end, there is no reason to believe today that there ever was an Aryan race that spoke Indo-European languages and was possessed of a coherent or well-defined set of Aryan or Indo-European cultural features. Gregory Possehl, Professor of Anthropology, University of Pennsylvania, 1999. The word city is etymologically linked to the word civilization. It is therefore of interest that mankind's first cities have been traced by historians to the following regions and dates. 1. Mesopotamia, late 4th and early 3rd millennia BC. 2. Egypt, late 4th and early 3rd millennia BC. 3. India, late 4th and early 3rd millennia BC. 4. China, mid-2nd millennium BC. 5. Central and South America, mid-2nd millennium BC. In 4 of the 5 regions, Mesopotamia, Egypt, China, and the Americas, nothing remains of these ancient civilizations except their extraordinary stone monuments, together with more or less incomplete collections of their inscriptions, legends, and traditions. These, by good fortune, have come down to us and have proved amenable to translation. But the cultures that created the monuments and the scriptures are long gone, and thus inaccessible to study, except through inference and deduction from the material remains they left behind. In the 5th region, the Indian subcontinent, matters are very different. Here the oldest cities are ascribed to the Indus Valley civilization. It was forgotten by history and unknown to archaeologists until the 1920s, when the first two sites to be discovered, Harappa and Mohenjo-daro on the Indus River in what is now Pakistan, were excavated and found to be about 5,000 years old. It is because of the location of these two type sites that the name Indus Valley Civilization was coined, while at the same time the characteristic Bronze Age archaeological assemblage of this civilization was referred to as Harappan, since Harappa was the first site to be explored. Subsequent excavations, continuing today, have led to the realization that the majority of the approximately 2,600 Harappan sites so far discovered in fact lie outside the Indus Valley, particularly to the east, along the course of the ancient Sarasvati, a river that has been dry for almost 4,000 years. This wide distribution of sites has been recognized by scholars, many of whom now prefer to speak of the Indus-Sarasvati civilization, the term that I shall generally use here, since it more accurately describes the very large geographical catchment area in which this mysterious culture flourished. It was an architectural culture, carrying out prodigious feats of civil engineering and building its gigantic cities out of bricks so strong, so uniform, and so well made that even after thousands of years they could safely be reused on modern construction projects, something that happened frequently in the 19th and early 20th centuries before Harappa and Mohenjo-daro were recognized as archaeological sites. The Indus-Sarasvati civilization was also the first in the world to experiment with new towns, towns literally planned and built from scratch according to a blueprint, the first to institute scientifically designed urban sanitation systems, and the first to build an efficient tidal dock. It was a literate culture. Already some 4,200 objects, mainly pottery and seals made from steatite and terracotta, have been found bearing the Indus-Sarasvati script. Many of the seals are inscribed in mirror image, so as to produce a positive impression when stamped, for example into damp clay, and are thought to have been used by merchants to brandmark their goods. The earliest inscribed seal, excavated in Harappa, dates to 2600 BC, while the pottery is a little older. The average inscription contains 5 signs, the longest 26, and there are many with just one sign. Despite the best efforts of the world's leading linguists, it has not proved possible to translate any of inscriptions, although quite a number of translations have been attempted and then rejected by the academic community. There is, however, a general consensus that the script as presently known emerged as a fully formed system of abstract signs called graphemes. After careful comparison of all the signs, most scholars agree that there are between 400 and 450 different signs or graphemes. The mature form of the script, in other words, appears suddenly in the archaeological record sometime before 2600 BC. There are no indications of evolution or development. One day it wasn't there, next day it was. How is this to be explained? A missing literature. It could simply be because the traces of the script's evolution exist but have not been yet found by archaeologists, or that such traces once existed but have now all been destroyed. It could be that the script did not evolve. Perhaps it was invented and introduced all at once, a bit like the script for the previously unwritten Somali language that was invented in the 1960s and introduced in the Horn of Africa in 1972. Or it could be that the Indus-Sarasvati civilization did not regard written documents as a suitable medium in which to preserve its great literary and religious compositions. What I mean to suggest by this is the possibility that the Indus-Sarasvati script might have been devised to serve strictly limited commercial and bureaucratic functions, such as labeling merchandise, naming the owners of goods, naming the contents of pots, etc. It could be that the nature of the society was such that it would have been regarded as a desecration to use the script to write down anything that was revered or sacred, like a wonderful story from antiquity or the prayers, hymns, and recitations used in religious services. To live in the 21st century is to live in a world in which it is increasingly difficult to imagine how any kind of civilization could exist without large-scale written communications. We regard writing as an essential intellectual skill, as well as the only way to preserve proper long-term records. In our society, to call someone illiterate is therefore an insult. People who do not read or write fluently often have feelings of inadequacy, and there is widespread unstated agreement that the written word is in itself a virtue, that its absence is a curse, and that no high civilization could possibly develop without it. This great universally accepted given as unimpeachable as motherhood is one of the reasons why historians and archaeologists regard evidence of the introduction and extensive use of writing as amongst the defining characteristics of a civilization, to such an extent that pre-literate cultures are automatically regarded as much less civilized than literate ones. But isn't this exactly the perspective that one would expect of a highly literate technical society looking at the past? Wouldn't it tend to seek out its own image there, in however early a form, and define that as civilization? I believe that this may be what has happened with the vexed issue of the indecipherable Indus-Sarasvati script. The very brevity of the inscriptions, which is part of what makes them so difficult to decipher, means that they cannot have been used to tell complex stories containing numerous details and large quantities of information, and I do not think any scholar would disagree with me on that point. Yet, to my mind, it is inconceivable that a society so large, so complex, so well ordered, and so intelligently run as the Indus-Sarasvati civilization did not possess a literature, did not possess religious and spiritual compositions, did not have vital sacred records that it wanted to preserve. I'm certain that it had all these things, and since I know that this society understood the principle of writing, and indeed had developed a writing system with more than 400 different signs, I'm not at all inclined to conclude that it did not possess any information of great cultural importance, but rather that it must have made a deliberate choice not to use its script to convey such information. A potion for remembering. A clue as to why a civilization might not regard writing as an automatic virtue, and why its leaders might even take an ethical decision to restrict the use of writing, has been passed down to us by Plato. In Phaedrus, he has Socrates pose a rhetorical question: what feature makes writing good, and what inept? He then declines to give an immediate answer to this question, but instead continues, I can tell you what I've heard the ancients said. Among the ancient gods, in Egypt there was one to whom the bird called the ibis is sacred. The name of that divinity was Thoth, Thoth, the ancient Egyptian god of wisdom, and it was he who first discovered number and calculation, geometry and astronomy, as well as the game of checkers and dice, and above all else, writing. What the ancients said about Thoth, Socrates reports, was that having invented writing, he had gone to the god Ammon, the king of all Egypt at that time, and urged him to introduce it amongst the populace with these words: O king, here is something that, once learned, will make the Egyptians wiser and will improve their memory. I have discovered a potion for memory or wisdom. But Ammon replied, O most expert Thoth, one man can give birth to the elements of an art, but only another can judge how they can benefit or harm those who use them. And now, since you are the father of writing, your affection for it has made you describe its effects as the opposite of what they really are. In fact, it will introduce forgetfulness into the soul of those who learn it. They will not practice using their memory because they will put their trust in writing, which is external and depends on signs that belong to others, instead of trying to remember from the inside completely on their own. You have not discovered a potion for remembering, but for reminding. You provide your students with the appearance of wisdom, not its reality. Your invention will enable them to hear many things without being properly taught. and they will imagine that they've come to know much, while for the most part, they will know nothing. Later in the discussion, Socrates makes it clear that he feels there are certain matters and certain kinds of information that should not be available to all, but should be limited to those with understanding. Once it has been written down, every discourse roams about everywhere, reaching indiscriminately those with understanding no less than those who have no business with it, and it doesn't know to whom it should speak and to whom it should not. These passages in the Phaedrus may be interpreted in many different ways, but one of the things they definitely are is a sturdy defense of the oral tradition and a clear statement that scripts may not, ultimately, be the best way to preserve precious cultural documents. Because a script depends on signs, there is always the possibility that a time will come when those signs will no longer be understood, as has indeed happened with the Indus Sarasvati script today. In such a case, any knowledge consigned to the future exclusively in the arc of that script will have been utterly and irredeemably lost. Because the script is accessible to anybody who reads it, means there is no guarantee that compositions expressed in it will be delivered only to those whom they are intended for. If the compositions contain sacred material that is aimed exclusively at the initiates within a cult, for example, and cannot be properly understood without specific information possessed by those initiates, then it is probable that such compositions, even if they can be translated in a literal sense, will appear meaningless, nonsensical, or absurd to outsiders. Last but not least, because a script eliminates much of the need for memory in its introduction in any society, will inevitably lead to a reduction in the value of the science of memory, and in due course, that science will be forgotten. Memorization is not a highly regarded skill in our society today, and increasingly less so as the years go by. Yet, it is possible that a powerful memory, developed through discipline and training, could operate as a catalyst to other intellectual and perhaps even spiritual skills which would otherwise lie dormant. By keeping communication within a strictly oral tradition, all of these problems can be avoided. From generation to generation, from initiate to initiate directly, the sacred archives or hymns or utterances can be passed down and their obscurities explained where necessary, no doubt evolving to some extent as the language in which they are carried evolves, perhaps even being translated into other languages, but always strictly through the medium of the spoken and memorized word, with suitable interpretation and explanation by a wise practitioner at hand. Never, never, never through the medium of the written word. Consider sacred texts that are valuable to advanced technological societies such as Japan and the United States. In Japan, the Nihongi and Kojiki are revered for the antiquity and wisdom of the traditions they contain. In the United States, the Old Testament and the New Testament of the Bible are equally revered amongst Christians. But in neither country does more than a tiny handful of people, if indeed any at all, have these enormous and complicated texts off by heart. In consequence, although they may be found in many household libraries, they are not often discussed or consulted by the majority of Japanese or Americans today. Now, by contrast, consider the case of India with its population of 1 billion. Almost supernatural feats of memory. Unlike in other big modern industrial nations that have long ago lost all sense of the sacred and all respect for what the ancients said, the sacred life still permeates India through and through to such an extent that an appeal to the authority of Scripture can still settle all disputes. And unlike the cultures of ancient Egypt, Mesopotamia, China, and the Americas, where only spectacular fossils of architecture and language remain, the culture of ancient India is still vibrantly alive today in the subcontinent and offers as its gift to the present a vast library of archaic rituals, dances, games, ceremonies, festivals, and customs, as well as an immense oral literature that has not only been preserved and continuously passed on in the memory of the sadhus and the rishis, sages, wise men, for thousands of years, but that is also celebrated, rehearsed, admired, and relished in hundreds of thousands of Hindu villages from the Himalayas to the sea. The oldest elements of India's oral tradition are the Vedas. The word Veda means knowledge, consisting of 4 major samhitas, compilations of hymns: the Rig Veda, the most ancient and most revered, the Sama Veda, the Yajur Veda, and the Atharva Veda. The language used is a very archaic form of Sanskrit, and there is a great deal of it. The Rig alone has an extent of around 450,000 words, about twice as long as this book, expressed in 1,028 hymns made up of 10,589 verses. The total compendium of the 4 samhitas probably runs to almost double that. But what is most amazing about these hymnodies is not so much their overall length, which is awesome, but that for the most of their history, it is probable that no written versions of them ever existed, and not because they could not be written down, but because the priests of the Vedic religion that evolved into Hinduism believed that they should not be written down, but should be kept alive instead in human memory. The Vedic texts were originally part of an oral literature. They are Shruti, or heard, and Brahmins, the priestly caste in Hinduism, were expected to memorize all 4 books, some parts of which were clearly composed and arranged to assist in this learning process. It can be surmised, then, that there was a period of composition when new material was added and older verses were edited and changed. But at some point, this flexibility in composition stopped, and the priests defined their text as immutable, not to be changed by one word or even one syllable, and the slightest mispronunciation or deviation from the canon was believed to be sacrilege. Significantly, there is no mention of writing in the Rig Veda. Moreover, even when writing had become widespread in ancient Indian society for other purposes, strict prescriptions continued to be enforced against writing the Vedas down. This ban was respected until 1,000 years ago, from which period the earliest surviving written versions have reached us. Gregory Possehl, professor of anthropology at the University of Pennsylvania and one of the world's leading experts on ancient India and the Indus-Sarasvati civilization, comments, "The Indian Brahmins took the memorization of the Vedas very seriously and developed means to ensure accuracy and the careful reproduction of the same words and sounds from generation to generation. Careful, even exact oral replication of the Vedas was part of the Hindu faith, institutionalized during the learning process and maintained through peer observation and pressure through the life of a Brahmin. This community of faithful Brahmins was large, and they all went through the same learning process, which was standardized to some degree. Deviation from the path of exact replication would have brought powerful forces of censure to bear on the offender. There is also good agreement between the written Vedas that exist from medieval times on and the oral versions. It is thought that the oral tradition may not have been contaminated by the literate, but we cannot really know for sure. Still, the writing down of the Vedas was not favored nor widespread. The noted Sanskritist J.A.B. van Buitenen told me that in the 18th and 19th centuries, the Europeans who were learning Sanskrit were impressed by the fact that no matter where they went in the subcontinent, when they heard Brahmins recite the Vedas, they heard the exact same thing. From Peshawar to Pondicherry or Calcutta to Cape Comorin, hundreds of thousands, even millions of Brahmins who had no direct contact knew these texts in precisely the same way. There are therefore some reasons to believe that this oral tradition is different from most, and that what we have today as texts may be remarkably close to those of deep antiquity. The problem of the Aryas. How deep, how ancient is the content of the Vedas, really? And from what wellspring of philosophy, insight, and religious speculation do they flow? Scholars like Gregory Possehl, with the almost unanimous backing of non-Indian Indologists and Sanskritists, believe that the Vedic hymns were codified at around 1200 BC. They admit that the actual compositions must be older than that, but it is clear that they would be unlikely to accept a date, even for composition that is earlier than about 1500 BC, perhaps begrudgingly 1800 BC in some rare cases. Why should this be so when the archaeological record makes it clear that the second millennium BC in India, if not a time of total decay and collapse, as it has sometimes been painted, was certainly not a time that was magnificently fruitful intellectually and does not look like the sort of epoch that would have produced a sublime intellectual creation like the Rig Veda. On common sense grounds alone, isn't this enigmatic text, which we will explore in Chapter 6, at least likely to have been the work of the equally enigmatic Indus-Sarasvati civilization? And why is it only now that such a possibility is beginning to be tentatively explored by some scholars, while the majority still won't even consider it? The answer is that the Vedic peoples are referred to repeatedly in the Rig as the Aryas, and that from this, a great and sustained era of orthodox historical scholarship was spawned. Even though the adjective Aryan in ancient Sanskrit actually means noble or cultured, and therefore the Aryas are essentially the noble or cultured folk, and thus as easily a religious cult as an ethnic group, it was assumed by historians and archaeologists that they were a race and that they had invaded India around 1500 BC. Known as the Aryan invasion theory, this era was only brought to light and dropped from official curricula during the last quarter of the 20th century. Because it has far-reaching implications and requires the wholesale rewriting of canonical academic texts and standard works of reference, it is the kind of error that historians are not normally eager to admit. Yet in this case, to their credit, it is the orthodox scholars themselves who have exposed it. It is not an error that has ever made the headlines, and since the early 1990s, it has been increasingly widely discussed in academic journals and books and taken into account more or less completely in all new thinking and teaching on the subject. So there is no question at all of a cover-up or even of significant denial by those whose specialisms have been most directly affected or whose publications in scientific journals are now out of date. The Aryan invasion of India. The attribution of the Vedas to Aryan invaders, the date of 1200 BC for the codification of the Vedas, and the Aryan invasion theory itself can all be traced back to an idea that had already planted roots by the beginning of the 19th century. It was then that a number of Western scholars began to notice that Sanskrit, the classical language in which the Vedas are written, and its modern relatives in North India such as Hindi, Bengali, Punjabi, Gujarati and Sindhi have extremely close affinities with modern and ancient European languages such as Latin, Greek, English, Norwegian and German. How, the scholars asked themselves, had this amazingly widespread distribution of what are now known as Indo-European family of languages come about? Fairly soon, a predictable doctrine began to take form. This, explains Gregory Possehl, had to do with the Aryan race proposed to be the people who spoke the languages of the Indo-European family. European intellectual and moral superiority was a foregone conclusion to most savants of the 19th and early 20th century. The success of European colonialism, Christianity, and the Industrial Revolution proved that. This condition of innate superiority was seen in the classical Greeks, and to have been carried forward by Rome. With the discovery of the Indo-European family of languages, there was evidence for an even earlier history, one set within a prehistoric past that only archaeology could uncover. The Aryans, or Indo-Europeans, must have been blessed with this superiority since they too were successful conquerors of vast lands, from the Bay of Bengal to the outer islands of Scandinavia and the United Kingdom. It was against this ideological background of inevitable European superiority, combined with misunderstood references to the Aryas in the Rig, that the doctrine of the Aryan invasion of India arose and gained universal acceptance amongst scientists as an event that had taken place at a specific moment in history and that had involved a mass movement of peoples from a European homeland into India. Indeed, the earliest version of this scenario remained widely accepted until the 20th century was quite far advanced. It held that India, which before had been inhabited exclusively by dark-skinned Aboriginal and Dravidian tribes, was invaded from the northwest through the passes of Afghanistan by a light-skinned and perhaps even blue-eyed European race at some time during the second millennium BC. The pale nomadic invaders, mounted on horses, armed with iron weapons and driving fast war chariots, called themselves the Aryas. They rapidly overwhelmed and subjugated the indigenous inhabitants, whose civilization was at a lower level than their own. At the same time, they imported their own naturalistic religion, expressed in the Rig Veda, which they imposed on the inferior conquered races of India. The second scenario began to take shape after the discovery and excavation of the Indus Valley sites of Harappa and Mohenjo-daro during the 1920s and 1930s. It rapidly became clear that these sophisticated, centrally planned cities were much older than the supposed 1500 BC date for the Aryan invasion of India, and that they belonged to a previously unidentified high civilization of remote antiquity, perhaps almost as old, it was speculated, as Sumer or Egypt. In other words, dating back to 3000 BC or earlier. Like other resilient bad ideas, the Aryan invasion theory survived what should have been critical evidence against it by adapting. Although the chronology had to be increasingly stretched to fit in with the new archaeological discoveries, historians were for a long while able to cling onto the notion of an invasion by Aryan hordes in the second millennium BC. What changed was the background. Previously, the pale Aryas had overrun primitive tribes of dark-skinned hunter-gatherers. Now it had to be admitted that they had overrun a sophisticated urban civilization that had flourished in India for at least 1,000 years before their arrival, and that had been far ahead of them in culture, but no match for their superior military prowess and technology. Previously, the Aryas had been the bringers of civilization to a benighted and barbaric India. Now they were the destroyers of a far older civilization than their own, a literate civilization, moreover, and one that had clearly been prosperous for a very long time. It was generally agreed that this earlier race of city dwellers had been Dravidians, an ethno-linguistic group principally represented by Tamil speakers, that is now almost entirely confined to southern India. With no more evidence than the authoritative, and in this case incorrect opinion of the revered British archaeologist Sir Mortimer Wheeler concerning a few dozen skeletons thought to display wound marks that had been found at Mohenjo-daro, scholars adopted the theory that the invading Aryas had massacred the Dravidian inhabitants of the Indus-Sarasvati cities, forcibly taken over their lands and driven the survivors towards the south. Although the massacre theory was later discredited, the skeletons came from different epochs, showed no signs of fatal wounds, and were not the result of any one event. The idea of a violent invasion of India by a non-Indian people calling themselves the Aryas survived in at least some enclaves of mainstream scholarship into the early 1990s, when even its most ardent supporters began to distance themselves from it. By 1999, the standard texts on the subject had caught up, and Gregory Purcell was able to write the definitive obituary of the Aryan invasion hypothesis in his massive tome, Indus Age. In the end, there is no reason to believe today that there ever was an Aryan race that spoke Indo-European languages and was possessed of a coherent or well-defined set of Aryan or Indo-European cultural features. 1500 BC or 15,000 BC. So it is not controversial to state that the top scholars in this field now accept absolutely that there was no Aryan race and no Aryan invasion. Strangely, however, very few of them seem to have noticed that these conclusions must have implications for the history we ascribe to the Vedas, hitherto assumed to have been composed by the Aryan invaders and codified by them into the form that is with us now during the first few centuries after their arrival in India around 1500 BC. It turns out that this assumption, which in all logic cannot stand now, that the core idea of an Aryan invasion has been abandoned, is one of the pillars of the orthodox chronology of the Vedas. This dates the codification of the four principal books, the Rig Veda, the Atharva Veda, the Yajur Veda, and the Sama Veda, to between 1200 and 800 BC, with the 3 centuries between 1500 BC and 1200 BC allocated to the actual composition of the hymns. The second pillar has to do with the metals and the supposed date of the Iron Age in India. The Rig Veda, which is thought to be the oldest Vedic text, uses a general term ayas for metal. By the time of the codification of the slightly later Atharva Veda, however, a new term has been introduced, Krishna ayas, meaning black metal. Scholars have taken this to be a reference to iron and have drawn very large chronological conclusions from it. Gregory Possehl. There is some content of the Rig Veda that hints at its age. There are references made to metals, but not iron. However, by the time of the Atharva Veda, iron is known. This can be used to suggest that the Rig Veda was codified prior to the widespread use of iron in northern India and Pakistan, and that the Atharva Veda is on the other side of this timeline, nominally 1000 BC or slightly earlier. Possehl describes this as nothing more than a reasonable or interesting observation, not a hard and fast historical point. This is certainly a wise caution. For example, the metal Krishna ayas might have been known in Rig Vedic times, but simply not mentioned in the Rig itself. Or, as a number of authorities have argued, it may be that Krishna ayas has been mistranslated as iron and that some other dark-colored metal was intended. Or again, with no indication given in the texts as to how the Krishna ayas was acquired or manufactured, it is also possible, even if iron was intended, that the references are to meteoritic iron as opposed to man-made smelted or forged iron. This is widely understood to be the case, for example, with the many references to iron, Jah, in the ancient Egyptian pyramid texts, 2300 BC, long before the Egyptian Iron Age, and there is no reason from the context why it should not also be in the Atharva Veda. The third pillar supporting the orthodox chronology of the Vedas, and the one most relied upon for dating the Vedas today, is a linguistic argument extrapolated from a feeling certain specialized scholars have about the pace at which Sanskrit might have evolved. Gregory Possehl again, setting out the orthodox view as it stood in 1999. Based on the language of the Rig Veda, its vocabulary and grammar, Vedic Sanskrit can be thought of as the archaic form of this language. The Sanskritists, on whose judgment I rely, feel that the date for the codification of the Rig Veda is not likely to be earlier than 1200 BC, nor later than 800 BC. There is some bias toward the later date. These dates are not based on a process of reasoning rich in data and cross-checks. They emerge instead from a sense of how rapidly Sanskrit might have changed, using the grammar of Panini, 5th century BC, as a baseline and working backward from this point. There are few chronological checkpoints in this process, and the period between 1200 BC and 800 BC emerges as a scholarly judgment, a kind of ballpark guess. Possehl then goes on to warn that since this date for the Rig Veda is based primarily on language, it gives at best the approximate date for the codification of the text, but not for the history that may be represented there, which is certainly earlier. How much earlier is simply not known. Likewise, it is surely significant that Max Muller, perhaps the most eminent Indologist of all, and in fact the first Sanskritist to propose a codification date of 1200 BC for the Rig Veda, was himself much more hesitant than the generations of scholars following uncritically after him who have allowed the date of 1200 BC to crystallize into received wisdom. It is clear that Muller became aware during his own lifetime that such a crystallization process was underway, and that he resisted it. I've repeatedly dwelt on the entirely hypothetical nature of the dates which I ventured to assign to the first 3 periods of Vedic literature, he protested at one point. Again, in his Gifford Lectures in 1890, Muller warned his students that 1200 BC was a purely arbitrary date, based on unproven assumptions about the rate of evolution of Sanskrit. Whether the Vedic hymns were composed in 1000 or 1500 or 2000 or 3000 BC, no power on earth could ever fix. And in his book, The 6 Systems of Indian Philosophy, which describes the Vedas as tombs of thought richer in relics than the royal tombs of Egypt, Muller cautions, if we grant that they belong to the 2nd millennium before our era, we are probably on safe ground, though we should not forget that this is a constructive date only, and that such a date does not become positive by mere repetition. Whatever may be the date of the Vedic hymns, whether 1500 or 15,000 BC, they have their own unique place and stand by themselves in the literature of the world. Alchemy. Despite Muller's insistent and repeated caveats, the date of around 1200 BC that he had once ventured to assign to the codification of the Rig Veda was the date that stuck. The master himself never saw it as anything more than a hypothesis, but the alchemy of his own prestige and authority transformed it after his death into a fact. Such cults of the personalities of great men have converted opinions into facts before, usually only for short periods of time until common sense reasserts itself. But Muller's 19th century hypothesis about Vedic chronology is still treated as a fact virtually universally in the 21st century, even, as we have seen, amongst such wise and insightful scholars as Gregory Purcell. To give just one further example out of many that are available to make the point, Professor Jonathan Mark Kenoyer of the University of Wisconsin, another leading authority on the Indus Age, states as fact in his 1998 book, Ancient Cities of the Indus Valley Civilization, that the Rig Veda is a compilation of sacred hymns that was codified in its present form during the mid-2nd to 1st millennium BC, at around the same time as the Indus cities were declining. As anyone who knows their work can attest, Kenoyer and Purcell are far from being dogmatic about the interpretation of the past. On the contrary, they are amongst a number of really fine thinkers and brilliant field researchers in universities all around the world, not least in India itself and in Pakistan, who are today confronting the enduring riddle of Indian antiquity with a formidable combination of open minds and scientific method. It is important also to remind ourselves that they are only proposing codification dates for the Rig Veda and fully endorse Muller's earlier recognition that many of the compositions within the standardized collections may have had an extremely long prior existence in India's ancient and fantastically elaborate oral tradition. So while their approach does recognize a date of approximately 1200 BC for codification, Purcell, Kenoyer, and others are advocates of much earlier dates of composition. Kenoyer, in particular, seems willing to explore the possibility of continuity between Indus-Sarasvati motifs and the Rig Vedic hymns, when not so long ago such a line of thought would have been inconceivable for mainstream scholars. Yet so far, neither Purcell nor Kenoyer, nor any other Western Indologist of whom I am aware, nor any Western historian, archaeologist, linguist, or any other academic from any other discipline working in a university outside India itself, has ever seriously considered the possibility that the Indus Valley civilization, hitherto believed mute because its script cannot be deciphered, could in reality have been speaking to us all along through the medium of Vedic Sanskrit. Having taken 2 big steps towards such a conclusion, dumping the Aryan invasion theory and accepting that the Vedas are likely to be significantly older than their date of codification, it is, I think, rather strange that scholars outside India have not yet been prepared to take the third obvious step, which would involve giving proper consideration to the possibility that the true parent of these orphan scriptures could be the Indus-Sarasvati civilization itself, rather than the evaporated Aryan invaders of the 2nd millennium BC. Could it be that the reason for this reluctance is the same as the reason that the Aryan invasion theory was allowed to flourish during the colonial era in the first place? How to have your Aryan invasion and not admit it? There can be little serious doubt that the evolution and lengthy survival of the Aryan invasion theory was underpinned by an ingrained conviction on the part of European scholars that the presence in India of a superior language such as Sanskrit that was related to European languages must imply a movement of that language from Europe to India in remote prehistory rather than from India to Europe. Gordon Childe, professor of prehistoric archaeology at the University of Edinburgh and later director of the Institute of Archaeology, University of London, was one of the most influential exponents of this gross scholarly racism. In 1926, while Harappa and Mohenjo-daro were actually under excavation, Childe eulogized the gift that he believed had been given to India by brawny Nordic Aryans. The lasting gift bequeathed by the Aryans to the conquered peoples was neither material culture nor a superior physique, but a more excellent language and the mentality it generated. At the same time, the fact that the first Aryans were Nordics were not without importance. The physical qualities of that stock did enable them, by bare fact of superior strength, to conquer even more advanced peoples and so to impose their language on areas from which their bodily type was almost completely vanished. This is the truth underlying the panegyrics of the Germanists. The Nordic superiority in physique fitted them to be the vehicles of a superior language. Such ideas, endorsed and propagated by the leading archaeologists and ethnologists of the time, played a crucial role in the growth of the Nazi cult of Aryan racial superiority during the 1930s and 1940s, and led ultimately to the abomination of the Holocaust. One would expect, therefore, that archaeologists of today would take an entirely different line. This is what Colin Renfrew, professor of archaeology at Cambridge University, has to say on the subject. As far as I can see, there is nothing in the Rig Veda which demonstrates that the Vedic-speaking population were intrusive to India. This comes rather from a historical assumption about the coming of the Indo-Europeans. Renfrew blames Gordon Childe's contemporary Sir Mortimer Wheeler for the widespread diffusion and rapid uptake of the invasion idea, which is rooted entirely in assumptions. When Wheeler speaks of the Aryan invasion of the land of the Seven Rivers in the Punjab, he has no warranty at all, so far as I can see. If one checks the dozen references in the Rig Veda to the Seven Rivers, there is nothing in any of them that to me implies invasion. The land of the Seven Rivers is the land of the Rig Veda, the scene of the action. Nothing implies that the Aryas were strangers there. Finally, Renfrew makes the significant observation that despite Wheeler's attempt to hold the Aryas responsible for massacres they never committed in the Indus-Sarasvati cities, and to blame them for those cities' collapse in the second millennium BC, it is difficult to see what is particularly non-Aryan about the Indus Valley civilization, which on this hypothesis would be speaking the Indo-European ancestor of Vedic Sanskrit. But ultimately, Renfrew too turns out to be proposing an Aryan invasion of India, only in a freshly scrubbed, politically correct incarnation. Renfrew's scenario enables him to keep a non-Indian origin for Sanskrit while abandoning the now untenable theory of an invasion in the second millennium BC. His argument, in the simplest terms, is that the invasion was actually a peaceful agricultural migration or dispersal, and that it took place much earlier than the second millennium BC. Indeed, he prefers a date at the beginning of the Neolithic, perhaps as much as 9,000 years ago. In his important study, Archaeology and Language, he makes the case that Anatolia, in modern Turkey, occupying the peninsula between the Black Sea, the Mediterranean, and the Aegean, was a key area where an early form of the Indo-European language was spoken before 6500 BC. From there, the distribution of the language and its successors into Europe was associated with the spread of farming. The zone of early farmers speaking Proto-Indo-European extended east to northern Iran and even to Turkmenia at the outset. The spread of Indo-European speech to the south, to the Iranian plateau and to North India and Pakistan can then be seen as part of an analogous dispersal related to demographic changes associated with the adoption of farming. After their forefathers had arrived in India, Renfrew's hypothesis has it that the descendants of the original Neolithic migrants remained there and developed their society and religious ideas in situ for thousands of years. In his view, they continued to speak an evolving form of the language brought to them from Anatolia that was to become Sanskrit, in which the Vedas would ultimately be composed. And although he had not explored the implications further, he clearly had no objection in principle to the idea that it was also they who founded the Indus-Sarasvati civilization. Two sides of the same coin. Outside the cozy pall-mall club of Western scholarship, Indian academics have been forthright in contemplating direct links between the Indus-Sarasvati civilization and the Vedic texts. Like Renfrew, Dr. S.R. Rao, famous as the founder of marine archaeology in India, believes that the language of the Indus-Sarasvati cities was an early form of Vedic Sanskrit, and even has gone so far as to propose a full interpretation on this basis of all known examples of the Indus-Sarasvati script. A number of other leading scholars, such as Dr. R.S. Bisht, director of the Archaeological Survey of India, and S.P. Gupta, professor of the history of art in the National Museum Institute, New Delhi, also have similar ideas. Bisht, for example, has argued that the hierarchical layout of Harappan towns was organized according to the Rigvedic Trimeshthan system, which advocates three distinct sectors of settlement: Paramaveshthina, Upper Township; Madhyamaveshthina, Middle Township; and Avamaveshthina, Lower Township. He also points out that the Harappan city of Dhalavira in Gujarat, which dates back to the 3rd millennium BC, measured 771 meters from east to west at its maximum extent, and 616.8 meters from north to south, the ratio being 5:4. The citadel, or Upper Township, measured 114 meters from east to west, while from north to south it measured 92.5 meters, the ratio being again 5:4. Bisht does not think it is a coincidence that the same ratio is specifically mentioned in ancient texts, setting out the proper construction of Vedic fire altars. S.P. Gupta likewise points out that all the key characteristics ascribed to Rigvedic religion and culture are already found in the mysterious ancient cities along the Indus and Sarasvati rivers. First and foremost amongst these characteristics are the cities themselves, since contrary to the old view that the Vedas portray only a pastoral or nomadic lifestyle, all scholars now acknowledge that cities are frequently mentioned in the Rig and other Vedic texts as the homes of Aryans. Additional archetypically Vedic characteristics that have been confirmed by excavation of the Indus-Sarasvati sites include the presence of cattle and the domesticated horse, the use of fire altars, and evidence of widespread international trade and deep-sea navigation. Gupta concludes, once it becomes reasonably clear that the Vedas do contain enough materials which shows that the authors of the hymns were fully aware of the cities, city life, long distance overseas and overland trade, etc., which characterize the Indus-Sarasvati urban gamut of cultural elements, it becomes easier for us to appreciate the theory that the Indus-Sarasvati and Vedic civilizations may have been just two complementary elements of one and the same civilization. Unlike Renfrew and other Western experts, however, the Indian scholars are not inclined to support any kind of European or Central Asian origin for Vedic civilization. Instead, with good reason, they prefer to see it as a wholly indigenous development of their subcontinent, Indian through and through, like the Indus-Sarasvati cities. In this way, they have begun the long overdue process of bringing together one of the greatest and most profound spiritual literatures of antiquity with what is arguably the greatest and most remarkable urban civilization of antiquity. As well as resolving the paradox of a sophisticated urban culture with a script but no literature, and of a sophisticated literature with no urban culture evident behind it, this process has the potential to link the Vedas to known history and prehistory, and to definite archaeological remains rather than to vapid speculations about an Aryan invasion. Perhaps we're coming to a time when ancient India will speak for herself again after millennia of silence. My Indian childhood. On a bright morning in July 1954, when I was 3 years and 11 months old, I got off a ship in the port of Bombay with my mother and father. We then made an immense journey across India by rail that I remember very little of, although I remember the ship very well, and eventually arrived in Vellore in the state of Tamil Nadu in the far south. There my father took up the post of general surgeon at the Christian Medical College Hospital. We lived in a flat on the campus of the CMC with other doctors' families and medical staff. We had a veranda to the rear of the flat that overlooked some distant palm trees at the edge of the field. During the monsoon season, if I plugged the drains of the veranda, it would fill up with rainwater like a swimming pool. The view of the palm trees bent double in the big winds of the monsoon used to make my heart race and my chest feel tight, and I still remember it now as though it were yesterday. Our flat was on the first floor. There was a dust patch below in which I once found a lizard's soft-shelled eggs. There was a lily pond with enormous frogs, and there were trees to climb, including one with a treehouse. I remember often being in Vellore, 5 kilometers away from the campus. Sometimes I would be at the CMC hospital following my dad around, or I would be at the Tamil school I attended at around the age of 6, where a fellow pupil once stabbed me in the left forearm with a pencil. I still bear the scar. My father was on a missionary salary in India, so we thought we were as poor as church mice. Still, we employed a servant who must have been a lot poorer than us. His name was Manikam. I remember he used to bring me my lunch every day in a skyscraper of circular aluminum tiffin tins and take me for rides on rickshaws through narrow streets jammed with tremendous crowds of people. We had holidays too. Kodai up in the mountains where Trixie, my dog, was bitten by something rabid and had to be put down, and Mahabalipuram on the coast just south of Madras where I learned to swim. Imprinted on my memory for years afterwards, until I returned there in fact, and was able to overlay old memories with new ones, were images of the eerie rock-hewn temples of Mahabalipuram overlooking the Bay of Bengal. My childhood encounter with India was formative, and I am grateful that I was introduced at such an impressionable age to its aura of intriguing and impenetrable mystery. Its velvety warmth and depth, its intense colors, sights, sounds, tastes, and smells, its joyous erotic beauty, its cruelty, its love, its passion, and its never-ending drama of stark contrasts, past and present, sun and storm, desert and meadow, wealth and poverty, life and death. My baby sister Susan was born in India and died less than a year later of some nameless disease. Then my brother Jimmy was born with an immune system so weak that he could not even fight off the most minor infections. Soon he too was teetering on the edge of death, his lungs ravaged by pneumocystis carinii pneumonia, known today as one of the most awful opportunistic infections of AIDS. So, on a dark night in March 1958, when I was about 7.5 years old, I climbed on board an aeroplane with my mother and father and tiny, sad, sickly Jimmy, almost invisible inside his portable oxygen tent. And that was it. That was the end of my Indian childhood. We flew back through the darkness. We stopped in Egypt, where I saw an ocean of sand from the air. We stopped in Zurich. It was snowing, and I was bought my first ever bar of Toblerone, a truly unforgettable experience. For a while I somehow became briefly separated from my father while we were on the ground and had terrible fears that the plane would leave without me. Finally we landed in London, where my parents rushed to Great Ormond Street Children's Hospital in a desperate but ultimately hopeless attempt to save Jimmy. Meanwhile, I was taken to Edinburgh by my grandmother. There I became entranced by snow, got soaked and frozen playing in it, and promptly went down with a life-threatening case of pneumonia. Indian Atlantis. Many years later, in the summer of 1992, a letter was forwarded to me by my publishers from an Indian lady resident in Canada. She had just read my then newly published book, The Sign and the Seal, and had noticed that it contained few pages on the subject of Atlantis, and considers the possibility of a lost civilization destroyed in a flood cataclysm. The reason for her letter was to tell me of an Indian tradition which she rightly thought I might not have heard of, that spoke of something quite similar, a great city that had been swallowed up by the sea thousands of years previously. The name of the city, she said, had been Dwarka or Dvaraka, and it was referred to in Indian sacred texts. More interestingly, a team of Indian marine archaeologists had been to the site where Dwarka was said to have been submerged and had found the remains of gigantic walls and fortifications underwater. At the same time I received the letter, I was already deeply embroiled with research for my next book, Fingerprints of the Gods, eventually published in 1995, and half considering a trip to India anyway. By then I was married to Santha, who is of Tamil origin, although she was born and brought up in Malaysia, and she too was keen on the idea. But it was the synchronicity and obvious potential relevance of the letter from Canada that focused our minds. We agreed that we would go if the Dwarka story checked out. First, I confirmed that there are indeed scriptural references to antediluvian Dwarka in ancient Indian texts. There are many. They speak very clearly of Dwarka's foundation in a bygone age by the god Krishna in human form and of its submergence soon after Krishna's death. Next, I looked to see if Dwarka, which the texts clearly locate in northwestern India, had any counterpart on land in historical antiquity. I found that not only did it have such a counterpart, but that there is still today a sacred city called Dwarka, which is one of India's major sites of pilgrimage. It is located just where it should be, in the state of Gujarat on the northwestern corner of the Kathiawar Peninsula overlooking the Arabian Sea. And as my informant had correctly indicated, Indian marine archaeologists led by S.R. Rao had been diving about a kilometer offshore and had discovered a very large submerged site. Although no datable artifacts had been found, the ruins had been assigned to the late period of the Indus-Sarasvati civilization, perhaps as late as 1700 to 1500 BC. Santha and I didn't dive in those days, but it still seemed worth going to Dwarka just to get the flavor of the place and see if we could learn anything. So we began to plan a journey of about 5 weeks for November and December of 1992. We would go to Pakistan first to visit the world-famous Indus Valley cities of Mohenjo-daro and Harappa, cities that had traded with Sumer, cities as old as the Great Pyramid of Egypt. Then we would fly north to Nepal to visit Shanti and Ravi, Santha's 2 children from her first marriage, who were attending the American school in Kathmandu. From Nepal we would travel to Delhi, the Indian federal capital, and then east to the state of Orissa to the sacred solar temples of Puri and Konarak on the Bay of Bengal. The next stop would be Tamil Nadu, so that we could visit Vellore, my childhood home, and explore Santha's connections with southern India. From there we would fly to Gujarat and spend a week in Dwarka. Well, it didn't quite work out that way. The best laid plans in India almost never do. Riots and demonic hate killings between Hindus and Muslims had led to a partial imposition of martial law. At the same time, for entirely unrelated reasons, the main domestic carrier, India Airlines, had gone on strike and was stranding passengers all over the subcontinent. So although we did in the end reach Dwarka on that trip, It was not by air, but by road. The flooding of Dwarka and the descent of the Kali age. Indian thought has traditionally regarded history and prehistory in cyclical rather than linear terms. In the West, time is an arrow. We are born, we live, we die. But in India, we die only to be reborn. Indeed, it is a deeply rooted idea in Indian spiritual traditions that the earth itself and all living creatures upon it are locked into an immense cosmic cycle of birth, growth, fruition, death, rebirth, and renewal. Even temples are reborn after they grow too old to be used safely, through the simple expedient of reconstruction on the same site. Within this pattern of spiraling cycles, where everything that goes around comes around, India conceives of four great epochs or world ages of varying but enormous lengths: the Krita Yuga, the Treta Yuga, the Dvapara Yuga, and the Kali Yuga. At the end of each yuga, a cataclysm known as pralaya engulfs the globe in fire or flood. Then from the ruins of the former age, like the phoenix emerging from the ashes, the new age begins. And so it goes on: birth, growth, fruition, death, rebirth, endlessly across time. At the end of each cycle of 4 ages, there is a super cataclysm, and then a new cycle of yugas begins. Each cycle and each yuga within a cycle is believed in India to possess its own special character. The Krita Yuga is a golden age in which righteousness abounds. The Treta Yuga that follows sees a decline and virtue fall short. In the Dvapara Yuga, lying and quarreling expand, mind lessens, truth declines. In the Kali Yuga, men turn to wickedness and value what is degraded, decay flourishes, and the human race approaches annihilation. The story of Dwarka is tightly intertwined with the scheme of things. Reported in an ancient Indian epic known as the Mahabharata, thought to have been composed a few hundred years after the Rig Veda, and in later sacred texts, such as the Bhagavata Purana and the Vishnu Purana, it straddles 2 of the great world ages. Towards the end of the most recent Dvapara Yuga, the text tells us, Dwarka was a fabulous city founded on the northwest coast of India. Established and ruled over by Krishna, a human avatar of the god Vishnu, it was built on the site of an even earlier sacred city, Kusastali, on land that had been reclaimed from the sea. Krishna solicited a space of 12 furlongs from the ocean, and there he built the city of Dwarka, defended by high ramparts. The gardens and amenities of the city are praised, and we understand that it was a place of ritual and splendor. Years later, however, as the Dvapara Yuga comes to an end, Krishna is killed. The Vishnu Purana reports, on the same day that Krishna departed from the earth, the powerful dark-bodied Kali age descended. The ocean rose and submerged the whole of Dwarka. The age of Kali thus ushered in turns out to be none other than the present epoch of the earth, our own. According to the Hindu sages, it began just over 5,000 years ago, at a date in the Indian calendar corresponding to 3102 BC. It is an age, warns the Bhagavata Purana, in which people will be greedy, take to wicked behavior, will be merciless, indulge in hostilities without any cause, unfortunate, extremely covetous for wealth and worldly desires. 5. Pilgrimage to India. Mahabalipuram became soon celebrated beyond all the cities of the earth, and an account of its magnificence having been brought to the gods, assembled at the court of Indra. Their jealousy was so much excited at it that they sent orders to the god of the sea to let loose his billows and overflow a place which impiously pretended to vying splendor with their celestial mansions. This command he obeyed, and the city was at once overflowed by that furious element, nor has it ever since been able to rear its head. William Chambers, The Asiatic Researchers, Volume 1, 1788. On the same day that Krishna departed from the earth, the powerful dark-bodied Kali age descended. The ocean rose and submerged the whole of Dwarka. Vishnu Purana. It is a curious thing that if one wishes to select a date that truly does seem to mark the beginning of some kind of new age in the Indian subcontinent, then it would have to be around about 3100 BC, the epoch traditionally signaled as the beginning of the Kali Yuga. It was at this time, at any rate, along the river valleys extending down from the Karakoram and the Himalayan mountain ranges, that the largest urban civilization of antiquity began to stir. As we've seen, it would later be called the Indus Valley Civilization or the Indus-Sarasvati Civilization. At its peak around 2500 BC, this mysterious prehistoric culture boasted at least 6 large inland cities. Others may yet await discovery, with populations in excess of 30,000. These urban hubs were linked to hundreds of smaller towns and villages and to several key ports, like Lothal and Dollavera at strategic locations along its coastline and up its navigable rivers. Its borders enclosed an area larger than Western Europe, 1.5 million square kilometers, extending from Iran in the west and Turkmenia and Kashmir in the north to the Godavari Valley in the south and beyond Delhi in the east. It also had outposts overseas, including a once thriving colony in the Persian Gulf, and it had an extensive trading network supported by a large merchant navy. In November 1992, when Santha and I boarded the PIA flight from London to Karachi, I'd heard enough about the Indus Valley Civilization, the only name by which I knew it then, to be intrigued by it, but was ignorant about the details. Like most people who know of it all, I identified it only with the first 2 sites to be excavated, Harappa and Mohenjo-daro, which had attracted worldwide headlines and won everlasting renown when they were discovered in the 1920s. After spending a day sleeping off jet lag in a seedy hotel in Karachi, we flew north to the city of Multan, itself the shrine of a famous Islamic saint. There we found an English-speaking taxi driver who was willing to drive us first north to Harappa, then south to Mohenjo-daro, and finally to drop us off in Karachi, a total journey of about 1,000 kilometers. Mohenjo-daro. I'll pick up a bit of the story from my 1992 notebook, skipping over Harappa since honestly, Mohenjo-daro can stand for both places. At the point where the entry begins, we've been on the road for most of the day and are just entering the province of Sindh. Monday, 16 November 1992. Cross from Punjab into Sindh quite late, 9:30 or 10 p.m. Checkpoints fairly thorough. Atmosphere of increased security in Sindh. Finally arrive in Sukur, crossing the Sukur barrage around 10:50 p.m. and check into a hotel in some dusty suburb around 11:50 p.m. Hotel receptionist, who also cooks us dinner around midnight, inquires what time we will be leaving in the morning. I ask why he wants to know. He says because there is a big security problem in Sindh, dacoits, bandits. Recently, 1 Japanese and 1 Taiwanese traveler were kidnapped on the road with a total ransom required of 6 million rupees. Their families paid half, Pakistan government paid half. Foreigners very much in demand by kidnappers, as all are believed to be enormously rich. It turns out we must have an escort to drive between Sukur and Hyderabad via Mohenjo-daro. Mohenjo-daro itself, in Lakhana district, is very dangerous apparently. It also turns out that a police guard will be required at the hotel all night because we are there to prevent us from being snatched from the room. Leave hotel at 9 a.m. next morning, accompanied by 4 armed police escorts in the back of a Toyota pickup. They have an array of weapons, 1 G3, 1 AK-47, and 2 much older carbines. We follow and discover that we are part of a well-coordinated escort operation that will see us past, like the baton in a relay race, from police vehicle to police vehicle, a total of 14 in all between Sukur and Hyderabad. Often the escort cars drive very fast, headlights flashing, sirens sounding, pushing through traffic with us behind. In general, we're treated like VIPs, and the police coordination is impressive, with the next vehicle already pulling out ahead of us as the previous vehicle pulls in at the end of its jurisdiction. They're all in touch with each other by radio, and the whole province of Sind, it seems, is under martial law, controlled by the army, with the police subordinate to the army. We arrive in Mohenjo-daro around 11:30, complete with our police escort. At this point, 4 guards in a lorry with 2 up front. En route, we have broken down once and spent an hour at the side of the road with the 4 armed policemen standing in a cordon around us, presumably to prevent us from being snatched by the 20 or so Sindhi villagers who milled curiously and unthreateningly around us in their little Sindhi hats. At any rate, we go straight into the site, still closely followed and guarded by our armed escorts, who politely refused to leave us alone, even for a second, advising that there would be a real risk of our being snatched if they did. We therefore progress through the dusty ruins with an entourage of armed men. It all feels slightly surreal and peculiar. Because the Harappan culture only very rarely decorated the bricks used in the construction of its massive buildings, Sir Mortimer Wheeler, The Indus Civilization, 3rd edition 1968, describes the vast remnants of Mohenjo-daro as impressive quantitatively and significantly sociologically, but aesthetically miles of monotony. Surveying the very extensive brick ruins through the heat haze of midday, I found little to disagree with in Wheeler's words. There is a certain monotony and sameness about the acres of red brick under the red dust that lies everywhere. At the same time, paradoxically, this strange place manages to be overwhelming, dense, solid, truly impenetrable. We approach the main area of ruins up some steep steps and around the western edge of the eroded Buddhist stupa built here 2,000 years ago, long after the Indus-Sarasvati civilization had ceased to exist. From here, there is a view down in a westerly direction over the structure that the archaeologists call the Great Bath and Mohenjo-daro's geometry of neat, orderly streets organized into a strict north, south, east, west grid, with rows of brick houses and covered drains. Beyond the bath, again towards the west, what's left of the granary, and beyond that, the old course of the Indus. The Great Bath, presumed to have been for ritual bathing and purification, looks exactly like a medium-sized rectangular swimming pool and measures 11.89 meters in length, north to south, and 7.01 meters wide east to west, the depth being 2.44 meters. The close-jointed brickwork and the use of bitumen, damp courses, and gypsum mortar to waterproof it all bespeak a high culture with much experience of architecture, experience that could not have evolved overnight. Particularly impressive is the drainage system whereby water was released from the Great Bath, passing through a deep channel covered by a high brick corbel vault. Moving on from the Great Bath area, we then walked half a mile or so to the east of the stupa to the DK residential area of probably wealthy or noble families. It's called DK after its unfortunately named excavator, a certain DK Dikshita, who worked here in the 1920s. DK would have been an imposing residential suburb. Many of its buildings had 2, sometimes even 3 stories, and some walls still stand up to 4 meters high. Evidence that wooden beams, long since rotted away, once supported floorboards and ceilings. Also evidence of municipal street lighting, lanterns in wall sockets, one such lantern in museum, and municipal refuse collection with public rubbish bin enclosures. Even more impressive is the obvious concern with sanitation evidenced by the miles of covered drains and by the fact that many of the houses had private toilets, somewhat of the modern Western type, which vented down carefully made angled brick slipways into the sewers or into refuse pots that stood outside in the street under the vents and that are thought to have been cleared away at regular intervals by municipal sewage squads. Inside the main sewage drains themselves, spaced at regular intervals and again regularly cleaned out, were rectangular sump pits that trapped solid waste while allowing liquid waste to flow away. These people, in short, knew a great deal about urban life and urban architecture. And that knowledge, I'm sure, was already old and evolved, handed down, a legacy when they first began to build Mohenjo-daro. Science. At its peak in the mid-3rd millennium BC, the total inhabited area of Mohenjo-daro exceeded 250 hectares, and it is possible that its population may have risen as high as 150,000. By then, it was part of a vast network of other cities, towns, and villages within the Indus-Sarasvati civilization, the majority of them being built out of baked mud bricks produced from molds with standard proportions. One size of brick, measuring 7 by 14 by 28 centimeters, was used in house construction, and a different size, 10 by 20 by 40 centimeters, was used in the building of city walls. But both sizes of brick have identical proportions. Thickness equals 1, width equals 2 by 1, length equals 4 by 1. Like Mohenjo-daro, some of the other Indus-Sarasvati settlements, though by no means all, were laid out according to a strict grid with the major thoroughfares and buildings accurately aligned to the cardinal directions, north-south and east-west. This suggests a high degree of planning and deliberation. After all, in most cultures, settlements grow up haphazardly, a bit at a time, but apparently that didn't happen here. In the case of many Indus-Sarasvati sites, the template was set out right at the beginning. Moreover, the precision of the alignments of major structures leaves little doubt that the planners employed the services of astronomers in their architectural teams. Several scholars have reasonably deduced that astronomy may have been a highly regarded science in the Indus-Sarasvati cities and was perhaps linked to whatever religion was practiced there. It has also been noted that weights and measures found at Mohenjo-daro, Harappa, and many other widely separated Indus-Sarasvati sites are not only extremely accurate and consistent, but demonstrate a high level of mathematical development. The weights appear to have been designed according to a binary scale, 1, 2, 4, 8, 16, 32, etc., up to 12,800 units, with one unit being equivalent to 0.85 grams. Measures, on the other hand, made use of a decimal system. In Mohenjo-daro, a scale was found that is divided into precise units of 0.264 inches. The foot measured 13.2 inches, equaling 50 by 0.264. Likewise, in the Indus-Sarasvati port of Lothal, S.R. Rao excavated a scale with tiny divisions of just over 1.7 millimeters. 10 such divisions are equal to 17.78 millimeters. The width of the wall of Lothal Dock is 1.78 meters, which is a multiple of the smallest division of the Lothal scale marked in decimal ratio. The length of the east-west wall on the dock is 20 times its width. Obviously, the Harappan engineers followed the decimal division of measurement. In Rao's opinion, the material remains of the Indus-Sarasvati civilization, whether in terms of the alignments of its city blocks, the design and civil engineering of its efficient public sewage systems, or the use of standardized weights and measures in precise mathematical relationships, provide ample proof of the scientific approach of the Harappans. In some cases, this approach was so scientific that even today, as Jonathan Kenoyer admits, many aspects of Indus technology are not fully understood, as scholars attempt to replicate stoneware ceramics from ordinary terracotta clay and to reproduce bronze that was as hard as steel. Almost everything that was written about this civilization before 5 years ago is wrong. It is inconceivable that a civilization as developed and well organized as the one that boomed 4,500 years ago along the banks of the Indus and Sarasvati rivers in northern India and Pakistan could have simply appeared from nowhere, fully formed, with all its principal accomplishments already in place. Common sense suggests that there must have been a very long developmental phase, somewhere before such a civilization could have reached maturity. Yet, for most of the 20th century, the archaeological record refused to reveal evidence of a sufficiently long period of development anywhere in the subcontinent. The result was a vacuum in which European scholars felt free to conclude that the Indus Valley civilization might, in its origins, have been alien to India. Many of them seem to have been attracted to this convenient explanation of the advanced state of the Indus-Sarasvati culture. For example, as S.P. Gupta points out, not only did Sir Mortimer Wheeler teach that Mohenjo-daro and Harappa had been destroyed by invading Aryans, also he never quite brought himself to accept that cities as advanced as these could originally have been the creation of India herself, and argued that at least the idea of city as a way of life must have come to India from Mesopotamia. He even tells us, Gupta notes with annoyance, that at least some Mesopotamian masons must have been working in Mohenjo-daro, directing the method of construction involved in brick masonry. All this simply means that at the operational level, not only the idea but also the men came from Mesopotamia to India to give the latter her first cities. When Wheeler died in 1976, his theory of the Mesopotamian origin of the Indus Valley civilization died with him. But the reason it did so had less to do with his passing than with the start of excavations in 1974 by the French archaeologist Jean-François Jarrigue at a previously unexplored site named Megar, overlooking the western edge of the Indus Valley from the rugged Bolan Pass. What Jarrigue and his team have unearthed since then is the archaeological equivalent of the Holy Grail, an intact sequence of occupation layers at Megar extending uninterrupted from approximately 6800 BC, 4,000 years before the urban boom at Harappa and Mohenjo-daro, until the decline of these cities in the second millennium BC. The excavations are still actively underway, and the pace of analysis at Megar and other nearby sites such as Nishara that are equally ancient has quickened since the mid-1990s, with results that have a dramatic bearing on the origins of the Indus-Sarasvati civilization. Indeed, these results are so dramatic that when we spoke with Gregory Posel by telephone in October 2000, he had this to say. "You want to know something? I'm teaching a class and told them that almost everything that was ever written about this civilization before 5 years ago is wrong." In Chapter 8, we will return to the mystery of Megar, but in 1992, when Santha and I visited Harappa and Mohenjo-daro, I was ignorant of the place and knew nothing of its extraordinary implications. From the Himalayas to the sea. After leaving Pakistan on 19 November 1992, we traveled first to Nepal, where the bookshops in the narrow streets of Kathmandu's cosmopolitan Tamil market are stocked with interesting and unusual reference works on ancient Indian religious thought, including many of the hard-to-find primary texts. At Pilgrim's Bookshop, I was able to buy the entire unabridged 6-volume set of Ralph Griffith's 1881 translations of the Rig Veda, the Atharva Veda, the Yajur Veda, and the Sama Veda. But because at that point I had no reason to disagree with the 1200 to 800 BC time span that scholars assigned to the Vedas, I again and again postponed studying these huge daunting books over the next several years, and gave my attention instead to texts from Sumer and Old Kingdom Egypt, which I suppose to be much more ancient. I was about to learn in due course that a new generation of scholars, both from within and beyond India, are beginning to be convinced that the opposite may be true, and that the Vedic hymns could be, by a margin of several thousand years, the most ancient surviving scriptures on earth. In 1992, however, this was just another of the many possibilities about India's mysterious past that I was ignorant of. From Nepal we flew on to northern and eastern India, Delhi, Khajuraho, Puri, Konarak, and then south to Tamil Nadu. Sunday, 6 December 1992. Arrived Madras around 10 a.m. with a migraine. Dr. Ramni Pulimud, who worked with my father in the 50s at the Christian Medical College, has sent a taxi to pick us up. We motored the 150 kilometers to Vellore, passing the spot where Rajiv Gandhi was assassinated. There is a small memorial to him which we visit. I'm in a coma with my migraine for most of the journey, but rouse myself when we are about 50 kilometers outside Vellore. Is the countryside familiar? I don't know really. Don't seem to recognize anything. Then we cross a bridge over a very wide, dried-out riverbed, and I'm sure I remember that from my dreams of childhood, just as I'm sure I remember a dried-out riverbed suddenly filled to overflowing with the roiling, rearing waters of a flash flood. And I remember, too, palm trees bent double in the monsoons, the warm splash of fat drops of rain on my bare back, red spider mites teeming across the earth, and the smell of distant thunder. We reach Vellore, a medium-sized, dirty, bustling South Indian town full of garish modern signs and vegetarian restaurants. I still remember very little, even when we pull up for a moment right outside the CMC hospital. Then we drive through the town and out again towards the CMC compound. I do seem to remember an old school that we pass. Finally, I see to my left College Hill, rising greenly to a rock summit, and far away to my right, Toad Hill, so named after the toad-shaped boulder that squats on its peak. I do remember both of these landmarks quite vividly, and remember climbing them as a child with my dad and our dog Trixie, but the college buildings into which we now pull ring no immediate bells. I realize that this is so because they now stand to either side of a busy main road. In the 1950s, there was no road like this. We go to the big bungalow and meet Ramni Pulimud, who accommodates us there as previously agreed. Inside, I remember the ancient green cloth blinds, which are also standard fitments in the men's hostel where we lived, and in which I once found a trapped bat. Half an hour later, Ramni and her son drive us out to the Protestant cemetery, where we hope to find my sister Susan's grave. Santha brings flowers, but despite pacing up and down in the peaceful late afternoon sun, we find nothing. We ask the caretakers to check the records, but they too fail to find the grave. That evening, Santha and I climb College Hill, beautiful as the sun goes down with commanding views over a green, half-remembered landscape. Monday, 7 December 1992. Things are coming back a bit more to me now. We visit the CMC hospital in the morning, then take a rickshaw to Vellore Fort, and then back to the CMC compound via the Protestant cemetery once again. Still, we can't find the grave. It's strange to reflect that my sister lies buried and forgotten somewhere here. I dreamed of her a few nights ago, dreamed that she spoke to me. I would like to have known her, and really, for the first time, I'm acutely aware of a missing presence in my life. It's all years ago now and far away, but I do miss you, Susan. I wish I could just pick up the phone and call you sometimes. Instead, I'm an only child, wandering in a graveyard, feeling sorry for myself. Santha and I complete our visit to Vellore by exploring the CMC compound. I remember the lily pond, still there with its frogs. I do remember the great old tamarind tree and the general outline of the two wings of the men's hostel. Finally, we climb up College Hill again for a last look around and then set off on the 4-hour drive to Madras on the coast of the Bay of Bengal. The mystery of the 7 pagodas. The next day, our target was Mahabalipuram, 50 kilometers south of Madras, where I planned to indulge in some more childhood memories, this time of a rock-hewn temple standing by the sea. As in Vellore, I didn't really feel that I was there to do research, more on a journey of personal reminiscence. Since the temples were thought to be less than 1,500 years old, and had been made on the orders of known historical kings, I had no reason to expect they might be relevant to my primary interest in the possibility of a lost civilization of the last ice age more than 12,000 years ago. Perhaps it was because I went to Mahabalipuram in this frame of mind in 1992 that it gave me back exactly what I expected, that is, nothing of interest. And yet all along, as I was to discover much later, there was something that I needed to know there. It was hidden away in an anthology of travelers' journals and reports edited by a certain Captain M.W. Carr in 1869 under the title Descriptive and Historical Papers Relating to the 7 Pagodas of the Coromandel Coast. I found the anthology in a second-hand bookshop in Madras after visiting Mahabalipuram in 1992, but did not read it until the year 2000. It was then I discovered for the first time that 7 Pagodas is the old mariner's name for Mahabalipuram, and that the Coromandel Coast is the coast of the Bay of Bengal from Point Calimere in the south to the mouth of the Krishna River in the north. In one paper, J. Goldingham Esquire, writing in 1798, spoke of the part of Mahabalipuram that I remembered best from my childhood, the Shore Temple, carved out of solid granite lashed by waves. The surf here breaks far out over, as the Brahmins inform you, the ruins of a city which was incredibly large and magnificent. A Brahmin, about 50 years of age, a native of the place, whom I've had an opportunity of conversing with since my arrival in Madras, informed me that his grandfather had frequently mentioned having seen the gilt tops of 5 pagodas in the surf, no longer visible. An earlier traveller's report from 1784 describes the main feature of Mahabalipuram as a rock or rather hill of stone, out of which many of the monuments are carved. This outcropping, he says, is one of the principal marks for mariners as they approach the coast, and to them the place is known by the name of 7 Pagodas, possibly because the summits of the rock have presented them with that idea as they passed. But it must be confessed that no aspect which the hill assumes seems at all to authorize this notion, and there are circumstances that would lead one to suspect that this name has arisen from some such number of pagodas that formerly stood here and in time have been buried in the waves. The same author, William Chambers, then goes on to relate the more detailed oral tradition of Mahabalipuram, given to him by Brahmins of the town during visits he made there in 1772 and 1776 that prompted his suspicion of submerged structures. According to this tradition, which is supported by certain passages in ancient Hindu scriptures, the god Vishnu had deposed a corrupt and wicked Raja of these parts at some unknown date in the remote past and had replaced him on the throne with a gentle Prahlada, whose reign was a mild and virtuous one. Prahlada was succeeded by his son and then by his grandson Bali, said to have been the founder of the once magnificent city of Mahabalipuram, which translated literally means the city of the great Bali, or more likely, the city of the giant Bali. Bali's dynasty continued with his son Banasura, also portrayed as a giant, but during his reign, disaster struck. Aniruddha, the grandson of Krishna, came to his, Banasura's, court in disguise and seduced his daughter, which produced a war in the course of which Aniruddha was taken prisoner and brought to Mahabalipuram, upon which Krishna came in person from his capital Dwarka and laid siege to the place. Although the god Siva himself fought on the side of Banasura, they could not prevail. Krishna found a way to overthrow Siva, captured the city and forced Banasura into submission and lifelong fealty. An interval followed, after which another Raja, whose name was Malacharan, took the throne at Mahabalipuram. He encountered a being from the heavenly realms who became his friend and agreed to carry him in disguise to see the court of the divine Indra, a favor that had never before been granted to any mortal. The Raja returned from thence with new ideas of splendor and magnificence, which he immediately adopted in regulating his court and his retinue, and in beautifying his seat of government. By this means, Mahabalipuram became soon celebrated beyond all the cities of the earth, and an account of its magnificence having been brought to the gods assembled at the court of Indra, their jealousy was so much excited at it that they sent orders to the god of the sea to let loose his billows and overflow a place which impiously pretended to vie in splendor with their celestial mansions. This command he obeyed, and the city was at once overflowed by that furious element, nor has it ever since been able to rear its head. There are puzzles about this myth. First, it was collected, written down, and published in the 18th century. This was long before any of the ancient inscriptions of Mesopotamia could be read. Yet the story of Mahabalipuram bears some striking resemblances to the floods of Mesopotamia. In the original Sumerian flood text, cited in chapter 2, and in all later variants of it, including the Babylonian versions, the Old Testament account of the flood of Noah, and for that matter, Plato's supposedly unrelated story of Atlantis, the gods are angry with or jealous of mankind, exactly as they are said to have been in the Mahabalipuram myth. In all the other myths, with the exception of the Noah story, the gods meet in assembly, again as they are said to have done in Mahabalipuram, before resolving to destroy upstart mankind by sending a flood. And in all the other myths, cities and cult centers are submerged by the flood. Sumer. All the windstorms, exceedingly powerful, attacked as one. At the same time, the flood swept over the cult centers. Mahabalipuram. The god of the sea let loose his billows, and the city was at once overflowed by that furious element. It is obvious that there are resonances between the Mahabalipuram flood tradition from southeastern India and the Dwarka flood tradition from the northwest. It is not just that Dwarka is specifically mentioned in the Mahabalipuram story, somewhat surprising in itself, but also that Mahabalipuram and Dwarka, like lost Atlantis and the 5 antediluvian cities of Sumer, all suffer the same fate, which is to be swallowed up by the sea. In the case of Dwarka, there is also another matter to consider, the end of the former age of the earth and the dawn of the Kali Yuga. Travels in the Kali Yuga. Our journey from Mahabalipuram to Dwarka in December 1992 was fraught with reminders that we live in the Kali Yuga today, an age of spiritual darkness that the Vedic sages always knew would be filled with the worst kinds of human cruelty and evil. On 6 December 1992, Hindu Karsavaks, volunteers, violently attacked and pulled down the mosque at Ayodhya in Uttar Pradesh, intent on building a new temple for Rama, another incarnation of Vishnu, whose birthplace is believed to have been on the site of the mosque. This act of reclamation sparked off a wave of violence and mass murder between Hindus and Muslims throughout India, which reached a peak in the city of Surat on the Gulf of Cambay in southwestern Gujarat. There, whole families were roasted alive on fires made up of heaps of their own possessions, and in one grisly incident, a woman was subjected to multiple rape by a crowd of frenzied males, then burned and finally beheaded with a sword. With martial law declared in most cities and go-slows and strikes being staged by Indian Airlines, it took us 2 days to fly via Madras and Trivandrum to Bombay. From there we arranged to travel the remaining 1,000 kilometers or so to Dwarka by road and hired a Maruti van, a motorized roller skate, and a stalwart Gujarati driver named Vinod to get us there. Saturday, 12 December 1992. Set off north from Bombay in our little Maruti van. The country towards Gujarat is surprisingly lush, jungly, and hilly. The roads are completely crazy, and this is an indeterminable day of driving. It becomes clear that we cannot reach Dwarka in less than 2 full days like this, and that we may require 3. So we set our sights for the first night on Lothal, the Indus Sarasvati port of the 3rd millennium BC, that lies in central Gujarat near the northern end of the Gulf of Cambay. Unfortunately, Vinod and most people along the way don't seem to know where or what Lothal is, and the maps we have are not clear. But part by luck, part by trial and error, we arrive at a truck stop called Pakota late at night, which turns out to be just 18 kilometers from Lothal. One of the truckers directs us to a rundown hotel. Lothal and the ships from Maluha. Lothal turned out to be a quiet, sleepy mound in the midst of flat, productive countryside, but in the 3rd millennium BC, it was the greatest port of the Indus Valley civilization, connected to the sea by a tidal river channel that has long since dried up. Its dominant architectural feature still surviving today is its great trapezoidal dock. A major problem with river ports in general is that they can quickly become choked by silt and useless. At Lothal, a scientific solution was found to this problem 4,500 years ago. First, a huge artificial basin was cut into the ground on the eastern side of the town. Then, a walled structure measuring 219 meters in length north to south, 38 meters in width east to west, and 4.15 meters high was built into it. The walls were almost 1.78 meters thick at the base, narrowing to just over 1 meter thick at the top, and millions of the best quality kiln-fired bricks were used in their construction. According to the report of S.R. Rao, Lothal's excavator, the inner faces of the dock walls are plumb, and no steps or ramps are provided anywhere, as the primary purpose was to see that the edge of the boat should touch the wall top to facilitate easy landing and handling of cargo. At the same time, 3 offsets were provided on the outer face of the western wall, and 2 in the case of other walls to resist the overturning movement due to water thrust. The dock has a major inlet in its north wall, a second inlet in the southern end of its east wall, and a spillway fitted with an efficient water-locking device in its south. Ships entering the Gulf of Cambay had to be moored along the river quay on the western side of the town and sluiced into the basin at high tide through the first inlet, 12 meters wide, provided in the northern arm. A spillway with 1.5 meter thick walls was built at right angles to the southern arm for escape of excess water at high tide. The water locking device provided in the spillway ensured a minimum draft at low water 2 meters as against 3.5 meters at high water. Easy maneuverability of large ships of 60 to 75 tons capacity and measuring 18 to 20 meters long was possible, as they could enter from the shorter side and move along the longer side. The easy flow of water at high tide through the basin ensured automatic desilting. The scouring effect of the tidal waters was arrested by constructing a buttress wall on either margin of the inlet, traces of which can be seen in the case of the northern inlet and more clearly on the second stage inlet. When the river changed its course and started flowing 2 kilometers away from the town, a new inlet 2 meters deep was dug to connect the river with the eastern arm of the dock, but large ships could not enter the basin after 2000 BC. Archaeologists and engineers are in little doubt that the design of the dock testifies to a long accumulated experience within the Indus-Sarasvati civilization of the particular problems and challenges posed by such structures. According to N.K. Panikar and T.M. Srinivasan, the Lothal dock being purely a tidal one, the Lothal engineers must have possessed adequate knowledge of tidal effects, the amplitude, erosion, and thrust. From this knowledge, they developed competence at Lothal for receiving ships at high tide and ensuring flotation of ships inside the dock at low tide. This is perhaps the earliest example of knowledge of tidal phenomena being put to a highly practical purpose, both in the selection of site having the highest tidal amplitude and in adopting a method of operation for entry and exit of ships. The builders of Lothal lived in the same epoch of early history as the builders of the wonderful Great Pyramid of Egypt, and, though obviously on a smaller scale, the dock is a reminder that the peoples of the Indus-Sarasvati civilization possessed a scientific approach, design skills, and hands-on experience of construction problems comparable to those that were evident amongst the ancient Egyptians. Moreover, it is thought likely that there were both direct and indirect contacts between the Nile and Indus valleys, and between Asia and Africa in general, going back to very ancient times. In the on-site museum at Lothal, we were able to see certain items excavated by Rao's team that are indicative of this. These include a terracotta figurine of a gorilla, a species that is found only in sub-Saharan Africa, and a second terracotta figure reminiscent of an Egyptian mummy. Finds in Egypt also suggest contact. Of special interest because it dates back to the pre-dynastic Gurzian period, roughly 3500 to 3300 BC, is a ripple-flaked flint-bladed knife with a beautifully carved ivory handle that was excavated at Gebel el Arak in Upper Egypt. In one of the reliefs that decorate the handle, a bearded man in fine robes is depicted gripping two powerful male lions by the throat. According to the Egyptologist and art historian Cyril Aldred, this scene shows subduing two lions, a hero who resembles the Mesopotamian Gilgamesh, Lord of the Beasts. Aldred notes that this same unusual theme appears on a wall painting in a Gurzian tomb in Hyrcanopolis, which is indeed the case. He seems unaware, however, that with minor variations, the scene also appears in the art of the Indus-Sarasvati civilization, for example, on ornate terracotta and steatite seals, excavated in many sites, and on a particularly striking molded tablet from Harappa that Jonathan Mark Kenoyer describes as a figure strangling two tigers with bare hands, which may represent a female, as a pronounced breast can be seen in profile. Early discoveries of this motif on seals from Mohenjo-Daro definitely show a male figure, and most scholars have assumed some connection with the carved seals from Mesopotamia that illustrate episodes of the famous Gilgamesh epic. The Mesopotamian motifs show lions being strangled by a hero, whereas the Indus narratives render tigers being strangled by a figure, sometimes clearly male, sometimes ambiguous or possibly female. This motif of a hero or heroine grappling with two wild animals could have been created independently for similar events that may have occurred in Mesopotamia as well as the Indus Valley. Perhaps, but I wonder if Kenower's conclusion is not a little hasty, and whether it is strengthened or weakened by the fact that almost identical figures of a man between two felines have also been found amongst the art of the prehistoric megalithic city of Tiahuanaco in South America. Such similarities may depict similar events that occurred by coincidence in different places, but other explanations might also fruitfully be sought for why the same unusual symbolic device is found in ancient Egypt, ancient Mesopotamia, the ancient Indus-Sarasvati civilization, and ancient South America. On the other side of the Gebel el Arak knife handle is a second scene that suggests contact between Indus-Sarasvati peoples, pre-dynastic Egyptians, and the ancient civilizations between the Tigris and the Euphrates rivers in Mesopotamia. In Aldred's description, it shows a water battle in progress. In the upper row, the boats have vertical prows and sterns, rather like the bellums of the Tigris. In the lower, they have the normal appearance of Egyptian boats of Gurzian date. But the archaeologist Ernest J.H. Mackay, who carried out extensive excavations in both Egypt and the Indus Valley during the first half of the 20th century, noticed something else. Describing a representation of a boat carved on a seal that he found in Mohenjo-Daro, he commented, "The bindings of its hull suggest that this boat was made of bundles of reeds, as were so many contemporary craft of ancient Egypt. It is mastless, which perhaps indicates that it is a riverboat. The uprights at either end of the cabin carry flags or emblems, and a seated steersman holds a pair of rudders, as on the modern Indus craft. This vessel, it is interesting to note, is singularly the one portrayed on the well-known Gebel el Arak ivory knife handle. The specific comparison being made here is to the mastless boats with high prows and sterns, which Allred separately likens to Tigris river craft, and while the similarities cannot be taken as conclusive evidence of contact amongst all three regions in prehistory, they are at least suggestive. Thor Heyerdahl showed long ago with his Tigris and Ra expeditions that reed boats are capable of transoceanic journeys. Besides many representations and terracotta models of masted seagoing boats, have been found in Indus-Sarasvati sites, and at Lothal itself, trade goods and inscribed seals from the Persian Gulf have been excavated. The indications are that the bulk of this trade was carried on ships of the Indus-Sarasvati civilization, a civilization that was known to its neighbors in the Persian Gulf as Meluha. Inscriptions from ancient Babylon and Akkad speak proudly of the number of great boats from Meluha that have moored in their harbors. 5 such references have been found in the cuneiform records of the time before Hammurabi, 1792 BC. One concerns Sargon of Akkad, 2334 to 2279 BC, and tells us the ships from Meluha he made tie up alongside the quay of Akkad. Interestingly, a terracotta seal from Mohenjo-daro shows a large, high-prowed ship with a spacious on-deck cabin. Fore and aft of the cabin perch 2 birds which archaeologists believe are land-finding birds, Discakas. As the listener will undoubtedly be aware, many ancient traditions of the global flood, not least the biblical story of Noah, make prominent mention of the role played in the navigation of the survival ship by birds just such as these. The city of Krishna. After leaving Lothal in the late afternoon, we spent another night on the road at Jamnagar, the regional capital, and completed our journey to Dwarka the next morning. This final 2-hour leg was across the barren, sun-baked flatlands of Gujarat's Kathiawar Peninsula, uninhabited and for the most part overgrown with thorn trees and scrub vegetation. Through the open windows of the van, we began to sense first the humidity, then the salty tang of the approaching Arabian Sea. Next, a glimpse of distant water came into view, and rising above it through the heat haze, a shimmering pyramidal mound topped by the spectacular Dwarkadish temple, sacred to Lord Krishna, soaring skywards on its 72 granite columns. At the apex of the mirage fluttered a colorful flag decorated with astronomical symbols, while around its base, the medieval labyrinth of Dwarka's streets and houses clustered tightly packed, as though seeking protection. We asked Vinhard to bring us closer, and we eventually pulled up in a crowded market area directly in front of the temple. From this vantage point, I could make out weird figures like the gargoyles of a Gothic cathedral carved into the corners of the roof and walls. Here an elephant, there a swan, there a winged sphinx with a woman's face. It was easy to imagine the temple as an avatar's palace magically brought into being in the midst of the sea, charged with the mantric energy of pilgrims' prayers and surrounded by a force field of divine grace. In Book 10 of the Bhagavata Purana, we read how Krishna used his supernatural yogic powers in a crisis of battle to transfer all his people to Dwarka, where he could protect them from the enemy in a fortress inaccessible to human beings, literally bipeds. The Lord caused the fortress constructed in the Western Sea. In the fortress he got built a city 12 yojanas, 96 miles in area and wonderful in every respect. The building of the city exhibited the expertise in architecture and the skill in masonry of Tavastar, the architect of the gods. The roads, quadrangles, streets, and residential areas were constructed in conformity to the prescribed tenets of the science of architecture pertaining to city building. In that city, gardens planted with celestial trees and creepers and wonderful parks were laid out. It was built with skyscraping, gold-towered buildings and balconies of crystals. It had barns built of silver and brass, which were adorned with gold pitchers. The houses therein were of gold and big emeralds. But that was the first Dwarka, the original Dwarka, India's lost Atlantis, swallowed up by the sea long ago at the beginning of the Kali age. This Dwarka of today, whatever it was, and this Krishna temple were much more recent, built to commemorate the inundated city perhaps, but not to be confused with it. Santha and I checked into a mosquito-infested hotel with a bonus of several dozen hornets drowsing irritably in the curtains of our room, and then took a stroll through the town in the late afternoon. It was dusty, of course, dirty, of course. There were people everywhere, of both sexes and all age groups, selling to one another, buying from one another. Nobody seemed to be miserable or angry or in a grouchy mood. A whole menagerie of animals roamed the streets, grunting and squawking, barking and mewing, bleating and mooing. There were cows everywhere, a normal sight in Hindu India, but here the sacred animals seemed to be more than usually serene and unhurried. I suppose it helps that just about everybody in Gujarat, and definitely everybody in Dwarka, is a strict vegetarian. So strict that not only are animals safe from them, but also eggs, onions, and garlic as well. Through the maze of narrow lanes and cobbled alleyways lined with tiny garish one-room shops and makeshift stalls, we worked our way down to the bank of the Gomati River, where it runs along the edge of the town and enters the Arabian Sea. Here, a large group of giggling children fed breadcrumbs to small fish, and orange-robed sadhus, their faces smeared with ash, sat with their backs to an ancient brick wall, reciting verses from the Rig Veda. The air was filled with frankincense and ganja, and the sound of chanting and the December sun, setting out over the sea to the southwest, had infused the vast horizon with an otherworldly glow. Continuing the remaining few hundred meters along the embankment in the gathering dusk, we came to the small circular temple of Samudra Narayana, the temple of Samudra, god of the ocean, perched directly above the point where the Gomati flows into the sea. A breeze was picking up, stirring the waves into whitecaps, and I walked to the edge of the jetty and looked out. I had read the reports of the marine archaeologists, and I knew that a city of gigantic proportions lay underwater less than a kilometer in front of me. I reminded myself that a conjectural date of approximately 1700 to 1500 BC had been assigned to the site by S.R. Rao, and that he believed it to be one of the late works of the Indus-Sarasvati civilization, much too late to have had anything to do with any hypothetical lost civilization of the last ice age. But there were areas of doubt. Although it seemed astonishing, and was perhaps just the result of incomplete research on my part, I had not been able to find evidence in the scientific literature that any Indus-Sarasvati artifacts, though reasonably plentiful in the countryside round about, had ever been recovered from the submerged ruins of Dwarka, or for that matter, evidence that any datable objects of any kind had ever been found there. All that the archaeologists had discovered underwater were the looming remains of huge stone walls built of undatable megalithic blocks, often interlocked with one another by means of L-shaped dovetails. Since there were thick silt deposits around the site, it was possible that many further structures remained, as yet unexcavated beneath those that had already been mapped. Moreover, no thorough survey had been done further out from the shore in water that was deeper than 20 meters. All in all, it seemed to me that the chronology that the archaeologists had proposed here might be right or might be wrong, but was far from settled. And what complicated the picture even more was the opaque history of relative sea level rise in this part of India, which had included several intense episodes of tectonic activity to do with mountain building in the Himalayas during the past 20,000 years. It had therefore proved difficult to establish the date of Dwarka's submergence from geological clues alone. The sun was now half sunk in the ocean, and the light was fading fast as the waves piled up against the jetty. It would be another 4 years before I learned to dive, and 4 more after that before I could return to Dwarka to explore the underwater city. 6. The place of the ship's descent. Sages who searched with their heart's thought discovered the existence kinship in the non-existent, who verily knows and who can here declare it, whence it was born and whence comes this creation. The gods are later than this world's production. Who knows then whence it first came into being? He, the first origin of this creation, whether he formed it all or did not form it, whose eye controls the world in highest heaven, he verily knows it, or perhaps he knows not. Rig Veda, Book 10, Hymn 129, verses 4-7, Griffith translation. Scientific progress in historical, genetic, linguistic, and archaeological research has proved during the past decade that the Hebrew Torah, which is the fundamental scripture of Judaism and which also serves Christians as the Old Testament of the Bible, is not the work of the Jewish people, and in fact that there is no reason to believe today that there ever was a Jewish race that spoke the Hebrew language and was possessed of a coherent or well-defined set of Jewish or Hebraic cultural features. Suppose that this statement is supported by powerful evidence and, moreover, that it comes from a distinguished academic source, a professor at the University of Pennsylvania, for example, regarded as a world authority on Jewish culture. Having just read the statement and knowing the authority of its source, are you shocked, surprised, that you have not seen any headlines on this? Skeptical, disbelieving, disoriented if the Jews didn't write the Old Testament, then who did? Angry? All of the above? None of the above. Or do you know enough about the Torah and about Jewish culture to have realized at once that the statement is a complete fabrication? No such scientific evidence has ever been produced, and the identification of the Torah with the Jewish people and the Hebrew language remains unassailable today. This is so because the sacred book is comprehensively rooted and grounded in a known cultural background of great antiquity and fits perfectly into its historical and archaeological context. The same cannot be said of the Rig Veda, the fundamental scripture of Hinduism. The abandonment by scholars of the theory that India was invaded around 1500 BC by a people calling themselves the Aryas, and the recognition that there was never any such thing as an Aryan race that spoke Indo-European languages, have had the unfortunate side effect of orphaning the Rig, because it was hitherto believed that these very same Aryas had been its authors. We've also seen how it has been claimed by Renfrew and others, probably correctly, that Indo-European languages have been present in North India for at least 8,000 years. Logically, therefore, the fact that the Rig Veda is expressed in Sanskrit, an Indo-European language, can no longer be used to substantiate a chronology for the Rig Veda that brings the culture that is supposed to have composed it into India via the non-existent Aryan invasion as late as 1500 BC. In other words, the ship of the Vedas presently has no one at the helm. These sublime hymns, these cleverly coded riddles from antiquity, which form the core scripture of 1,000 million Hindus in the 21st century, now stand in the astonishing position of having no known authors, no known cultural background, and no known historical or archaeological context into which they fit. Moreover, although their moorings to an Aryan race in 1500 BC has been severed, most Orthodox historians and archaeologists living outside the Indian subcontinent seem content to leave the Vedas drifting and unassigned, the scriptures of no known people composed at no known time. In such a situation, where history has little to offer and a huge blunder to retract, it becomes reasonable to inquire, what do the Vedas have to say on the subject of their own origins? Some points of terminology, some basic information. In ancient Sanskrit, the word Veda means knowledge, gnosis, insight, deriving from the root vid, meaning to see, to know, and the word Rig, RC or Rik, means verses or hymns. So Rig Veda means verses or hymns of knowledge. We've heard that there are three other Vedas. These are respectively the Sama Veda, the Veda of song or chanted hymn, a reordering for liturgical purposes of certain verses of the Rig with new verses added, the Yajur Veda, an annotated text of the instructions and sacrificial formula required at Vedic rituals, and the Atharva Veda, which Gregory Purcell describes as the least understood of the Vedas, a book of magic, spells, and incantations in verse, and Griffith as the Veda of prayers, charms, and spells. As well as these, many Indian scholars also list the following massive and venerable bodies of text within the Vedic corpus: the Brahmanas, very ancient prose commentaries on the Vedas. The Aranyakas, a later development of the Brahmanas given over to secret explanations of the allegorical meaning of the Vedas, and the Upanishads, philosophical speculations arising out of the Vedas. The Upanishads are often referred to in Sanskrit as the Vedanta, meaning conclusion of the Veda, since they are sought to represent the final stage in the tradition of the Vedas. However, there are other important later texts of Hinduism which unerringly continue the same essential teaching and cosmology rooted and grounded in the Vedas, and which will therefore be cited in this inquiry from time to time. These include the Mahabharata, which is about 8 times as long as Homer's Odyssey and Iliad put together, the Ramayana and the Puranas. The Mahabharata and the Ramayana are both epics consisting of a mass of legendary and instructive material worked around a central heroic narrative. Embedded in the vast text of the Mahabharata is the famous Bhagavad Gita, Song of the Lord, described as the single most important text of Hinduism. The Ramayana, which tells of the deeds of the hero Rama, an incarnation of Krishna, is traditionally ascribed to the semi-legendary poet Valmiki. Last but not least, the Puranas, Sanskrit for ancient lore, are collections of myth, legend, and genealogy. A generally agreed chronology for all these texts, with arguments usually about periods of hundreds rather than thousands of years, is in use amongst scholars. We saw earlier that the Rig Veda tends to be dated anywhere in a broad range from 1500 BC, the supposed date of the non-existent Aryan invasion of India, down to 800 BC. Dr. John E. Michener, a great authority on the ancient Sanskrit texts, prefers a narrower range of 1400 to 1100 BC for the Rig, with the Sama and Yajur Vedas dated 1200 to 1000 BC, the Atharva Veda 1300 to 900 BC, the Brahmanas 900 to 600 BC, the Aranyakas 700 to 500 BC, the Upanishads 600 to 400 BC, the Mahabharata 350 BC to AD 350, the Ramayana 250 BC to AD 200, and the Puranas AD 200 to 1500. While this is convenient as a summary of what is still amazingly the accepted scholarly chronology, I feel it is essential to bear in mind that these dates are a house of cards founded on the redundant hypothesis of an Aryan invasion of India in the 2nd millennium BC. Whether starting in 1500 BC, 1400 BC, or 1200 BC, the timelines that have been suggested for the compilation and codification of the Rig Veda all rest on this now thoroughly falsified and bankrupt idea. And since the chronology that scholars have established for the Rig is the foundation for the entire literary history of India, it follows that if the previously accepted dates for it are proved by further research to be badly in error, then the dates for much of what comes after it are also likely to be wrong. In this connection, Michener himself concedes that the dating of Sanskrit texts is a notoriously difficult problem, one that is further complicated by many texts which may be relatively late in their overall or final composition, yet contain passages of considerable antiquity alongside much later additions. Amidst this tangled maze of texts, all of which once lived as memorized recitations within an oral tradition before they were written down, only one story is offered, the same story repeated again and again with minor variations and additions, as an explanation and account of the origin of the Vedas. This is the story of Manu, the father of mankind, India's Noah, and of a mysterious brotherhood of ascetics called the Seven Sages, said in many of the recensions to have accompanied Manu in the ark when the great flood overtook the world. The father of mankind. Manu, whose name has the same root as the English word man, was the first and greatest patriarch and legislator of the Vedic peoples, and is unambiguously described throughout the ancient texts as the preserver and father of mankind and of all living things. Ralph Griffith, the the translator of the Vedas, describes him as the representative man and father of the human race and the first institutor of religious ceremonies. And in the Rig Veda, the people who called themselves the Aryas, an epithet meaning literally the noble or pure or good or enlightened folk, a puzzle that we shall return to in another chapter, also referred to as Manu's progeny, while Manu is known as Father Manu, and even the gods are named as Manu's holy ones. At the same time, the Rig does not take the trouble anywhere to tell us exactly what it was that Manu supposedly did to earn these honorifics, only that the events took place long ago. Manu's literary predicament much resembles that of Osiris in ancient Egypt. Nowhere in the entire corpus of ancient Egyptian scripture, from the pyramid texts to the last versions of the Book of the Dead, is the full story of Osiris ever told. We get fragments of it, bits and pieces here and there, records of his titles and honorifics, many axioms, the truth is great and mighty and has never been broken since the time of Osiris, etc., but never a connected, continuous narrative which states clearly what it was that Osiris did to deserve all this honor and prominence. Only in a later non-Egyptian text, Plutarch's Isis and Osiris, does the whole story come out. Plutarch states that his sources were Egyptian priests, and the details that he provides are so convincingly identical to the much more fragmentary details contained in the much earlier ancient Egypt material that each, in a way, provides corroboration for the other. Scholars therefore believe that Plutarch got the story just about right, and that it was never spelled out in detail in the earlier scriptures because it was simply too well known for this to be necessary. It looks as though the same sort of process must have been at work within the Rig Veda. Here, like Osiris for the Egyptians, Manu is a household name, even incorporated into aphorisms such as "we may speak like Manu," which Griffith says was universally understood to mean with the wisdom and authority of Manu, who was instructed directly by the gods. Yet nowhere in the Rig is there anything even remotely resembling a continuous Manu narrative, which would explain the awe within which he was held and the fundamental role assigned to him as the savior and progenitor of Vedic civilization. As with the case of Osiris in Egypt, it is probably safe to assume the full story of Manu was simply so well known amongst the practitioners of the Vedas that the composers and compilers saw no need to spell it out in detail. A flood to carry away all creatures. The earliest surviving glimpse of a more complete version of the story of Manu is provided by the Satpatha Brahmana. The setting is antediluvian India, some years before it is to be destroyed by the flood, and Manu is a king and leader of men, specifically identified in the later Bhagavata Purana with a South Indian or Dravidian king named Satyavrata. In the morning they brought to Manu water for washing the hands. When he was washing himself, a fish came into his hands. It spake to him the word, "Rear me, I will save thee. Wherefrom wilt thou save me? A flood will carry away these creatures. From that I will save thee." "How am I to rear thee?" it said. "As long as we are small, there is great destruction for us. Fish devours fish. Thou wilt first keep me in a jar. When I outgrow that, thou wilt dig a pit and keep me in it. When I outgrow that, thou wilt take me down to the sea, for then I shall be beyond destruction." It soon became a large fish. Thereupon it said, "In such and such a year that flood will come. Thou shalt attend to me, that is, to my advice, by preparing a ship. And when the flood is risen, thou shalt enter into the ship, and I shall save thee from it." After he had it reared in this way, he took it down to the sea. And in the same year which the fish had indicated to him, he attended to the advice of the fish by preparing a ship. And when the flood had risen, he entered into the ship. The fish then swam up to him, and to its horn he tied the rope of the ship, and by that means he passed swiftly up to yonder northern mountain. It is then said, "I have saved thee. Fasten the ship to a tree, but let not the water wash thee away whilst thou art on the mountain. As the water subsides, thou mayest gradually descend." Accordingly, he gradually descended, and hence that slope of the northern mountain is called Manu's descent. In this version, Manu survives the deluge alone, with no mention of the 7 sages and with no other human companions. How then does he qualify for his Vedic role as the father of mankind? According to the Satpatha Brahmana, being desirous of offspring, he engaged in worshipping and austerities. During this time, he offered up in the waters clarified butter, sour milk, whey and curds. Thence a woman was produced in a year. With her he went on worshipping and performing austerities, wishing for offspring. Through her he generated this race, which is this race of Manu. The ship whirled like a reeling and intoxicated woman. Maintaining the sequence of the established chronology, the next properly connected version of the Manu story comes to us in the Mahabharata. In this recension of the old tale, Manu is not a king but a powerful rishi, sage, seer, who spends a supernaturally long time practicing yogic austerities. Standing with uplifted arm on one foot, he practiced intense austere fervor. This direful exercise he performed with his head downwards and with unwinking eyes for 10,000 years. Once, when clad in dripping rags with matted hair, he was so engaged, a fish came to him on the banks of a river and spake, "Lord, I am a small fish. I dread the stronger ones, and from them you must save me." With a few more details, the tale then proceeds in the same manner as in the Satpatha Brahmana, with the fish being cared for and attended to by the kindly Manu, outgrowing various habitats and finally being placed by him in the ocean. When he had been thrown into the ocean, he said to Manu, "Great Lord, thou hast in every way preserved me. Now hear from me what thou must do when the time arrives. Soon shall all these terrestrial objects be dissolved. The time for the purification of the worlds has now arrived. I therefore inform thee what is for thy greatest good. The period dreadful for the universe has come. Make for thyself a strong ship with a cable attached, embark in it with the 7 sages, and stow in it carefully preserved and assorted all the seeds which have been described of old. When embarked in the ship, look out for me. I shall come recognizable by my horn. These great waters cannot be crossed over without me." When the deluge came, Manu, as enjoined, taking with him the seeds, floated on the billowy ocean in the beautiful ship. The arrival of the enormous fish is then announced. When Manu saw the horned Leviathan, lofty as a mountain, he fastened the ship's cable to the horn. Being thus attached, the fish dragged the ship with great rapidity, transporting it across the briny ocean, which seemed to dance with its waves and thunder with its waters. Tossed by the tempests, the ship whirled like a reeling and intoxicated woman. Neither the earth nor the quarters of the world appeared. There was nothing but water, air, and sky. In the world thus confounded, the 7 sages, Manu and the fish, were beheld. So for very many years, the fish unwearied drew the ship over the waters and brought it at length to the highest peak of Himavat, the Himalayas. He then, smiling gently, said to the sages, "Bind this ship without delay to this peak." They did so accordingly, and the highest peak of Himavat is still known by the name Naubandhana, the binding of the ship. Thereafter, through his advanced yogic powers, Manu the father began visibly to create all living beings. The sea was seen overflowing its shores. A third example, amongst so many more that it is invidious to choose, comes from the Bhagavata Purana, where Manu first bears the name of Satyaravrata, the lord of Dravida, South India. In the usual way, this Manu encounters a small fish. It grows big, and he eventually throws it into the sea. It then reveals itself to him as none other than an incarnation of the god Vishnu, who warns him of the impending flood, which here, as the Mahabharata also hints, acquires the cosmic and universal dimension of the great pralaya that brings each yuga or age of the earth to an end. On the 7th day after this, the 3 worlds shall sink beneath the ocean of the dissolution. When the universe is dissolved in that ocean, a large ship sent by me shall come to thee. Taking with thee the plants and various seeds, surrounded by the 7 sages, Thou shalt embark on the great ship and shalt move without alarm over one dark ocean. The fish incarnation of Vishnu then vanishes, promising to return at the right moment. 7 days later, the sea, augmenting as the great clouds poured down their waters, was seen overflowing its shores and everywhere inundating the earth. Next, the ship of Vishnu appears, and Manu and the 7 sages embark in it, with Manu not failing in his duty to bring on board the various kinds of plants. Last but not least, the great fish returns. Manu's ark is moored to its horn and towed safely across the flood and storm waves. Fleshing out the Vedic flood myth. Is this ancient tradition entirely mythical and symbolic, or could it be anchored at some level in geological reality and historical time? My impression, perhaps quite wrong, is that the later texts of the tradition deliberately begin to fill in and clarify the details of the Manu narrative, missing from the numerous customary allusions to him in the Vedas that seem to take a widespread and detailed knowledge of his story for granted. Perhaps the setting down in writing of the ancient tradition in its late days arose from a recognition that such widespread knowledge could no longer be relied upon, and a fear that the oral compositions might eventually be completely lost. The result, at any rate, is that we can now guess exactly why the Rig speaks of Manu as the father of mankind. It is because in the ancient traditions of the Vedic peoples, so well known to all in the early days that no written elaboration was thought necessary, he was remembered as the survivor of the universal flood, through whose virility and yogic powers the human race and all living beings were propagated again after the cataclysm. We now have the following other pieces of information at our disposal. 1. Manu made a special point of bringing something very precious and significant with him from the world before the flood, a cache of plants and various seeds by means of which agriculture could be restored in post-diluvian times. 2. Also with Manu in the ship were the 7 sages. 3. The character of the flood was that the sea was seen overflowing its shores and everywhere inundating the earth. 4. Borne up on the waters of the flood and towed by a god, Manu's survival ship traveled towards the north. 5. Manu and the sages made landfall on the slopes of the northern mountain in Himavat, the Himalayas. 6. They were to descend from the mountain gradually and only as the flood subsided, making sure never to put themselves in a position where they could be washed away. 7. Manu was believed to have practiced yoga. 8. Manu was believed to have been, in antediluvian times, a king of the Dravidian people of South India. A ship in the Himalayas. Despite the formidable reputation of India's oral tradition for preserving and transmitting extremely ancient information, I realize that some linguists and historians are likely to be skeptical of any attempt to connect what may be relatively late texts about Manu's survival of the flood to his earlier, more fleeting appearances as a household name in the Vedas. Nevertheless, there is a strange isolated passage in the Atharva Veda, AV, and another in the Rig itself, which add further merit to the view that the Vedic peoples at the dawn of their civilization were already fully conversant with all the details of the flood myth as they are given in the much later texts, and even used similar symbols, imagery, and language. Of course, it is possible that the later compositions simply echo the older ones, but if that was so, I would expect them not just to be similar, but to be much more similar than they in fact are. In my opinion, a sufficient degree of difference is evident in the terminology to make it quite unlikely that the Satpatha Brahmana and the Mahabharata and the Bhagavata Purana, etc., are simply copying the AV and the Rig, and much more likely that the earlier and later written texts both descended separately from a common, extremely archaic oral source. My view on this is buttressed by the fact that the relevant passages in the AV and the Rig are opaque and meaningless if left to stand alone, but begin to make sense to any reader or listener who already has knowledge of the broader tradition of Manu and the flood. This creates a knotty logical paradox for those who wish to believe that the connected Manu flood story is an invention of the later texts and was not in circulation at the time of the AV and the rig. The knot can be untangled very simply, however, if we accept that the full connected Manu flood story must indeed have been in circulation, perhaps even very wide circulation, in the earliest Vedic times, but was simply not written down then and remained for much longer in the exclusive domain of the oral tradition. As far as I'm aware, the peculiarity of the passage in the Atharva Veda was first commented on in the 19th century by Professor Albrecht Weber, a well-known German Indologist. The passage can be found in Book 19, Hymn 39, verse 8, and a modern translation has recently been provided by Sanskrit scholar David Frawley. At the place of the ship's descent at the top of the Himalayas, there resides the vision of immortality. Griffith's 1895 translation of the same verse reads as follows: "Where is the sinking of the ship, the summit of the hill of snow, there is the embodiment of life that dies not." In a footnote, Griffith adds, "The sinking of the ship, or the place where the ship sank or glided down, probably the Naubandhana of the later epos, that is, Mahabharata, the highest known peak of the Himalayas, to which in the Great Flood Manu fastened his ship." Weber's 1882 comment on the passage had made essentially the same comparison of the Rig Veda and the Mahabharata. In the latter, the peak of the Himalayas to which the ship was tied was afterwards called Naubandhana, meaning the binding or tying of the ship. Weber pointed out the curious imperfect similarity of this concept to the central idea of AV, Book 19, Hymn 39, verse 8, where the term Navaprabramsana, or gliding down of the ship, is used in connection with the summit of Himavat. Since one would not normally expect to see a ship either moored to a mountain or gliding down one, I submit that the presence of such imagery in the AV, without an accompanying explanation, only makes sense if we assume that the singers of the Vedic hymns were already well acquainted with the story of how a ship got itself into the Himalayas. There is also extremely good reasons to assume that the story in oral circulation then was an early version of the compositions that were much later written down in the Satpatha Brahmana, Mahabharata, etc. The passage in the Rig Veda is, if anything, even more indicative of the long pre-existence of this story with all its essential ingredients. In Book 2, Hymn 23, verse 13, there is suddenly a reference to pure medicines, those that are wholesomest and health-bestowing, those which our father Manu hath selected. In the mid-19th century, the Vedic scholar Horace Hayman Wilson was the first to conclude that this alludes to the vegetable seeds which Manu, according to the Mahabharata, was directed to take with him into the vessel in which he was preserved at the time of the deluge. Finally, to return to the Atharva Veda, there is one other unexplained matter raised in AV, Book 19, Hymn 39, verse 8. This concerns the association of immortality, life that dies not, with the place of the ship's descent in the Himalayas, or the place of Manu's descent, as the Satpatha Brahmana calls it. Once again, later texts provide the background story that is presupposed in the Vedas by telling us that as his reward for saving mankind and the seed of all living creatures, the gods granted Manu insight into the mystery of the soul, mastery over all knowledge, and more than human powers with a lifetime of millions of years, so that he might reign for one Manvantara. A Manvantara is a period of time which the Vedic sages, with uncharacteristic vagueness, describe as about 71 complete cycles of 4 yugas, equivalent to 64,800,000 years, effective immortality. As listeners may already have noticed, there is something familiar about this tradition that Manu was rewarded by the gods with immortality, or at any rate, an extremely long life. The same gift was also bestowed by a supposedly different group of gods upon Zazudra, the Sumerian flood survivor whose travails are described in chapter 2. Life like a god they gave him, breath eternal like a god they brought down for him. Zasudra the king, the preserver of the name of vegetation and of the seed of mankind. 2 times 7. Another extraordinary similarity concerns the presence of 7 sages in both the Sumerian and Vedic traditions. Most ancient societies, I concede, had their sages or seers or wise men. In India they were and still are called rishis. But it seems to me to be stretching coincidence too far to find a group specifically named the 7 sages, prominently associated with 2 separate ancient cultures, and to imagine that this did not come about through some sort of connection. In the case of Sumer, the 7 sages were depicted as amphibian, fish-garbed beings who emerged from the sea in antediluvian times to teach wisdom to mankind. In the case of the Vedas, the focus is not on the antediluvian period, but on the flood itself, and those antediluvians who are claimed to have survived it, namely Manu and the 7 sages. What do we have so far? 2 groups of 7 antediluvian sages, one in ancient Sumer, one in ancient India. Both groups are associated with fish symbolism of some sort. The 7 sages of Sumer are themselves half men, half fish, and the Vedic 7 sages take refuge on Manu's survival ship, which is towed by a gigantic fish through the raging waters of the deluge. Both groups of sages perform an identical function, which is to preserve the gifts of civilization and bring them to mankind in their respective areas. Both groups of sages set example of asceticism and teach and promote the spiritual life. Paradoxically, both groups of sages also play an absolutely fundamental and extremely distinctive earthly role as kingmakers and as advisors to kings. Perhaps the similarities result from direct cultural exchange and transfer of ideas between ancient India and ancient Sumer. This opinion is at least worth considering because we already know that the Indus-Sarasvati civilization, which has been proposed as the likely mother of the orphaned Vedas, and the civilizations of ancient Mesopotamia were contemporary and did not have contact with one another. The problem, as before, however, is that the similarities are not similar enough, or to put it another way, that there are too many differences between the traditions for them to have resulted from the direct transmission of the 7 sages idea from one society to the other. Besides, although the Indus-Sarasvati people and the Sumerians undoubtedly traded with and knew one another and have left proof of this, the archaeological record also shows that they simply did not exchange cultural ideas, themes, and motifs, even at the most basic levels such as jewelry design, let alone so fundamental a religious and historical concept as the 7 sages. The only explanation left then is coincidence, or the possibility that the 2 traditions are after all related, not directly, but through a shared legacy from more ancient and perhaps even forgotten common ancestor. An institution for saving the Vedas. What is particularly striking about the Indian tradition is the way that the story of Manu and the 7 sages is bound up with the ancient Yuga theory of the cyclical destruction and rebirth of worlds. To this extent, it is reminiscent of the stories of the inundation of Dwarka. However, in Dwarka's case, we hear of only a single city being destroyed, while in the case of the flood of Manu, a true pralaya, the waters overtake the whole earth and improbably reach high enough to maroon a ship in the Himalayas. The Sanskrit texts make it clear that a cataclysm on this scale, though a relatively rare event, is expected to wash away all traces of the former world, and that the slate will be wiped clean again for the new age of the earth to begin. In order to ensure that the Vedas can be re-promulgated for future mankind after each pralaya, the gods have therefore designed an institution to preserve them, the institution of the 7 sages, a brotherhood of adepts possessed of unerring memories and supernatural powers, practitioners of yoga, performers of the ancient rituals and sacrifices, ascetics, spiritual visionaries, vigilant in the battle against evil, great teachers, knowledgeable beyond all imagining, who reincarnate from age to age as the guides of civilization and the guardians of cosmic justice. But I'm getting ahead of myself. Let's start with the first principles. The 7 godlike sages. The earliest surviving written references to the seven sages are in the Rig Veda. But as with Manu, it is apparent from the nature of the compositions that an initiated audience has been assumed and that no attempt has been made to render a full connective narrative quotations from the Griffith translation. Our fathers then were these, the seven sages, Book 4, Hymn 42, verse 8. They value one, only one beyond the seven sages. Book 10, Hymn 82, verse 2. Those gods of old, seven sages who sat them down to their austere devotion. Book 10, Hymn 109, verse 4. So by this knowledge men were raised to sages, when ancient sacrifice sprang up, our fathers. With the mind's eye, I think that I behold them who first performed this sacrificial worship. They who were versed in ritual and meter, in hymns and rules, were the seven godlike sages. Viewing the path of those of old, the later sages have taken up the reins like chariot drivers. Book 10, Hymn 130, verses 6 and 7. There are many additional accounts of individual rishis, and of their deeds, their knowledge, their powers, etc. But the four passages cited before contain the only direct and explicit references to the seven sages, Sapta Rishis, in the entire 500,000-word corpus of the Rig Veda. The references are tantalizingly brief, yet they are at the same time surprisingly rich in information, rich enough, I think, to allow us to make a few tentative deductions about the Vedic beliefs on this subject. 1. The seven sages were considered in some way as the fathers of those rishis who controlled the rituals and recited the Vedas in later times. 2. The seven sages were held in enormously high esteem, second only to the one, the only one, the supreme divine power in the universe. 3. The seven sages had formerly been mortal men and had been elevated through their possession of knowledge at the time when ancient sacrifice sprang up, presumably at the dawn of the Vedic religion. 4. The seven sages were in some way gods, or at any rate godlike. 5. The seven sages performed austerities. 6. The seven sages were ritual specialists who knew the ancient rules of meter and memorization that made it possible to preserve and transmit the verses of knowledge for the benefit of future mankind. 7. Later generations of sages who continued to perform the ritual functions and to memorize and recite the verses of knowledge, that is, the Vedas, were, in the words of one 19th century commentator, only imitators of those who preceded them. It appears that one of the techniques used by subsequent generations to follow the path of those of old may have involved yogic visualization in the mind's eye of the primal gathering of the seven godlike sages who first performed this sacrificial worship. Makers of the Vedas. As with the story of Manu and the flood, the overlapping story of the brotherhood of seven sages who survived the deluge in the ark with Manu is a difficult jigsaw puzzle scattered across thousands of pages of ancient Sanskrit texts. The leading expert on the subject is Dr. John Michener, whose PhD thesis at London University's School of Oriental and African Studies was on the Sanskrit traditions of the seven sages, and who later published the definitive book, Traditions of the Seven Rishis. He uses the Sanskrit term throughout, being a stickler for detail and not satisfied that the English words sage or seer perfectly translate all the nuances of the Sanskrit risi or rishi. Michener points out that a fundamental connection exists in Indian thought between the sages and the origins of the Vedas, so fundamental that an inquiry into the latter inevitably ends up being an inquiry into the former as well. The seven rishis are frequently described as being those who composed, are most conversant and supremely knowledgeable in the Vedas, as makers of the Vedas, knowers of the Vedas, and masters of the Vedas. They are thought to be composers of Vedic hymns, and to come to the earth periodically in order to renew Vedic knowledge among men. They are further depicted as teaching the Vedas and other sacred works to various individuals and pupils, and as praising the learning, studying, and recitation of the Vedas. Despite the apparent clarity of the statement, the relationship between the seven sages and the composition of the Vedas is and always has been difficult to unravel. According to the doctrine of India's Yuga system, as set out by the great 19th century Hindu savant Bal Gandhar Tilak, the Vedas were destroyed in the deluge at the end of the last age. At the beginning of the present age, the sages, through tapas, meditation and yogic austerities, reproduced in substance, if not in form, the antediluvian Vedas, which they carried in their memory by the favor of God. So, on the one hand, we are to understand that it is the role of the seven sages to reproduce and repromulgate the antediluvian Vedas, which themselves were believed to have been the result of an earlier such process of reproduction and repromulgation. On the other hand, and confusingly, there are other hymns in which the sages are referred to as making or generating or fashioning, that is, composing the Vedas. Last but not least, there are passages which leave no doubt that the hymns were believed originally in some remote epoch to have been inspired, given, or generated by the gods, and are thus in essence revealed knowledge. Secret communication. During the long journeys, both intellectual and physical, that I have made in India, I've learned to live with a certain level of ambiguity. Remember that the Hindu religion is the child of the Vedas, and that in this religion, what we think of as reality, that is, the world of form, the material universe, is held to be Maya, an illusion or mass hallucination sustained by ignorance and dispersible only by the special knowledge, insight, or gnosis that is concealed within the Vedas. Since this knowledge was intended to be earned through individual study and personal asceticism, and yet was conveyed in publicly recited hymns, it was necessary for it to be coded in some way or for it to make use of cues, images, or ideas that might have one set of meanings for the laity and a totally different set of meanings and associations for those on the path to gnosis. That such a system of coding or secret communication was in use is confirmed by the Rig Veda itself in Book 1, Hymn 164, verse 45, Griffith translation. Speech hath been measured out in 4 divisions. The Brahmins who have understanding, gnosis, know them. 3 keep in close concealment, cause no motion. Of speech, men speak only of the 4th division. Wilson translates the same passage this way. 4 are the definite grades of speech. Those Brahmins who are wise know them. 3 deposited in secret indicate no meaning. Men speak the 4th grade of speech. The New and the Old. There are enough similar hints scattered here and there throughout the ancient Sanskrit texts to justify a cautious approach to the ambiguities about the 7 sages and their role in either merely reproducing or actually composing Vedic hymns, while these hymns are at the same time understood to consist of revelations from the gods. Bal Gangadhar Tilak, who devoted his scholarly life to unraveling the Vedas and who approached the subject with an extremely lucid and open mind, suggests that there is a way to reconcile these seemingly conflicting utterances. This involves making a distinction between the expression, language, or form on the one hand and the contents, substance, or subject matter of the hymns on the other. And to hold that while the expression was human, the subject matter was believed to be ancient or superhuman. There are numerous passages in the Rig Veda where the bards speak of ancient poets, Purve Rashaya, or ancient hymns, Book 1, Hymn 1, verse 2, Book 6, Hymn 44, verse 13, Book 7, Hymn 29, verse 4, Book 8, Hymn 40, verse 12, Book 10, Hymn 14, verse 15, etc., or where a hymn is said to be new, Navyasi, yet the god or the deity to whom it is addressed is old, Pratna, or ancient, Book 6, Hymn 22, verse 7, Hymn 62, verse 4, Book 10, Hymn 91, verse 13, etc. This shows that the deities whose exploits were sung in the hymns were considered to be ancient deities. Nay, we have express passages where not only the deities but their exploits are said to be ancient, evidently meaning that the achievements spoken of in the hymns were traditional and not witnessed by the poet himself. The Rig Veda is therefore best understood as a multi-layered construct containing some extremely ancient information which is either repeated verbatim as handed down from antiquity or in various ways spoken of or referred to in later compositions, and also a fair amount of much less ancient information associated perhaps with the various stages and locales of repromulgation and dissemination of the Vedas. Moreover, while linguists and historians can debate endlessly about the origins, authorship, and antiquity of these amazing compositions, and of the later bodies of texts that descend from them, the compositions themselves are absolutely clear on all these points. The Vedic palimpsests. The Vedas describe themselves as being in essence primordial, having been revealed to mankind by the gods. After that initial revelation, when the Vedas entered human space and time, a mechanism had to be found to protect the path to gnosis, enshrined within them, from the vicissitudes of the material world, of which the greatest and most deadly of all is the pralaya, the cataclysm that separates one age of the earth from the next. The function of the seven sages is to ensure that the Vedas are not lost during these periodic episodes of destruction. Instead, they are to preserve the hymns in their memories, survive the flood, and repromulgate the entire corpus again to the new age of man. It is important to note in the Vedas and the latter explanatory hymns, as we know them today, that this was already understood to have happened many times before. In other words, these Vedas were not believed even by those who recited them in antiquity to be the first Vedas, but rather a younger recension separated by countless eons from the original, salvaged from the most recent pralaya by the seven sages in the Ark of Manu, brought to the place of the ship's descent in the Himalayas, and from there promulgated to the present race of men. Moreover, further study of the texts makes it perfectly clear that even these events are cast far in the past of the Vedic scenario, that the time of the flood, Manu and the seven sages, was itself perceived as having occurred long, long ago by those who said they were the descendants of Manu, and by those later sages who spoke of the seven sages as their fathers. Tilak summarizes the issue in the following way. The Vedic rishis were themselves conscious of the fact that the subject matter of the hymn sung by them was ancient or antediluvian in character, though the expressions used were their own productions. The hymns are therefore oral palimpsests, each imposed on top of an earlier hymn, which itself has been reproduced from an earlier hymn, which was reproduced from an even earlier hymn, and so on, back into the night of prehistory. Often the older layers of the palimpsest show through in the younger compositions so that everything is jumbled, like archaeological strata that have been turned over with earth-moving machinery, indiscriminately mixing older and more recent artifacts. As we will hear in a later chapter, progress has been made in separating the truly ancient from the more recent information tangled up in the Vedic hymns, and the results have been surprising. Meanwhile, in summary, it is at least clear that the essential task of the seven sages, whose own story is set in the remotest antiquity, was that having learned the Vedas from the sages of an even earlier age, they should survive the cataclysm and go forth at the beginning of the new age to repromulgate the knowledge inherited by them as a sacred trust from their forefathers. According to the Matsya Purana, what the seven sages heard from the sages of the preceding age, that they narrated in the next age. Connections hidden in the stars. There are repeated hints in the Sanskrit texts concerning something that sounds very much like a lineage of sages, or perhaps a monastic order or a cult known as the Seven Sages, which was believed to have replenished its ranks in each generation. Indeed, in some of the texts, detailed lists are provided of many groups of seven sages and of the past ages of the earth in which they lived. The Mahabharata makes explicit mention of the many seven sages. There are even different groups of seven sages assigned to different regions, particularly to northern and southern India, which apparently were believed to have coexisted in different areas at the same time. Out of all this confusion, however, the names Visvamitra, Jamadagni, Bharadvaja, Gautama, Atri, Vasistha and Kasyapa are most frequently mentioned in the early literature as comprising the main group of seven sages, with Agastya sometimes cited as an eighth. But another group of seven great sages, with Atri and Vasistha overlapping, is given at least equal prominence. Mariki, Atri, Agiras, Pulastya, Pulaha, Kratu and Vasistha. It is this latter group that is assigned most often to southern India. But at the same time, curiously and strikingly, there are traditions that associate its members very firmly and vividly with seven stars in the northern sky, specifically the stars that form the prominent Big Dipper or Plough within the large circumpolar constellation of the Great Bear. The identification of this constellation with a bear is extremely ancient and found in many supposedly unconnected cultures. This may shed light on an otherwise peculiar passage in the Zatpatha Brahmana, which informs us the seven rishis were in former times called the Rikshas, bears, Michener comments. In later times, the term riksha came to be given a more general meaning, denoting any star. This more general meaning is, however, in all probability, derivative of the original and more specific meaning denoting the shining stars of the bear or Ursa Major. The identification of the seven sages with this particular group of stars, so apparent in the Indian tradition, is peculiarly resonant of the well-known ancient Egyptian belief in the stellar destiny of the soul. I cannot help but be reminded of the pharaoh's wish, repeated countless times in the pyramid texts, that if in this lifetime his spirit had been perfected, then it should upon his death be transformed into a star in the sky. Two areas of the sky were favored for stellar rebirth by the ancient Egyptians, the region of the constellation of Orion in the southern sky and the region of the circumpolar never-setting imperishable stars, particularly Kochab in the Big Dipper in the northern sky. Regarding a circumpolar destiny, we read in utterance 419 of the pyramid texts, "Arise, raise yourself that you may travel in company with the spirits. Cross the sky, make your abode among the imperishable stars." Regarding a destiny in Orion, we read in utterance 466, "O King, you are this great star, the companion of Orion, who traverses the sky with Orion." I do therefore find it odd, to say the least, that ancient India's seven sages are given a stellar manifestation as the Big Dipper at the heart of the circumpolar region of the sky, just where the Egyptian pharaohs wanted to go. Even odder, however, as Michener reports, is that one of the sages, Visvamitra, is said in both the Ramayana and the Mahabharata to have transferred a king of ancient India named Trisanku to the sky in bodily form, where he now shines as the constellation of Orion. Knowledge and balance. Just like the Heliopolitan priesthood, who oversaw the construction of the Great Pyramid of Egypt, what the Sanskrit texts suggest to me is the possibility that the seven sages of ancient India were not a small group of remarkable individuals, but an institution that persevered through time, perhaps for many thousands of years, that recruited new members in each generation, and that was dedicated to the preservation and transmission to the future of a body of spiritual knowledge from the remote past. The highly initiated sages of India were understood to be ascetics who shunned material pleasures and material things. They are said to have worn simple clothes made out of natural products such as bark cloth and to have smeared their bodies with ashes. They did not cut their hair but allowed it to grow long and matted. They were strict vegetarians who gathered fruits and roots to live on, praised abstention from meat, and spent the greater part of their time in the snow-covered mountain fastnesses of the Himalayas. There it was said that they withdrew to perform the tapas, or yogic austerities, by means of which they were able to strengthen their spiritual power. But the ancient texts also tell us that the sages did intervene and involve themselves extensively in mundane affairs, in particular as kingmakers and advisors to kings who influenced and shaped state policy. Their role in this respect again parallels the role of the Heliopolitan priesthood of ancient Egypt, the kingmakers of the Pyramid Age. In both cases, the purpose of secular involvement was the same: to guide, shape, form, and maintain indefinitely a society in perfect balance with itself and with the universe, a society constructed in accordance with what the ancient Egyptians called Ma'at, earthly and cosmic harmony, truth, balance, the right way, and what the Hindus still call Dharma, a concept that has exactly the same meanings. Thus we discover that the seven sages would from time to time take over as the rulers of kingdoms during an interregnum or in the prolonged absence of the legitimate ruler. They would instruct rulers on the duties of kings. They would also obtain sons for kings if necessary by impregnating the king's wives themselves, thus ensuring the longevity of royal dynasties, since it was felt in both ancient India and in ancient Egypt that the presence of a king or pharaoh was an essential aspect of cosmic balance. When through some mishap there was no king, then it was the task of the seven sages to seek out and appoint a new one. In this regard, the Mahabharata tells how, after the destruction of the kingly caste, the earth, being without kings, started to sink in distress, whereupon Kasyapa supported the earth and found new kings for her. Amongst many other roles related to rulers and the secular order, it is interesting to note that the seven sages also frequently cursed kings if they abused their powers, and it was a very dangerous thing, often fatal, to be cursed by a sage. In such contexts, observes Michener, the rishi comes to be seen not merely as an uploader or teacher of Dharma who strives to maintain righteousness and proper conduct among men, but as the very embodiment of Dharma itself, manifesting Dharma in his words and deeds, and purging with his curse the adharmic actions of others. A spiritual basis to history. In conclusion, the more I learned about the seven sages on my journey through the ancient texts and commentaries, the more they began to sound to me like a religious cult armed with powerful spiritual ideas, fired by yogic asceticism and the quest for gnosis, manipulating the development of kingdoms in India from retreats in the Himalayas. And maybe not only kingdoms in India, but elsewhere in the archaic world as well. We've heard that the Sanskrit texts speak of two groups of seven sages, one for South India, one for North India, regions that are widely separated geographically. But beyond India, it's worth reminding ourselves again that it was seven sages, also associated with the dissemination of a system of knowledge, who served as the advisors to kings in ancient Sumer. It is not a coincidence too far to discover that seven sages fulfilled exactly the same function in Egypt. According to the remarkable Edfu building texts, which I examined at length in an earlier book, these seven sages and other gods came originally from an island, the homeland of the primeval ones, said to have been destroyed suddenly in a great flood during which the majority of its divine inhabitants were drowned. Arriving in Egypt, those few who survived became the builder gods, who fashioned in the primeval time the lords of light, the ghosts, the ancestors, who raised the seed for gods and men. Most historians and archaeologists today more or less automatically project the materialist basis and structure of modern society, whether in its capitalist or socialist form, back onto societies of the remote past. This belief that civilization is simply a function of economic forces has in turn dictated research and excavation strategies in the field and profoundly influenced the way that scholars look at ancient texts such as the Vedas. In recent years, however, a thought-provoking counterview has begun to emerge. Our political and economical interpretations of history, argues the Sanskritist David Frawley, cannot be true if enlightenment or spiritual realization is the real goal of humanity. Frawley draws attention to the ancient science of yoga in India. How ancient it may really be is one of the subjects we will consider in the later chapters, and points out, the modern view of the development of human civilization is far removed from the evolution of man according to the system of yoga. The modern idea of civilization, developing gradually through the growth of technology and scientific thinking, contradicts the yogic point of view, which rather sees culture as having been originally formulated and passed down by sages. If the essence of civilization is technology, then the modern view may be right. But if it is the culture of spirit, it is quite wrong. By my interpretation, civilization was founded by yogis, seers, and sages. It is conceivable that the Indus-Sarasvati civilization of ancient India could have sprung up exactly in the way that the Vedic traditions tell us. Could it have been the outcome of a program or even a policy instituted by religious ascetics to protect a precious system of knowledge from before the flood that was said to have reached India in the Ark of Manu, preserved in the memories of the 7 sages? 7. Lost India. When Verona and I embark together and urge our boat into the midst of the ocean, we, when we ride over the ridges of the waters, will swing within that swing and there be happy. Rig Veda, Book 8, Hymn 88, verse 3. The Vedic flood story, which is also the story of Father Manu and the 7 sages, contains seemingly absurd elements. A gigantic fish towing the survival ship. No women on board, so Manu must create a wife and progeny by magical means. And a flood so huge and so high that the ship is carried to the Himalayas. There it is ultimately moored to the peak of the northern mountain, also referred to as the Mountain of Snow, in a legendary spot known in the Mahabharata as Naubandhana, the binding of the ship, and in the Atharva Veda as Navaprabhamsana, the place of the ship's descent or the place of the sinking of the ship. Although it is true that the Himalayas are young mountains in geological terms, mountains that were indeed once under the sea and that are still rising as India pushes up against the mass of Asia, I know that I am on absolutely safe ground to state that no oceanic flood in the entire evolutionary history of mankind has ever reached into or even anywhere near these 9,000-meter high snow-covered ranges. It is, in other words, a geophysical impossibility for Manu's Ark to have been marooned in the Himalayas, as the sacred texts of India claim. Yet it is also true that large areas of the Indian subcontinent did experience severe oceanic flooding at the end of the Ice Age, particularly between 15,000 years ago and 8,000 years ago. The floods of that epoch were global phenomena, as we saw in Chapter 3. In the Arabian Sea and the Bay of Bengal, however, they were fueled and amplified locally by the spectacular meltdown of the Himalayan ice cap, which was much deeper and more extensive in the Ice Age than it is today. So, although I remain puzzled by the references to a ship in the Himalayas, I was not yet prepared to join the scholars in their opinion that all of this was complete fantasy with no historical value. It was time to get more detail on exactly what did happen to India in the crucial epoch of post-glacial flooding from 15,000 to 8,000 years ago. 2 anomalous sites and counting. In Chapter 1, I reported a baffling discovery that was made in the early 1990s by marine archaeologists working in the Bay of Bengal along the Tranquebar-Pumpurhar coast of southern India near Nagapattinam. Although they did not at the time have sufficient funding to undertake more than a cursory examination, they were able to identify and recommend for future investigation a large man-made U-shaped structure flanked by a semicircular structure and an oval-shaped mound. What is baffling about these submerged ruins, on which a few courses of masonry can be made out under thick incrustations of marine growth, is the fact that they were found 5 kilometers off the present shoreline and at a depth of 23 meters. I discussed the Pumpaha structure with S.R. Rao some months previously and had for a long time regarded them as being of great potential significance. Nevertheless, local sea levels in many parts of the world can and do rise and fall for all sorts of reasons, independent of global sea level rise. So, while tempting, I knew it would be a mistake to jump to conclusions about the age of the Pumpaha ruins just because they are deeply submerged. This was why I put the problem to Dr. Glenn Milne of Durham University, one of the world's leading experts in the cutting-edge science of inundation mapping, which uses a powerful computer program to calculate the complex variables and to produce accurate models of ancient shorelines at chosen dates in chosen locales. Milne ran the program for the coordinates of the Pumpaha site and emailed the result on 12 October 2000. Areas currently at 23 meters depth would have been submerged about 11,000 years before the present. This suggests that the structures you mention are 11,000 years old or older. The possibility that the traces of a forgotten episode of global prehistory might indeed lie underwater off the shores of the Indian subcontinent suddenly looked a good deal more plausible. Previously, I'd focused on only one anomalous submerged site in the northwest of the coast of Gujarat at Dwarka, and it was of uncertain date. But now I had confirmation of a second strong candidate located at the opposite end of India, in the southeast off the coast of Tamil Nadu, with a provisional dating to the end of the last ice age. The next step was to ask Milne and his colleagues in the Department of Geology at Durham to prepare detailed inundation maps of the whole coastline of Greater India as far to the south as the Maldive Islands, which straddle the equator, as far to the north and west as Pakistan's Makran coast halfway to the Persian Gulf, and as far to the north and east as the Ganges Delta at the top of the Bay of Bengal. Milne emailed the results of this new inquiry in mid-December 2000. India 21,300 years ago. He had prepared 4 high-resolution maps. The earliest of these shows the subcontinent as it would have looked 21,300 years ago, around the time of the last glacial maximum, LGM, when the world ocean had sunk to its lowest level. In that epoch, India's coastal plains were everywhere more extensive than they are today. In some areas they were much more extensive, and in 2 areas in particular, around Gujarat in the northwest and around Tamil Nadu in the southeast, they were so much more extensive as to make ancient India virtually unrecognizable. Is it by chance that it is in these 2 areas exactly where marine encroachment during the Ice Age meltdown was more dramatic than anywhere else in the subcontinent, that anomalous underwater ruins have been found? At the LGM, a strip of territory at least 100 kilometers wide that is now entirely submerged was exposed along almost the whole of the west coast of India, a linear distance of 2,000 kilometers from the far south beyond present Cape Comorin to as far north as the Indus Delta. However, at about latitude 15 degrees north, this strip began to widen rapidly. Off modern Goa, it was 120 kilometers wide. 4 degrees further north, it was close to 500 kilometers wide, and at 21 degrees north, the Gulf of Cambay was a pleasant valley, and the site on which the city of Surat now stands would have been as much as 700 kilometers from the sea. But as I studied Milne's inundation map in December 2000, I was most struck by what it revealed about Gujarat's distinctive Kathiawar Peninsula. Today, surrounded on 3 sides by the sea, with the Gulf of Cambay to the south, the Gulf of Kutch to the north, and the Arabian Sea to the west, it was completely landlocked 21,300 years ago. Even Dwarka, with its mysterious submerged ruins, now poised on the extreme northwest horn of the peninsula, would then have been about 100 kilometers from the sea. All in all, I realized that what Western India had lost to the global floods that followed the last glacial maximum amounted to a vast coastal domain, nearly the same size and roughly the same shape as modern California and Baja California put together, with an area of close to 500,000 square kilometers. The second part of the map that was almost unrecognizable was in the southeast, where the underwater structures had been found off Pumpahar. Milne's calculations demonstrated that the Pumpahar site would have been almost 100 meters above sea level at the last glacial maximum, and would have stood towards the northern edge of a great peninsula roughly the same size and shape as the modern Koreas. Enclosing the Palk Strait, which was then a valley, and grafting a much enlarged Sri Lanka firmly to the mainland, this lost Ice Age realm extended from a little below Dondra Head at about 6 degrees north, as far as modern Pondicherry at around 12 degrees north. Mahabalipuram, with its neglected legends of the 7 pagodas and the flooded city of Bali, lies at 12.37 degrees north and would have been at least 50 kilometers from the sea at the last glacial maximum. Meanwhile, to the west of the Sri Lankan peninsula, forming the other side of the Gulf of Mannar, a large enclosed bay at the LGM, a snout of land extended into the Indian Ocean more than 150 kilometers beyond modern Cape Comorin. Finally, offshore to the southwest, the necklace of tiny atolls that make up the Maldives in the 21st century appeared as an imposing archipelago on Milne's map. Greatly enlarged and increased in number because of the lowered sea level, they included thousands of square kilometers of continuous land masses at the last glacial maximum that have long since completely vanished. So here again, what the inundation map revealed was a substantial integrated area, an entire sub-region of India that had been above water 21,300 years ago and that is submerged today. 16,400 years ago. Milne's second map did not look very different from the first, although it showed India almost 5,000 years later, at 16,400 years ago. To my eye, the southeastern portion was, to all intents and purposes, identical in both maps. In the south, the snout-shaped peninsula below Cape Comorin was slightly reduced in width, but still about the same length, and some of the larger Maldives had begun to break up. In the southwestern sector of the mainland, northwards from the Cape, the 100-kilometer wide strip of coastline up as far as latitude 15 degrees north was thinner, generally between 20 and 50 kilometers thinner than it had been at the LGM. But beyond 15 degrees north, where the strip began to widen, the loss of land had been much less severe, indeed negligible. The gulfs of Cambay and Kutch were still filled in. The Kathiawar Peninsula was still landlocked, and Dwarka was still about 100 kilometers from the sea. In light of what I had learned so far about the chronology of the post-glacial cataclysms, the general lack of dramatic change during this period made perfect sense. 16,400 years ago, the meltdown of the last ice age had only just begun, and the first of the 3 global superfloods identified by Professor John Shaw and discussed in Chapter 3 was still more than 1,000 years away. The listener will remember the approximate chronology of those floods, which were actually prolonged episodes of flooding in all cases: 15,000 to 14,000 years ago, 12,000 to 11,000 years ago, and 8,000 to 7,000 years ago. 10,600 years ago. Glenn Milne's third map showed India as it had looked 10,600 years ago, after the first 2 of the 3 episodes of flooding had done their work. In the far south, the snout that had protruded from Cape Comorin was now almost completely inundated, leaving only a lonely island anchored in the Indian Ocean about 80 kilometers offshore. To the southwest, the Maldives archipelago was much reduced, although the residual islands were larger than their modern counterparts. In the southeast, I was surprised to see Sri Lanka still attached to India, albeit by a diminished land bridge, as late as 10,600 years ago. On the mainland, the coast of Tamil Nadu had in general been reduced almost to today's levels. 5 kilometers offshore, the Pompaha structures had been inundated. At Mahabalipuram, the coastal plain still extended 2 or 3 kilometers further into the Bay of Bengal 10,600 years ago than it does today. Far enough, in theory, for the legendary city of Bali to have been built there as late as that date. On the southwest side of the Indian mainland, the strip of coast running from Cape Comorin at 8 degrees north up as far as 15 degrees north now extended less than 5 kilometers beyond today's level. At about 17 degrees north, it began to widen as before, but much more gradually. A very large part of the landmass directly below the Gulf of Cambay was now flooded by the sea, and it was possible to make out the emergence of the modern shape of the Kathiawar Peninsula. Nevertheless, the Gulf of Cambay was still entirely above water 10,600 years ago. So too was the Gulf of Kutch, and the present coastline of the peninsula was still surrounded by a healthy margin of dry land. Dwarka was at least 40 kilometers from the sea. Offshore of Dwarka to the southwest, there was an island about 50 kilometers in length, a remnant of the formerly much extended coastline in these parts. A second, much larger island, 400 kilometers long and almost 100 kilometers wide, lay a little further to the south and extended down to well beyond modern Bombay. 4,800 years ago. When I turned to study the final map of the 4 received from Milne, it showed that sea level was slightly higher 4,800 years ago than it is today, marking the post-glacial high stand of the sea. In the far south, the Maldive Islands had almost completely vanished, and Sri Lanka was fully isolated from the mainland and in its modern form. On the mainland itself, most parts of the coast were indistinguishable from those on a modern map, although the eminence on which Dwarka stands today would have been an island at that date. Much more significant, marine incursions into areas that are now mostly dry land were shown into the Rann of Kutch and the Gulf of Cambay in the northwest and around Pompaha Tranquebar in the southeast. But this made sense. I remembered that in the Persian Gulf too, the sea level there had been a meter or two higher around 5,000 years ago, as a result of a worldwide episode of rapid, relatively short-term flooding known as the Flandrian Transgression. Presumably in India, as in the Gulf, the land had later been recovered thanks to the subsequent regression of sea level to the modern value, combined with the local effects of silting. Indeed, the salt flats of the Rann remain susceptible to marine transgressions to this day, and by 4,800 years ago had become temporarily a large navigable extension of the Gulf of Kutch, scattered with numerous islands that would not dry up for another 1,000 years. Into that Gulf, as far as Dholavira, the trade of the Indus-Sarasvati civilization was soon to be brought in great high-prowed ocean-going ships. The ships depicted on the terracotta seals of the mid-3rd millennium BC, the ships that also sailed further south through the extended Gulf of Cambay to the now landlocked port of Lothal. The amount of time that Glenn Milne was able to spend making inundation maps for me was strictly limited, but there was a period within the range of 21,300 to 4,800 years ago that I particularly wanted him to do some more modeling on. I already knew by comparing his map for 21,300 years ago with his map for 10,600 years ago what lands had been surrendered to the sea during the first 2 global floods, 15,000 to 14,000 years ago and 12,000 to 11,000 years ago. Now I wanted more fine detail on what had happened between 8,000 and 7,000 years ago, when the 3rd episode of global superfloods had been unleashed. Just to be on the safe side, I asked Milne to give me a complete sequence of maps covering the period from 13,500 years ago down to the present. What if? India is so big that I sometimes find it difficult to conceive of it all at once. Now, after my first session with the inundation maps, it seemed to be dividing itself conveniently into the two great cultural, linguistic, and geographical regions into which it has always divided itself, at least since the time of the Rig Veda, namely the Dravidian-speaking south and the Indo-European-speaking north. In both these areas there had been extensive post-glacial flooding, and I was determined to dive in both if I could. But the south was far from the Himalayas, with which the Vedas associate the escape of the seven sages and Manu from the flood, while the northwest coast around modern Gujarat was not only much closer, but it also lost more land more rapidly than any other part of India. The conjunction begged an obvious speculation. What if by extraordinary bad luck, some kind of civilization had been based in precisely this area, on land that had been inundated 11,000 or 8,000 years ago at the end of the Ice Age? If so, then it was by no means inconceivable that the survivors might have fled to the Himalayas, pretty much as the Vedic traditions state. They could not have gotten there by boat, of course, but if a boat had played an essential part in their survival of the flood, then it was easy to see how the whole adventure might have been dramatized and remembered in later times as a boat journey. I could think of several good arguments against this scenario. In no particular order. 1. What right had I to assume that there had been any civilization at all, anywhere, 11,000 or 8,000 years ago? 2. Even in the unlikely event that a culture that was a little out of the ordinary had existed at that time and had so far escaped discovery by archaeologists, why should it have chosen to concentrate itself in the very part of India that would suffer the most extensive post-glacial inundations, when there were so many other parts of India to choose from? 3. Even if both the prior improbabilities are granted, and we accept that a civilization was there and was flooded, why did its survivors retreat all the way to the Himalayas? There was perfectly safe land in between that would have been much more congenial for settlement and for agriculture, presumably an important priority to Manu, who made such a point of saving the name of vegetation and of bringing with him all the seeds which have been described of old. Yet history is full of examples of improbable things that have happened. It was thought improbable in the 19th century that a European army could ever be defeated in battle by an African army, until the Abyssinians routed the Italians at Adowa in 1896. It was thought improbable that the Titanic would sink on her maiden voyage, but she did. The residents of Pompeii obviously thought it was improbable that their city would be smothered by an eruption of Vesuvius, but it was. So let's just ask the question and be damned. What if a prehistoric people with more sophisticated spiritual ideas and a more developed culture than is known to have existed elsewhere in India at this time had evolved on the California-sized coastal domain between Goa and the Indus Delta before it was inundated at the end of the Ice Age? What would have happened to that culture when the deluge came? What sort of story might its survivors have told? And the heart of the matter really, could it be that story that is expressed in the Vedas? The hypothesis that no one has tested. Even in the 21st century, long after it supposedly relinquished its grip, the dead hand of the Aryan invasion of India theory still molds our perceptions of the Vedas. The assumption that there was ever such a thing as an invasion or even a distinct ethnic group called the Aryas may have been abandoned, but we've heard in previous chapters how scholars have retained the closely related assumption, albeit within a much wider timescale, of an overland migration of semi-nomadic or transhuman tribes towards India from somewhere in the central direction of Europe. Underlying this assumption are other assumptions about the state of development of the migrants, in the early days of the transition to agriculture, about the kind of land that they might have inhabited before coming to India, plains, valleys, mountains, and about the various environmental challenges, desertification, drastic changes in rainfall and temperature regimes, etc., or economic pressures, overpopulation, competition for scarce resources that might have compelled them to migrate in the first place. Because assumptions are free and everybody is entitled to one, the quest for the Indo-European homeland has become something of a scholarly equivalent of the quest for Atlantis. By various highly ranked authorities at various times, it has been placed as far afield as the North Pole, Scandinavia, Central Europe, Southern Russia, Central Asia, and Eastern Anatolia. The suggestion that it might have been within India itself has only very rarely been made, and then not by European scholars. Indeed, in a survey of recently proposed homelands of the original Indo-Europeans, the Sanskritist David Frawley, along with historian of religion George Feuerstein and Professor Subhash Kak of Louisiana State University, found that only 1 out of 10 of the homelands that had been proposed was in India, and that by an Indian academic, while the other 9 were all set much further to the north and west. Never, so far as I am aware, has a reputable scholar, Indian or otherwise, ever suggested a Vedic homeland located not only within India, but also exclusively on the subcontinent's coastal margins, inundated at the end of the Ice Age. Nor, for that matter, do I know of any reputable scholar who has ever considered oceanic flooding in any shape or form amongst the environmental challenges that might have compelled a migration of the proto-agricultural Vedic peoples out of their homeland, wherever that was, and into a wider theatre. This seems like an oversight, since the origins of settled agriculture and civilization in India, indeed of the very urban lineage that culminated millennia later in the Indus-Sarasvati civilization itself, are now known by scholars to go back at least as far as 8,500 years before the present. That is the approximate date, 6,500 BC, of the first habitation strata at the extraordinary prehistoric town of Meghar in Pakistan's Bolan Pass, an archaeological site of great mystery, as we shall see. It is also an early enough date to lie firmly within the time frame of the 3 episodes of global superfloods at the end of the last ice age. A maritime culture. What sort of ancient culture would have chosen to locate itself exclusively in a region so close to the sea that the recurrent cycles of post-glacial floods might have seriously endangered it? In my opinion, only a maritime seagoing culture, indeed a culture that was dependent on the sea, fits the bill. Moreover, there can be no objection in principle to the existence of such a culture in India 8,000 or even 15,000 years ago, since scholars accept that early humans may well have been seafarers as much as 40,000 years ago, and that by 10,000 years ago, lengthy oceanic journeys and difficult navigational feats were being accomplished by supposedly Stone Age peoples in many different parts of the world. Yet the assumption continues to be that the founders of the Vedic religion, the forefathers of those who sang the Vedic hymns that have come down to us, were hunter-gatherers or nomads or farmers who only reached India after a long overland journey, itself thought to have been motivated by the demand for more land. Most Western Indologists studying the Rig Veda have therefore never seen the need to analyze the many references that its ancient hymns contain to seas and oceans. Indeed, only David Frawley, who is far from the mainstream but whose knowledge of the Vedas cannot be faulted, has attempted a serious investigation of this problem. The modern, generally Western idea is that the Rig Veda is the product of a nomadic people invading India from the northwest, who therefore could not have known anything of the sea. However, this idea does not come from the Veda itself. It is a preconception used to interpret it. We can only discountenance the many references to the ocean in the Rig Veda by redefining the regular Sanskrit terms for ocean presented in it to have meant nothing more than a large body of water, river or lake. If we take them as they appear, they fairly clearly show a maritime culture. Frawley argues that although forests and deserts are also mentioned in the Vedas, familiarity with these does not prove non-familiarity with the ocean. The scope of Vedic geography is quite large, with mountains, plains, rivers, and seas. This allows scholars to focus on one side of it and become caught up in that one aspect. Yet the oceanic symbolism appears to be the most common. So much so, Frawley points out that Ralph Griffith, the translator of the Vedas, who did not accept that the Vedic peoples had any experience of oceans, was compelled almost 100 times to translate various Vedic terms as ocean or sea, because this is exactly what those terms mean and no alternative translation is possible. Other more ambiguous maritime references in Frawley's view were mistranslated or treated simply as metaphors. And while he admits that the word ocean in the Vedas is sometimes used as a metaphor, the ocean of heaven, for example, he argues persuasively that such images do not reflect a lack of contact with the earthly ocean. They show great intimacy with the sea, not just as a practical fact, but as a poetic image impressed on them by life in proximity to it. Nor are the maritime images in the Vedas confined to seas and oceans. They also include descriptions of sailing, of ships, and of shipborne trade. According to Professor S.P. Gupta, there are references to sea, that is Samudra, and traders, that is Panis, engaged in seaborne trade. Nava, Samudriya, Sata Aritra, etc. are such terms which clearly indicate it. Even piracy is mentioned. Attack by unscrupulous people on boats laden with goods in order to capture them finds clear mention in terms like Dusiva, Tamovrida. If you listen to the Vedas, you can hear the ocean. Scholars have long regarded it as legitimate to make firm deducations about the biblical world, its economy, its history, its environment, its sense of geography, its social organization, etc., by studying the Old Testament. When the same approach is applied open-mindedly to the Rig Veda, you can hear the ocean. All sacred songs have magnified Indra, expansive as the sea. Book 1, Hymn 11, verse 1. He, the god Varuna, knows the path of birds that fly through heaven, and of the sea he knows the ships that are thereon. Book 1, Hymn 25, verse 7. Like as a watery ocean, so doth he, Indra, receive the rivers spread on all sides in their ample width. Book 1, Hymn 55, verse 2. The 7 mighty rivers seek the ocean. Book 1, Hymn 71, verse 7. O thou whose face looks every way, bear us past foes as in a ship. As in a ship, convey thou us for our advantage o'er the flood. Book 1, Hymn 97, verses 7 to 8. Come in the ship of these our hymns, to bear you to the hither shore. Book 1, Hymn 46, verse 7. Yea, Asvins, 2 divine intermediaries or guardian angels frequently referred to in the Vedas, as a dead man leaves his riches. Tagra left Bahuju in the cloud of waters. Ye brought him back in animated vessels. Bahuju ye bore, to the sea's farther shore, the strand of ocean. Ye wrought that hero exploit in the ocean, which giveth no support, or hold, or station. What time ye carried Bahuju to his dwelling, borne in a ship with 100 oars, O Asvins. Book 1, Hymn 116, verses 3 to 5. Ye ever youthful ones, ye brought back Bahuju from the sea of billows, uninjured through the ocean. Book 1, Hymn 118, verses 14 to 15. O Asvins, ye made for Tagra's son Bahuju amid the floodwaters that animated ship with wings, sails to fly withal, whereon ye brought him forth, and fled with easy flight from out the mighty surge. 4 ships most welcome in the midst of ocean, urged by the Asvins, saved the son of Tagra, him who was cast down headlong in the waters. Book 1, Hymn 182, verses 5 to 6. O Marits, sky and storm gods, from the ocean ye uplift the rain, and fraught with vaporous moisture pour the torrents down. Book 5, Hymn 55, verse 5. Earth shakes and reels in terror at the Marut's onward rush, like a full ship which, quivering, lets the water in. Book 5, Hymn 59, verse 2. May Ajah Ekapad, the god, be gracious, gracious the dragon of the deep and ocean. Book 7, Hymn 36, verse 13. Let not the sinful tyranny of any fiercely hating foe smite us as billows smite a ship. Book 8, Hymn 64, verse 9. As rivers swell the ocean, so, Hero, our prayers increase thy might. Book 8, Hymn 88, verse 8. Ye furtherers of holy law, transport us safe o'er many woes as over water floods in ships. Book 8, Hymn 72, verse 3. When Verona and I embark together and urge our boat into the midst of the ocean, we, when we ride o'er the ridges of the waters, will swing within that swing and there be happy. Book 8, Hymn 88, verse 3. In both the oceans hath his home, in eastern and in western seas. Book 10, Hymn 136, verse 5. Well knoweth Savitar the personification of the sun as a life-giving force, where ocean firmly fixed o'erflowed its limit. Book 10, Hymn 149, verse 2. Although the Vedas are eloquent on their own behalf, the passages before, quoted from Griffith translation and representative of many passages not reproduced here, do seem to raise a number of queries. For example, as well as confirming a knowledge of the relationship between rivers and oceans, with references to rivers seeking the ocean, pouring into it, etc., we are also presented with the concept of rivers filling up the ocean, quite a different matter. When was the last time that human beings are likely to have seen rivers literally filling up the ocean, rather than just flowing into it and making no difference to its level as they do today? Could it have been the time when the ocean, previously thought to have been firmly fixed in its place, overflowed its limit, and when only those on board ships were safe from its floods? And what about the Maruts, the storm gods, who from the ocean uplift the rain and fraught with vaporous moisture pour the torrents down? Knowledge of the workings of our planet's great ocean evaporation cloud rainfall cycle is not something that we normally ascribe to proto-agricultural nomads who have never been near an ocean in their lives. But the idea should occur naturally to anyone who lives in sight of a coast, where at times the clouds do seem visibly to be drawing up moisture from the sea. Also amongst the quoted passages are references to the eastern and western seas, and to both the oceans. These references suggest a rather widespread maritime experience, at the very least, presumably of the Arabian Sea to the west of India and of the Bay of Bengal to the east. Then we must consider the question of all those references to ships, hardly a subject of great interest or relevance to landlubbers, but something that we would naturally expect to encounter in the discourse of mariners. And what ships? Ships in which to ride out the water flood as we have seen, ships so formidable and so secure that they are used as metaphors for safety, security, and protection, ships with great sails and banks of oars that fly across the waves so fast they hardly seem to get wet, ships that can brave the billows and pull off the spectacular rescue from out the mighty surge of a man lost overboard and then return him safe to his dwelling on the strand of ocean. Last but not least, and again as we would expect with the maritime people, there is knowledge both of the dreads and dangers of the sea and of its joys and pleasures. Thus, on the one hand, there is the delightful hymn to Verona, which could only have been composed by someone completely at ease with the motions of the sea and the way that a sailing ship behaves as it skips the ridges of gentle waves or lies at anchor rocking on the swell. On the other hand, these ancient compositions also offer an insight into the awful predicament of the human lost alone in the ocean, which giveth no support or hold or station. In a few simple words and images, they allow us to know the fear and victimization felt by those on board a ship that is being mercilessly pummeled by storm waves, smiting it like a fiercely hating foe. With the same minimal but effective description, we learn of the terror experienced by its sailors when an injured ship quivers and begins to let the water in. And then there are other creatures to appease, as the dragon of the deep, aquatic monsters that would be out of place in fields or mountains, but seem quite at home in the fantasies and experiences of a maritime people. I therefore find much in the Rig Veda to recommend the hypothesis that its original composers must have lived close to the sea and been familiar with the ways of the sea over a long period of time. This, at the very least, improves the odds in favor of a possibility briefly raised in previous chapters, namely that the Vedas, a superb religious literature with no known parent, might in fact have been the work of the undeniably maritime Indus-Sarasvati civilization, which was long known to have possessed a script but apparently had no religious literature. In that case, the mystery of the origins of the Vedas would converge with the mystery of the origins of the Indus-Sarasvati civilization, origins that are receding further and further back into the past with each new turn of the archaeologist's spade, at sites such as Mehrgarh and Nasharo in Baluchistan that are already confirmed to be more than 8,000 years old. I remind the listener again that 8,000 years before the present is within the time frame of the great post-glacial floods. Hidden treasures. We've heard that the scholarly chronology really has no bearing one way or another on the ultimate age of the Rig Veda. Even the date of 1200 BC that is generally used turns out to be for codification only, with all concerned ready to admit that many of the actual compositions must be older, although exactly how much older nobody knows. It's also obvious that the rig is a composite work, recension after recension, layer upon layer, and that part of the difficulty of interpreting it probably comes from a jumbling of earlier with later material. Similarly, as Gregory Possehl argues, it looks like a work that underwent a long period of composition, when new material was added and older verses were edited and changed. Then at some point, this flexibility in composition stopped, and the priests defined their text as immutable, not to be changed by one word or even one syllable, and the slightest mispronunciation or deviation from the canon was believed to be a sacrilege. So in a sense, what the Rig presents us with is a dynamic body of scripture and oral history that kept on changing and growing, retaining its dynamism conceivably even for thousands of years, before being frozen in amber and then preserved eternally in its interrupted form for later study and reflection. I see no need to get into the argument about when precisely that freezing in amber might have occurred, or join with the scholars in bickering about a few hundred years here or there. I'm much more interested in the possibility that layers of extremely ancient oral history and tradition could be concealed alongside the much more recent material that the Rig also undoubtedly contains. The case of the vanishing river. There is a river spoken of repeatedly in the Rig Veda that vanished into the earth, though not from human memory, thousands of years ago, and that was only revealed again by satellite imaging and remote sensing technology in the latter half of the 20th century. It is the Sarasvati, the very same ancient river which now gives its name to the Indus-Sarasvati civilization, because large numbers of Harappan and pre-Harappan archaeological sites, dating back to at least the 4th millennium BC, have been discovered close to its former course. The Sarasvati began to dry out towards the end of the 3rd millennium BC, and to all intents and purposes, had ceased to flow by the early 2nd millennium BC. Even now, however, notes Gregory Possehl, there is a riverbed kilometers wide in some places and heavily cultivated, that the people of Haryana refer to as Sarasvati. During the monsoon, parts of this channel carry small amounts of water, most of which is quickly captured for irrigation. Thus, the river that today's people call Sarasvati is not entirely dead. There is a bigger question to ask, however. When was it entirely alive? When, for example, was the Sarasvati alive enough to merit these descriptions of it in the Rig Veda? Sarasvati, the mighty flood. Coming together, glorious, loudly roaring Sarasvati, mother of floods, with fair streams strongly flowing, full swelling with the volume of their water. She with her might hath burst with strong waves the ridges of the hills. Yea, this divine Sarasvati, terrible with her golden path, foe-slayer, whose limitless unbroken flood, swift-moving with a rapid rush, comes onward with tempestuous roar. Yea, she most dear amidst dear streams, graciously inclined, Sarasvati hath earned our praise. In the footnotes to his 1889 translation, long before the era of satellites and remote sensing, Griffith commented on the use of the word she in the above verse and expressed a certain geographical puzzlement. She, Sarasvati as a river. The description given in the text can hardly apply to the small stream generally known under that name, and from this and other passages which will be noticed as they occur, it seems probable that Sarasvati is also another name of Sindhu, or the Indus. Griffith did not for a moment consider the possibility that the Sarasvati of the Vedas might have been a much greater stream in the distant past than it is today, thus justifying the rig's description, and even translated without comment another passage that negates his own hypothesis by speaking of both rivers in the same verse. Let the great streams come hither with their mighty help. Sindhu, Indus, Sarasvati, and Sarayu with waves. Ye goddess floods, ye mothers animating all, promise us water rich in fatness and in balm. Because the rig is in fact clear on the matter, scholars have long since given up on the attempt to brush off the anomalous descriptions of the Sarasvati by trying to pretend that the Indus was meant. Nor, because of the perfect conformity between the ancient descriptions of a massive Sarasvati and the latest scientific evidence of a formerly massive Sarasvati, does there seem to be much mileage in writing it all off as hyperbole or poetic license. Thus Possehl is prepared to concede. The image created in the Rig Veda for the Sarasvati River is one of a powerful, full-flowing river, not easily reconciled with the literal meaning of the name chain of pools. The discrepancy cannot simply be dismissed, swept under the carpet. It is a good example of how difficult it can be to use the Rig Veda and the Vedic texts generally as historical sources. It could be that, when the composers of the Vedas first came to the Sarasvati, it was a river of great magnitude, and these recollections are what we read in their texts. But over time, the stream was robbed of its headwaters and dried up, becoming a chain of pools. For whatever reason, the name was changed, and Sarasvati is the name that was preserved in the texts. Awkward to be sure, but probably not insurmountable. This carries an interesting chronological implication. The composers of the Rig Veda were in the Sarasvati region prior to the drying up of the river, and this would be closer to 2000 BC than it is to 1000 BC, somewhat earlier than most of the conventional chronologies for the presence of Vedic Aryans in the Punjab. Possehl understates his case. The chronological implications of Vedic Aryans in the Punjab by 2000 BC are much more than interesting. They are potentially devastating for the academic edifice of Indian literary history founded on a date for the Rig Veda of around 1200 BC, and thus for every assumption about Indian prehistory that has ever been based on such a date for the Rig. At the very least, if this is what the references to a full and powerful Sarasvati mean, then the possibility of a connection between the Indus-Sarasvati civilization and the Vedic religion must be greatly enhanced. But the plot thickens. From mountain to ocean. As well as presenting us with images of a powerful, fast-flowing, roaring river that would seem to have been historically accurate for the Sarasvati at any time up until the end of the 3rd millennium BC, the Rig Veda tells us something else. Very, very clearly, that at first sight does not appear to be historically accurate at all. It tells us that the Sarasvati, known to the Vedic priests and sages, ran unbroken from the mountains to the ocean. This stream Sarasvati with fostering current comes forth, our sure defense. The flood flows on, surpassing in majesty and might all other waters, pure in her course from the mountains to the ocean. The problem in a nutshell is this. The satellite studies indicate that the last time the Sarasvati flowed into any ocean may have been more than 10,000 years ago. In other words, during the final millennia of the post-glacial meltdown. In a paper in the specialist journal Remote Sensing, S.M. Ramaswamy, P.C. Bakliwal, and R.P. Verma make the following observations about the satellite data from which they draw this very important conclusion about the Paleo-Sarasvati. The occurrence of well-developed tentacles of paleo-channels in the vast Indian desert, northeast of the Rann of Kutch, and the final arm of the paleo-channel as the Gaga, show that River Sarasvati flowed close to the Aravalli hill ranges and met the Arabian Sea in the Rann of Kutch. The exact epoch in which the Sarasvati stopped flowing pure in her course to the Arabian Sea and began to lose her way in the thirsty sands of the Indian desert is not yet known with any certainty. Nevertheless, Ramaswamy, Bakliwal and Verma are quite satisfied that it was not the Holocene, the most recent geological age, but in the late Pleistocene, about 12,000 years ago. The same approximate date has also been suggested by Bimal Ghose, Anil Kar, and Zared Hussain in a study for the Central Arid Zone Research Institute, Jodhpur, and by Ghose et al. In the Geographical Journal. B.P. Radhakrishna of the Geological Society of India similarly indicates the period between 8,000 and 6,000 BC as the time when melting ice sheets in the Himalayas, accompanied by a great increase in precipitation, allowed Sarasvati and all its tributaries to flow in full majestic splendor. If all these scientists are interpreting the data correctly, then it is only to follow Possehl's own logic to observe that the combination of the remote sensing evidence and the textual evidence carries an interesting chronological implication. The composers of the Rig Veda were in the Sarasvati region at a time when that river still ran all the way to the sea, and this would be closer to 8,000 BC than it is to 1,000 BC. It goes without saying that such a date is not just somewhat earlier, but dramatically, startlingly, inexplicably earlier than any of the conventional chronologies for the presence of Vedic Aryans in the Punjab. So has the modern science of remote sensing revealed one of the deeper layers of the Vedic palimpsest? Or is it just a fluke that what appears to be an accurate geographical account of the Sarasvati River as it last looked 10,000 or even 12,000 years ago seems to have been preserved in the rig? Since leading mainstream scholars like Gregory Possell have already all but accepted the heretical possibility that Vedic civilization was present in the Punjab by 2000 BC on the basis of the colorful description of a full and turbulent Sarasvati, it seems invidious of them to ignore or sidestep the rig's equally colorful description of the Sarasvati flowing to the sea. However, this is exactly what Possell does. Quoting the relevant passage, pure in her course from the mountains to the ocean, he admits that the Vedic pundits thought that the Sarasvati went to the sea, but explicitly advises students to treat this observation critically, not literally, presumably because to take the observation literally would imply an impossibly early date for the Vedic civilization. Under Vedic skies. There are other passages within the rig not to do with rivers at all, which also appear to contain material of very great antiquity. These particularly concern astronomical observations of various stars and groups of stars at set seasons, the spring and autumn equinoxes and the summer and winter solstices. Because of a phenomenon known as the precession of the equinoxes, the technical details of which need not detain us here, the constellations seen at these seasons slowly and magisterially trade places, as though revolving on a great belt in the heavens, at the rate of 1 degree every 72 years, with a full cycle of just under 26,000 years. Thus, if an ancient text says, "We saw the star such and such or the constellation such and such rising at dawn at midsummer," then it is possible with modern astronomical formula to calculate approximately when that observation must have been made. There are numerous statements of this sort about stars and the seasons in the Rig Veda, which, if taken at face value, suggest that the Vedic sages made observations of the sky for thousands of years, and from time to time added verses or hymns incorporating new astronomical data to the pre-existing compilation. The problem is that the range of dates, going back to the same epoch as the Sarasvati material, has always been thought of as too outlandish to be taken seriously by the majority of scholars. This is, however, not quite a uniform view. Two of the highly respected Vedic scholars of the late 19th century, Professor H. Jacobi and Bal Gangadhar Tilak, were in no doubt that very ancient celestial observations are embedded within the Rig. On the basis of astronomical references, Jacobi dated most of the hymns to the epoch of 4500 to 2500 BC, and although Tilak's more comprehensive study found the greatest concentrations of references pointing to approximately the same period, he noted that earlier dates were also flagged. Tilak thought that the most prolific epoch of Vedic composition had been between 4000 and 2500 BC, the Orion period as he called it, in which references are found from time to time that the vernal equinox was in the asterism of Adra, to the time when it receded to the asterism of the Kritikas, the Pleiades. But he also identified an older sublayer of Vedic hymns with what he called the Aditi, or the pre-Orion period, stating, "We may roughly assign 6000 to 4000 BC as its limit." More recently, David Frawley has pointed to other references, which may carry the Rig Veda's astronomical testimony back even earlier than 6000 BC, indeed possibly as early as 7000 BC, when the winter solstice first entered the constellation of Ashwini. That is, when the winter solstice was at or very near the beginning of the constellation of Aries. Frawley concludes, "The Vedas look back to a time when the winter solstice, the path of the gods or northern course of the sun, begun near the beginning of the sign Aries. This does not mean that the hymns which use such symbolism were all composed during this era. It means that the Rig Veda looks back in its mythology to this era as determining much of the symbolism of its gods and the order of its rituals." The era of the seven sages. Why should the Rig look back in time towards such a distant epoch, roughly between 7000 and 6000 BC, if it does not have some very real and significant connection with that epoch? Oddly enough, exactly the same question can be asked of a system of calendrical reckoning still in use in some remote highland parts of India today, notably Kashmir. Described at length in the Puranas, it is called suggestively the era of the seven rishis. Although it operates completely independently of the Yuga system, it does intersect with it at certain points, and indeed, it is this very Saptarishi calendar which provides the reference that pundits have used to calculate the onset of the Kali Yuga to a date of 3102 BC. To state a complicated matter briefly, the Saptarishi calendar envisages a series of revolving cycles, each of 2800 years duration, much shorter than those of the Yuga system. And while the Yuga system is no real beginning or end, the Saptarishi calendar has a definite start date, a very first era of the seven rishis. This start date is 6676 BC. According to John Michener's detailed study, the complete cycle wherein occurs the start of the Kali Yuga will commence with Kritika in 3876 BC, while the preceding complete cycle will commence with Kritika some 2800 years earlier, namely in 6676 BC, and the following complete cycle will commence with Kritika in 1076 BC. The date of 6676 BC was in some sense regarded as being a starting point for Indian chronology. Michener points out, that there is historical corroboration for a 7th millennium BC start point for Indian chronology in the works of Greek and Roman authors. Notable examples are Solinus and Pliny, AD 23 to 79, who said of the Indians that from the time of the founding father of their civilization to the time of Alexander the Great, they reckon the number of their kings to have been 154, and they reckon the time as 6451 years and 3 months. Alexander entered the Punjab in 326 BC and left in the same year. The implication is that the father figure associated with Bacchus in the Roman texts was thought to have reigned in India in 6451 and a quarter plus 326, which equals 6777 BC. Since Pliny and Solinus drew on reports sent back by Rome's ambassadors to India's Maurya court, their chronology is regarded as first-hand information and is thought to transmit an accurate representation of ancient Indian beliefs about the past. Michener is therefore intrigued by the fact that the date of 6777 BC, which is given by Pliny and Solinus, is only a single century in advance of the date of 6676 BC, which is suggested in the Indian texts to represent the starting point of Indian chronology, as based upon the era of the 7 Rishis. We may therefore conclude that such a date was indeed regarded, from at least the 4th century BC, as being a starting point of Indian chronology. Connections. I already knew that it was the ancient function of rishis, sages, seers, to sustain the institution of kinship on earth. It was to this end, and in order to preserve and repromulgate the Vedas, that the 7 sages were said to have traveled to the Himalayas with Father Manu in the time of the Great Flood. Now, I also know that an Indian calendar system identified with the 7 sages, with a father figure and with a line of kings, had a start date of around 6700 BC, a date that fell well within the time frame of the greatest floods the earth has known in the past 125,000 years. Last but not least, I could not forget that 6700 BC is extremely close to the date at which the first settlement of the remarkable site of Mehrgarh in Baluchistan took place, a site where the systematic planting and cultivation of cereals and vegetables, as well as systematic animal husbandry, was apparently introduced into India for the first time. Inevitably, I began to wonder if all these things might not in some way be connected. 8. The Demon on the Mountain and the Rebirth of Civilization. Why humans came to domesticate plants and animals at some particular point in history remains somewhat of a mystery. It seems to be a phenomenon that developed just after the opening of the Holocene in several regions of both the Old and New Worlds. Why it did not occur earlier is not known. Professor Gregory Possehl, University of Pennsylvania, 1999. Geological record indicates that during the late Pleistocene glaciation, waters of the Himalaya were frozen, and that in place of rivers there were only glaciers, masses of solid ice. When the climate became warmer, the glaciers began to break up, and the frozen water held by them surged forth in great floods, inundating the alluvial plain in front of the mountains. No wonder the early inhabitants of the plains burst into song, praising Lord Indra for breaking up the glaciers and releasing waters which flowed out in 7 mighty channels, Sapta Sindhu. The analogy of the slow-moving serpent, Ahi, for describing the Himalayan glacier is most appropriate. With the hindsight we possess as geologists, we at once see that the phenomenon described in the Rig Veda was no idle fancy, but a real natural event of great significance, connected with the breakup of Himalayan glaciers and the release of pent-up waters in great floods. B.P. Radhakrishna, Geological Society of India, 1999. In its study and interpretation of the past, archaeology depends heavily on material evidence produced at excavations. The dependence becomes total when the culture being investigated has left no documents or inscriptions to tell us about itself. The Indus-Sarasvati civilization was a literate culture, but the archaeological interpretation of it has been strictly limited to excavated material remains and has never been able to draw upon the civilization's own texts. This is because all attempts to decipher the enigmatic Harappan script have failed, and because, at least until very recently, the Sanskrit Vedas were regarded as the work of another later culture and were assumed to have had nothing to do with the Indus-Sarasvati civilization. Well into the 20th century, this approach simply meant that there was no Indus-Sarasvati civilization. It was not part of the archaeological picture of India's past and was never even contemplated. It was, in other words, as lost as Plato's Atlantis until the material evidence that proved its existence began to surface when excavations were started at Harappa and Mohenjo-daro in the 1920s. Many more characteristically Harappan sites were discovered during the next half-century of excavations in Pakistan and India, but as luck would have it, none of these were significantly older than Harappa and Mohenjo-daro themselves. For a long while, therefore, the prevailing view amongst scholars was that these great cities had sprung up suddenly with none of the long-term local development, evolution, and growth that would normally be expected to underlie such a huge leap forward into organized urban life. For some archaeologists, this was proof that the Indus-Sarasvati civilization was an offshoot of what was assumed to be the much older civilization of Sumer in Mesopotamia. Others just took it as an enigma and preferred to get on with the more practical business of understanding the evidence at hand. The breakthrough came with the start of excavations at the village farming community of Mehrgarh in Baluchistan in 1974. Now joined by Nasharo and a number of other equally ancient sites, its earliest settlement layers are dated to around 7000 BC. Two things are particularly striking about Mehrgarh. One, from the very beginning, its people were efficient and productive farmers, and two, invaluably for archaeology, the site remained continuously inhabited until as late as the first millennium BC. Moreover, many sites of intermediate age, between Mehrgarh in 7000 BC and Harappa around 2500 BC, have also subsequently been found in the ever-widening Indus-Sarasvati catchment area, and all of them are now regarded by archaeologists as the direct antecedents represented at various stages of an entirely normal and reassuringly gradual process of evolutionary development of the Indus-Sarasvati civilization itself. This is often lauded as an example of how archaeologists are open to new facts, and at the same time as proof that if you dig deep enough and far enough afield, you will soon or later expose a lengthy phase of evolution behind any highly developed civilization. In other words, great cities with a mature and efficient agricultural base don't spring out of nowhere ever. They may seem to for a while, but in the end, they always turn out to have a background. Professor S.P. Gupta of the National Museum Institute in New Delhi provides a useful summary of current archaeological thinking on the origins of the Indus-Sarasvati civilization. It is common knowledge that the history of Indian civilization begins in the Neolithic cultures of the northwestern hills and the Piedmont regions dating back to the late 8th millennium BC at sites like Mehrgarh on the Bolan River in Baluchistan. Unfortunately, Mehrgarh was not put to excavation until 1974. However, after the excavations conducted at Mehrgarh, our entire perspective of the hill cultures of Baluchistan, hence about the beginning of the Indus-Sarasvati civilization, has undergone a sea change. We now no longer talk of Baluchistan either in terms of a corridor through which Iranian or Turanian cultures passed on their way to the Indus Valley and caused the Indus-Sarasvati civilization, or in terms of a rugged mountainous region with as many cultures as there are now hills. Instead, we now see the hills and submountainous regions of Baluchistan as the nuclear zone which gave birth to a very long succession of cultures, starting from the Aceramic Neolithic datable to the 8th millennium BC, to the beginning of the Indus-Sarasvati civilization in the mid-4th millennium BC. In other words, What was once thought to be a loose chain of autonomous Neolithic and Chalcolithic cultures inspired by Iranian cultures can now be seen as parts of well-integrated cultural systems operating on an interregional basis, all along the submountainous regions, skirted by the Kirthar and Sulayman Mountains and the basins of the Indus, Ravi, Chenab, Satluj, and the Sarasvati, along with their tributaries. It is this system which eventually gave birth to the Indus-Sarasvati civilization in the plains of the Indus and the Sarasvati. What archaeology knows? So let's be clear about the mainstream archaeological position today. 1. The nuclear zone out of which the Indus-Sarasvati civilization emerged was the sub-montane or Piedmont region in the foothills of the Hindu Kush, Karakoram, and Himalayan mountain ranges. 2. This first stirring of what was ultimately to become the largest urban culture of the ancient world took place around the end of the 8th millennium BC and the beginning of the 7th. 3. The earliest surviving and most complete site so far found that bears witness to it is Mehrgarh in the Bolan Pass, which dates to around 7000 BC. Since Mehrgarh, the story of the evolution and development of the Indus-Sarasvati civilization is well known, with close to 3,000 sites excavated. It is therefore extremely unlikely that any more major surprises await archaeologists researching the 5,000-year period from 7000 BC down to 2000 BC. I feel it is important to stress that all these points represent entirely reasonable deductions from the evidence now to hand, and that the orthodox scholarly picture of the origins and development of civilization in India since the time of Mehrgarh is likely to be correct, not only in broad outline, but also in most of its finer details. In the absence of texts, there will certainly be some aspects of the process that have been misunderstood or not even recognized, particularly matters to do with religious or symbolic expression. But there is no doubt that the archaeologists, these days mostly indigenous teams from India and Pakistan, have done diligent and extensive work, and that by and large they have got the chronology and the connections right. What archaeology doesn't know? The same cannot be said of the period before Mehrgarh, as the scrupulously honest Gregory Possehl informs us. Almost nothing is known of the time between the late glacial age at circa 15,000 BC and the beginnings of Mehrgarh at circa 7000 BC. The first period at Mehrgarh has fully developed domestic architecture based on mud brick. So while Mehrgarh is undoubtedly an early village farming community, there is also a sense that the excavations there have not documented the beginnings of this tradition or the beginnings of food production and domestication in the region. It is certainly nothing like a terminal hunting-gathering site with the intensive collection of cereals, pulses, and sophisticated hunting. These people were already farmers. Quite a mystery in my view. Possehl explains the sudden appearance of this strangely sophisticated village farming community at Mehrgarh as an artifact of incomplete excavations, and is confident that the beginnings of food production and domestication in the region will eventually be traced within the region itself. Also, he relates the level of development that archaeologists have exposed in the first period of Mehrgarh, circa 7000 BC, to that of so-called PPNB, pre-pottery Neolithic B sites in the Levant. The PPNB represents the period between 8600 BC and 7000 BC, when farming economies first came to dominate the Levant and southeast Anatolia, though there is highly localized evidence of agriculture in the Levant 1,000 years before that. Possehl is careful, however, not to imply any causal connection or influence in one direction or the other, and admits, why humans came to domesticate plants and animals at some particular point in history remains somewhat of a mystery. It seems to be a phenomenon that developed just after the opening of the Holocene in several regions of both the Old and New Worlds. Why it did not occur earlier is not known. Why, in other words, did the shift to food production and domestication happen suddenly and specifically then, after 12,000 years ago, the date that geologists have set as the end of the Pleistocene glacial age and the beginning of the modern Holocene, rather than at some other time? This is precisely the moment Possehl observes, near the beginning of the Holocene, following the retreat of the last great continental glaciers, that the origins of settled life in the northwestern sector of southern Asia can be documented. We are entering here one of the truly great riddles of prehistory. Not just why did humans begin to domesticate plants and animals at a particular moment in the Indian subcontinent, but why did they do so in the first place anywhere in the world? And when and where, if anywhere, did this process really begin? There have been many attempts to understand the driving forces behind the food-producing and domestication revolution in human history. Propinquity, overpopulation, cultural readiness, systems feedback, climatic change and stress, population pressure, even a kind of historical inevitability have all been offered, acting alone or in concert with other forces to explain this revolution. By the mid-1990s, the abrupt climate changes in the Pleistocene-Holocene boundary that accompanied the end of the Ice Age were becoming a focus of special interest to quite a number of researchers interested in the origins of agriculture. McCorriston and Hole, 1991, and Bar Yosef and Meadow, 1995, were amongst many to argue that the origins of agriculture must be viewed in the context of a fluctuating climatic regime that broadened and then constricted areas suitable for productive hunting and gathering, and later for cultivation and pastoralism. Abrupt climate shifts are seen as triggers. The counter-argument to this position offered by Gregory Possehl in 1999 is persuasive and worth hearing in detail. Those who use the short-term climatic trigger hypothesis are essentially proposing that when the climate reduced resources, there was only room for one response: food production with domestication. That may have been a possibility, but there must have been other conceivable reactions to such climatic stress. Example, migration, probably only partial, to other environments, broadening the adaptation to include plants and animals not already part of the subsistence regime, population reduction, some combination or partial implementation of these solutions. The San Kung Bushmen seem to have lived through a 3-year drought in Botswana and hardly noticed it. Neighboring Bantu-speaking pastoralist farmers lost 100,000 cattle, and food for 200,000 farmers and herders had to be brought in as relief. In fact, the hunter-gatherers are reported to have helped the Bantus who came into their area to gather. We learn from this that the human response to drought and natural adversity is difficult to predict. The hunting-gathering adaptation can be extraordinarily resilient and provide very deep, very reliable insulation against adversities of nature. We should not imagine that the relationship between humans and the natural world involves such unsophisticated responses as those proposed by the climatic and environmental stress models. The notion that early Holocene hunting and gathering populations were just fine until the weather turned bad, and that this caused them to domesticate plants and animals, is just too simple. Moreover, placing the burden of the final shift to food production on a deteriorating climate relies on the notion that the people who invented agriculture were under stress and impoverished. What the Vedic sages knew: 1. Flood survivors. In summary, isn't it much more likely that the people who invented agriculture would have been part of a society with the means and time to undertake what scholars have described as the leisurely process of domestication, rather than people on the brink of starvation? Such a scenario, at the very least, seems to offer an alternative explanation for why the inhabitants of Mehrgar were already farmers when the first bricks were laid there 9,000 years ago. Either, as Possehl suggests, they evolved their food-producing skills in the submontane belt around the foothills of the Karakorums and the Himalayas earlier than 9,000 years ago. In this case, we must suppose, as he does, that the traces of this vital evolutionary phase, between sophisticated hunter-gathering on the one hand and full-scale agriculture and livestock management on the other, still await discovery, despite the admittedly intense archaeological investigation of these areas during the past 50 years. Or they evolved their skills somewhere else, in the Levant or another place where archaeologists have not looked, and migrated into the submontane regions of northwest India from there. Oddly enough, it is the second possibility, not the first, that is favored by the ancient traditions of India itself. We've heard how these explain that Manu and the Seven Sages retreated to the Himalayas from a place that was not the Himalayas at the time of a terrible oceanic flood, and that they brought with them from their antediluvian homeland not only the Vedas, but also all the seeds that would be necessary to re-establish permanent food-producing settlements. The sacred texts also tell us that Vedic society was guided by a brotherhood of these seven sages, rishis, wise men, who oversaw its evolution, established the institution of kinship within it for the general benefit of mankind, and ensured that those kings ruled justly. The fundamental ethic taught by the sages was asceticism, which is indeed the eternal ethic of ancient India for as far back as the memory of man extends. And while recognizing the necessity of a society that could meet all the basic material needs of human beings, it is unlikely that the economic policies of such sages would ever have encouraged overproduction or the growth of luxury. A relatively simple lifestyle with few material preoccupations and a focus on spirituality and yogic self-discipline would be more along the lines of what would be expected. A lifestyle very much like that of Mehrgarh 9,000 years ago at the end of the Ice Age. Mehrgarh's story. The Bolan Pass connects the western side of the Indus Valley with the highlands of Baluchistan and beyond. Mehrgarh nestles at the foot of the pass on the alluvial Kutchi plains beside the Bolan River. It is a well-chosen spot, sheltered location, plenty of water, good for agriculture, and good as a transit point for any trade or travel that is going on between the mountains on one side and the lowlands and the Arabian Sea on the other. Mehrgarh is far enough from the coast, about 500 kilometers, to have been safe from oceanic inundation, still an issue 9,000 years ago, with one further major episode of global superfloods yet to come. Moreover, although rugged, Baluchistan is not high enough to have supported an ice cap during the last glaciation. Other than occasional unavoidable flooding of the Bolan River, we may therefore speculate that Mehrgarh would have enjoyed a moderate climate threatened by no obvious environmental or geological hazards when it was founded around 9,000 years ago. So it's easy to see why those first inhabitants, who were already farmers and clearly knew a thing or two about agricultural land, chose to settle at Mehrgarh rather than somewhere else. What is not so clear is whether there was any special motive or purpose or plan or inspiration behind the settlement, or whether it was just to be seen the way scholars usually portray it, that is, as part of some general haphazard trend towards sedentarization and intensified food production in northwest India that had in some vague way been prompted by climate change. Mehrgarh is extensive, running north to south along the west bank of the Bolan River in a strip up to 1 kilometer wide and more than 2 kilometers long, although not all sectors were occupied at the same time. The Period 1 material is clustered towards the northern end of the site, where it is estimated to cover an area of approximately 3 to 4 hectares. Of this, only a very small proportion, 75 square meters, has as yet been excavated. One of the several things about Mehrgarh that I find puzzling, given the generally high level of development and discipline shown by its people from the beginning, is that the first settlers either did not know how to make pottery or for some inexplicable reason chose not to use it. At any rate, no pottery has been found in the earliest occupation layer, Period 1A, dated to around 9,000 years ago. It begins to show up in Period 1B, about 1,000 years later. This aceramic phase suggests that Mehrgar's first inhabitants must have been relatively unsophisticated. However, other evidence, notably concerning their competence as builders, contradicts this view. From the outset, for example, they built with well-made mud bricks of regular size, 33 by 14.5 by 7 centimeters, and oriented certain structures to the cardinal directions. Many of the structures are simple dwellings, with relatively strong walls made out of 2 courses of bricks laid side by side, with floors on which the ancient impression of reeds can sometimes still be made out. The average size of these dwellings is small, just 5 by 4 meters, and yet they are frequently subdivided into several small rooms. Ovens and hearths were usually found in the corners of rooms, and signs of their use can be seen as traces of smoke on the plastered walls. One circular oven was lined with bricks and had a dome like the tandoor ovens of Pakistan and northern India today, which was traced in its collapsed condition. Some of the Mehrgar structures bear a striking family resemblance to much later buildings of the Indus-Sarasvati civilization, notably the so-called granary of Mohenjo-daro, which has numerous narrow cell-like compartments and has been interpreted as a storage facility. The same interpretation has been given by the French archaeological team to Structure B at Mehrgar, which measures 6.3 meters by 6.7 meters, is oriented north-south, and is made up of 6 rectangular rooms. 3 rooms measure 2.25 meters by 1.5 meters, and the other 3.3 meters by 1.5 meters. No doorways between rooms were found, even though there are 2, 3, or 4 preserved courses of bricks. The walls were made of 2 rows of bricks. The floors of 5 of the rooms were covered with pebbles, 3 rooms were completely covered with them. There are traces of many other compartmented structures in Mehrgar from several successive periods in the life of the town. Some of them are preserved up to a height of more than 15 courses of bricks, and in none of them have doors or windows been found. The cell units are often no larger than 1 square meter, and it is presumed they must have been entered through their roofs. So, although they did not make pottery, the very first inhabitants of Mehrgar did make a range of brick buildings, and these look like the work of people who knew what they were doing. The compartmented structures may not have been granaries, there's no definite evidence, but whatever they were, they clearly had a function and were built according to some sort of protocol. Such a protocol must logically have antedated the foundation of Mehrgar in order to feature in an already developed form in the oldest habitation layers there. The first people of Mehrgar were accomplished farmers from the beginning, as Gregory Purcell has pointed out. They grew domesticated wheat and barley, still 2 of the principal food grains of northern India today. In their suite of crops, they also included other carefully chosen domesticates, lentils, peas, and chickpeas. The pulses, annual legumes cultivated for their seed, are an especially interesting group of plants because they're able to fix atmospheric nitrogen in symbiosis with the bacterium Rhizobium found on their roots. They add nitrogen to the soil rather than consume it, and if these plants are rotated and mixed with the food grains, higher yields are achieved through increased soil fertility. Because agricultural knowledge like this ought to take centuries, maybe millennia to build up, Gregory Purcell is not alone amongst archaeologists in his conviction that Mehrgar does not represent the beginnings of the food-producing tradition in North India, but an already developed stage of it. There is also evidence that the domestication of wild species of goats, sheep, and cattle was undertaken by Mehrgar's first settlers with great success, as though this was something else that they already understood how to do from experience they had acquired in another location. Moreover, they seem to have arrived at Mehrgar with this animal domestication program already in mind, and in the initial years, supplemented their diet with hunting on the Kutchi plains, gazelle, swamp deer, black buck, wild pig, elephant, etc. while the development of their domesticated herds was underway. What we see at Mehrgarh, concludes Purcell, is a sequence of events that seems to document the local domestication of animals. The sheep, goats, and cattle start out looking wild and were manipulated. Over time, the potential domesticates came to look like domesticated animals. Smaller were the osteological hallmarks of domesticated beasts. The contribution of domestic or pro-domestic stock to the faunal assemblages came to surpass that of other animals early in the Aceramic. I note in passing that the food production sequences that archaeologists have been able to piece together at Mehrgarh show a good level of fit with a Manu story, which, unlike the Noah story, says nothing about animals on the ark, but which does tell us that the archetypal Indian flood survivor brought on board carefully preserved and assorted all the seeds which have been described of old. Other materials excavated at Mehrgarh add to our understanding of its first settlers. They used small amounts of copper, thought to be of the native variety, not smelted. Their primary tools, fashioned from flint, include sickle blades bearing the characteristic sheen imparted when such blades are used to harvest crops. They wove textiles. They made baskets, sometimes waterproofing them with bitumen. They fashioned awls, spatulas, and needles from bone. They also possessed a well-developed bead-making industry, producing tiny disc-shaped beads in black steatite, barrel-shaped beads in calcite, and bangles of polished conch shell. Dentalium shells, long hollow tubes that form natural beads, have likewise been found in Mehrgarh. These shells are endemic to the Gulf of Cambay. There is also evidence of contact with coastal areas and long-distance trade networks as attested by the presence of marine shells, lapis lazuli, and turquoise in even the earliest graves. Mention of these earliest graves raises another mystery that surrounds the first inhabitants and founders of Mehrgarh. Unlike later occupants of the site, they buried their dead with great care and ceremony. The bodies were carefully arranged in a flexed or embryonic posture, oriented with the head towards the east and the feet towards the west, surrounded by personal effects and sometimes by offerings of food and drink for sustenance on what was clearly believed to be some form of afterlife journey of the soul. Such burials, 166 graves in total, began right at the start of the Aceramic period 1A and was sustained over more than 1,000 years down to period 2A before gradually being abandoned. A particularly interesting sidewall grave from period 1B contained the remains of an adult male or female alongside a very eroded wall. At the feet were a polished stone axe, a large flint core, a piece of a red ochre lump, a bovine bone, and 2 fragments of a double-pointed bone tool, a third fragment of which lay in front of the thorax and provides evidence for the intentional breaking of the tool before burial. Also associated were 2 turquoise beads as a belt and other bovine bone fragments. Ritual burials of this nature, with more or less elaborate grave goods, were conducted again and again in the early years of Mehrgarh. The practice is firmly established at the beginning, with a number of distinct conventions in place concerning the style and orientation of the graves and the types of objects and ornaments interred with the deceased. All of this suggests a complex religious and funerary culture, one that must already have been in use by Mehrgarh's first inhabitants when they established the site. But in use for how long, and where? Where did the mature religion with afterlife beliefs that we get a glimpse of at Mehrgarh 9,000 years ago have its origins? Although most archaeologists consider the origins of Indian agriculture to lie either in the Near East or in the sub-Himalayan Piedmont region, there is one discordant observation about the first settlers which raises doubt. Although the observation was published in 1893 in the peer-reviewed journal Current Anthropology, and although its validity has not been challenged by any of the archaeologists working at Mehrgarh, it seems that no scholar has yet got fully to grips with what it could mean. The observation, arising from research conducted by dental morphology specialist John Lukács, concerns the high frequency of shovel-shaped incisors among the inhabitants of the Mehrgarh Period 1. This is a distinctive feature of populations of Eastern and Southeastern Asia. According to Lukács, the teeth of the Period 1 inhabitants of Mehrgarh contrast strongly with the European dental complex, generally found in India and in the neighborhood of Mehrgarh from antiquity, and share several dental features common with the Sunderdon pattern. The Neolithic people of Mehrgarh may represent the western margin of South-Southeast Asian phenotypic dental pattern known as Sunderdont. Though passed off in a low-key manner, the implications of this discovery are actually quite extraordinary. Since the way overland from Southeast Asia to Northwest India is very long indeed, and since the Sunderdont characteristics found at Mehrgarh have never been observed anywhere else in the subcontinent. Moreover, Southeast Asia's extensive Sunda Shelf, the home of Sunderdont teeth and a continent-sized landmass above water at the last glacial maximum, was submerged in several rapid stages between 16,000 and 11,000 years ago. The implications seem obvious at first, that is, that forced out of their original homes where they had established agriculture, religion, etc., by the flooding of the Sunda Shelf, the first settlers somehow sailed all the way from Southeast Asia to the northwest coast of India, then sailed up the Indus and then finally crossed overland to the foot of the Bolan Pass, where they founded Mehrgarh. Yet the teeth don't warrant such a large conclusion. They are not pure Sunderdont, but rather share several dental features in common with the Sunderdont pattern, and are more likely to have come from some intermediate place, though where that might have been cannot be guessed from the dental evidence alone. Besides, if flooding is to be cited as the reason why settlers, hypothetically, would have left the Sunda Shelf and sailed to India, then why do we need to look so far afield when we have 500,000 square kilometers of good land to the north, south, and east of Gujarat that was inundated during the same period? Aren't hypothetical flood refugees much more likely to have reached Mehrgarh from there, less than 1,000 kilometers away, than from distant Indonesia or Malaysia on the Sunda Shelf? At the very least, the similarities to the Sunderdont pattern seen in the teeth of Mehrgarh's Period 1 people do seem to rule out any possibility that they had migrated to Mehrgarh overland from the west. As Jonathan Kenoyer confirms, they do not have strong morphological relationships to known Neolithic populations of West Asia. On the contrary, their dental morphology associates them with a distinctively Asian gene pool. The mystery of who exactly it was who founded Mehrgarh therefore remains unsolved to this day, and the whole issue has been somewhat neglected, perhaps because of its potential to cause controversy. Scholars also continue to have no idea as to what it was that brought the settlers to Mehrgarh in the first place, though they seem to have arrived with a definite plan and purpose in mind. Last but not least, we should not draw conclusions about the state of mental and intellectual development of the first inhabitants from the rather simple and austere nature of their homes, their tools, and their lifestyle. This archaeological assemblage is consistent with the orthodox historical model of how people at the threshold of sedentarized food production should have looked and behaved when they set up their first permanent settlements. But Mehrgarh is also consistent with another model, the model that is suggested in the Rig Veda of a society established by yogic sages to meet simple needs with great efficiency, but showing no interest in material luxuries or excesses that might lure humans away from the pursuit of spiritual enlightenment and the immortal destiny of the soul. Rising seas and melting ice caps. Mehrgarh Period 1 takes us back to about 9,000 years ago, but the radiocarbon results are frequently confusing. The stratigraphy of the site is extremely complex, and because of the margins of inaccuracy that apply to any attempt to date sites as old as this one, it is by no means inconceivable that Mehrgarh may in fact be closer to 10,000 than to 9,000 years old. I decided to find out more about what had been happening in the northwestern Himalayas in the millennia leading up to the foundation of Mehrgarh during the catastrophic meltdown at the end of the last ice age. It was at this time, immediately following the retreat of the last great continental glaciers, as Possehl puts it, that the food-producing explosion began in northwest India. But strangely, neither he nor any other major scholar looking at the revolutionary cultural developments of that epoch had considered the possibility that the melting glaciers and rising sea levels were more than just symptoms of generalized climate change and might in some way have been directly connected to the introduction at Mehrgarh of a settled agricultural way of life that was apparently new to the subcontinent. We've already seen how dramatically India's coasts were inundated after 15,000 years ago. But what about the supply end of the rising sea level equation? What about the ice caps in runaway meltdown as glaciers collapsed that sent huge floods roaring down from the mountains to fill up the oceans? If there were cataclysmic outburst floods from glacial lakes in North America and in Europe, then why not in the Himalayas too? Double meanings. The language of the Rig Veda, even after its passage from a spoken oral tradition to a written Sanskrit tradition, and after its more recent transformation from ancient Sanskrit into modern and often prosaic English, remains intensely mysterious, filled with symbols, metaphors, and riddles that sometimes seem to have been designed to blur the borderline between image and reality, between the symbol and the thing symbolized. A small but possibly significant example of this concerns the use of certain Sanskrit words in the Manu story, with what can only have been the deliberate intention of exploiting ambiguities and innuendos in their meaning. This is surely the case, argues David Frawley, with the Vedic word for boat, nor, which also means word or divine word, while the word for thought, di, also means vessel. Such puns could offer a rational explanation for the improbable image of a ship marooned in the Himalayas that the Manu story leaves us with. For example, although the words used speak literally of a ship attached to the peak of a high snow-covered mountain, the relevant passages could very easily have been intended to suggest that the word, the revealed divine word, that is, the Vedas themselves, had been brought to the Himalayas for safekeeping in the memories of the seven sages. That would make sense of the caution supposedly given to the refugees by Vishnu that the ship word should not be allowed to descend from the mountains too fast, lest the waters sweep it away. Perhaps the community of sages that is hinted at in the texts decided to stay for a long time in retreat in the Himalayas, perhaps even for many generations, storing and preserving the seeds of already domesticated varieties of cereals and pulses, as they had brought from their homeland, until such a moment as they felt it was safe for the word once again to be promulgated amongst men. In this case, we should read the term Nabandhana in the Mahabharata not as so much as the place of the binding of the ship, but as the place of the protection of the word. Another interesting area of ambiguity concerns the many shades of meaning that have been found in the name of the Sarasvati River. Possehl renders it chain of pools. Frawley reads it as she who flows. Griffith's authoritative translation, on the other hand, is the watery. What therefore are we to make of one of the most ambiguous and symbolic ideas that the Vedas have to offer, the great myth known as the freeing of the seven rivers, that seems to speak of a flood cataclysm in the Himalayas? What the Vedic sages knew, too, the meltdown in the Himalayas. The Rig Veda conjures up a compelling image of a demon in the form of a great dragon or serpent that has wrapped itself around the ice-covered mountain ranges that hem in northern India and strangled seven great rivers. The name of the demon is sometimes Ahi, but more often Vritra, and the story of how he is slain by the god Indra and of how the seven rivers are freed is repeated again and again in the hymns of the Rig Veda. I will declare the manly deeds of Indra, the first that he achieved, the thunder wielder. He slew the dragon, then disclosed the waters and cleft the channels of the mountain torrents. He slew the dragon lying on the mountain. His heavenly bolt of thunder, Tvastra, the artificer of the gods fashioned. Like lowing kine in a rapid flow descending, the waters glided downward to the ocean. Indra, with his own great and deadly thunder, smote into pieces Vritra. There he lies like a bank-bursting river, the waters taking courage flow above him. The dragon lies beneath the feet of torrents, which Vritra with his greatness had encompassed, rolled in the midst of never-ceasing currents, flowing without a rest for ever onward. The waters bear off Vritra's nameless body. O Indra, thou hast let loose to flow the 7 rivers. Book 1, Hymn 32, verses 1 to 12. Indra hath hurled down the magician Vritra, who lay beleaguering the mighty river. Then both the heaven and earth trembled in terror at the strong hero's thunder when he bellowed. Book 2, Hymn 11, verse 9. Thou slaying Ahi settest free the river's path. Book 2, Hymn 13, verse 5. Indra, whose hand wields thunder, rent piecemeal Ahi who barred up the waters, so that the quickening currents of the rivers flowed. Indra, this mighty one, the dragon slayer, sent forth the flood of waters to the ocean. Book 2, Hymn 19, verses 2 to 3. Thou in thy vigour, having slaughtered Vritra, didst free the floods attested by the dragon. Heaven trembled at the birth of thine effulgence. Earth trembled at the fear of thy displeasure. The steadfast mountains shook in agitation, the waters flowed, and desert spots were flooded. Book 4, Hymn 17, verses 1 to 3. Thou slewest Ahi who besieged the waters, the insatiate one, extended hard to waken, who slumbered in perpetual sleep, O Indra. The dragon stretched against the 7 prone rivers, where no joint was, thou rentest with thy thunder. Book 4, Hymn 19, verses 2 to 3. Indra for man made waters flow together, slew Ahi and sent forth the 7 rivers, and opened, as it were, obstructed fountains. Book 4, Hymn 28, verse 1. And now endures thine exploit of the rivers, where Indra for their floods thou clavest passage. Like men who sit at meat, the mountains settled. Book 6, Hymn 30, verse 3. Indra, ye slew the flood-obstructing serpent Vritra. Heaven approved thine exploit. Ye urged to speed the currents of the rivers, and many seas have ye filled full with waters. Book 6, Hymn 72, verse 3. A common explanation that is offered for this myth, both by foreign scholars and by the Indian commentators, sees Vritra as a symbol for large, dark rain clouds, which Indra bursts open with his thunderbolt. The rivers in this scenario are said to symbolize streams of rain. Thus Horace Wilson writes, the original purpose of the legend of Indra's slaying of Vritra is merely an allegorical narrative of the production of rain. Vritra is nothing more than the accumulation of vapor condensed or figuratively shut up in or obstructed by a cloud. Indra, with his thunderbolt or atmospheric or electrical influence, divides the aggregated mass, and vent is given to the rain which then descends upon the earth. It is true that some descriptions of Vritra in the Rig Veda do unambiguously depict the demon as a withholder of rain, the rain obstructor, Book 1, Hymn 52, verse 6, and equally clearly associate his destruction with the onset of floods of rain, Book 1, Hymn 56, verse 5. So any attempt to assess Vritra's character must take such descriptions into account. Nevertheless, I do not feel that Wilson's elegant allegory satisfactorily explains certain key features of the myth outlined in the passages cited before. The constant references to the freeing of the 7 rivers. If rivers are really streams of rain, then why are there just 7 of them? The description of pieces of Vritra's body being carried away in the waters, rolled in the midst of never-ceasing currents, surely more consistent with what is seen during powerful floods than it is with rainstorms. The clear statement that the released waters cut channels in the mountains and descend in rapid flow to the oceans, the way that the flooding of desert spots is connected to this downrush of waters from the mountains, And most of all, the way the released waters are said to flow above the dragon Vritra as he lies abased beneath the feet of torrents, whereas if he were merely a rain cloud dispersed by Indra's thunderbolt, one would have expected what was left of his body, the remaining wisps of cloud, to have been above the freed waters, not beneath them. Uncomfortable with Wilson's pure symbolism for precisely these reasons, other scholars have offered a more literal interpretation of the myth in which the rivers are the 7 physical rivers of ancient northwest India, an area that is indeed referred to as early as the Rig Veda as the land of the 7 rivers. The rivers concerned are generally presumed to be the Indus, the Sarasvati, and the 5 rivers of the Punjab, which often entirely dried up in the summer. According to this variant, Indra is the god of the rainy season, who calls the rivers back to life, and Vritra is the demon of summer drought. But there are problems here too. Most significantly, Indra's exploit of the rivers is not portrayed in the Rig Veda as an annually or seasonally reoccurring event, but as a one-off, unrepeatable event of awe-inspiring proportions that took place a long time ago. So long ago it is described as Indra's first manly deed, and the poet remarks with wonder that and now its fame endures. When I read the accounts in the Rig, I find it impossible to convince myself that the sages of remote antiquity who composed these hymns were talking about something that happened every year, when they described this epic conflict that took place in the snow-covered northern mountain ranges. On the contrary, the texts leave no doubt that when Vritra was slain, he was slain forever. When Indra and the dragons strove in battle, Maghavan, Lord of Bounty, an epithet for Indra, gained the victory forever. Book 1, hymn 32, verse 13. So I think there's room for a third scenario, one that the scholars haven't looked at. Ice Dragon. Suppose that Vritra symbolizes glaciation, more specifically the Himalayan ice cap, which would have been greatly extended at the last glacial maximum and might indeed at times have choked off the headwaters of the 7 rivers. If so, then it can be seen that the myth is quite consistent with the tumultuous collapse of ice caps all around the world at the end of the Ice Age, and with what one might have expected to witness in the Himalayan and Karakoram mountains at this time. Before the heroic intervention of Indra, the demon Ahi in his lair high in the mountains is explicitly described as being extended and stretched against the 7 prone rivers, and also as being locked in a perpetual slumber, a suitable metaphor for an ice cap in deep freeze. Indra's slaying of Ahi Vritra is compared to the sudden opening of obstructed fountains. The floods pouring down off the mountains are incredibly strong enough to cleave rocks and ridges asunder as they carve out their paths. Large chunks of the central dome of the ice cap get flushed out with the powerful onrushing floods. Rolled in the midst of never-ceasing currents flowing without a rest forever onward, the waters bear off Vritra's nameless body. Filled with jostling icebergs, the waters are turbulent and noisy, like stampeding herds of cattle as they foam out of the rocky gorges and rush towards the ocean. The dramatic effects of the meltdown include tremendous descending waves, glacier waves, see Chapter 3, that form in the vast pools of meltwater on the surfaces of large glaciers. There he lies like a bank-bursting river, the waters taking courage flow above him. The dragon lies beneath the feet of torrents. Gigantic earthquakes are unleashed as the burden imposed by the ice cap on the land beneath is suddenly reduced. In the Himalayas and Karakorams, which are anyway amongst the fastest rising regions on Earth, such isostatic rebound might have been amplified by normal mountain building processes. The steadfast mountains shook in agitation. Distant desert areas far downstream are flooded. The floods are of a nature to fill many seas. After the catastrophic events that denuded the Himalayas and the Karakorams of much of their Pleistocene ice cover, and that perhaps left them looking very much as they do today, the 7 rivers that previously had been dammed up or frozen at their headwaters by the expansion of the ice cap were set free and began to flow again in their normal courses. Plausible? Some of it, perhaps. But this is one of the problems with the game of interpreting myth. The meaning ascribed may be more in the eye of the beholder than anywhere else. Still, after reviewing the whole Vritra mystery, I thought it made sense to look more closely into the scientific literature about the Himalayas. What did the paleoclimatologists say had been happening there during the 10,000 years after the end of the last glacial maximum, when every other ice-covered area in the world, as far afield as New Guinea, the Andes, North America, and Northern Europe, was simultaneously experiencing the danger and the drama, but also the promise for a better future for mankind, of a ferocious meltdown? Flying through ELA land. Scientists studying ice caps and glaciers make much of the acronym ELA, which stands for Equilibrium Line Altitude, the altitude on a glacier at which annual accumulation of ice is exactly matched by annual ablation, melting, so that the net mass balance is zero. As one might expect, numerous studies have confirmed that ELAs across the Himalayan and Karakoram mountains were significantly lower at the last glacial maximum than they are today. That is, the ice coverage descended further into the valleys and the ice cap was therefore deeper, although opinions differ somewhat as to exactly how much deeper. A few examples from the literature are sufficient to illustrate the consensus on this matter. It is evident that there is still considerable room for disagreement on the glacial succession in the northwest Himalaya and Karakoram, and even on the details of the events during the last Pleistocene glaciation. This is illustrated by the continuing divergence of opinion on the ELA depression during the last glacial maximum, the maximum of Hazarot being 1,250 meters and the minimum of Scott being 720 meters. Despite the apparent diversity in the estimates of ELA depression, values for the last glacial maximum, values for the northwest Himalaya, Greater Karakoram, and Swat-Kohistan tend to cluster in the range of 800 to 1,000 meters. For the Dund ice cap on the northern flank of Tibet, we have interpreted a temperature decrease of 4 to 6 degrees centigrade and consequent lowering of equilibrium line altitude, ELA, in the range of 700 to 850 meters during the last glacial stage. Estimated maximum depressions of ELAs range from approximately 1,100 meters below present values, Swat-Kohistan and Hunza Valley in the Karakoram range, to 600 meters, southern side of the Zanskar range. Depressions of ELA were calculated from glacial geological mapping of the former extent of the glaciers. Maximum ELA depressions were 700 meters below present values in the Ningal Valley, 750 meters in the Ladar Valley, and 800 meters in the Sindh Valley. ELAs were reconstructed for the last glacial maximum advance. The results show an ELA depression of approximately 1,000 meters below present values in the Ladakh range. One would not go far wrong by saying that the average lowering of ELA over the Himalayan Karakoram ice cap at the last glacial maximum was probably of the order of 750 meters, that is, about 3/4 of a kilometer. Now, what does this mean in practical terms? Writing in Science, Nicholas Borozovic, Douglas Burbank, and Andrew Meigs helpfully provide an answer to this question, with special reference to the northwestern Himalayas and the Karakorams at the last glacial maximum. Small changes in ELA significantly increase the percent surface area covered by the glaciers when the region lies at an altitude similar to the ELA. For deeply incised mountainous regions, Nanga Parbat, the Karakoram, and Haramosh and Rakaposhi, there is an approximately linear relation between ELA lowering and the area above the snowline. Modern-day glaciers in the Karakoram are extensive. Conditions at the LGM would nearly have doubled the area above the snowline available for their accumulation areas. For the Nanga Parbat and the Haramosh and the Rakaposhi regions, LGM conditions could have nearly quadrupled the area above the snowline. For the plateaus and dissected plateaus, the effect of lowering ELAs is even greater on the landscape. The Diosai Plateau is unglaciated today, but would have been blanketed by an ice sheet during LGM conditions. Years ago, so long ago it seems like a former incarnation, I flew in a 5-seater Alouette helicopter over the bleak high plains of the Diosai Plateau above Skardu. At one edge of the plains, which, if not permanently glaciated, was certainly deeply blanketed in snow, there is a lake, frozen most of the year round, called Shersha. Hovering over it in the thin air, we could see the distant peaks of the surrounding mountains, icebound, marching away in all directions. It was March or April of 1981. I was still 30, and I was working with Mohammed Amin, a great friend and a great photographer, who much later tragically lost his life in the Ethiopian Airlines hijack of 1996. We spent an exhilarating, nerve-wracking fortnight flying around the Karakorums in the Alouette, which was owned by the Pakistan Army and piloted by a lieutenant colonel and a major with impressive handlebar moustaches. We were based in Gilgit, in the shadow of the 7,788-meter shark-tooth peak of Rakaposhi, and every day we went out and flew at ridiculous altitudes through the mountains, sometimes plunging down below the snowline into secret verdant valleys, so that Mo could get the spectacular photographs that would later feature in our book, Journey Through Pakistan. On the third morning, in all seriousness, I wrote out a will and left it with my passport in my hotel room. The Alouette had a service ceiling of around 3,300 meters, but we frequently struggled and clattered up to over 5,200 meters. The pilot said it was a training exercise for them, and then just hung there suspended amidst the glaring white wilderness under the bright blue sky. It was a very macho thing to do with no oxygen on board, and the machine wasn't really built for it. But it brought home to me, more clearly than any other experience could possibly have done, how immense these mountains are. When we flew by Rakaposhi at 5,000 meters, with our rotors almost brushing its flank, its peak still towered nearly 3,000 meters above us. And within a 160-kilometer radius of Gilgit, there are 100 peaks over 5,486 meters high, including K2, which at 8,610 meters is the world's second highest mountain. In an area of such superlatives, it is hardly surprising that the northwest Himalayas and the Karakorums contain some of the longest valley glaciers in the world outside of the polar regions, and these huge glaciers coil through the ranges like ancient serpents of myth, their backs ridged with serried ranks of ice scales. At the last glacial maximum, they may have been up to 4 times as massive, and the whole landscape surrounding them would have been locked and frozen in deep ice cover extending to altitudes of 4,000 meters, as much as a kilometer further down than today. Imagine what must have happened when all that ice melted down. So what did happen? The scientific literature covering various effects and phenomena of the Ice Age in the Himalaya-Karakoram area is growing fast, as is interest in this subject amongst paleoclimatologists and geologists. One important issue that has been much debated concerns the glaciation and deglaciation of the Tibetan Plateau at various periods during the past 2.5 million years. It has been controversially suggested that the geologically recent uplift of Tibet as a result of mountain-building forces in the Himalayas between 3 and 2.5 million years ago may have been the specific trigger that set the Pleistocene Ice Age in motion through the effects this had on the Earth's rotation as well as on the circulation of ocean and atmosphere. A related area of active debate concerns the overall extent of the Himalayan ice cap. Here, explains Edward Derbyshire of the University of London's Quaternary Research Centre, the broad measure of agreement that exists on the magnitude of the ELA depression at the last glacial maximum is not matched by agreement on the regional extent of the last glaciation, which has been described at one extreme as an ice sheet of continental scale and, at the other, as an alpine glaciation in the Karakoram northwest Himalayan region, with some trunk valleys remaining unglaciarized. How is it possible for serious and respected scientists reporting their studies in peer-reviewed journals and working from essentially the same evidence base to have come up with such divergent views about the extent of the Himalayan glaciation. The explanation of the apparent paradox, suggests Derbyshire, lies in the difficulty of interpreting the chaotic geological record in this extremely mountainous region. The world's greatest relief is a locus of enormous geodynamic energy, consisting of a complex interplay between tectonics and glacial and fluvial erosion, associated with widespread and frequently catastrophic mass wasting. One obvious product of such a situation is the problem of reliably discriminating between diamictons deposited by glacier ice and those laid down by other processes. The two suites of processes are frequently intimately related, posing a recurrent challenge to those attempting to establish limits of past glaciations. Diamicton is a general term used to describe a mixture of sand, clay, silt, or gravel that is laid down by various geological processes, notably the forces of flowing rivers or moving glaciers, or lakes draining catastrophically. Derbyshire's point is that where ongoing geological activity results in a continuous mixing up and redeposition of the materials being studied, as is most definitely the case in the Himalayas, then there's obviously going to be uncertainty over the extent of glaciation in the region at any particular moment in the past. The range of the uncertainty surrounding the extent of the ice cap at the LGM is, however, surprisingly large, since there is all the difference in the world between ice cap of continental scale on the one hand and a regional alpine glaciation on the other. Moreover, this uncertainty seems even greater when it comes to immediately post-glacial events. Indeed, although a great deal is known about the cataclysmic meltdown of other ice caps in this period, I was surprised to discover that the literature has relatively little to say about what happened in the Himalayas after the LGM. Before and after. Scientists have been able to pick up traces of at least one cataclysmic melting event that took place in the area before the LGM. It is another measure of the uncertainty of the data available for study that the date range offered for this flood is very wide. It could have happened at any time between 28,000 years ago and 43,000 years ago. Fortunately, its imprint on the landscape has not been as badly obliterated and jumbled as those of earlier and later floods, and geologists have narrowed its location to the upper Chandra Valley in the Lahul Himalaya. Using landforms and sediment data, Peter Coxon, Lewis Owen, and Wishart Mitchell, writing in the Journal of Quaternary Science, conclude that former glacial Lake Batal, which had backed up the Chandra Valley for about 14 kilometers, suddenly burst through its ice dam. When it did so, it released almost 1.5 cubic kilometers of water into the valley in less than a day. This cataclysmic flood was responsible for major resedimentation and landscape modification within the Chandra Valley. Further striking but unfortunately undatable evidence of colossal ancient outburst floods is provided by the presence of numbers of large boulders scattered across the Patwa Plateau, so-called Punjab erratics, which geologists now believe were carried down the Indus Valley by catastrophic flooding, probably in iceberg rafts. The traces of violent outburst floods long after the post-glacial meltdown was over have also been widely recognized, and there are a number of eyewitness accounts. In 1959, for example, there was a sudden outburst from an ice-dammed lake in the Shimsal Valley, which caused a flood wave of approximately 30 meters to be produced, destroying the village of Pasu at the confluence with the Hunza River, 40 kilometers down valley. Similarly, when a moraine-dammed glacial lake in the Kumbha area of eastern Nepal called Digcho burst on 4 August 1985, the consequences for the region were catastrophic. The destruction of a newly built hydroelectric power plant, 14 bridges, about 30 houses, and many hectares of valuable arable land, as well as a heavily damaged trail network, resulted from 5 million cubic meters of water plummeting down the Boatkosi and Dadkosi valleys. The breaching of the moraine was triggered by wave action following an ice avalanche of 150,000 cubic meters into the lake. The surge had a peak discharge of 1,600 cubic meters per second. 3 million cubic meters of debris were moved within a distance of less than 40 kilometers. The most spectacular event, however, was undoubtedly the Great Indus Flood of 1841, a deluge of near-biblical proportions which, like the return of the waters of the Red Sea, after the Hebrews had passed safely through to the other side, destroyed a vast army. The first step was an earthquake in late 1840 or early 1841. The earthquake caused the collapse of the Lidjar Spur, part of the flank of the Nanga Parbat, which blocked the Indus Valley to a depth of 300 meters, strangled the downstream flow of the Indus to a trickle for 6 months, and caused a lake 60 kilometers long and 300 meters deep to back up behind it. When the blockage was breached in June 1841, a gigantic flood wave was released. The wave raced downstream along the by then almost dry course of the Indus at a terrifying pace and fell upon a Sikh army that was camped on the Chak Plain near Hancock, 400 kilometers downstream. Eyewitnesses later reported that a wall of mud, many tens of meters high, rushed down the watercourses. Those people not fast enough to reach the high ground, numbering several thousand troops and camp followers, were lost. Trees were uprooted, buildings destroyed, artillery guns scattered, and farmland washed away. Large areas of the Vale of Peshawar were flooded as the various tributaries banked up against the Indus floodwaters. Today there is increasing awareness of the dangers posed by outburst floods, specifically related to glaciation. It has been pointed out, for example, that more than 30 glaciers in the Karakoram Mountains are presently in a position to form substantial dams on the upper Indus and Yarkand river systems. Many more interfere with the flow of rivers in a potentially dangerous way. According to Kenneth Hewitt of Wilfrid Laurier University, Canada, a particularly large and dangerous dam occurs when a glacier enters and blocks a major river valley of which it is a tributary. In one region of the world, the Karakoram Himalaya and neighboring ranges, there has been a substantial number of these main valley glacier lakes in modern times. Outbursts from a series of dams between 1926 and 1932 brought devastating floods along more than 1,200 kilometers of the Indus. Some even larger landslide dams and outburst floods occurred here in the 19th century, and an exceptional concentration of surging glaciers has been found. Some of the latter formed main valley ice dams. 35 destructive outburst floods have been recorded in the past 200 years. Stocktaking. There are a few details that are worth holding on to. The equilibrium line altitude of glaciation in the Himalayas at the LGM was about 3/4 of a kilometer or more lower than it is today. The ice cap at the LGM was much more extensive than it is today, although there is no agreement over exactly how much more extensive. There have been catastrophic outburst floods from the Karakorams and the Himalayas in the past, floods that reshaped landscapes, floods that carried icebergs full of huge impacted rocks all the way down to the Patwa Plateau. Such outbursts continue to occur, and even in the much reduced conditions of today's glacial cover, they can produce flood waves 30 meters high, capable of smashing whole villages to smithereens and destroying armies. The region is uniquely plagued by the particularly dangerous and rare phenomenon of its main river valleys being dammed by gigantic landslides or by the encroachment of glaciers, a sure recipe for catastrophic outburst flooding. Paradoxically, despite the evidence for catastrophic outburst floods before the last glacial maximum, as well as in much more recent times, the literature pays scant attention to the issue of outburst flooding in the Himalayas during the 10,000 years after the LGM. But this shouldn't prevent us from asking a few common sense questions. 1. If main river valleys are threatened by glaciers today, and if even a giant river like the Indus can be blocked for 6 months, then isn't there every probability that the threat would have been much bigger and much worse under LGM conditions? 2. Is it unreasonable to speculate, as the Rig Veda has been telling us all along, that there could have been a time within the memory of man when some of the great rivers of North India were indeed choked off, most likely by giant glaciers entering and blocking their main valleys up the Karakoram and Himalayan ranges? If so, then those glacial dams would eventually have burst asunder and the rivers chained up within them would have been set free once again. 3. Last but not least, is it so far-fetched to wonder if such a sequence of events might have inspired the great Vedic myth of Indra's slaying of Vritra and its specific symbolism of the freeing of the 7 rivers? Probably no more far-fetched than the more orthodox cloud demon and drought demon ideas, but hardly foolproof as a theory. For example, there's the absence of evidence of flooding in the Himalayas after the LGM. But that means very little given the state of the geological record and the level of disagreement amongst geologists on the actual extent of the maximum glaciation. More seriously, there's the other face of the Vritra myth, the clear association that some of the hymns make between the presence of the dragon and the withholding of rain on the one hand, and between the slaying of the dragon by Indra and the return of the rain on the other. How is that to be explained if Vritra is a symbol for glaciation? The dry and the wet. Sediments in ocean bottom cores taken in the Arabian Sea off the southwest coast of India contain pollen traces that tell us about the types of vegetation that grew on the subcontinent at different periods, going back to the last glacial maximum, and since vegetation cover is determined by climate, reliable deductions can be made from these pollen records about India's climate in past epochs. The Arabian Sea cores demonstrate that there was a period of extreme cold and aridity in India between 25,500 years ago and 21,500 years ago. This period is described by Elise van Campo of the Université des Sciences et Techniques de Languedoc as the LGM interval, and coincides exactly with other indications from around the world of the duration of LGM conditions. That is, the last glacial maximum was not a peak reached for a very short time, but rather a plateau of extreme glaciation that was sustained, in India at any rate, for 4,000 years. When warming did set in, it set in quickly, and between 21,500 years ago and 13,000 years ago, the Indian climate did a 180-degree flip from cold and arid to warm and wet. The major fluctuations of the Indian monsoon climate are characterized by 2 extreme periods: a very arid period around 25,500 to 21,500 years ago, and a very humid period culminating at 13,000 years ago. The climate conditions of the LGM interval were greatly different from modern conditions. The southwest monsoon, which produces a strong asymmetry between the western and the eastern coasts of the Arabian Sea, was considerably reduced, and arid conditions were very similar on both sides. Carbon-14 dates in original text, replaced with approximate equivalents in calendar years. What this would have meant in the Himalayas between 25,500 and 21,500 years ago was 4,000 years of deep freeze as the ice tightened its grip on the valleys and the headwaters of the rivers and the mountains. Then, at the peak of the LGM interval, sometime soon after 21,500 years ago, the phase of warm, wet climate in India abruptly kicked in. Back to the Arabian Sea cores, which demonstrate an increase of monsoonal rainfall as early as about 19,700 years ago at 10 degrees north, and at 18,500 years ago at 15 degrees north. This period culminates synchronously at 13,500 years ago at 10 degrees and at 15 degrees north, and is considered as the period of the greatest abundance of monsoonal rains. Worldwide, we know the period of 14,000 to 13,000 years ago, which coincides with the peak of abundant monsoonal rains over India, was marked by violent oceanic flooding. In fact, the first of the three great episodes of global superfloods that dominated the meltdown of the Ice Age. The flooding was fed not merely by rain, but by the cataclysmic synchronous collapse of large ice masses on several different continents, and by gigantic inundations of meltwater pouring down river systems into the oceans. If this was happening in other glaciated regions, such as North America and Northern Europe between 14,000 and 13,000 years ago, then things are unlikely to have been very different in the Himalayas, and it seems safe to assume that there must have been episodes of exceptionally powerful outburst flooding, and that all the great rivers from the Indus to the Ganges would at that time have been in full flow. So is 14,000 to 13,000 years ago a candidate epoch for the events recounted in the Rig Veda as the slaying of Vritra and the freeing of the seven rivers? The answer has to be no, simply because the previous 7,000 years had witnessed a continuous worldwide increase in temperature, and because 14,000 to 13,000 years ago was the peak and the climax of this long humid warming phase in India. As such, it is most unlikely that the glaciers in the Karakorams and the Himalayas would have been surging or advancing so as to block or enchain rivers in the way that the rig seems to describe. On the contrary, everything suggests that the flow of the rivers should have been uninterrupted from the end of the cold, dry LGM interval 21,000 years ago until the clear end of the humid phase that shows up in the cores at around 13,000 years ago. Moreover, the Vedic myth portrays the slaying of Vritra as being followed by the release of the waters, both rivers and rain. This is very clear and, in a way, the point of the whole thing. But that was not what happened. A dragon called the Younger Dryas. What happened at around 13,000 years ago was that the long period of uninterrupted warming that the world had just passed through, and that had greatly intensified according to some studies between 15,000 years ago and 13,000 years ago, was instantly brought to a halt, all at once, everywhere, by a global cold event known to paleoclimatologists as the Younger Dryas, or Dryas III. In many ways, mysterious and unexplained, this was an almost unbelievably fast climatic reversion. From conditions that are calculated to have been warmer and wetter than today's, 13,000 years ago, to conditions that were colder and drier than those at the last glacial maximum, not much more than 1,000 years later. From that moment, around 12,800 years ago, it was as though an enchantment of ice had gripped the earth. In many areas that had been approaching terminal meltdown, full glacial conditions were restored with breathtaking rapidity, and all the gains that had been made since the LGM were simply stripped away. Temperatures fell back on the order of 8 to 15 degrees centigrade, with half this brutal decline possibly occurring within decades. The polar front in the North Atlantic redescended to the level of Cabo Finisterre in northwest Spain, and glaciers re-advanced in the high mountain chains. With respect to temperature, the setback to full glacial conditions was nearly complete. For human populations at the time, in many except the most accidentally favored parts of the world, the sudden and inexplicable plunge into severe cold and aridity must have been devastating. And in the Karakoram Himalayan region, as in other glaciated areas, it is very likely that it was accompanied by a significant re-advance of the ice cap that previously had been in recession for some 7,000 years. Is it possible that this hypothetical re-advance of the Himalayan ice cap between 12,800 years ago and 11,400 years ago could be the event personified in the Rig Veda as Vritra the dragon, the enchanter, the great magician who barred up the waters? Since the slaying of Vritra resulted in the release of the waters to flow to the sea, it obviously made sense to find out if there was evidence of sudden large-scale meltwater floods off the mountains shortly after 11,400 years ago, when the climate switched back to warm, moist Holocene conditions over only a few decades. Salt and fresh water. I did find evidence of floods. It was in another set of cores taken off the Indian coast. According to a report in Nature by a team of Australian scientists, microfossil sediment and oxygen isotope studies of deep sea cores from the Bay of Bengal and northern Arabian Sea have revealed strong contrasts between high late Pleistocene and low early Holocene salinity values, indicative of major changes in runoff from the large rivers of southern Asia. Some definitions. Salinity values measure the saltiness of the sea, so high salinity values mean a saltier sea and low salinity values mean a less salty sea, that is, a sea with more fresh water in it. The Pleistocene-Holocene boundary is set arbitrarily at 12,000 years before the present. Late Pleistocene is loose language, but generally means the few thousand years before 12,000 years ago. Early Holocene is loose language too, but generally means anywhere between 12,000 years ago and 10,000 years ago. Why were India's seas so salty just before 12,000 years ago? The most likely explanation is that the flow of the great rivers draining the Karakoram Himalayan region had virtually ceased because of the advance of glaciers into their main valleys during Dryas III, pretty much as the Rig Veda tells us. He who besieged the waters, the insatiate one, extended, hard to waken, who slumbered in perpetual sleep. Likewise, the explanation for the low salinity values that suddenly appear soon after 10,000 years ago is a sudden gigantic inrush of fresh water to the Arabian Sea and the Bay of Bengal, on a scale that could have been caused by the breaching of ice dams in the Himalayas, the freeing of rivers pent up behind them, and the flushing out of parts of the ice cap. The dragon stretched against the seven prone rivers, where no joint was, thou rentest with thy thunder. Like lowing kine in rapid flow descending, the waters glided downward to the ocean. All in all, therefore, even in the absence of direct evidence of flooding of the type described in the Rig Veda, the indirect evidence from the ocean cores does suggest that floods must have occurred and that they could have followed a period, however brief, when the main rivers of northern India had in fact dried up. So the hypothesis that the Vritra story in the Rig Veda might be describing glacial outburst floods remains a reasonable one. Conveniently, the ambiguity over Vritra's character is also removed. Now, he is at one and the same time an ice dragon blocking the flow of the mighty rivers and a rain-withholding demon whose period of grim enchantment over the Himalayas is brought to an end not only by the freeing of the rivers, but also by the abrupt return to heavy rains and warm, wet conditions that we know followed the Younger Dryas. All this is speculation, of course, and implicit in it is a deeply heretical assumption, the assumption that the sages who composed at least some of the verses of the Vedas could have been in the Himalayas 12,000 years ago to witness the end of the Younger Dryas cold advance and to commemorate it as Indra's victory over Vritra. This does not fit at all with the much later date that scholars habitually assign to composition of the Rig Veda, but then neither do the accounts of a full and turbulent Sarasvati that the Rig provides us with, and that also seems to sketch out the archaic geography of 10,000 or more years ago. Mehrgar's yogic ethic. Growing up in the industrialized and now electronic world, dominated as it has been by the rival material philosophies of capitalism and communism, we automatically imbibe from schools, peers, and parents the idea that civilization is something that man invented in order to meet his material and economic needs. This is why, when archaeologists look for the origins of civilization, they look for the material and economic forces that might have driven hunter-gatherers to become farmers and to create the first permanent village communities. But India, with its vibrant spiritual culture, its armies of ragged pilgrims and its remarkable Vedas, raises the possibility that the real origins of civilization could be very different, not driven by economics, but by the spiritual quest that all true ascetics of India still pursue with the utmost dedication. Such a quest does not deny that the basic material requirements of the human creature must be met, but seeks to limit our attachment to material things and in general to subordinate material needs to mental and spiritual self-discipline. In the sparseness, understatement, and efficiency of Magog's most ancient period, could it be that we are seeing the imprint of this essentially yogic ethic, which the Vedas anyway tell us was the ethic of most ancient India? And since archaeologists are now in universal agreement that there is an unbroken continuity of culture from Meghar I around 9,000 years ago all the way down to the great cities of the Indus-Sarasvati civilization around 4,500 years ago, shouldn't we expect signs of the same yogic ethic to turn up there? Part 3. India 2. 9. Fairy Tale Kingdom. If Dwarka could be located and identified, well, the personality of Krishna is not a myth, but a fact. S.R. Rao, discoverer of the Dwarka underwater ruins, 29 February 2000. I stood in the Harappan Gallery of the National Museum in New Delhi, peering through security glass at a small steer-tight seal from Mohenjo-daro. Dated to approximately 2700 BC, the seal depicts an ascetic seated in difficult posture of highly advanced yoga known as Mulu Bandhasana. Lean-waisted, bearded, half-naked, phallus erect, the figure wears a headdress of buffalo horns over long, unkempt hair. His face might be a mask. It is powerful, almost hypnotic, and there is the suggestion of two further faces or masks in profile looking to either side. He's surrounded but clearly unthreatened by dangerous big game animals: wild buffalo, rhinoceros, elephant, tiger. His arms are covered with bangles and stretched out so that his hands rest loosely on his knees, the traditional sign of a state of profound meditation. It is often said that we can never hope to learn much about the religious beliefs or the guiding philosophy of the Indus-Sarasvati civilization because we cannot read its script, a line of which appears above the meditating figure. Yet, even though the inscription is opaque to us, this enigmatic seal from Mohenjo-daro does provide some definite and indeed rather intriguing information. It tells us that at least the outward appearances of the ascetic mind-body disciplines of meditation and physical self-control, which still lie at the heart of the spiritual lifestyle in Hindu India in the 21st century, were being practiced 4,700 years ago in the Indus-Sarasvati cities. It tells us specifically that yoga, one of the 6 orthodox schools of Vedic philosophy, was already known 4,700 years ago as a fully evolved system, since Mulu Bandhasana cannot be achieved by beginners but requires the prior mastery of numerous intermediate postures. Unless we are to imagine that yoga was miraculously conjured into being all at once as a complete system 4,700 years ago, it tells us that the origins of the system must be much older even than that. And since variants of the lean, unkempt yogic figure performing Mulu Bandhasana are amongst the most common motifs in Indus ritual art, it tells us that the classic image of the rishi, the yogic sage or seer, that is summoned up again and again in the Vedas, was also ubiquitous amongst the Indus-Sarasvati people in the 3rd millennium BC. Moreover, if scholars are right in their universal consensus that the Mohenjo-daro seal depicts the figure of a god seated in yogic posture, then we are witness to an amazing continuity in religious iconography. For to this day, the Hindu god Shiva is the lord of yoga, and is to be seen depicted on temple walls throughout India as a lean, almost naked meditating ascetic with shaggy hair and sometimes even with a similarly erect penis, the latter feature not meant to imply unconstrained lust, but rather its opposite. In Tantric Hinduism, Shiva's erection symbolizes complete yogic control of bodily desires. Shiva too is called Pasupati, the beastmaster or lord of animals, because of his ability to tame ferocious beasts with his yogic powers, exactly in the manner in which the figure on the Mohenjo-daro seal seems to be portrayed. Even the phallic lingam symbol, the butter-smeared stone column erected in the inner sanctum of every Siva temple in India and regarded by worshippers as an embodiment of the god himself, is prefigured in the Indus-Sarasvati cities by conical sacred stones or proto-linga. For all these reasons, the yogic god on the steatite seal has been known as Proto-Siva and also routinely spoken of by archaeologists as the Pasupati figure since its discovery during excavations in the DK area of Mohenjo-daro in 1928-29. Yet Western scholars like Jonathan Kennewer attach little significance to the comparisons that evoke such epithets. The figure has been referred to as Proto-Siva because of its similarity to later iconography of the deity Siva from the Hindu pantheon. Whereas many later Hindu deities may have had their roots in earlier beliefs of the Indus Valley or other indigenous communities living in the subcontinent, we cannot confirm specific connections between the horned figure on the Indus seals and later Hindu deities. These are similarities in the iconography, but the meaning relayed may have been significantly different. The Vedas and archaeology. I left the Harappan gallery deep in thought and walked across the corridor into the museum's circular central garden. I realized that I felt irritated by Kennewer's caution, and it wasn't just because he was downplaying the many interesting iconographic links between Siva and the Mohenjo-daro figure. Unspoken behind this was the larger problem of the Vedas, which also describe a Siva-like or proto-Siva deity, the Vedic god Rudra, which bestow the utmost respect, even awe, upon 7 rishis with yogic powers. I found a shady spot to sit down, opened my notebook and scrawled the words, "Summary of Vedic Traditions about the Origins of Civilization in India" at the top of a blank page. Summary of Vedic Traditions about the Origins of Civilization in India. 1. An earlier civilization which knew the Vedas and practiced yoga existed before the Great Flood and was destroyed by it. 2. Manu and the 7 rishis, Saptarishi, were yogic adepts who survived the flood. 3. The role of the 7 rishis was to preserve the Vedas through memorization and to repromulgate them amongst post-diluvial humanity. 4. The role of Manu was to re-establish agriculture after the flood, using a cache of seeds and plants that he had brought with him for this purpose, and to become the progenitor of future civilized humanity by fathering a dynasty of kings. 5. The Vedas and the traditions that descend from them depict the Saptarishi as a lineage of ascetics. After the flood, their primary abode was in the Himalayas, where they would retreat to meditate and perform austerities, but they also played decisive roles in running and ordering secular affairs, and in the making and guidance of kings. 6. The so-called Saptarishi calendar of ancient India, which of course cannot be separated from the traditions of the 7 rishis, has a start date around 6700 BC, almost 9,000 years ago. Summary of archaeological evidence about the origins of civilization in India. 1. Fully functional village farming communities like Mergar in the foothills of the Himalayas appear suddenly in the archaeological record somewhere around 9,000 years ago. It's a bit of a mystery. No clear antecedents have yet been found. The original settlers came with seeds and already knew how to farm. 2. This happened in the midst of an epoch of cataclysmic global floods that saw huge areas of India's continental shelf inundated. The possibility, therefore, cannot be ruled out that the founders of Mergar had previously lived on land swallowed up by the rising seas. 3. There is an unbroken archaeological continuum between Mergar 1A, around 7000 BC, and the upsurge of Mohenjo-daro and Harappa as great cities after 3000 BC. For some reason, the rate of growth and development became particularly rapid between 2600 and 2500 BC, the mature phase of incredibly vigorous urban expansion, But you can see the roots even of this phase in many small and large details, more than 4,000 years older, exposed in the excavations of the first habitation layers at Mergar. The paramount ritual image to have come down to us from Mohenjo-Daro and Harappa, and therefore likely to be connected in some way to this ancient heritage, recognizably portrays a rishi seated in an advanced yogic posture and seemingly deep in meditation. Question: why should the people of the largest and most sophisticated urban civilization of antiquity have specially venerated the figure of a half-naked ascetic meditating in a rural setting surrounded by ferocious animals? If the Vedas were the scriptures of Mohenjo-Daro and Harappa, then an answer immediately suggests itself. They would have venerated the image because they would have been taught from childhood that their civilization had been founded and that it continued to be guided by rishis looking exactly like this. I closed my notebook and returned to the Harappan gallery for another look at the cross-legged, three-faced buffalo-horned rishi of Mohenjo-Daro. Well, not exactly cross-legged. In fact, because to perform Mulu Bandhasana, you first have to sit down and bring your heels together with your feet pointing forward whilst placing your knees flat on the ground. Next, with your feet still pointing forward, you tuck your heels in under your perineum. Then you turn your feet a full 180 degrees under your body so that they now point excruciatingly backwards, a maneuver that will dislocate the ankles of an inexperienced practitioner. Then you meditate. How long, I wondered again, does it take to perfect a system like yoga? And if it was already perfect 4,700 years ago, then how many thousands of years before that must its roots go back? What are we to conclude about the level of development of the supposedly Stone Age people who created it, and why is there no archaeological trace of them? Return to the diving quest. February 2000. From Delhi, I flew to Goa to meet marine archaeologists at India's National Institute of Oceanography, whose research, I hoped, might provide me with some answers. I'd already been in contact with them by email and telephone for more than a year, trying to arrange to dive at Dwarka, which still fascinated me as it had since 1992, with its ancient legends of a flood at the end of a world age and its mysterious underwater ruins. The archaeologists seemed friendly enough, even enthusiastic, but answered to higher authorities in the Indian government whose blessing they needed before they could agree to let me dive with them. By this stage, early February 2000, I still didn't have a clear chronology in which to place the underwater structures at Dwarka. Nor, it seemed to me, did the NIO. As I've reported in previous chapters, there was a general assumption that the ruins had been submerged by relatively recent land subsidence, not rising sea levels, and that they belonged to a very late period of the Indus-Sarasvati civilization, 1700 to 1500 BC. But the marine archaeologists had not recovered any datable artifacts that could confirm or deny this theory. All the more, I wanted to look for myself and for my own opinion. Legacy of a Lost Civilization, February 2000. On the flights to Goa and the long stopover in Mumbai, I went back over some of the evidence on the origins of civilization in India I'd been considering in recent months, reread the notes I'd made in the Historical Museum in Delhi, and then, in large letters, wrote the word hypothesis on the top of an empty page. Hypothesis. The Indus-Sarasvati civilization, the development of which archaeologists have already traced back 9,000 years, has an earlier episode of hidden prehistory. It was founded by the survivors of a lost Indian coastal civilization destroyed by the great global floods at the end of the Ice Age. Such floods occurred many times between 15,000 and 7,000 years ago, but a particularly bad episode is attested in high salinity levels in the Arabian Sea and the Bay of Bengal between 12,000 and 10,000 years ago. The convergence of archaeological evidence is that the first food-producing villages like Mergar were established immediately after the worst flooding between 10,000 and 9,000 years ago. For example, Gregory Purcell, There is no entirely satisfactory chronology for the Indus Age, especially for the internal stages and phases of prehistoric life. Present estimates based on radiocarbon dates suggest that it arises at 7000 or 8000 BC, with the earliest villages, the domestication of plants and animals, and the beginning of farming and herding societies. The survivors who established the early villages practiced a proto-Vedic religion that they had brought with them from their inundated homeland, and probably spoke an early form of Sanskrit. The survivors were experienced farmers, as the archaeological record confirms, and their cultural level was high, but religious and philosophical considerations, perhaps even a reaction to the supposed judgment of the flood on their former lifestyle, led them to create a sparse, utilitarian and ascetic new world, even as they moved gradually towards ever larger and more complex urban communities. There were secular rulers, but the real leadership of the new communities remained vested down the generations in the brotherhood of sages whose forefathers had escaped the deluge, the lineage of Vedic masters whose task it was to preserve and transmit a precious body of antediluvian knowledge. For thousands of years, from Mehrgarh to Mohenjo-daro, it was the policy set by these great rishis in pursuit of that objective, rather than in response to economic or other material forces that shaped the steady, peaceful, modest material development of the Indus-Sarasvati civilization. It was a hypothesis, just that, nothing more. But I'd already been playing around with it in my mind for months as my research on India had progressed, and it was time to set it down on paper. Nothing in it contradicted the archaeological evidence. It made sense of the sudden and fully formed appearance of village farming communities like Mehrgarh between 10,000 and 9,000 years ago. It took proper account, as other theories did not, of the latest science on the end of the Ice Age. It provided a rational basis in real events for the Indian flood myth. And it explained the phenomenal longevity and continuity of the Indus-Sarasvati civilization from the simplicity of its sudden beginnings at the end of the Ice Age until its equally sudden boom and collapse in the 3rd millennium BC. There was one way to prove the hypothesis very quickly. All I had to do was find ruins more than 9,000 years old underwater on India's continental shelf. And that was the private hope I had for Dwarka. Gatekeepers of the fairy tale kingdom. The headquarters of the National Institute of Oceanography are in Donapaula, Goa, in a pleasant university-style campus of trees and lawns. As well as occupying a modern block on the highest point of the campus, the Institute's many divisions, subdivisions, and laboratories sprawl outwards into a suburb of old-fashioned bungalows set beneath the trees. The Marine Archaeology Center is in one of these, identifiable by a display of stone anchors and other stone objects, most retrieved from depths of 5 to 10 meters, amongst the underwater ruins at Dwarka. My appointment was with Kamlesh Vora, the NIO's head of archaeology, with whom I had been corresponding. I appreciated that he had taken the trouble to process my proposal at all, since he could perfectly easily have dismissed it out of hand or just ignored it. But the fact was that many months had passed, and there was still no sign either of approval or disapproval from the higher authorities, in Delhi as it happened, to whom he had submitted it. "Now that you are here," he said, "perhaps it will galvanize them into action." He picked up the telephone and placed a call to the officers of the Scientific Research Council, the NIO's parent organization, and an important spoke in the wheel of central government. A lengthy conversation then followed in Hindi. Finally, Kamlesh hung up. "There is a certain lady within the SRC who I need to talk to about your case." He gave me a gloomy look. "Unfortunately, she's not at her desk today." A smile. "But I'll find her tomorrow." "What do you expect the answer will be?" Kamlesh became gloomy again and explained that never before had the NIO had to deal with a request from an author to dive with them at Dwarka. If I was an academic or governmental institution seeking to send an observer to the site, there would be set procedures to follow, and the permission process would go along according to a well-ordered routine. But since I was a private individual, non-governmental, non-academic, and non-Indian into the bargain, raising issues about what sort of visa I should be traveling on, no one knew what to do with me. And here was the problem. The NIO's annual campaign in Dwarka, which I was hoping to join, was scheduled to go ahead mid-February, less than 2 weeks hence, but would continue only until mid-March. So my permission had to come through before then. If it didn't, I'd miss the campaign and therefore would lose my chance to dive at Dwarka until the following year. You mean you only dive there for 1 month every year? If we're lucky. Our funds are very limited, but we do what we can. What if I make my own arrangements? If the permission comes through after the NIO is gone, is there any way I can arrange to dive privately at Dwarka? Kamlesh was horrified. No, not at all. It is a protected national archaeological site, so our people have to be with you. Besides, there is no private diving at Dwarka. There are no facilities there. It's a very out-of-the-way place. We bring our own compressor and tanks with us from Goa every year and take them away again when we leave. My heart sank. Since I'd first learned of it in 1992 as a non-diver, the underwater city of Dwarka had beckoned to me like a fairy tale kingdom that seemed far beyond my reach. 8 years later, I'd acquired the skills, but not yet the permission to dive at it. And I felt helpless to influence the matter in any way. Come and see me mid-morning tomorrow, Kamlesh said. I will try again with the SRC. Maybe I will have good news for you. Write a letter. I was back with Kamlesh by 11 the next morning, but there was no news, good or bad. The lady at the SRC was still not at her desk. He called her again. Still nothing. Finally, half an hour later, she answered her phone. Yes, she had received the paperwork concerning my proposed visit. Yes, it was being considered. No, there was no decision as yet. Kamlesh asked if anything could be done to speed things up. It might be a good idea, she told him, if I were to write a letter explaining in greater detail than in my original proposal exactly why I wanted to dive at Dwarka. Suppressing a mood of rising irritation and bad temper, I took a taxi back to the Ciudad de Goa hotel, fired up my portable computer, and began to draft the letter, which Kamlesh suggested I should address in the first instance to Dr. Erlich Dessa, the director of the NIO. If he intervenes with the SRC on behalf of your case, it will make a great difference. When I met Kamlesh later in the afternoon to review the text of the letter, he told me that he had spoken to Dr. Dessa, who had agreed to see me at 10 the next morning. 2 days later, I left Goa. Permission had still not been given. But my meeting with Erlich Dessa had been encouraging, and he had promised his support in fast-tracking my application through the SRC. I felt confident that he and Kamlesh would do their best for me, and vaguely optimistic that somehow the necessary strings would be pulled to allow me to dive at Dwarka. We agreed to stay in touch by email. Interlude: The Quest for Kumari Kandam. My trip to India in February 2000 had multiple objectives, and I'd intended from the beginning to be on the road until the middle of March. So although the hold-ups and uncertainties about Dwarka were worrying, they hadn't yet really inconvenienced me. It was perfectly possible that permission could still be granted. Meanwhile, Santha and I had long planned another journey in southern India and flew first to Madras, now called Chennai, to pick up where we left off in 1992. Then it had been a journey of personal reminiscence, Vellore and the shore temples of Mahabalipuram on the Coromandel coast. Now we would start in Mahabalipuram, travel inland from there to Tiruvannamalai, a temple sacred to Siva since time immemorial, and thence to Madurai, an ancient center of Tamil learning linked again to the yogic god Siva. To the northeast of Madurai, we planned to visit Pumpahar, and to the southeast Ramaswaram on the thin spit of mainland that reaches out towards Sri Lanka, dividing the Palk Strait from the Gulf of Mannar. Then we would go on to Kanyakumari, Cape Comorin, on the southernmost tip of India. During 1999, I had begun background research on southern India and had been intrigued by what I had found. One source of information that had lain unopened in my library for far too long was Captain M.W. Carr's descriptive and historical papers relating to the 7 pagodas of the Coromandel coast. As I reported in Chapter 5, Carr's anthology preserves strong local traditions of a fabulous antediluvian city at Malabalipuram, swallowed up by the waters of a great flood. Those traditions had certainly been in wide circulation in the 18th and 19th centuries when the papers in Carr's anthology were written. I wanted to find out if they were still in circulation today and if there could be any substance to them. I had also come across the work of David Schulman, Professor of Indian Studies and Comparative Religion at the Hebrew University in Jerusalem. His wide-ranging investigation of Tamil flood myths had helped to put places like Pumpahar, Madurai and Kanyakumari on the map for me. In the Tamil epic known as Manimekalai, it was said that the ancient port city of Kaveri Pumpattinam had been flooded by the sea off the Pumpahar shore. Other traditions spoke of prehistoric wisdom schools or academies, Sangam, established in an antediluvian Tamil land stretching far to the south of the present southern border at Cape Comorin. The name of this lost land, which had been swallowed up by the sea in 2 distinct inundations separated by thousands of years, was Kumari Kandam, and its last survivors were said to flood to Madurai. As usual, when I'm on the road, I was carrying a shoulder bag full of books and reference materials with me, some brought from England, some picked up along the way. Following my days in Goa, I had added substantially to my stack with a pile of bulky annual conference reports and back numbers of the NIO's Journal of Marine Archaeology that Kamlesh had given me. Serendipitously, the very first of these that I browsed through on the flight from Goa to Chennai, Volume 5 to 6 of 1995-96, opened with a lengthy paper entitled Underwater Explorations of Pumpahar 1993. Much of the paper concentrated on an archaeological validation of the Manimekalai myth, connecting it to the submerged ruins of Kaveri Pumpattinam, an ancient port town of 3rd century BC to 4th century BC that the NIO's marine archaeologists had identified very close to the shore in water generally less than 3 meters deep. But the paper also reported the anomalous U-shaped structure that the divers had found at a depth of 23 meters, more than 5 kilometers out to sea. I immediately realized that this obscure and neglected reference to a 1993 exploration that the NIO had never had the funds to follow up was potentially significant. I did not then have access, as I would later, to Glenn Milne's computerized inundation maps. But at that depth and that distance from the shore, common sense alone suggested that the U-shaped structure must be extremely old. The main author of the report and team leader of the Pumpahar exploration had been S.R. Rao, Kamlesh Vora's predecessor at the NIO and the original discoverer of the underwater ruins of Dwarka. Since he was now retired and living in Bangalore, only a short hop from Chennai, I decided on impulse that at some point in our journey in the south, I would try to meet him. It must have existed, February 2000. My encounter with Rao, which I've already reported in Chapter 1, took place on 29 February. To my amazement, the doyen of Indian marine archaeology proved open to the notion that an antediluvian civilization could have existed on the Indian coastal lands flooded at the end of the Ice Age. It must have existed. You can't rule that out at all. Particularly, as I've said, since we have found this structure at 23-meter depth. I mean, we have photographed it. It is there. Anybody can go and see it. I do not believe it as an isolated structure. Further exploration is likely to reveal others round about. And then you can go deeper, you see, and you may get more important things. We'll return to the quest for Kumari Kandam in Chapter 11. For me, a big part of it unfolded there, and then in the year 2000, an even bigger part, the diving part in 2001. Meanwhile, a couple of days before my encounter with Rao, something suddenly shifted in the turgid backlog of Indian bureaucracy, and Kamlesh emailed me with the good news that the permission had come through, at the 11th hour as he put it, and that I would be allowed to dive at Dwarka with the NIO team. Much was owed apparently to the robust support given to our adventure by Dr. Dessa. At any rate, there would be no further obstacles, and Santha and I should plan to reach Dwarka on 2 March. The problem of Dwarka's age, March 2000. It felt good to be back in Dwarka again after so many years away, and to have the opportunity at last to look into the mystery of its underwater ruins. When I'd interviewed him in Bangalore, Rao had reaffirmed his long-standing view that the ruins are those of an Indus-Sarasvati port, probably built between 1700 BC and 1500 BC during the final years of the civilization's decline, and then flooded by an incursion of the sea. However, he admitted that the dates were a supposition, not an empirical fact. Radiocarbon or thermoluminescence tests, which might settle the matter, had not been possible, since the latter requires pottery contemporary with the ruins and the former organic materials contemporary with the ruins, neither of which had yet been found in submerged Dwarka itself. Rao. I mean, to be frank, you see, we did some thermoluminescence dating for the pottery extracted from the wall which is just on the shore, and of course it also partially gets submerged at times. All right, that gives 1528 BC. But that is at a slightly higher terrace than the submerged one, so the submerged one must be earlier. GH. Would it be fair to say, concerning the underwater structures, that the minimum age would be about 1500 BC, but that it is possible that they may be older? Rao. Oh yes, definitely. That you can definitely say. Minimum age would be about 1500, 1600 BC, but an earlier date can't be ruled out. I mean, there is every possibility of getting earlier dates. GH. My understanding is that underwater structures that have been identified so far go down to about 12 meters under the sea. Rao. These structures go to about 10 meters depth. Of course, the ridge which was converted into a sort of wharf, that is at 12 meters depth. Beyond that we have gone, but not much. GH. Do you think there's any chance of further ruins being found further out into the sea? Rao. Maybe. I won't rule that out at all. Because you see, what we did beyond the 12-meter depth contour was only side-scan sonar survey. I mean, a little diving as well we have done here, but not much, to be frank. I mean, if you dive for 3 days or 4 days, only then you cannot expect to find much. Expecting the best. We were to dive at Dwarka off a small wooden seagoing trawler, a rough and ready working ship crewed by local fishermen that the NIO had chartered. Since its draft was too deep to approach the shore, it was moored in the bay, about half a kilometer to the southwest, in front of the Gumati river mouth. We were ferried out to it in an inflatable dinghy that picked us up off the steps of Gumati Gut, and as we chugged across the bay, I found myself looking down impatiently at the water, hoping to get some glimpse of whatever lay below. The ruins had been thoroughly mapped by the NIO across a large area between the mouth of the Gumati, which now lay behind our dinghy to the northeast, and a submerged rock ridge about a kilometer out to sea to the southwest that had been cut and modified as a wharf when it was above water in ancient times. This was the wharf that Rao had mentioned as the site's deepest known structure at 12 meters, and which he suspected to have been part of its harbor. All the other remains, revealing the outlines of a series of spacious rectilinear buildings, lay much closer to shore between just 3 and 10 meters, with the majority concentrated between 5 and 7 meters. These included 12 so-called citadels protected by massive bastions, 6 on each bank of a now submerged section of the Gumati Channel, where Rao had told me he thought that not only the king, but also the army chief, other officials or his ministers used to live. The ancient harbour city itself was divided into 6 blocks. All 6 sectors have protective walls built of large, well-dressed blocks of sandstone, some as large as 1.5 to 2 meters long, 0.5 to 0.75 meters wide and 0.3 to 0.5 meters thick. L-shaped joints in the masonry suggest that a proper grip was provided so as to withstand the battering of waves and currents. At close intervals, semicircular or circular bastions were built along the fort walls in order to divert the current and to have a proper overview of the incoming and outgoing ships. There are entrance gateways in all sectors as surmised on the basis of the sill of the openings. The fort walls and bastions, built from large blocks which are too heavy to be moved by waves and currents, are in situ up to 1 or 2 meters height above the boulder foundation in the sea. In a few places, as many as 5 courses of masonry are visible, but in others the wall and bastion have collapsed. Prepped by such imagery of a fairy tale underwater city and the beautiful reconstructions of antediluvian Dwarka that feature in Rao's books, I confess I was expecting the best as I clambered out of the dinghy and up the side of the NIO's chartered fishing boat on the morning of 3 March 2000. Fog, weed, and sludge. In the relentless war of heat exchange that goes on between a diver and the sea, it is the sea that always wins in the end. The process is faster in cold water, slower in warm water, and can be delayed further by an insulating wetsuit. However, the end result is always the same. If the sea is colder than the diver's body temperature, then the diver's body temperature will begin to fall. I think of myself as a reasonably experienced diver, but I'm 50 years old, way past my peak fitness, and I make mistakes. The mistake I made at Dwarka, though I'd been warned that the water was only 23 degrees centigrade and thus 14 degrees below body temperature, was not to wear a wetsuit. This would have been fine if I'd been going down for just 1 or 2 short dives, but we did 3 dives that day, running to an hour or more each. The first 2 dives were on the big concentration of ruins that the NIO had mapped between the 5 and 7 meter contour lines. Gone were the lofty turrets, battlements, and bastions of Rao's reconstructions and of my imagination. All seemed to have been reduced to a ruined field of haphazardly strewn stone blocks, the angles and edges of which poked here and there out of the thick sludge of sediment and slimy green weed that carpeted everything. And although the sea was calm that morning, allowing some settlement of silts carried down into the bay by the Gamati River, millions of tiny particles hung suspended in the water, scattering light like fog. Through the fog, I was just able to make out beneath me several dozen large limestone blocks that seemed to have come from a collapsed section of wall, not quite megalithic in the strict sense of the term, but very close to it, tumbled on top of one another. The wall had been dry stone, no mortar in the joints to keep the courses together. But I could see how the masons had dealt with the problem. Many of the bigger blocks had been designed to lock into each other with dovetails and, as Rao had commented, with carefully chiseled L-shaped joints which would have given extra structural stability. The same architectural principle had been used in the massive curved bastions that had stood at the corners of the citadels. Although I found none intact, I several times came across huge curved monoliths, dressed and polished to very high standards, and in one case still jointed to a second block. Also protruding out of the slime and ooze on the seabed were carved hemispherical stones, some up to 1 meter across, with circular holes drilled through their centers. These were thought to have been door sockets. And trapped amongst the rubble of ancient Dwarka, there was still a number of 3-hole triangular stone anchors that the NIO had not yet salvaged for the display outside their offices. Identical anchors, Rao had told me, were known to have been used in the Mediterranean by the merchant ships of Cyprus and Syria at around 1400 BC, and also in the Persian Gulf and at the nearby Indus-Sarasvati port of Lothal. Assuming the 1400 BC date for this type of anchor to be generally valid, he regarded their presence at Dwarka as good circumstantial evidence in favor of his 1600 BC date for the city. Certainly, they could only have been dropped here after the ruins had been submerged deeply enough for boats to sail over them. But one mystery, which began to nag at me on those first 2 dives, since we were supposedly in the heart of the ancient city, was that there didn't seem to be enough stone ruins here. This had nothing to do with the stark contrast between Rao's archaeological reconstructions of the antediluvian city and its actual appearance underwater today. What bothered me more was the almost equally stark contrast with photographs that Rao had shown me from his personal collection that tracked the NIO's underwater excavations at the site from 1983 to 1994. Although some of the features in those photographs were instantly recognizable on the seabed, many others were nowhere to be seen. Most notable by their absence were several partially intact walls of large stone blocks, in some cases up to 5 courses high, in some cases showing right-angled corners where 2 walls joined, in some cases extending in straight lines away from the camera as far as the eye could see, and the visibility was far better in those early shots than the fog that I was finning around in now. So where were the missing walls? Storms. After I'd surfaced from the second dive and clambered back on board the boat, I asked Kamlesh this question, and he signaled for Sundaresh and Anurud Gaur, 2 of the NIO's senior marine archaeologists, to join us. A geologist by training, Kamlesh himself was not then a diver. Gaur and Sundaresh, on the other hand, had been diving at Dwarka since the 1980s. Their answer was that the majority of the intact walls that had been photographed before 1994 either no longer existed or could not be relocated. Apparently, a series of severe monsoon storms during the past 6 years had loosened and dislodged the great blocks and tumbled the walls over. Since then, sedimentation and weed had covered up the debris which had been scattered over a wide area by the monsoon swells. I remembered the section of fallen wall that I had seen early on the first dive and thought no more about it. It was only much later that it struck me how odd it was that a site which had supposedly been submerged for more than 3 millennia, and at which so many intact structural features had been documented as recently as 1994, could have deteriorated so dramatically in just the last 6 years. The rock-cut wharf. Slightly dodgy-looking curries were available for lunch, cooked by the crew on a kerosene stove in the cabin of the fishing boat and served out on a mixture of plastic and tin plates. The wind had come up since the morning and wavelets were freshening in the bay, not enough to stop us diving, but potentially enough to stir up the bottom and worsen the visibility. I wasn't feeling particularly well, headache, stiff neck, nausea, and was aware that I'd been cold on the last dive, but I didn't put the 2 together. I thought that what was making me ill was the exhaust fumes from the diesel pump that the NIO had on board to provide air from the surface via long tubes to technical divers working down below. A powerful airlift system was also operating, sifting silt around the foundations of the ruins in the still unsuccessful search for artifacts that could positively identify their period of construction. All the vibrations and the fumes were a bit much for me, but I thought that I'd probably feel better when I got back in the water and could breathe the clean air from my tank. At this point, the voice of reason told me it was time to put my wetsuit on for the afternoon's work, and the voice of stupidity urged me not to bother. The voice of stupidity won. The dive we did that afternoon was with Gaur on the rock-hewn wharf at a depth of 12 meters, about a kilometer out in the bay. Although this was technically still a shallow dive, there was an oppressive darkness and gloom in the dirty green water, and I began to feel more and more cold, weak, and exhausted. We swam east on the seaward side of the ridge. As well as its rock-cut features, including what we presumed to have been holes for mooring ropes drilled through it at several points, there were a number of hulking megaliths scattered about it on the seabed down to the depths of about 18 meters. The official view was that these were natural slabs that had become detached from the rock ridge due to wave action when sea level had been much lower, and perhaps even before the wharf had been fashioned, but to my eye they looked in places as though they had been dressed and cut. Quarter of an hour later, still heading east along the ridge, I saw a pattern of other smaller blocks, like large tiles, laid out in a square grid amidst a tangle of boulders. I went down to investigate and found that the regular pattern seemed to continue under the boulders. That was exciting. On the other hand, up close, the little blocks in the joints between looked less regular, less man-made than I'd thought. I couldn't make up my mind, and other ambiguous features along the ridge left me, if anything, even more in doubt. Whitecaps and lentil soup. I spent the next 4 days in bed in our dingy hotel room, paying the price for being a 50-year-old with no sense and mild hypothermia. A blinding, thudding headache was by far the worst of it, and continued without any let-up for more than 72 hours. I felt weak, shaky, and couldn't keep down anything I tried to eat. But I wasn't missing much diving. The wind that had begun to pick up on that first afternoon grew steadily stronger during the night, whipping the waves in the bay into whitecaps, reducing the visibility to zero, and making further diving impossible. The NIO's chartered boat headed back for the shelter of a nearby fishing port, and everyone waited to see if the weather would improve. By the time I dragged myself out of bed, the wind had died down and the boat was anchored over the ruins again. But the underwater conditions, with the transparency of lentil soup, made it impossible to do any serious work. I tried a couple of dives at different locations on the site, but could see nothing. Then the wind came up once more, this time with a forecast that it would continue to blow for more than a week, and it became obvious to all that there would be no further diving that season. Layer upon layer. How old is the city beneath the waves? Sitting on the edge of the Gamati Gut by the temple of the sea god on that last evening of our stay in Dwarka, I looked over the agitated waters of the darkening bay and tried to figure out the mystery. When I'd interviewed Rao at his home in Bangalore, I remembered that he'd told me he had first become involved with excavations at Dwarka more than 20 years before. In his work for the Archaeological Survey of India, he had arranged the demolition of a modern building that stood beside the main Dwarkadish Krishna temple blocking the view. Rao. It was demolished. When we removed this structure, we were surprised to find a temple below it, a temple of Vishnu. Krishna is considered to be an avatar or manifestation in human form of the Vedic god Vishnu. It has beautiful sculptures and all that. We were surprised. You see, this is a 13th to 15th century temple, the present one that we visit, but here is a 9th century temple. How is it? When we dug for that, we got 2 more temples below. Below that, there are 2 more temples. GH. So it's as though the existing Dwarkadish temple was built on top of an older temple. Not the existing one, the one just by the side of it. You see, actually, this temple, the existing one, must have been built on top of an ancient one, because what we got is a small shrine, and the other shrine must be below the present temple. GH. But your excavation was beside the existing temple, and there underneath you found earlier layers. Rao. Earlier layers, and further when we dug, we came across a clear section showing erosion by sea, with pottery and other datable objects of about 1500 BC. So between 1500 BC and 1500 AD, there must have been continuous occupation here, of which we hardly know anything. But again, sometime there is divine help for us. One professor by name of B.R. Rao, a geologist, had come to Dwarka to inspect the site for a proposed university. I showed him the section and he said yes, this is clear evidence for erosion by the sea. I showed him the pottery and he said there must have been a township nearby. He said, what will you do? I said we have to excavate in the sea. That's marine archaeology. Rao then successfully arranged government funding for his proposed venture at Dwarka. But we did not know how to start the work. We had hardly any experience of marine archaeology. Then I thought what we should do now is take a bold step. Where to look for the structures was the question. Fortunately, there is the temple of Samudra Narayana, the sea god. So I said people have been making some offerings here. Maybe ancient times also there may have been some structure there and offerings might have been made. So we straight away started looking there, and then within a few days we got evidence of the structural remains there underwater. An earlier town. Looking over the bay from the Samudra Narayana temple, I reflected on Rao's dating of the underwater ruins to the 2nd millennium BC in the late Harappan period. I could see no reasons why the scattered structural remains that I had dived on should be any older than that, and even some to suspect that they might be younger, perhaps much younger. Except for the rock-hewn wharf, which itself was not particularly deep, most of the structures were in shallow water of 7 meters or less and might easily have been submerged relatively recently in land subsidence caused by the immense earthquakes that periodically afflict Gujarat. Besides, what I'd seen of the underwater ruins looked nothing like that of the late Harappan settlements I knew of. On the contrary, the distinctive curved bastions and general style of the architectural blocks on the seabed looked much more like medieval Indian construction work than anything to do with the Indus-Sarasvati civilization. But what intrigued me, and what Rao had been entirely open to, was the possibility that there might be other ruins further out to sea which the NIO had not yet found, indeed, not yet even looked for. Rao also reminded me that the ancient texts that seemed to have correctly predicted the presence of the underwater ruins that he had discovered also predict that other older ruins should exist in the vicinity, for Krishna was said to have built Dwarka on the site of an even earlier city called Kusustali. In fact, I used to read the Mahabharata and other Puranas like Vishnu Purana and others, where it clearly states that Dwarka was built at Kusustali in such a way that it was surrounded by the sea. So Krishna comes to Kusustali and then builds a town and calls it Dwarka, and there existed an earlier town before Dwarka was built. What is striking about the story of Krishna's city being built above an earlier city, the way it resonates with the firm evidence we already have from Rao's excavations around the Dwarkadish temple, revealing layers and layers of earlier constructions beneath it and around it, going back to a stratum at around 1500 BC that is roughly parallel to modern sea level. The ruins that Rao then found underwater should, as he reasons, belong to the time period immediately before 1500 BC, say 1700 to 1800 BC at the earliest, suggesting that the city that today clusters around the Dwarkadish temple and down to Gumati Ghat is where it is because it replaces the earlier city that lies submerged in the bay beneath it. And that city in turn, the city of Krishna, is where it is, the legends say, because of the earlier city of Kusustali. GH. Is there a sense in the ancient texts that there's been a sacred center at Dwarka in the remote past, a long time ago? Or was it absolutely newly established by Krishna? Rao. Well, you see, it says that an ancestor of Krishna had built that town Kusustali, and he went to Brahmaloka, a higher world. So some connection with mythology and all that is already there when Krishna comes to that place. So the earlier township had some sanctity about it. In an epoch of rising sea levels, the obvious place to rebuild and reconsecrate a submerged shrine or sacred center would be on the nearest area of coast still above water. When the new shrine was inundated, in its turn it would have to be re-established on higher ground, and so on. So maybe this is what we're seeing at Dwarka. Krishna's Dwarka was built to replace the antediluvian sacred center that the texts call Kusustali, and when Krishna's Dwarka was inundated, modern Dwarka was built to replace it. By inference, if we keep looking further out to sea, beyond what's left of Krishna's Dwarka, if it really is Krishna's Dwarka as Rao believes, then we should find older, more deeply submerged ruins. 3102 BC. But are the underwater ruins that Rao discovered at Dwarka the remains of Krishna's city or of something else? As I sat there overlooking the darkening waves, with the heady aroma of sacred ganja being exhaled all around me by the orange-robed sadhus who had gathered to watch the sunset from Samudra Narayana, I remembered feeling that Rao couldn't have it both ways. He couldn't have his underwater ruins dating archaeologically to around 1800 or 1700 BC on the one hand, and claim on the other that they were the ruins of Krishna's city, since apart from one minor variant tradition, Krishna is universally believed in India to have died at a date equivalent to 3102 BC. This date also marks the onset of the Kali Yuga, but Rao wasn't trying to have it both ways. GH. Another question concerning Krishna. The departure or death of Krishna's incarnation, if I understand correctly, is taken as the end of a previous age of a Yuga and the beginning of the Kali Yuga. Now, in many calculations that I've seen, numerous calculations, they all seem to point to the beginning of the Kali Yuga to be 3100 BC approximately. Rao. Correct. GH. Do you regard that as an impossible date? Because you seem to focus on a much later date in the second millennium BC for the submerged Dwarka. Rao. Well, I wouldn't call it an impossible date, but what evidence we have got so far shows that about 1700 or 1800 BC, by that time this township that is now underwater must have been built. Now, if so, how is that date wrong? I mean the 3100 BC date. We have discussed this matter in a journal where we said that maybe we are yet to find some more antiquities of the same township, so we can't discard the earlier date totally. But if the underwater ruins already excavated do really date back to 1700 or 1800 BC, then where is the logical place to search for ruins even older than that? The ruins of the city said to have been engulfed by a great flood at the beginning of the Kali Yuga in 3102 BC. Further out in deeper water. The connection of the death of Krishna and the submergence of Dwarka to the onset of the Kali Yuga is a powerful and widespread tradition in India, as is the connection of the Kali Yuga to a start date of 3102 BC. We know that the city called Dwarka today is built on a mound made up of continuous occupation strata going down to present sea level at 1500 BC, and with a clear section showing erosion by sea in the lowest stratum, indicative of a marine incursion, perhaps a tidal wave at that date. We know that ruins have been found under that level beneath the sea and provisionally dated to 1800 to 1600 BC, though a more recent date is also possible. These ruins extend up to approximately 1 kilometer from the shore. Therefore, it follows, if we wish to search for the ruins of 3100 BC and earlier that are hinted at in the traditions, that we are going to have to look further out in deeper water. In March 2000, I still didn't have Glenn Milne's inundation maps and imagined that Gujarat's Ice Age coastline might have extended 5 or at the most 10 kilometers beyond the modern shoreline of Dwarka. In fact, as the maps show, Dwarka was almost 100 kilometers from the sea 16,400 years ago, when it was part of a vast antediluvian landmass around Gujarat that filled in the gulfs of Kutch and Cambay, and was still 20 kilometers inland as late as 10,600 years ago, just after the rapid rise in sea level attested in the deep sea cores between 10,000 and 9,000 BC, and the sudden appearance of village farming communities along the Piedmont of the Himalayas. If anywhere in the world looks like a potential nucleus region or Ice Age refugium, out of which the first settlers of Mehrgarh and other Aceramic Neolithic food-producing settlements in northwest India might have sprung, then surely this is it. And doesn't it make sense that the descendants of those first settlers who went on in time to create the Indus-Sarasvati civilization might have continued to revere sacred coastal sites and to rebuild them further inland whenever the sea level rose? The mystery of the U-shaped structure. That night, over a farewell dinner with the NIO team, I produced the Journal of Marine Archaeology given to me by Kamlesh and opened it at the report on the underwater explorations of Pumpahar in the southeast, about as far away from Dwarka as it is possible to get and still remain in India. Both Sundaresh and Gower had participated in the 1993 Pumpahar expedition and had co-authored the report with S.R. Rao. Now was my chance to quiz them about the anomalous U-shaped structure that they had found 5 kilometers from the shore and 23 meters deep, and to launch the idea of mounting a further expedition with them to Pumpahar at some time in the future. We began by discussing the less controversial, and for me less interesting, ruins of Kaveri Pumpatinam in the intertidal zone and the shallows down to 3 meters. These, Sundaresh and Gao concurred, were in the range of 2,000 years old, and I'd no reason to doubt them. Okay, I said, so let's accept that dating for the inshore structures. Then what do you find as the water gets deeper? They told me that their survey had identified fairly extensive structural remains in the form of heavily eroded and scattered dressed sandstone blocks down to a depth of about 7 meters. At the same depth, they had also located several curious circular cairns, some 10 meters in diameter, made up of rounded stones and some small upright stones. Nothing was seen deeper than 8 meters until the U-shaped structure and its neighboring mound suddenly appeared at 23 meters. Don't you think that's odd? I asked. Sundaresh and Gao agreed that it was indeed odd, since it suggested that the date of submergence of the U-shaped structure must be much earlier than the date of submergence of the structures inshore. How much earlier? Maybe 8,000 years earlier, said Gao after a moment's thought. So if the Kaveri Pumpatinam structures in 1 to 3 meters are 2,000 years old, then what you're saying is that the U-shaped structure might be 10,000 years old. I'm saying it would have been submerged by the rising sea level about 10,000 years ago, maybe even before that. But I think it must be some sort of natural outcrop. I was genuinely puzzled. Everyone else who has dived on it seems convinced it's man-made. Courses of masonry were seen on it. That's in this report. I pointed at the Journal of Marine Archaeology, which you co-authored, by the way. Gao laughed. Yes, but I have my own view, and the more I think about it, the more I'm convinced it must be natural. But why? What are your reasons? Because it is a huge structure, and we know that there was no culture anywhere in India at that time capable of mobilizing the necessary resources and organizing the necessary labor to build something so big. That's just classic old-school historical chauvinism, I complain. It's as though you're saying, we archaeologists know everything about the past, and we won't let a few contradictory facts get in our way. It is a fact. We don't know of any culture 10,000 years ago that could have built this structure. But maybe it was the work of a culture that you don't know about yet. Maybe this U-shaped structure, whatever it is the first concrete evidence for the existence of that culture. Maybe if you'll look, you'll find more structures even further out, in deeper water. Sundaresh chipped in at this point that he did not agree with Gao. In his opinion, he said, the U-shaped structure was not a natural outcrop. It is definitely man-made, and I've seen a second structure, a mound about 45 meters away at the same depth, where there are perfect cut blocks scattered on the seabed. But what about the 10,000-year-old date? Maybe the structures are not that old at all. Maybe there's been some great land subsidence here that we do not know of, or erosion of the coast by the sea. It was obvious that the only way to find out and to settle the mystery was by doing more diving and by careful measurement, observation, and excavation of the site. But the problem was that since 1993, no funding had been available for a further expedition. So you have no plans to dive at Pumpahar in the coming year? I asked. Rather, you should say no budget, Kamlesh intervened dolefully. If somebody will finance us to go, only then can we go. I bit the bullet. So what would it take to finance your team to go back there and dive on the site with me later this year or early next year? A sort of special charter, so to speak. Is it even possible to do something like that within the NIO's regulations? Now that the SRC already know of you, it should be possible, said Kamlesh. I don't see why not. He spent the next 3 minutes doing calculations on the back of a napkin and finally quoted me a sum equivalent to the gross national product of a small European country. I gulped but steadied my nerves. It was going to be a long negotiation. 10. The Mystery of the Red Hill. The ground near it is not at all touched by the four oceans that become agitated at the close of the Yuga, and that have the extremities of the world submerged in them. When the annihilation of all living beings takes place, when all created things are reabsorbed, all the future seeds are certainly deposited there. All the laws, arts, wealth of scriptures, and the Vedas are truthfully well arranged there. The Brahmanas who resort to the foot of that mountain are called by me after the deluge, and I make them study the Vedas and make collections thereof. Skanda Purana. February 2000, South India. Since 5 a.m., Santha and I had been climbing the winding track towards the rocky 800-meter summit of Arunachala, the sacred mountain of Tamil Nadu. It was now just after 6 a.m. and dawn had not yet broken. Except for the sound of our footfalls and distant cockcrows, everything was silent, everything still. Then we rounded a corner and the streetlights of Tiruvannamalai, the burgeoning town that clusters at the foot of the mountain, came suddenly into view beneath us. In its midst, due east of us, there lay a huge geometrical pool of deep darkness and shadow, like a giant doorway into another world. This place, where no lights yet burned, marked the precincts of Arunachalaswar, one of the 5 most important temples of Siva in all of India. We found a ledge of rock to sit on and waited for the sun to rise. After being drawn in by the charisma and magnetism of the proto-Siva figure on the Mohenjo-daro seal, I began to realize that Siva is everywhere in India. Even in Dwarka, with its all-pervasive cult of Krishna, there is also a beautiful Siva temple. Yet the devotees of the yogic god are most numerous and most demonstrative in the south, amongst the Dravidian-speaking peoples of Tamil Nadu, and Tiruvannamalai is one of the true centers of his cult. Very little in Hinduism is straightforward or exactly what it seems. Identities change and merge, contradictions abound, one thing stands for another, gods may manifest in different ways at the same time, ambiguities everywhere. All this is there in the ancient story of Siva's great temple at Arunachala. The Supreme Being, the Ocean of Grace, Lord Siva once had a desire. Let me become many. In accordance with this desire, Brahma and Vishnu came into existence spontaneously. They were delegated the duty of creating the worlds and protecting them. However, instead of merely carrying out the duty ordained by the Lord, they were caught up in an argument out of egoism which resulted in a major conflict. Seeing the terrible rage they had fallen into while battling with each other, the Lord of Compassion deemed it fit to reveal himself in a form that would put an end to their fighting. To cut a long story short, Siva revealed himself on the spot where Arunachala now stands in the form of a limitless column of blazing light and scorching fire, piercing the sky and pervading the universe. On seeing this dazzling and fearsome vision, Brahma and Vishnu were not humbled, but entered into a new competition to discover either the beginning or the end of the column. Only when both had proved themselves incapable of doing so, did Siva at last emerge from the effulgence. There are a few other twists and turns in the story, but the upshot is that Siva forgives Brahma and Vishnu for their contentions, telling them, "Carry on vigilantly with your work of creation and sustenance without forgetting me." He then announces that the effulgent column will remain eternally manifest on this spot in the form of a mountain of fire. My effulgent form will shine here forever as eternal, immutable Arunachala. Oceans will not submerge it even at the time of the great deluge. The winds will not shake it, and the world-destroying fire will not burn it. On hearing these words, Brahma and Vishnu humbly bowed down to Siva and prayed, "Sustainer of the universe, let this hill be the mainstay of the world as stated by you. But moderate its effulgence, O Rudra, so that it becomes bearable, yet retains its boundless glory and remains a repository of everything auspicious." In answer to Brahma and Vishnu's prayers, Siva reduced the blinding effulgence of his shining appearance in the column by transforming himself into this lackluster mountain, the red hill of Arunachala, of which it is said, "Just as we identify ourselves with our body, Lord Siva identifies himself with this hill where the reddish color of the rock suggests the primeval fire. In addition, Brahma and Vishnu besieged Siva. Although this red hill exists for the welfare of all, none could worship it without your grace. Therefore, we request you also to take the form of a lingam on the east side of the mountain, so that we may worship you. Again Siva complied, and a miraculous column of stone, the Sivalinga, or the phallic symbol of Siva, appeared at the foot of the mountain on its eastern side. As a token of gratitude, Brahma and Vishnu commanded Visvakarma, the architect of the gods, to erect a temple around it, the primordial temple of Arunachalaswar. The temple that now stands on the site is more of recent origin, but believers maintain that it is the original natural stone lingam, self-generated at the beginning of time, that still resides in the Holy of Holies and continues to be venerated by millions of pilgrims as the sign and seal of Siva's presence on earth. Austerities. We watched the sun come up in the southeast, illuminating first the 9 pyramidal gopurams that surround the temple complex, and then the deeper shadows in the interested rectangles of its plazas, ambulatories, and shrines. As the town's streetlights faded out in the rising glare of the day, we could see that beyond the temple was a plain extending to the horizon in a great arc beneath us, its flatness broken here and there by isolated conical hills. We resumed our climb of Arunachala. Although it is not particularly high, the way is steep and the winding path is long. After another hour had passed, we still seemed to be nowhere near the summit. The sun was much hotter, and I was beginning to regret bringing only 1 bottle of water. Santha and I paused to take a swig each, looking down the way we had come to the distant towers of Arunachalaswar. Rising out of the morning haze, the temple possessed an epic, otherworldly quality, and it was not difficult to imagine it in the way that the ancient traditions describe it, as the work of the gods themselves, built at the dawn of the present cycle of time. We started climbing again, and when we next looked up, we saw a lean but muscular young man with a long tangled hair, ash-smeared forehead, and orange loincloth of a sadhu, sitting cross-legged on a rock on the slope above us. He seemed oblivious to our presence, but when Santha said good morning to him in Tamil, his reply was friendly enough. We passed him and continued to climb. When I glanced back a few moments later, I saw that he was no longer seated on the rock, but following immediately behind, barefooted and silent. Now, effortlessly, he increased his pace and overtook us, and soon he had disappeared around a twist in the path ahead, shielded from us by piles of fallen boulders. I guessed that he must be one of the devotees of Narayana Swami, the almost legendary figure I was hoping to encounter, who was reputed to have remained near the summit of Arunachala for the previous 10 years, consuming no solid food of any kind and subsisting exclusively on small quantities of milk and tea brought to him by his acolytes. By the performance of such austerities, tapas, which may range from relatively pleasant tasks like prolonged sexual intercourse without ejaculation to relatively unpleasant ones like holding one's arm permanently above one's head for decades, great yogis like Narayana Swami are believed to build up a special power of supernatural heat. The basic transformation brought about by the rishi in his performance of tapas is production of heat in the body. The fire of his tapas becomes such that it is transformed into fire itself, burning the worlds with his heat and illuminating them with the light that radiates from his body. Powers of becoming invisible, walking on water, and flying through the air are among those most frequently said to be obtained by performing tapas, while in the Yoga Sutras, a large number of such powers are listed as being attained through the practice of yoga, including, in addition to such physical powers, various types of mental knowledge, such as of previous existences and of the thoughts of others. The intense physical and mental discipline that tapas requires is also an essential step on the road to liberation from death. Thus, through their fearsome austerities, the 7 rishis of the Vedas were said to have possessed powers of rejuvenation, of curing illnesses, and of restoring the dead to life, One of the aims of the rishis in performing tapas was to attain to the realm of the immortals and to obtain immortality, even as it is said that the gods and demons themselves performed tapas in order to escape death. John E. Michener, the expert on the traditions of the seven rishis, admits that such powers are indeed attributed to the rishis throughout Indian literature. But the question is, why? Why the consistent association throughout history of the great rishis with these extraordinary powers? And why do they always use the same means, yoga, austerity, meditation, in order to develop them? Is it all just imagination and fantasy on the part of the ancient storytellers? Or is it possible that something substantial lies behind these traditions? I did not expect Narayana Swami to tell me the answer, but I was nevertheless curious to set eyes on anyone who could live on tea and milk at the top of a mountain for 10 years. I was also intrigued by the way that his presence there appeared to symbolize or bear out another tradition recorded in Tamil text known as the Arunachala Mahatmayam, glory of Arunachala, to the effect that Siva himself always sits beneath a tree near the summit of the mountain in the guise of a Siddha. Siva abides here forever as a Siddha known as Aranagiri Yogi, wearing only a loincloth and with matted locks and forehead shining with marks of vibhuti, sacred ash. Because I had gradually acclimatized myself to such material over many months, I now had no difficulty in understanding how Siva could, at one and the same instant, be a phallic stone column in the Holy of Holies of the temple at the foot of the mountain, an ascetic meditating under a tree at the top of the mountain, and the mountain itself. For it is said that unlike other mountains which have become holy because the Lord dwells in them, example, Kailasa in the Himalayas, Arunachala is Lord Siva himself. Mainstay of the world. In the North Indian tradition of the flood, we hear that Manu and the seven sages took refuge in the Himalayas, and that it was from there that they spread out to re-establish agriculture and to re-promulgate the Vedas in the land of the seven rivers between the Indus and the Ganges. For South India, a Tamil tradition recorded in the Skanda Purana assigns the same role, as a place of refuge from the flood and as a center of subsequent teaching, to Arunachala forever protected by Siva's guarantee that oceans will not submerge it even at the time of the Great Deluge. The ground near it is not at all touched by the four oceans that become agitated at the close of the Yuga and that have the extremities of the world submerged in them. When the annihilation of all living beings takes place, when all created things are reabsorbed, all the future seeds are certainly deposited there. All the laws, arts, wealth of scriptures, and the Vedas are truthfully well arranged there. Brahmanas who resort to the foot of that mountain are called by me after the deluge, and I make them study the Vedas and make collections thereof. Sages of well-praised holy observances and rites, who abide within the caves of that mountain, shine with their matted hair. They have the refulgence of 100,000 suns and fires. The Puranas also tell us that the seven sages, normally associated with the post-diluvial preservation of the Vedas in the Himalayas, were amongst those who visited Arunachala. And it was undoubtedly the case, I reflected, as Santha and I continued our climb, passing now through a zone of cooling mist and then entering a dark defile, that this red granite mountain, which in fact belongs to one of the oldest exposed rock formations on Earth, would never have been flooded during the post-glacial meltdown. Even during the worst events, the great tidal waves would not have reached this far inland or this high. So Arunachala might well have been perceived as a solid and reliable mainstay of the world in a time of rapidly and unpredictably rising sea levels around the coasts of southern India. How interesting, therefore, that it was remembered like the Himalayas in the distant north as a place where all the future seeds were deposited for the later benefit of mankind, and as a refuge for sages, where the ancient wisdoms of the Vedas were kept safe and from whence they were later repromulgated. Master of all wisdom. Siva is a god of many dimensions, and he has been present in India, all of India, for a very long while. We've heard that he's formed as a meditating sadhu, lean, naked, powerful, the lord of yoga, goes back at the very least to the Pasupati seals of the Indus-Sarasvati times 4,700 years ago. The same is true of his manifestation as a phallic cone or column of stone, many examples of which have been excavated in Indus-Sarasvati sites. He is also one of the primeval gods of the Rig Veda, where he is known as Rudra. It is in recognition of this ancestry that the names Siva and Rudra are used interchangeably or jointly as Rudra Siva in many ancient Indian scriptures. And Rudra is addressed as follows in the Yajur Veda: "Thou art Siva, gracious, kind by name." Like Siva, Rudra is both terrifying and reassuring. He is said to have two natures or two names, the one cruel and wild, Rudra, and the other kind, Siva, and tranquil, Santa. Like Siva, Rudra is the dweller in the mountain, the blue-throated one, the Triambaka, the three-eyed. Like Siva, Rudra of the Vedas has a fair or white complexion, but is also sometimes described as red, and is a great yogi and the lord of animals. Like Siva, Rudra has long braided and or matted hair and healing powers. Like Siva, Rudra is associated with fire, and like Siva, Rudra's symbol in later Vedic tradition is stanu, a post or a pillar, signifying the timeless, motionless state of samadhi in which the Lord of Yoga dwells. But above and beyond any of this, the true defining characteristic of Rudra Siva is as the god of all knowledge and of insight and inner wisdom, jnana, gnosis. This is why we read in Book 8 of the Rig Veda, that mind of Rudra, fresh and strong, moves conscious in the ancient ways. This is why Siva is frequently portrayed in Hindu religious art as Jnana Dakshinamurti, master of all wisdom, sitting under a tree on Mount Kailasa with his foot on a dwarf who symbolizes human ignorance. The highest knowledge to the most humble. The particular nature of Rudra Siva as the god of knowledge in the form of a powerful rishi with unkempt hair who lives in mountains and wild places is connected to a subtle and complex system of ideas which, even if one does not agree with it, must be admitted to be extremely well thought out and, in view of the Mohenjo-daro seal, extremely ancient. Ultimately, it seems to state that enlightenment and true knowledge cannot be attained without becoming the master of one's impulses and renouncing the lures of the material world, or at any rate one's attachment to it. Conversely, a person's material wealth and physical beauty can tell us nothing useful about that person's mind and soul. It is to drive this point home, perhaps, that when the gods come to seek advice from Siva, they find him accompanied by myriads of devoted followers, all of them naked, all deformed with tangled curly hair. Likewise, the Orientalist Alain Danielou observes that already the Vedas picture Rudra as living in the forests and mountains, ruling over animals tamed and wild. The Saiva mythology shows him as the divinity of life, the guardian of the earth who wanders naked through rich forests, lustful and strong. He teaches the highest and most secret knowledge to the most humble. The idea that true wisdom does not clothe itself in finery is also conveyed in another story of Brahma, Vishnu and Siva, where Brahma and Vishnu are once again contending as to which one of them is the supreme being. Thus Vishnu and Brahma disputed, and at length they agreed to allow the matter to be decided by the Vedas. The Vedas declared that Siva was the creator, preserver, destroyer. Having heard these words, Vishnu and Brahma, still bewildered by the darkness of delusion, said, "How can the Lord of Goblins, the delighter in graveyards, the naked devotee covered with ashes, haggard in appearance, wearing twisted locks ornamented with snakes, be the supreme being?" The answer, since Rudra Siva is in fact the supreme being, is that he can take any form he chooses, and it is his choice that leads him to smear himself with ashes and consort with the poor and humble who are pure in spirit. According to Professor Stella Kamrish, he stood apart and was an outsider to other Vedic gods. He could be recognized by his weird, mad looks. He seemed poor and uncared for, neglectful of his appearance. The gods despised him, but he intentionally courted dishonor. He rejoiced in contempt and disregard, for he who is despised lies happy, freed of all attachment. The fierce self-humiliated Lord was a yogi. He provoked contempt as a test of his detachment. So there is an idea here, a fairly consistent idea, perhaps it is better to say a system of ideas, behind the conception of Rudra Siva as the god of knowledge. Whatever knowledge and powers he possesses have been acquired through meditation, austerity, and self-sacrifice, practices that are likely to have been part of a wider curriculum. And the same is true unconditionally of the 7 rishis of the Vedas. They also, John Michener observes, smother their bodies with ashes and have their hair uncut, matted, and tied in a knot. In other words, they are depicted as being in appearance much as many other, especially Saiva ascetics. There's even a tradition in the Bhagavata Purana that the greatest sages range over the world in the guise of mad persons whilst imparting wisdom. At the very least, the lesson of this is that it is worth showing respect and listening carefully to the words of any person. Appearances can be deceptive, and you never know who you're dealing with. In such a spirit, I hoisted my weary body up the last few meters of Arunachala's crumbling granite scree and onto the muddy path overlooked by sloping rocks that led to Narayana Swami's mountaintop lair. Tea and prayers. The rishi did not occupy the summit of the mountain. He would have been roasted by the sacred fire that is lit there every December to mark the apotheosis of Siva as a column of flame, but had set up his hermitage in a tree-lined bower that lay off to one side a few minutes' walk below the summit. He was attended by the young man who had passed us earlier on our climb and 4 other Siva ascetics, Sivacharyas clad in orange rags, who now peered down from the rocks and greeted us from either side of the muddy path. Suddenly, as soon as we had arrived, we found ourselves in the middle of some sort of ceremony or routine. The young acolytes indicated that we should take off our shoes because we were now approaching holy ground, and beckoned to us to accompany them down a little incline to the edge of the bower where Narayana Swami had presumably been sitting for the past 10 years. In the shady gloom buzzing with enormous hornets, we could just make out a little half tent, like a refugee lean-to covered in plastic, underneath the overgrowing branches of the trees. We never actually did get to see the rishi, this embodiment of Siva face to face, let alone to speak to him. He didn't speak to anyone, at least not in any known language, although he did mumble and grunt incoherently to his followers from time to time, and they seemed to understand. The most we saw was a thin but strong arm with leathery skin reaching out sometimes and a bony finger making patterns in the mud in front of the little plastic tent. And there was a great deal of mud around the rishi's bower and pools of water lying in the hollows of the rocks. Next, we had to sit down in the mud, and the acolytes brought us dirty half-coconut shells of what they announced to be tea that had been blessed by the rishi. Into this tea, which was lukewarm, they melted finger-sized dollops of butter and asked us to drink. We did so with some trepidation. I was thinking amoebas right from the start. Then there were prayers reminding us that the tea had been blessed and that it would make us well in our bodies. Then more tea and more prayers. Then we were brought a cold but somehow greasy herbal drink with leaves floating in it, also blessed by the rishi. We drank it. More prayers followed and more tea with butter and intestinal parasites. After that, one of the acolytes beckoned us to line up behind him and led us in a clockwise direction on a brisk walking circuit, with each circuit requiring only 20 or 30 seconds to complete, of the path that runs around the inside of the bower and in front of Narayana Swami's shelter. There we knelt down in the mud and sacred ash was placed on our foreheads. Then we completed a few more circuits, chanting as we went, Siva, 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 Ragara, Ragara, or something like that. It was very strange. We didn't ask for the ceremony, and most unusually in India, no money was required of us for participating in it. Arunachala and Kumari Kandam. Was Narayana Swami genuinely mad, I wondered, as we made our way down Arunachala that afternoon? Or was he one of those great rishis, lit with the inner fire of tapas, said to roam the world disguised as a madman whilst imparting knowledge? To believe him to be wise if he was in fact mad would be the height of gullibility, but to believe him to be mad if he was in fact wise might be even a bigger mistake. Besides, whatever he was, his presence testified to the continuing vitality of the pan-Indian tradition that mountains such as this one had served as centers for the collection and repromulgation of the Vedas after the flood, and as places where a brotherhood of ascetics preserved antediluvian knowledge that would be used to plant the seeds of the future. Setting aside for a moment its connection with Rudra Siva, the yogic god of wisdom, I felt that I needed more information on this flood aspect of the Arunachala story. Specifically, I wanted to find out if it was connected in any way to the mysterious lost land called Kumari Kandam that was said to have been swallowed up by the sea around South India thousands of years before. By the time Santha and I reached Tiruvannamalai in February 2000, I was already familiar with some details of this tradition, which is widely known amongst India's 200 million Tamils, but almost unheard of outside India. I now hope to learn more from a Tamil pundit whom I had arranged to meet after our climb. A retired ship's captain who had given himself over to the life of contemplation, he now resided permanently at the ashram of Sri Ramana Maharishi, which is positioned at the foot of Arunachala, about 2 kilometers from the Arunachalaswar temple. A loincloth, a water pot, and a walking stick. Maharishi means great rishi, and Sri Ramana seems in every way to qualify for this title. Like Narayana Swami, he had at one stage of his life exposed himself for several years on the slopes of Arunachala after first arriving there in 1896. At the time, it is recorded, Sri Ramana was completely oblivious to his body and the world. Insects chewed away portions of his legs, his body wasted away because he was rarely conscious enough to eat, and his hair and fingernails grew to unmanageable lengths. This fugue had been brought on by a flash of spiritual insight that the real nature of the human creature is formless, immanent consciousness. After 2 or 3 years in this state, Sri Ramana began a slow return to physical normality, a process that was not finally completed for several years. During this period, followers began to gather about him, and by the time of his death in 1950, he was widely regarded as India's most popular and revered holy man. He made himself available to visitors 24 hours a day by living and sleeping in a communal hall, which was always accessible to everyone, and his only private possessions were a loincloth, a water pot, and a walking stick. Since Sri Ramana's death, his ashram has continued to attract devotees and is a thriving, busy place today with a good library, extensive offices, private and communal accommodation, a canteen, and a beautiful prayer hall. The pundit I'd come to meet, Captain A. Narayan, no relation to Narayana Swami, was a tall, heavy-set, mustachioed man in his early 70s, who explained to me that he was no great scholar, but that he had a personal interest in Tamil traditions which he had been able to pursue since his retirement, and that he hoped his small knowledge might provide me with a few clues for my search. "Everyone calls me Captain," he said, when I asked how I should address him. As old as the hills. We began by talking through the story of Arunachala and how it was said that the mountain would never be submerged or swept away, even by the waters of the Great Deluge at the end of a world age. So we may assume that this has been the case in the past. I was half asking, half affirming, because there is a destruction at the end of each cycle of yugas, so somehow Arunachala has remained constant throughout all of this. The captain nodded sagely. "So it is the center of everything," I continued. "Now the area which I'm trying to explore is the borderland between history and what comes before history. And we know that, historically, the temple here at Arunachala, there are documents which speak of its construction, and probably the temple as we see it now, most of it is less than 1,000 years old, and some parts may go back closer to 2,000 years old. But at the heart of it is the Sivalingam, which is said to be much older. Can you tell me a bit about that lingam? which is supposed to be self-created. What does this mean? Self-created, replied Narayan, means it is not chiseled by man in the way that other lingas are chiseled by man. There are certain other lingas which come out of the earth, not made by man, but which conform to all the characteristics, like the proportion, the width, the circumference, and the height. So just like a man-made Sivalinga, it conforms to the correct proportions. So it would look like a man-made one, but it's not. It is not, affirmed the captain. It is more perfect. And it must be as old as Arunachala itself. Because as the Purana says, when the primal gods were beseeching the Supreme Being, since the mortals cannot see you in your effulgence form, you should take the form of a lackluster hill. Even if you assume the form of a lackluster hill, only the clouds can anoint you and only the sun and the moon can be the lamps lit for you. But we have to do puja, prayers, offerings before you, so you should assume the form of a smaller lingam. So Arunachala granted their wish, and he told them, I will appear in the form of a lingam, and you may worship me. And that is the lingam that is in the temple. That is the lingam? Okay, fair enough. A naturally formed lingam that's literally as old as the hills. But at some point, human beings must have found it, begun to treat it as a cult object, and built some sort of structure around it. What I'm trying to get at is, when did the anointing and worship of this naturally formed lingam begin? It's presumably much earlier than the date of construction of the temple that's standing on the site today. Yes, naturally. What the Puranas say is that the gods came here and they were the first to build a temple around the self-generated lingam of the Lord. That's what the Puranas say. The primal gods Brahma and Vishnu built the temple, and cities were created by the heavenly builder Visvakarma around this place, around Arunachala. Cities of the gods. I was already familiar with the origin myth of Arunachala as it is told in the Tamil Puranas, and knew that it was like many other tales from around the world of cities and temples built by gods. Frequently, as in the case of the Edfu building texts of ancient Egypt, for example, such traditions tell us that the gods embarked on these works of construction at carefully chosen locations on earth in the aftermath of a global cataclysm, typically a flood. This is not what the Puranas say about the temples and cities supposedly built around Arunachala by the gods. Nevertheless, the central motif of the story is the eternal endurance of the Red Hill through the cataclysms that accompany the end of world ages, and it is specifically stated, oceans will not submerge it, even at the time of the Great Deluge. So it was here that I wondered if there might be some crossover with the Kumari Kanda myth. This memory of gods building the first temple and cities at Arunachala, I now asked, what period do you think it originates in? If those cities are supposed to have been built at the same time as the formation of the mountain and the self-generated lingam, then that's surely an awfully long time ago. Geology says it must have been 3.5 billion or 2.5 billion years ago that Arunachala first took its form as a mountain. But such a time span seems outside any reasonable scale for the construction of cities and temples, since we know that the human race only came into being, 100,000 or 200,000 years ago. No memory of ours can be older than that. But if they're to be placed in the human scale, if they're not just something that has been made up by storytellers, then shouldn't archaeologists be able to find at least some traces of these former cities of the gods? The captain shrugged. Probably during the previous destructions of the world, their remains have been hidden from us, and if we could search sufficiently widely, probably we could find many cities below the surface of the earth. He seemed to reflect for a moment. You see, he said at last, Arunachala is the land of the Dravidians, where our language goes back more than 10,000 years. He then told me that the Red Hill was referred to in the most ancient surviving work of Tamil literature, the Tolkappiyam, which itself makes reference to an even earlier work now lost to history, which in turn had supposedly been part of a library of archaic texts, all now also vanished, the compilation of which was said to have begun more than 10,000 years previously. This has been the library of the legendary First Sangam, or Academy of the Lost Tamil Civilization of Kumari Kandam, swallowed up, as Captain Narayan put it, by a major eruption of the sea. And one of the members of the First Sangam, he added, finally making the direct connection that I suspected to the Arunachala story, had been Siva himself, the god in the mountain, the god of yoga performing tapas beneath a tree at the top of the mountain, the god of cosmic knowledge compressed into the lingam at the foot of the mountain. Academies of the Gods. As Captain Narayan walked us to the gate of the Sri Ramana ashram later that afternoon, he gave me the name and telephone number of a friend who he hoped might be useful to me in the city of Madurai, the next great center of the cult of Siva that we intended to visit in South India. There, he told me, there were knowledgeable professors at many colleges and universities, for Madurai had always been a place of scholarship and learning, who would certainly be able to tell me much more about Kumari Kandam and the Sangam tradition. Nor could there be any more appropriate place to mount such an inquiry, since Madurai itself was an important part of the Sangam tradition, having served as the headquarters of the third Sangam. So let me see if I've got this right, I asked in parting. We have a first Sangam thousands of years ago, and it gets flooded. The city which it's in gets flooded. You're right, permanently flooded. It was overwhelmed by the sea. And that city was called Ten Madurai, which means southern Madurai. It was in the southern part of the Kumari Kandam. After it was gone, a city called Kapatapuram that lay further to the north was chosen as the headquarters of the second Sangam. It endured for some thousands of years, but ultimately it too was flooded. Our oldest surviving text, the Tol Kapiyam, is a work of the second Sangam. And then, finally, when Kumari Kandam had entirely gone beneath the sea, the third Sangam was established in the city of Madurai. Then it was called Uttara Madurai, northern Madurai. Lingam or Omphalos. Before we left Tiruvannamalai, we visited the Arunachaleswar temple in order to see Lord Siva in his lingam form. Walking barefoot through the ambulatories and open stone-paved plazas, we passed rows of poor, homeless and hungry people, for the most part dressed in rags. Here a mother with sunken breasts trying to suckle her child, there an old blind man, here a cripple, there a leper, waiting patiently for the charity soup kitchen to feed them. If we looked up, we could see the rugged red peak of Arunachala looming above us, framed by the tall towers of the Gopurams that marked the main entrances of each of the temple's internested rectangular zones. Their steep pyramidal form and their general arrangement in opposing pairs around a geometrical central plaza, as well as the scale of the whole enterprise, reminded me forcefully of the Mayan city of Tikal in Guatemala and of Angkor Thom and Angkor Wat in Cambodia. Indeed, in general, it has for a long while struck me as worthy of note that so many of the world's ancient places of worship in Europe, Egypt, Israel, Mesopotamia, India, Southeast Asia, China, Japan, Central America, and the Andes, for example, have assertively geometrical designs and architecture. What is this recurrent association of geometry with the religious quest? Certainly, it seems that there were a great many thinkers in antiquity who, if asked what is God, might well have replied, as St. Bernard of Clairvaux did to the same question, "He is length, width, height, and depth." Because all Hindu temples are part circus, we encountered a painted elephant surveying the world through a jaundiced eye, chained up in a stone-pillared pavilion, and when we descended the steps to the sacred pool known as Sivaganga Tirtham, we were followed by a persistent fortune-teller who could only with great difficulty be persuaded to relinquish what he clearly felt was a fair claim on us. Soon after we had shaken him off, not until Santhad relented and agreed to have our fortune told for 100 rupees, we were appropriated by a beautiful doe-eyed young man in flowing white robes who floated up to us declaring himself to be a Brahmin and the son of a senior priest of the temple. As though reading our thoughts, he then led us towards the sanctuary where the self-generated lingam of Siva resides, explaining as he did so that it was normally out of bounds to non-Hindus, but that we had happily chanced in his person upon just the man to get us inside. The only thing we would not be allowed to do, he said, was touch the lingam, a privilege that was reserved for initiated Sivacharyas. I've been offered illegal access to inaccessible areas in many temples around the world, and the young Brahmin's patter was so familiar that I could already almost count the 100 rupee notes changing hands. Still, we followed him through a maze of crowded rooms and hallways, visited various subsidiary shrines where we were fed puffed rice and sugar, had our foreheads liberally smeared with ash, and jumped a queue of worshippers at the entrance to the principal sanctuary. Then suddenly, for just a few moments, we were in the presence of the natural pillar or cylinder of stone that is venerated by the faithful as the eternal manifestation of Siva himself. The pillar, however, was so decked out with finery, robes, jewelry, and an elaborate headdress in the form of a rearing golden cobra hood that it was impossible to get a clear glimpse of any part of it. All that I can say is that it seemed to be less than half a meter thick and approximately 1.5 meters high, and was rounded like a cigar tube at the tip, very much, in other words, like unclothed Sivalinga that can be seen in temples and shrines all around India. So what was special about this one? As he took my money, the Brahmin could only repeat the old mantras, that it is a wonder of nature wrought by the power of Siva, that it is ancient and nobody knows how old it is, and that the first temple to be built around it was the work of the gods. The numbers of time and the world grid. In previous books, I've grappled several times with the hypothesis that the Earth and all its oceans may have been explored, mapped, and accurately measured with lines of latitude and longitude, a preeminently civilized and sophisticated activity thousands of years before what we now think of as history began. I want to avoid the tedious repetition of evidence and arguments that I've already presented in Fingerprints of the Gods and Heaven's Mirror. But in summary, the problem is this. Certain medieval and Renaissance maps seem to express sophisticated geographical and cartographic knowledge far ahead of the science of their age. A number of researchers attribute this knowledge to older source documents that have not come down to us. In his maps of the ancient sea kings, for example, Charles Hapgood draws attention to the accurate longitudes on the so-called Portolano charts of the 14th century, 400 years before the invention of Harrison's chronometer supposedly made the accurate measurement of longitude at sea feasible for the first time. Hapgood believes that the anachronism may be explained by the survival of ancient cartographical knowledge, either in the form of maps copied and recopied again and again down the generations, or in the form of oral traditions retained and passed on amongst mariners, that originated with a highly advanced, sophisticated, and as yet unidentified seafaring civilization of prehistory. He makes the same argument for the appearance of Antarctica on the Orontius Phineas map of 1539, some 300 years before Antarctica is believed to have been discovered. Evidence that provides some tangential support for the general thrust of Hapgood's theory comes from a large sequence of numbers, including 18, 36, 72, 144, 2160, 4320, 25,920, etc., that appears repeatedly and prominently in ancient myths, scriptures, and traditions from all around the world. According to the late Professor Giorgio de Santillana of the Massachusetts Institute of Technology and Professor Hertha from Deccan of Frankfurt University, these ubiquitous numbers derive from an archaic astronomical tradition which used shared, globally diffused conventions to record its observations of the stars. The central symbol of the system depicts a great wheel that rotates in heaven, churning or milling for thousands of years. The entire axis, spokes, and bands that bind this wheel are said to be periodically broken by recurrent cataclysms, often flood and fire, at which point a new wheel is forged and the cycle begins again. Santillana and von Decken's explanation for this symbolism and for the numbers associated with it is that it is a metaphor for the celestial phenomenon that astronomers today call precession. This is a slow cyclical wobble of the Earth's axis in space, so that if the tip of the North or South Pole were imaginarily extended, it would be seen to transcribe a great circle amongst the polar stars over a period of 25,920 years. Though it was not thought to have been detected until the time of the Greeks, it is Santillana and von Decken's radical contention that precession was observed and measured thousands of years earlier than that by what they describe as some almost unbelievable ancestor civilization. They further claim that it is these same ancient measurements, all time measurements, that generate the mysterious numbers in the myths. The most notable effect of precession is that it causes a slow, relentless drift of the background of stars against which the sun is seen to rise on the spring equinox, 21 March, when night and day are of equal length. This is called the precession of the equinoxes. Although it can be detected by relatively simple observations, these must be sustained over several generations before the sequence begins to emerge. The ruling number in the sequence, Santillana and von Decken suggest, is 72, the round number of years required to observe 1 degree of the precession of the equinoxes. This, they say, is why the tally of significant numbers in the myths includes 72 and multiples of 72. Example, 144, 720, 2160, 4320, etc. 36, half of 72, and multiples of 36. 24, 1/3 of 72, and multiples of 24, etc. The system also uses other ways of combining these numbers. Example, 72 plus 36 equals 108, a sacred number in many cultures, while half of 108 is 54, also a sacred number, as is 540, or 540,000, or 5,400,000, etc., as are 108,000, 1,800,000, and so on. It may be that this powerful number system is not based on the observation of the precession of the equinoxes at all, and that some explanation other than a lost civilization will ultimately be found for it. But what cannot be denied is the simple, well-evidenced fact that the system exists, whatever its source, and that it occurs in known texts of all the great archaic mythological and religious systems, amongst them ancient Sumer and Babylon, Vedic India, ancient Egypt, ancient Greece, ancient China, the Maya of Central America, the Old Testament Hebrews, and many other cultures. It was only while I was writing Heaven's Mirror that I began to look into another and much more controversial possibility, that a network of sacred sites might have been established all around the globe, according to a longitude grid based on precessional numbers. Thus, the massive sacred complexes on which stand the great pyramids of Giza in Egypt and the fabulous temples of Angkor in Cambodia are on meridians 72 degrees of longitude apart. Pohnpei is 54 degrees of longitude east of Angkor. Easter Island is today the closest dry land to 144 degrees of longitude east of Angkor. The Bay of Paracas in Peru, dominated by the massive cliff drawing of unknown origin known as the Candelabra of the Andes, lies 180 degrees east of Angkor. Frequently, these sites are linked to flood myths spoken of in ancient traditions as navels of the earth, omphalos in Greek, and are rich in symbolism of obelisks, stone pillars, pyramids, and other stone monuments. All this I was already well aware of during my travels in India in February and March 2000. Yet I honestly did not expect when I came to Arunachala, despite its obvious and prevalent omphalos lingam symbolism, that it too would prove to be located at a meaningful point on the same hypothetical precessional grid. I only looked it up in the longitude tables as a matter of routine. As soon as I did so, however, it was immediately obvious that a relationship based on significant precessional numbers does in fact exist between Arunachala and other grid sites, for it lies 24 degrees west of Angkor and 48 degrees east of Giza, respectively 1/3 and 2/3 of the 72 degrees of longitude separating the former from the latter. Apparent longitudinal correlations linking sacred sites according to a sequence of numbers thought to have been derived from astronomical observations that occur in ancient myths and scriptures could, of course, arise by chance. I don't deny that possibility, but I wish to pursue what I believe to be the more interesting explanation, namely that such sites may originally have been established on specific longitudes to act as permanent markers and reference points for an archaic worldwide grid of Earth measurements and to safeguard precious geodetic and navigational knowledge for the long-term benefit of mankind. This indeed is a little more than is already claimed in the ancient Indian accounts of the deluge, and the survival of it by a remnant of wise men and their preservation and repromulgation of antediluvian knowledge in the new age of the earth. Moreover, it can hardly be an accident that the Yuga system that lies at the heart of the Dwarka story, of the story of the flood of Manu, and of the Hindu concept of recurrent cycles of cataclysm and rebirth, is also denominated in terms of precessional numbers. According to the Puranas, for example, the duration of the Kali Yuga is set at 1200 divine years, equivalent to 432,000 mortal years. The durations for the preceding Krita, Treta, and Dvapara Yugas are set respectively at 4800 divine years, 3600 divine years, and 2400 divine years, such that one Mahayuga, made up of the total of 12,000 divine years contained in the four lesser yugas, is equivalent to 4,320,000 years of mortals. Whatever the explanation ultimately turns out to be, and whether Santillana and von Deckend are basically right or basically wrong, the worldwide distribution of such an intricate sequence of numbers, not only in myths but also in architecture, example, the 72 pillars of the Dwarkadish temple, represents a serious problem that Orthodox historians have so far failed to address. If not coincidence, then what is it? The riddle of Vishnu's 3 steps. Santha and I treated ourselves to a luxury in South India in February 2000, which we would never have dreamed of affording back in 1992. This was a comfortable, creme-white, air-conditioned ambassador limousine for what was going to turn out to be a journey of almost 3,000 kilometers, with Palani, a small, wiry ex-army driver from Chennai, at the wheel. With his steady nerves and encyclopedic knowledge of the highways and byways of Tamil Nadu, he was the best possible guide and friend we could have had on such a journey. When I needed a beer in a dry town, he always knew, although never imbibing himself, where to obtain bottles of cold, illicit kingfisher wrapped up in brown paper sacks. And more to the point, he put us through no collisions, no nerve-jangling skids, no horrific misjudgments of the proximity of a pedestrian, no death-defying overtaking maneuvers, and no falling asleep at the wheel. From Tiruvannamalai, we drove south all day towards Madurai, through a rich green, predominantly flat dreamscape of paddy fields and palm trees, dotted here and there with the weird outcroppings of ancient red granite that are the characteristic feature of this region. There were people everywhere, Tamil peasant farmers at work in the fields in brightly colored clothes, or strolling along the road, sometimes drying cattle fodder on the road itself, doing hard labor on building sites, and 18-hour days in wayside shops and stalls, surviving in many cases on the very edge of absolute penury, yet somehow making do and getting by. It was fascinating to realize, and impossible to ignore, that the religion of all these industrious people was a peculiarly Shaivat brand of Hinduism. Siva, the embodiment of knowledge. Siva, the god of wisdom, who rules in the city of knowledge, Jnana Puri, literally Gnosis city. Siva, who takes the form of Arunachala, the mountain of knowledge. Siva, who through the initiation into Gnosis has the power to inflict or to withhold death and to grant immortality. In some texts I'd been interested to learn, Siva is identified with Vishnu. In the Mahabharata, for example, there's an episode in which the warrior Arjuna experiences a revelation after being wrestled to the ground by a huge stalwart being. Arjuna's limbs were bruised and he was deprived of his senses. When he recovered, he hailed the god, saying, "Thou art Siva in the form of Vishnu, and Vishnu in the form of Siva. O Hari, O Rudra, I bow to thee." In the Rig Veda, Vishnu's principal exploit, recounted and celebrated again and again, is the taking of 3 steps. Although it is agreed that these steps must symbolize something of profound importance, scholars have as yet reached no consensus as to their underlying meaning. I pulled the Griffith translation of the Rig Veda from the half-open satchel that lay perched between Santha and myself on the middle of the back seat and opened it at Book 1, Hymn 104. "I will declare the mighty deeds of Vishnu, of him who measured out the earthly regions, thrice setting down his footstep, widely striding. For this mighty deed is Vishnu lauded, he within whose 3 wide extended paces all living creatures have their habitation. Him who alone with triple step hath measured this common dwelling place long far extended." All kinds of symbolism might indeed be intended in such a passage, but if we take the hymn at face value, then isn't it rather clearly saying that Vishnu measured out the earth by taking 3 footsteps? We might speculate on what precisely the footsteps represent, but the involvement of the whole enterprise in earth measuring, that is, geography, cannot reasonably be denied. Other passages reinforce the same conclusion, describing Vishnu, for example, as he who strode, widely pacing with 3 steppings forth over the realms of earth for freedom and for life. 2 verses later we read that, "He like a rounded wheel hath set in swift motion his 90 racing steeds together with a 4. What could the function of this latter verse possibly be if it is not to invite us to multiply 90 by 4, giving us the 360 degrees of the circle or rounded wheel? Remember, we have been told just beforehand that such an approach to measuring out the realms of earth is a contribution to the cause of freedom and life, a clear incentive to its preservation. In Book 6, Hymn 49 of the Rig, we find Vishnu described as he who for man's behoof in his affliction thrice measured out the earthly regions. Again, the idea seems to be that Vishnu's earth-measuring endeavors were of great value and benefit to mankind, and were moreover delivered in a time of affliction. Last but not least, in Book 1, Hymn 164, we encounter the following riddle. "Formed with 12 spokes, by length of time unweakened, rolls round the heaven this wheel of during order. Herein established, joined in pairs together, 720 suns stand." So here, represented by a multiple of its ruling number 72, pops up Santillana and von Decken's ancient processional code, combined in the same passage with the familiar wheel of heaven metaphor of the precession of the equinoxes. The passage also provides further evidence that the convention still in use by modern geographers of dividing the circle into 360 degrees or 720 half degrees was already in existence in Vedic times and is directly alluded to in this hymn. Likewise, the 12 spokes of the wheel are anachronistically suggestive of the 12 houses of supposedly Greco-Babylonian zodiac, in which the sun rests for 30 days of each precessional month, each such month being equivalent to 2,160 human years, with the entire precessional cycle thus amounting to 12 times 2,160, equaling 25,920 human years. Surviving the null hypothesis. Could there really be science in the hard empirical modern sense in the ancient Indian scriptures? According to Dr. Richard L. Thompson, who received his PhD in mathematics from Cornell University, where he specialized in probability theory and statistical mechanics, the answer to this question is yes, probably. In his impressively researched and thoroughly documented study, Mysteries of the Sacred Universe, Thompson takes a particularly close look at the Bhagavata Purana, a later compilation of oral traditions than the Rig Veda, but one that nevertheless belongs, as we have seen, to the same body of knowledge. In it, he draws attention to a curious word picture called Bhu Mandala that the Purana conjures up that consists of circles and internested spheres of precise, very large dimensions. He argues that Bhu Mandala is a complex and cleverly designed cosmological model serving at one and the same time as an accurate map of the solar system and as a planar projection map of the Earth. Thomson's arguments must be considered in their own merits, backed up by the detailed evidence that he sets out in his book. But the centerpiece of his case is the electrifying correlation to which he is the first to draw serious attention between the dimensions given for the various circles of Bhu Mandala in the Bhagavata Purana and the actual dimensions of the planetary orbits within the solar system as determined by modern science. Since the correlations turn out to be extremely close, Thomson concludes, "It is clear that Bhu Mandala, as described in the Bhagavatam, can be interpreted as a geocentric map of the solar system out to Saturn. But an obvious and important question is, did some real knowledge of planetary distances enter into the construction of the Bhu Mandala system, or are the correlations between Bhu Mandala features and planetary orbits simply coincidental?" Being a mathematician interested in probability theory, Thomson is better equipped than most to answer this question, and does so through computer modeling of a proposed null hypothesis. That is, that the author of the Bhagavatam had no access to correct planetary distances, and therefore all apparent correlations between Bhu Mandala features and planetary distances are simply coincidental. However, the Bhu Mandala solar system correlations proved resilient enough to survive the null hypothesis. Analysis shows that the observed correlations are in fact highly improbable. Thomson concludes, if the dimensions given in the Bhagavatam do in fact represent realistic planetary distances based on human observation, then we must postulate that Bhagavata astronomy preserves material from an earlier and presently unknown period of scientific development, and that some people in the past must have had accurate values for the dimensions of the planetary orbits. In modern history, this information has only become available since the development of high-quality telescopes in the last 200 years. Accurate values of planetary distances were not known by Hellenistic astronomers such as Claudius Ptolemy, nor were they found in the medieval Jayatisa Sutras of India. If this information was known, it must have been acquired by some unknown civilization that flourished in the distant past. Needless to say, the civilization that could make accurate maps of planetary distances, a hypothetical civilization of the distant past that had approached to within 200 years of our own level of development in astronomy, would have had no great difficulty in observing and measuring the precession of the equinoxes, or in dividing up the earthly and celestial spheres into degrees of longitude and latitude, or in consecrating a series of sacred sites at specific longitudes, and in the process, exploring and mapping the globe. Neither do I find it at all difficult to imagine how the geodetic and cartographic works of such an elder culture might have been remembered in much later and more superstitious times as gifts that had been handed down by the gods. Had some stone pillar, now venerated as the self-generated lingam of Siva, been set up by prehistoric geodesists at Arunachala, for example, to mark the auspicious longitude of the Red Hill? The same symbolism of the lingam is, of course, found all over the temples of Angkor in Cambodia. And in ancient Egypt, the conical Benben stone, perched atop a stone pillar, was the symbol of the Heliopolitan priesthood that built the pyramids of Giza. Same symbolism in all three places. Same Gnostic quest for immortality. Same use of precessional numbers in their architecture and their myths. And there are 48 degrees of longitude between Giza and Arunachala, 24 degrees between Arunachala and Angkor, and 72 degrees between Giza and Angkor. Coincidence? Design? Take your pick. Madurai. A few hours later, well after dark, the ambassador rolled smoothly across the thin membrane that separates rural from urban life in India, and we found ourselves in Madurai. As the listener will recall, Captain Narayan had told me that this city, with a great Meenakshi temple residing at its heart, was the site of the third and last Sangam, or Academy of Tamil Poets and Philosophers, an institution that traced its origins back to the antediluvian civilization of Kumari Kandam. While we drove through the crowded streets, blaring with sound and lights, I remembered that the first Sangam was said to have been established many thousands of years ago in an earlier Madurai, Ten Madurai, that lay far to the south on lands subsequently swallowed up by the sea. It is astonishing how little attention has been paid to these Tamil myths and how little has been written about them outside the subcontinent. Even David Schulman, who has done more than most to fill this gap in knowledge, is dismissive of the significance of the traditions. The story of the three Kankam, Sangams, as it appears in our sources, is suspect on many counts, and there is no geological evidence of any deluge affecting the area in historical times. Though I respect Dr. Schulman's work, which offers a lucid exposition in English of the Tamil flood myths, he is dead wrong to consider only whether deluges have affected the area in historical times, when massive geological corroboration exists for multiple deluges at the end of the last ice age, well within the time frame of more than 10,000 years that is set out in the Sangam tradition itself. Could it be the ruins of Kumari Kandam that are lying at 23 meters of water, 5 kilometers offshore of Pumpahar? And could those mythical antediluvians remembered by the ancient Tamils have been the source of the fragments of high cartographical and astronomical knowledge that seem to have been fossilized in the ancient Indian texts?